Blue Star, Xia Kingdom. In the most renowned hospital in the Magic City. Let's break up. The speaker was a pure and beautiful girl. On the hospital bed, Qin Feng had his eyes bandaged, his face pale, yet he was very calm. Okay. The girl was Shen Qingming, the campus belle of the Martial Arts Academy and his girlfriend of 1 year. She noticeably breathed a sigh of relief. You've been blind for a month now, and even the best doctors can't figure out why. Without your SS grade talent, you're now just a first-rank martial artist, not even close to getting into the Guardian Bureau. We won't be on the same level anymore. I hope you understand. Qin Feng didn't explain or try to hold her back. When you break up, it should be clean. Shen Qingming sighed lightly and turned to leave. The hospital room fell silent. Qin Feng's heart grew cold. Having transmigrated to this world 19 years ago, this was the second time fate had dealt him a brutal blow. 30 years ago, the world experienced a resurgence of spiritual energy, and beasts from the abyss descended. Vast forests and oceans were taken over, technological weapons ceased to work, and humanity was left to fend for itself. Some awakened supernatural abilities to combat the beasts, with talents ranked from C to B, A, S, SS, to SSS. The rest chose the path of martial arts, focusing on breathing techniques, combat skills, blood energy cultivation, and relying on physical strength to battle. Martial artists are divided into 9 ranks, with first rank being the lowest and ninth rank the strongest. At 18, during the awakening ceremony, Qin Feng awakened an SS grade talent, the Eye of Insight. It allowed him to predict movements and resist illusions. Even with ordinary martial arts aptitude, this talent alone could secure him a spot in the Guardian Bureau right after graduation. That night, Shen Qingming confessed her feelings to him. She pursued him with fervor and passion. He accepted. The two entered the Martial Arts Academy together, promising to protect the city side by side in the future. But last month, one morning, he woke up to find only darkness before him. Completely blind. The doctors said his eyes were ruined. And with them, his talent was gone as well. Over the past month, he had frequently lost consciousness, not even feeling the presence of his eyes anymore. At first, teachers and classmates took turns visiting him, encouraging him not to give up. Shen Qingming stayed by his side day and night too. But over time, her visits became less frequent. Eventually, she hadn't been by in half a month. Today, she finally showed up, only to break up with him. Qin Feng remained calm. At the age of 7, his parents were killed by beasts. That was the first time the world abandoned him. Going blind was the second major blow of his life. As for the breakup, it was no big deal. The hospital room was deathly quiet. Qin Feng raised his hand to touch his chest, his fingertips grazing over a diamond-shaped scale-like texture. He couldn't see, so he had to rely entirely on touch to identify it. It had appeared out of nowhere last night, unexplainable to him. He didn't dare mention it to the doctors. A scale this large was nothing a human should have. It couldn't be some common skin disease like ichthyosis. The only possibility was a beast. A chill ran down his spine. Was he turning into a monster? He grasped the scale tightly and tried to pull it off. He'd rather die than become a beast. Ding! Bloodline reached threshold. True Dragon Evolution System activated. An icy, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. System? As a transmigrator, he immediately understood the significance. But what exactly was a true Dragon Evolution System? Before he could make sense of it, a knock came at the door. Who is it? He quickly covered his chest. It's your sister Jiang. The door opened, and Jiang Yu walked in carrying a fruit basket. She placed the basket down, sat next to the bed, her gaze soft yet complicated. In this life, I can't lose you again. Sister Jiang, I want to get discharged, Qin Feng said with a smile. After his parents' death, they left behind a 2-bedroom apartment. The government provided a monthly pension, and the academy gave him additional subsidies, all of which he spent on tempering liquids and evolution serums. With his ordinary aptitude, coupled with being blind now, dropping out of the academy seemed inevitable. Jiang Yu suddenly embraced him tightly. A faintly sweet fragrance surrounded him, making it hard to breathe. But he didn't resist. She was the one covering his medical bills, after all. This hospital cost at least 500,000 yuan a month, far beyond what he could afford. His parents' pension was only 200,000 yuan altogether. Jiang Yu had moved into the apartment across from his 3 years ago. Over time, they had grown to call each other brother and sister. She worked for the Guardian Bureau in Westlake City, transferred here for a mission. At 26, she was a fourth-rank martial artist with long legs, a slender waist, her own house and car, yet remained single the entire time. Her eyes reddened. Little Feng, don't feel pressured. I'll find a way to cure your eyes. So what if you broke up? You've got me. In his previous life, he couldn't bear the blow. After being discharged, he drowned himself in the sea, leaving no body to be found. She had blamed herself ever since. But this time, she was determined to protect him. She would also prevent the Forbidden Zone from spiraling out of control and take down the apocalyptic Black Dragon ahead of time. Sis, It's nothing. I just want to go home, Qin Feng murmured. He felt suffocated. Jiang Yu hugged him tighter, her voice trembling. No matter what happens, don't you dare do anything foolish, and don't even think about leaving me. I can take care of you for a lifetime. Qin Feng was dumbfounded. Was she saying he'd be freeloading off her for life? But something warm stirred in his chest. He nodded and said, All right, sis, thank you. Come on, let's go home. Jiang Yu sorted out the discharge paperwork for him, but adamantly refused to tell him how much it cost. She only threw out one line. If I really wanted to, I could buy this hospital. It's no big deal. Qin Feng was taken aback. Since when did he have such a loaded sister? In the underground parking garage, Jiang Yu helped Qin Feng to their black SUV. Qin Feng fumbled into the passenger seat and smoothly buckled his seatbelt. His movements were crisp and practiced. Unsurprising, given how many times he'd ridden in this car. The engine roared to life. What do you want for lunch? I'll cook, Jiang Yu asked casually as they pulled out of the garage. Qin Feng's expression shifted. Sis, I still want to live a couple more years, you know. Am I that bad at cooking? Jiang Yu frowned. Qin Feng let out an awkward laugh. The first time he tried her cooking, well, he'd lived in the bathroom for 3 days straight afterward. Sis, don't you have work? Jiang Yu worked at the Defense Bureau and often didn't come home for 10 days or more at a time. Frankly, he had no idea what her job there entailed. I took some days off to stay with you, she replied calmly. If you think my cooking's so bad, we can just grab takeout. Qin Feng nodded but felt even heavier inside. Days off. As if. She'd clearly taken leave just to look after him, afraid he might do something drastic. This kind of care, how could he ever repay it? Sis, I'm craving roast duck on rice from Old Lee's shop. Last year, on the day he awakened his ability, she'd promised to treat him to something fancy. But all he wanted was roast duck rice. Got it. Jiang Yu understood his thoughts, but didn't bring up the past. With his SS-level ability, he should have been fast-tracked into the Defense Bureau's elite training program. But everything had changed. The car came to a stop by the curb. Jiang Yu crossed the street to grab the meals while Qin Feng stayed in the passenger seat, muttering to himself, System. The next moment, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! The True Dragon Evolution System is now active. Host, Qin Feng. Bloodline, Black Dragon. Progress, Dragon Transformation Period 10%, First Stage. Ability, Reverse Scale. Subordinates, None. Evaluation, Awakened a faint dragon bloodline. Gained a reverse scale. Enhanced strength but cursed with insatiable hunger, a blind fool. This wasn't an illusion. The system was real. Qin Feng's heart pounded wildly as he quickly absorbed the information. Dragon bloodline. A dragon. What child of Yen Huang doesn't know the dragon, the ancient symbol of power and majesty? Yet it had always been a legend. No one had ever truly seen one. And now, it was inside him. For 19 years in this world, I've seen countless exotic beasts. Western dragons, with wings and a hoarding obsession. And Eastern dragons, far more mysterious. Antlers like a deer, a camel's head, eyes of a rabbit, neck of a snake, scales of a carp, claws of a hawk, capable of summoning storms and commanding waters. If I could really become such a being, I wouldn't mind leaving my humanity behind. The gloom in Qin Feng's heart dissipated in an instant. He had been worried about turning into some exotic beast, becoming an enemy of humanity. But a dragon? A divine being like that couldn't be compared to mere beasts. Jiang Yu returned to the car, lunch in hand. She said there was an urgent task, and she had to drop him off at home first. Qin Feng offered to walk himself upstairs, but she wouldn't hear of it. She was afraid he might hurt himself, so she sped all the way back to their apartment complex. Inside the elevator, Qin Feng reassured her. Just wait for me at home. When they reached the 5th floor, he leaned against the wall, feeling his way to the door. Thankfully, it was a fingerprint lock. When will my eyes recover? Or, am I going to be a blind dragon? Hunger gnawed at him as soon as he stepped inside. He found the dining table and devoured 2 servings of roast duck rice in no time. After his bloodline awakened, his appetite had grown exponentially. But even then, he still felt insatiable. He drank every yogurt in the fridge, but still wasn't satisfied. Left with no choice, he boiled an entire pack of chicken wings. Even though they were scalding hot, he wolfed them down as fast as his hands could manage. At last, the madness-inducing hunger eased. He stumbled back to his bedroom and collapsed onto his bed, falling into a heavy sleep. While he slept, golden light flickered from beneath the cloth bandage over his eyes. He dreamed of transforming into a massive black dragon, weaving through endless seas of clouds. His body stretched infinitely, his scales gleamed, and his mighty claws cut through the wind. Every movement stirred storms. He dove into the ocean, unleashing towering waves in his wake. Exotic sea beasts cowered before his dragon aura, not daring to move. The sensation of mastering everything around him, it was intoxicating. He roiled through the ocean as if returning to his rightful domain, his true home. Suddenly, he spotted a battleship flying an enemy flag. With a swing of his massive head, he unleashed a jet of black flame. The warship was engulfed in fire instantly, its remains sinking into the boiling sea. Unstoppable. Absolute dominion. Late at night, Jian Yu opened the door cautiously to find the living room in complete disarray. Forgetting her own exhaustion, she rushed to the bedroom. Seeing Qin Feng sleeping soundly, she finally let out a sigh of relief. Beasts stirred restlessly in the East Sea, putting immense pressure on the Defense Bureau. The younger warriors were still far from being able to shoulder the weight of the situation. She let out a helpless chuckle, rolled him over, but accidentally caught sight of something unusual, her face instantly flushing red. At 19 years old, the blood burned strong. Muttering a few complaints under her breath, she turned away to tidy up the house. Seeing the empty lunchboxes, she frowned. 2 servings of roast duck rice were clearly not enough. His appetite was growing absurdly large. Even as a rank 4 martial artist, she couldn't eat this much. But she didn't dwell on it, merely deciding to buy more next time. Morning came. The system notification chimed. Progress reached 20%. Awakened talent. Primordial Eye, SSS rank. Able to pierce illusions and strike terror into hearts. Qin Feng's eyes snapped open, golden light bursting forth. His power now far surpassed his previous abilities, almost without limits. Excitement made his breath quicken. He removed the cloth that had been covering his eyes. His month-long darkness had finally come to an end. The world before him was unbelievably clear, down to the dust particles floating in the air. He walked over to a mirror and froze. His pupils had turned into golden vertical slits, sharp like those of a beast. With just a thought, their shape could change, but they remained pure gold nonetheless. What surprised him even more was his transformation. His features had become sharper, his gaze piercing. It was as if he were an entirely new person. Now, he carried an aura of cold arrogance. He looked absurdly handsome. A dragon, after all, was a higher life form. After evolving, everything about him seemed to verge on perfection. The more Qin Feng stared, the more satisfied he became, muttering under his breath. Looking this good, it'd be a waste not to cash in on it. He noticed he'd grown taller, another 2 centimeters. Over his chest, a dark diamond-shaped scale had emerged, cold and unyielding like metal. It was his reverse scale, a spot that must not be freely touched. His muscles were firmer, his complexion fairer. Clenching his fist, he felt strength coursing through his entire body. Punching through a truck would no longer surprise him. He had surpassed the power of a rank 3 martial artist. Standing on the balcony, his golden pupils narrowed. He could see as far as 20 kilometers. 30, 40. Even the letters on a distant billboard were crystal clear. His vision was like a camera, zooming in at will, capturing every detail. Even a mosquito couldn't escape him, until his gaze accidentally landed on something he shouldn't have seen. Qin Feng quickly averted his eyes. Qin, breakfast is ready. Jiang Yu's voice called softly as she stepped through the door with a large bag of food in hand. Her tone was gentle, almost as if she feared causing him discomfort. Qin Feng feigned ignorance about his recovery, closing his eyes as he walked to the table. The table was packed with enough food for 7 people. Why did you take off the scale? It might get infected. Let me take you to the hospital. Her face was filled with concern. Qin Feng smiled. Sis Jiang, I've got a surprise for you. He opened his eyes, and golden light flooded the air. That mysterious, majestic glow stunned Jiang Yu for a moment. Qin Feng quickly shifted his gaze away. I've recovered. I can see now. Jiang Yu cupped his face, studying him closely. Those golden eyes carried an aura of authority and mystery. Getting so close, Qin Feng's heart raced. Her brows had a heroic flare, her presence commanding, beautiful to the point of perfection. Did you awaken a new ability? Her gaze burned with curiosity. Qin Feng nodded. Stronger than before. But Jiang Yu froze in place for a second. In her previous life, this hadn't happened. Maybe the signs had always been there, but she'd been too busy with tasks to notice. When he plunged into the sea in her past, she had regretted everything. But by then, it was too late. Jiang Yu exhaled deeply, forcing herself to smile. Your eyes are stunning. Honestly, it's almost intimidating to look right at you. Qin Feng's stomach growled loudly, and he grabbed 2 buns, stuffing them into his mouth. Everything was fine, except he was constantly starving. Too expensive to maintain. If not for his wealthy sis, he would have been left to starve ages ago. The two of them sat across from each other, eating breakfast. Every so often, Jiang Yu would glance up at him, silently marveling at how her annoying little brother was only getting more handsome. She could never tire of looking at him. Her thoughts wandered back to last night. Unknowingly, he had grown into a man. But she carried a heavy mission. To uncover the truth behind the calamity at the Forbidden Zone, she would have to venture into the most perilous places. And she would have to find the black dragon and kill it before it could fully mature. Every day for her was spent dancing on the edge of death. She might not return one day. She couldn't let him be dragged into danger. Once his sight was fully restored, she'd set him up with a position at the Defense Bureau, simple city patrols, far from death traps. Qin Feng ate while lost in his own thoughts about the future. After awakening, every part of his body had changed drastically. At this rate, he'd fully transform into a dragon in no more than a month. By then, he wouldn't be able to coexist in human society, and there was no way he could tell the authorities. What if they decided to capture and study him? It's not necessarily about dissecting, but they'll definitely want to control it. A mythical creature like a dragon, who wouldn't covet it? Someone might even think of targeting dragons' blood or meat, dreaming of enhancing power or extending their lifespan. He wouldn't gamble his life on human nature. Except for Jiang Yu, he trusts no one. But this whole situation is too outrageous. He still decided to keep it a secret from her for now. No one's ever heard of a person turning into an Eastern dragon. Plenty of mutant beasts, sure. After considering things for a moment, Qin Feng said, Jiang Jie, I want to drop out of school. Jiang Yu frowned. Drop out? Why? Your eyesight is already healed. You'll graduate and join the Guardian's Bureau. That had been his dream. It's also the goal countless young people work tirelessly for. Clearing out mutant beasts, defending the cities, protecting the people. Could it be because of Shen Qingming? Did he suffer heartbreak and now wants to escape? She quickly adjusted her tone. It's okay, past is past. If you don't want to go to Martial Arts Academy, you can transfer to the Academy of Powers. Qin Feng chuckled softly. Yeah, you're overthinking. It's not because of her. I just want to do something else. Soon to be a dragon, who still cares about an ex at that point. From the day they broke up, she was just another stranger. No interference, no entanglements, each walking their own path. A truly good ex should be like they've ceased to exist. Jiang Yu's expression turned complicated. So what do you plan to do? Become my little kept man? Well, not a bad idea. Living a peaceful life wouldn't be the worst thing. Ahem. Qin Feng almost choked on his porridge. No, I can take care of myself. And how exactly? Qin Feng paused, then said seriously, I want to go out to sea and fish. It's always been my dream. The smile on Jiang Yu's face slowly disappeared. Go out to sea? 70 years ago, she might have been supportive. But now, The ocean and forests no longer belong to humans. They're the domain of mutant beasts, particularly the East Sea, where mutant beasts run rampant, frequently attacking ports. Just last year alone, over 800 warriors perished in the East Sea, not to mention the countless ordinary people. Jiang Yu's face hardened. Go out to sea? Do you even know how dangerous the East Sea is? Last month, an A-level venom Fong tiger shark appeared. We lost two fourth-grade warriors taking it down. Qin Feng straightened up. Jiang Jia, I can protect myself. Don't worry. No, Jiang Yu stated firmly. Stay in the city and don't go anywhere. The air was still for a moment. She sighed, softening her tone. It's fine if you don't want to join the Guardian's Bureau. I'll go with you to process your withdrawal. But you cannot leave the city. Your sister will look after you for life if necessary. Outside the city, every corner is crawling with mutant beasts. As a first-grade warrior, stepping out is as good as a death sentence. Qin Feng lowered his head to sip the porridge, muttering under his breath, but I'm really strong. When they get to the academy's training room, he plans on showing her firsthand. Purely by strength alone, even ordinary third grades might not measure up to him. What he's lacking are skills and weapons. Then again, if he truly turns into a dragon, he wouldn't need any of that. When you're strong enough, all it takes is one swipe of a claw to end things. No point in flashy techniques. Once he was half full, the two set off for the martial arts academy. Qin Feng knew how to drive, but didn't have a license, so he claimed shotgun and relaxed. Not that he minded. When the car entered campus, it drew curious stares from plenty of students. Jiang Yu usually dropped him off outside the main gate. This was the first time driving straight in. Given her Guardian's Bureau credentials, of course, no one stopped her. They got out of the car and headed toward the administrative building. Walking familiar paths, Qin Feng felt heavy inside. This could very well be the last time he came here. Whether he could turn back into a human after transforming into a dragon was still uncertain. It was theoretically possible, but who could say for sure? The doors to the administrative building were bustling with students coming and going. Two tall male students stood by the entrance, their eyes widening in surprise when they saw them. Qin Feng. Qin Feng paused his steps and smiled lightly. Zhao Ming, Wang Tan, you guys here too? The two were his classmates, though not especially close. Back when he'd been hospitalized for his sudden blindness, they had visited him and expressed their pity. After all, going from an SSS-ranked genius to a future that seemed bleak, that was a fall no one could easily take. Not to mention, his campus-famous girlfriend had broken up with him too. At one point, the entire school had been envious of him. An SSS-grade talent, one of only 3 in all of Magic City, and all of them destined for the Guardian's Bureau. He was a star student, the school's crown jewel. And on top of that, he had a sweet and pure girlfriend, practically the perfect life. Plenty of people were jealous. But about a month ago, he lost his sight overnight. Many whispered words of sympathy, but deep down, who knows how many laughed at his misfortune. Zhao Ming glanced at Jiang Yu standing beside him, unsure of what to do with his hands and feet. They had thought Xin Meng was already astonishingly beautiful. But compared to this statuesque older sister standing in front of them, there was simply no contest. Her aura crushed anything in proximity. A fourth-grade warrior carried their own unspoken intimidation. Zhao Ming forced a laugh. Qin Feng, when did you get out of the hospital? Why didn't you say anything in the group chat? Meanwhile, Wang Tan was fixated on his golden eyes. Tongkung Tsuran Yi So, Ta Jing Hu Dao. Whoa, what's going on with your eyes? Are you wearing colored contacts? Zhao Ming met those golden pupils and felt as if he were gazing straight into the heavens, crushingly imposing and almost suffocating. It was overwhelming, so much so he even had the urge to kneel. Qin Feng looked aside, breaking the intensity, and said nonchalantly, I got out of the hospital yesterday. Forgot to mention it. It's nothing serious. Wang Tin shivered all over, nearly dropping to his knees for real. Before, Qin Feng's eye of insight didn't carry this sort of pressure. Could it be his innate ability underwent a second awakening? Never heard of that happening before. Both of them were unnerved but couldn't help speculating. Could this be an SSS-level talent? Zhao Ming managed to squeeze out a smile. Congrats. Your eyes, did they, gain additional powers or something? Yeah, 'cause we can barely bring ourselves to look at you. Qin Feng shook his head, unfazed. Nah, it's just the color change. You're overthinking. The two clearly didn't believe him, but decided not to push further. We came to apply for subsidies, just waiting for the instructor. What about you? Their instructor exclusively trained them in martial arts, a recognized fifth-grade warrior with 3 commendable medals. Theory classes, however, were taught by teachers. Qin Feng, with his average talent, had always been looked out for by the instructor. I'm here to withdraw from school, he said flatly. You guys wait, we're heading up first. Hold up, Zhao Ming called out, hesitating. Wang Tan sighed. Did you break up with Xin Qingming? Yep, broke up. What? The two exchanged glances, their expressions turning serious. We don't mean to stir drama, but you should know. Just don't mention we told you this. Jiang Yu frowned. What's this about? To her, that relationship wasn't legitimate in the first place. One party was calculating, the other too naive. Wang Tan lowered his voice. Remember Yi Chen? That senior who ranked second in last year's college martial arts competition. Of course, Qin Feng remembered. An extremely gifted martial artist who, at just 20 years old, reached mid-second grade with a killer marksmanship skill. Why are you bringing him up? Wang Ting gave a pained smile. Well, 5 days after you were hospitalized, someone saw him holding hands with Xin Qingming. Her boyfriend was still confined to a hospital bed, yet there she was with another guy. This wasn't a seamless transition. It was premeditated. In other words, Qin Feng had been played for a while. Jiang Yu's eyes flashed with fury. That Xin Qingming is despicable. Tell me where she is. I'll deal with her myself. She knew how much her brother had invested in that relationship. So much that he even kept his typically protective sister at a deliberate distance. And yet, while he was lying in the hospital, she was cozying up to someone else? Unforgivable. Qin Feng gently caught her wrist, his tone calm. Sis, it's over. Sometimes, you need to go through certain things to see someone's true colors. People who don't matter aren't worth your anger. There'd be no connection to cross anymore. Wang Tan sighed. We only told you because we couldn't stomach it any longer. At first, they tried hiding it from us. Eventually, they just stopped bothering to pretend. Zhao Ming frowned. You broke it off a while back? Half a month ago, we visited you in the hospital, and you didn't mention a word. Thanks, Qin Feng replied indifferently, but it's all in the past. He was often unconscious during that period anyway. Exposing how long they'd been together would only add to his own misery. Jiang Yu huffed coldly. She clearly lacks judgment. My brother's the kind of guy people would search for with a flashlight. Qin Feng chuckled. Keep praising me like that, and I might just start getting conceited. Zhao Ming and Wang Tan exchanged a look. This interaction didn't vibe like your average sibling relationship. The energy here? Way too sweet. Before they entered the administrative building, a stout and powerful man hurried toward them, slapping Qin Feng heavily on the shoulder with a broad grin. Getting out of the hospital and not even telling us, huh? How are we supposed to throw you a celebration? Li Zhong was 37, a mid-fifth grade warrior, and carried an aura of immense vitality. Yet, Qin Feng remained unfazed, replying calmly. It was nothing serious, no need to go through all that. Li Zhong raised an eyebrow, surprised. That slap carried some weight, enough to cause a first-grade martial artist visible discomfort. And then there were those remarkable golden pupils of Qin Feng's, stirring further curiosity. What's up with your eyes? They changed color. Qin Feng didn't blink, answering with a straight face. Suddenly, Zhao Ming whispered, Qin Feng, look over there. They noticed us. The group turned to find Xin Qingming walking toward them, her arm linked with a handsome young man. At the entrance of the complex building, a small crowd began to gather. Jiang Yu's temper soared as she noticed Xin Qingming beaming with joy. It was one thing to move on after a breakup, but it was painfully obvious she'd found her new man well before the split. It was infuriatingly unfair to Qin Feng. However, Qin Feng only murmured a gentle reminder. Sis, we're here for my withdrawal paperwork. Li Zhong's face fell in surprise. What? You're withdrawing? When Xin Qingming drew closer, she froze, too. From a distance, she had noticed Qin Feng's eyes were back to their normal state, or so she thought. They had just officially broken up yesterday, and now this? He'd already recovered? Impossible. Was it because she had angered him to health? Still, it didn't matter. Qin Feng could never measure up to her current boyfriend, Yi Chun. After all, Yi Chun had a coveted SS-level innate ability. So what if he's talented? Yi Chun has exceptional talent, a wealthy family, and ranks firmly in the top 3 in the academy in terms of combat strength. On the other hand, Qin Feng's parents are gone, and he's still just a first-rank martial artist. What does he have to compete with Yi Chun? When you put the two side by side, he has almost no chance at winning. Dropping out now is just his way of avoiding humiliation in the future, isn't it? Shin Qingming furrowed her brows and said, Qin Feng, we already broke up. There's no need to use dropping out as an escape. Jiang Yu's temper flared immediately, and she clenched her fists tightly. Qin Feng, however, stopped her, his golden eyes fixed on Shin Qingming. Her face instantly went pale, and her body began to tremble. A formless pressure loomed over her, suffocating and overwhelming, like her very soul was being gripped. Yi Chun, who was calm moments ago, couldn't help but feel the urge to kneel when he caught sight of those eyes. Those golden orbs were both divine and indifferent, leaving others too terrified to meet the gaze. With just one look, any thought of resisting was crushed. Shin Qingming's vision went dark. She had what seemed like a vision of a black dragon looming ominously behind Qin Feng. The dragon's massive head drew closer, its fearsome scales shimmering, its horns towering high. The dragon's golden, vertical pupils looked down upon all life below, as if a single breath could destroy an entire city. Her legs buckled, and she knelt on the spot, trembling uncontrollably. Li Zhong and the others were dumbstruck. The onlooking students erupted in chaos. Isn't that Shin Qingming, the school flower? Why is she kneeling? That golden-eyed guy, wasn't he her ex? There's definitely some drama here. Did she cheat, and now it's blowing up in her face? When you look into his eyes, doesn't it make you uneasy? That pressure feels real. Could he have awakened some kind of special ability? Even Yi Chen's shaking? But he's already a peak second-rank warrior. Some students even began pulling out their phones to record the unfolding scene. Qin Feng withdrew his gaze, not even sparing Shin Qingming another look. Yi Chen finally caught his breath, sweat soaking his back. What the hell was that? He thought. Asterisk, aren't my eyes supposed to be the insightful eyes? How could I feel such mental pressure from him? Asterisk. Shin Qingming stood back up, her voice trembling as she cried. Don't think for a second that this will make me come back to you. So what if your eyes recovered? Yi Chun is a peak second-rank warrior. He's 1,000,000 times stronger than you'll ever be. Yi Chun straightened up with pride, his body radiating confidence. His physical strength and four-limb tempering made him a legitimate peak second-rank martial artist, ranked 5th in terms of rank at the academy, but top 3 in combat ability. Jiang Yu spoke coldly. He will surpass you one day. Qin Feng's golden eyes had been restored, and once they returned home, Jiang Yu would personally train him. She had a top-tier breathing technique that could make him stronger. Even if he never joined the Guardian Corps, increased strength would still mean better chances of survival. She had absolute faith in him. Qin Feng smiled faintly. Is being second rank really that impressive? I could knock him down with a single punch. He had been itching for an opportunity to showcase his strength, and now it had finally arrived. If he could take Yi Chen down, surely Jiang Yu would agree to let him venture out to sea. Knock down a second-rank martial artist in one punch. The crowd froze, mouths agape. Was he delusional? There was no way a first rank could defeat a second rank, let alone someone as skilled and powerful as Yi Chun. Strength, blood energy, battle techniques, the gap was enormous. It was like comparing the heavens and the earth. On what grounds was Qin Feng so confident? Even Jiang Yu was caught off guard. She believed in Qin Feng's potential, just not at this particular moment. Right now, there was no way he should be challenging someone of Yi Chen's caliber. Yi Chen burst into laughter. You're gonna knock me down? Did you forget to check in at the hospital recently? Shin Qingming sneered. Quit bragging. If you've got the guts, fight him in the training room. Her confidence in Yi Chun was unshakable, and her earlier embarrassment had already faded from her mind. What good was mental pressure if it didn't hold up in a real fight? Li Zhong and the others immediately tried to step in and stop things from escalating. Don't act impulsively. He's second rank. There's no need to fight head-on. Think of other options. Winning against him is impossible at your level. Nobody believed Qin Feng stood a chance of winning, even with an SS rank innate talent. The onlookers, however, were getting riled up. Are they going to fight? Let them settle it in the ring. I'm already recording this. The scene was charged with excitement as the crowd pushed the confrontation forward. Shen Qingming smirked coldly. Looks like you won't be able to back out of this one. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow and added, unless you'd rather admit you're too afraid. Qin Feng responded coolly, when I say one punch, I mean it'll only take one punch. Yi Chen's expression darkened, and he turned to head toward the training room. With so many people watching, retreat wasn't an option. He had already made up his mind. He would beat Qin Feng so thoroughly that the latter wouldn't forget the lesson. Li Zhong sighed. Ah, youth. Sometimes you just have to let them learn the hard way. Upon further thought, anyone in Qin Feng's shoes would have a hard time swallowing their pride. The first-floor training room was packed with people, the entrance completely blocked. Rows of equipment, cold weapons, and test instruments lined the walls, but the main focus was the 3-meter-high arena in the center of the room. Yi Chen tossed his phone to Shen Qingming and deliberately said loud enough for all to hear, "Watch how I deal with your ex." The room instantly understood it was a fight over a girl. Yi Chen leapt into the ring and sneered down at Qin Feng, saying, "You're just a first-rank martial artist. Out of respect for what we used to be, I'll even refrain from using my gun. No need to thank me." Qin Feng remained unfazed, his expression calm. "No need for that. Whatever you use doesn't matter. I'll still only need one punch." With that, he began ascending the platform, completely composed, without a single trace of hesitation. Yi Chen's face darkened, and he sneered. "You brought this on yourself. Don't blame me for being ruthless." He glanced at Shen Qingming, who quickly understood and fetched a long spear from the weapon rack. The audience immediately buzzed with chatter. A second-grade martial artist using a weapon to fight against a first-grade, seriously? With a spear, which already holds a huge advantage. This is practically bullying. Li Zhong scowled, shouting, "Hold on. Qin Feng's fighting barehanded, and you're going to grab a weapon? What kind of skill is that?" He asked for it himself. Yi Chen retorted, gripping the spear tightly, as his aura grew increasingly oppressive. More and more people gathered to watch, phones raised high to record the scene. Headlines were already forming in their minds. The crowd suddenly parted as the dean and a senior instructor entered. "Good afternoon." The crowd greeted respectfully in unison. The dean nodded, making no move to stop the inevitable clash. Conflicts between young men like this weren't exactly uncommon. Zhang Yu, her face full of worry, kept making eye contact with Qin Feng, silently imploring him not to push himself too far. Qin Feng responded with a calm, reassuring look. What was a mere second-grade martial artist? Not enough to faze him. The atmosphere became tense, eerily silent. Yi Chen emitted a commanding presence and said coldly, "Let me show you the Yi family's blue-silver fury spear technique." "Quit your yammering," Qin Feng replied coolly. At the sound of his voice, Yi Chen lunged forward, the spear thrusting out like lightning, leaving only afterimages in its wake. But to Qin Feng, it looked like it was moving in slow motion. The force, the angle, the trajectory, all were laid bare before his eyes. With a perfectly timed sidestep, he narrowly dodged the spear. Onlookers thought he had just barely avoided it, making their nerves tighten. Yi Chen's pupils shrank. He quickly retaliated with a sharp, sweeping motion, the spear cutting through the air like a blade. The move was sharp, precise, and ruthless. All eyes were glued to the fight, breaths collectively held. Yi Chen's attacks were fast and brutal, no mercy given. If this strike landed, Qin Feng would likely be bedridden for months. But right before the sweeping spear could connect, Qin Feng's left hand reached out and grabbed it. The spear trembled violently and stopped, suspended midair as if rooted in place. Yi Chen gripped the spear with both hands, his muscles tensing to the point of bulging veins, desperately trying to pull it free. Yet, no matter how much strength he mustered, the spear refused to budge, as though it had fused with Qin Feng's hand. "Ah!" Yi Chen roared as his energy surged, his body growing taut with sheer effort. He tried pulling, thrusting, again and again. Still nothing. Shen Qingming froze in disbelief, unable to process the scene before her eyes. A second-grade peak martial artist, unable to wrest his weapon from a first-grade opponent? Li Zhong and the rest were entirely dumbfounded. "No way. Is this for real?" He grabbed the spear barehanded, and Yi Chen can't even move it. He's a monster, right? He has to be. Forget raw strength. Did you see how he moved earlier? I couldn't even track it. Everyone there, especially the martial artists, knew what this meant. Absolute dominance. Yi Chen's face was flushed red with exertion. Realizing there was no point in continuing, he released the spear and threw a punch instead. Too slow. Before Yi Chen's fist could even connect, Qin Feng had already clenched his own fist, channeling an explosive burst of power. A simple, direct punch. Boom. The sound tore through the air like a sonic boom. Yi Chen was sent flying. No, launched, like a cannonball. He slammed heavily against the training room wall. Thud. Crack. Thud. Debris scattered as fragments of the wall fell to the floor. Everyone stared at the crater in the wall where Yi Chen lay embedded, utterly motionless. One punch. Into the wall. Was this even human? What just happened? How did Yi Chen end up like that? Qin Feng punched him, a single punch, and he's stuck in the wall. Someone's gonna need to pry him out. This strength is absurd. Don't tell me he's a third-grade martial artist now. But the academy only has 2 third-grade martial artists. Where'd he spring out of? Even with an SS-level talent, it doesn't boost pure physical strength like this, does it? Speculation flew all around with mounting exaggeration. Shin Qingming's face went pale as she rushed to the wall, her mind blank. This was supposed to be an easy win, yet they'd suffered such a humiliating loss. No, this wasn't just a loss. It was a complete and utter crushing. Qin Feng had only thrown one punch. One punch, and it was over. Li Zhong and the others stared at Qin Feng, their jaws practically unhinged. Was this really the same Qin Feng they knew? One trip to the hospital, and he suddenly wasn't even the same person anymore? Take Yi Chun to the medical bay, Dean Bai ordered calmly, ushering a team to pull him down from the wall. Yi Chun was covered in dust, his shirt torn near his chest, fainting from the lack of strength, his breath barely detectable, out cold with one hit. Qin Feng stepped down from the stage. There was no applause, only stunned silence. Except for Jiang Yu, who stood there with a stern expression. She was more shocked than anyone else. Since when had her younger brother become this strong? Even she might not be able to match his strength, purely based on raw power. Yet, she couldn't summon any joy. Instead, an uneasy tension churned in her gut. She recalled Qin Feng's words from earlier that morning about heading out to sea and his promise to protect her. If he wasn't this formidable, he might not have even thought about leaving the city and leaving her. But there were too many eyes on them now. Instead of pressing the issue, she whispered softly but firmly, "Still planning to drop out?" Qin Feng nodded, his gaze unwavering. He would leave sooner or later, to the sea, to start his new life. Dean Bai approached with several staff members, their faces a mix of surprise and admiration. "You've got potential, young man, truly exceptional. Qin Feng, right? We've kept an eye on you since your talent first awakened. It was a shame what happened back then, but seeing you recover, this is a cause for celebration." The people around couldn't help but give a thumbs up, their expressions emblazoned with one word: respect. Dean Bai couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked, "Are you at the third-grade level now? That punch earlier, it looked to pack at least 3,000 kilograms of force. What's your energy level? How far have you progressed with your physical tempering?" Qin Feng chuckled lightly and glanced toward the strength tester. "Not sure. Let's find out." Everyone surged forward, anticipation thick in the air. For the average person, generating over 100 kilograms of force was already considered. 600 kilograms for the first rank, not even 1,000 for the second rank, and just 1,500 for the third rank. Qin Feng stood firm and threw a full-force punch. Bam! The numbers on the screen jumped wildly, finally locking in at 3,200 kilograms. The training room fell into dead silence. The strength of a fourth-rank warrior. And that was with gloves on. Everyone's eyes turned to him as if they were looking at a monster. Is this guy even human? Wasn't he only ranked first last month? Qin Feng took off his gloves, his expression calm. He was satisfied with this level of power. He knew deep down, when he woke up tomorrow, he'd be even stronger. No doubt about it. He was living proof. Little Dragon Constitution didn't disappoint. Jiang Yu took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to bombard him with questions. Fine, she'd wait until they were back home. Her bratty little brother. What the heck has been happening to you? Principal Bai looked at Qin Feng with admiration in his eyes. "Qin, you've truly impressed. Incredible strength right out of the gate. I'm moving you into the advanced class to train and exchange techniques with others ranked second or higher. Li Zhong, the director, looked a little uneasy and softly interjected. Principal, actually, he's here to withdraw from school. Withdraw? The principal froze on the spot. A student with talent like his, leaving? Qin Feng nodded. Yes, I've decided to withdraw. Principal Bai frowned. Did someone here make things difficult for you? Tell me. I'll make sure to handle it. No, but thanks for asking. I just feel that martial arts isn't the right path for me. I'd like to pursue something I truly enjoy. Once those words left his mouth, the crowd couldn't believe what they were hearing. Someone with his raw power isn't suited for martial arts? What did that make everyone else? Why the sudden withdrawal? With your talent, the Defense Bureau would absolutely make you a top recruit. We trained so hard for the chance to someday join the Bureau and protect our homeland. Who among them hadn't dreamt of becoming a hero? Yet here Qin Feng was, ready to give up on it all by his own choice. Principal Bai spoke firmly. We can increase your stipend, provide first priority resources. Whatever you need, say the word. Exactly. If there's an issue, let's talk this through. Quitting doesn't have to be the solution. But Qin Feng's expression remained unwavering. Thank you, but I've already made up my mind. The crowd exchanged looks, feeling a chill run down their spines. Even with the principal personally stepping in, he wouldn't budge. Principal Bai, filled with reluctance, took a deep breath. He understood there was no point in forcing someone to stay. All right then, I respect your decision. Those words seemed to take years off his life. Such a brilliant talent, just gone in an instant. Qin Feng headed upstairs to settle the paperwork, while some students had already uploaded footage of what just happened to social media. The buzz was undeniable. A showdown between top students, a first-rank breakout star, a single punch that defied rankings. And above all, this monster of a talent declaring he wasn't fit for martial arts and officially quitting. During the withdrawal process, the principal and faculty tried every possible argument to change his mind. They said everything they could. But Qin Feng, he was firm, set on leaving. In the end, Principal Bai reluctantly stamped the approval, a pained look on his face. It was like someone carved a piece out of his soul. It really hurt. Once the paperwork was done, everyone stood by the gates, watching as their university's greatest talent drove away in an SUV until it disappeared entirely. Regret lingered in the air. Qin Feng gazed at the familiar campus through the car window. No matter how reluctant he felt, he had to leave. The memories he made this past year could only stay behind. He started to feel sentimental about it all, until the thought hit him. Soon, he could fully transform into a dragon. That spirit of his instantly brightened. By lunchtime, he was famished, his hunger practically knocking him dizzy. Jiang Yu noticed and asked softly, "What do you want to eat for lunch?" Qin Feng's eyes lit up. "Jiang Jia, let's go for all-you-can-eat buffet." With his appetite as it was now, buffets were practically made for him. He could easily get his money's worth, and then some. Whether the restaurant's owner would cry about the loss, well, that would have to be their problem. Only trouble? He didn't have a single dime on him. Every meal would be on Jiang Yu. He really had become a freeloader at this point. Jiang Yu chuckled. "Sure. How about barbecue?" He was already salivating. "There's a good place near Linjiang Plaza," she said, steering the car. Jiang Yu occasionally shot glances at him through the rearview mirror. Ever since her brother's rebirth, everything had changed. His vision was fully restored, his talent unprecedented, his strength clearly off the charts. But what worried her most was his fixation on leaving for the ocean. The tragedy of their past life was like a thorn lodged in her heart. She couldn't always be by his side, but she could treat him better, until, hopefully, those reckless thoughts of his would die out. Why even think about going to sea? Wouldn't it be nicer to just stay safe and sound here? The thought of leaving the city never left Qin Feng's mind. The moment his full dragon transformation was complete, the East Sea was the only place he wanted to be. The car soon pulled into the shopping plaza. Buffet pricing for warriors came to $688 per person, unlimited for 3 hours. Walking inside, tables stacked high with fresh cuts of meat and seafood greeted their eyes. Qin Feng practically glowed with excitement. Grabbing a plate, he began scooping up beef and pork in piles, shamelessly loading it all up. Onlookers couldn't help but stare in disbelief. Jiang Yu sighed. "Finish what you have first. You can always go back for more." The two took a table by the window. She did the grilling while he focused solely on eating. Qin Feng barely came up for air, shoveling bite after bite straight into his mouth. Meat, meat, and more meat. The more she watched him, the more convinced Jiang Yu became that something fundamental about his body had changed. An exponential increase in power, rapidly escalating energy consumption. If he didn't eat enough, it could even hinder whatever evolution he was experiencing now. As Qin Feng gnawed hungrily on a pair of beef ribs, the neighboring table couldn't help but stop and stare. This wasn't eating. This was an all-out food battle. Barbecue. That one's not done yet. Don't just eat it. Jiang Yu quickly handed him some cooked meat. Here, have some vegetables too. She grilled plate after plate, neatly preparing vegetables and seafood, but all Qin Feng cared about was the meat. The people at the table next door couldn't help but take out their phones to record. This is just brutal. The server passed by several times, their expression growing more and more concerned. The buffet was all you can eat, sure, but wasting food wasn't allowed. They kept a close eye on Qin Feng's table, worried that at any moment, things were going to take a turn for the worse. An hour later, Qin Feng had consumed at least twice his own body weight in meat. Yet, his stomach only appeared slightly bloated, as if nothing had happened. Jiang Yu frowned. Little brother, are you full yet? Don't overdo it. We've already more than gotten our money's worth. The table was stacked high with empty plates, cleaned bones glinting under the restaurant lights. Qin Feng, who'd evolved, had absurdly strong teeth and digestion. Raw meat. No problem. Half-cooked? Barely noticed. The longer Jiang Yu watched, the more uneasy she felt. Are you sure you're okay? Should we go to the hospital and get this checked out? She was worried something might be wrong with his body. Qin Feng mumbled through a mouthful of food. Sis, I'm perfectly fine. The scene was just too outlandish. Not even fifth-rank warriors could pack away that much in such a short time. The owner of the restaurant approached, his face stiff. So much meat had gone down, yet the person consuming it hadn't changed much. Was this guy even human? Qin Feng cleared the last plate, wiped his mouth, and said, Sis, I'm full now. Under the bizarre gazes of the crowd, the two left the buffet restaurant. In 20 years of running this place, the owner had never encountered an appetite like this. Even those so-called competitive eaters couldn't compare. Truthfully, Qin Feng was only about 80% full. If he kept going, the owner might just break down in tears. After getting into the car, Jiang Yu gave him a serious reminder. If anything feels off, you have to tell me. Don't try to tough it out. Qin Feng smiled, relaxed. Don't worry. I feel like I could punch through a tank right now. Jiang Yu chuckled. Okay, you're the strongest, got it. She had originally planned to take him shopping, but her plans changed when she got a call about a new task. With no other choice, she dropped him off at home, repeatedly telling him not to wander off. Qin Feng sighed. He wasn't a kid, after all, but he knew she genuinely cared about him, so he patted his chest and promised to behave. Not related by blood, but more than a real sister. Back home, he checked his phone and saw a flood of notifications, 99+ messages. Class group chats and academy chats were all tagging him nonstop. When he opened them, they were all talking about what had happened that morning. At Qin Feng, be honest, did you awaken an SSS-level ability and get recruited by some secret agency? For real. Otherwise, why'd you drop out of school? Bet you're off doing top-secret missions now. Better watch out for a knock on your door. Already took screenshots. Say your prayers, man. At Qin Feng, punching power over 3,000 kilograms. Are you even human? This is insane. Did you break up and just evolve or something? Broke brothers can handle, but successful brothers? That's intimidating. At Qin Feng, if you're making bank, take me with you. Qin Feng scratched his head, but couldn't help smiling. After some thought, he replied with just a few sentences. He denied any involvement with some secret department, claiming he just wanted to chill. After exiting the group chats, he started getting DMs. One of them was from Not Happy, the nickname of Gao Xian, his high school best friend who wasn't at the same academy. Gao Xian had awakened an A-level mental ability, Beast Tamer, which allowed him to control low-level exotic beasts. Logically, Qin Feng should have been attending an Awakened Abilities Academy to maximize his talent. But Shen Qingming's relentless pursuit scared him off. As a lifelong single guy, he couldn't handle it. So, he ran off to join a martial arts academy. Qin Feng clicked on Gao X Science chat. You broke up with Xin Qingming? Didn't even tell me when you got out of the hospital? I was going to take time off to visit. Dude, where are you? Did you faint again? I heard you dropped out. No way. Come to the Awakened Academy instead. My mentor said someone with your talent would get priority training right away. The Awakened Abilities Academy was far, even by subway. It was a 4-hour trip. Also, it had way too many pure theory classes. Qin Feng explained his breakup and dropout with one simple reason. He wanted to take it easy. No more hustle. He was done competing. At the same time, he got a message from Wang Tan. Yichen woke up. He's pretty badly injured, but he says he wants a rematch. Claims he wasn't at his best that day, and that his weapons didn't feel right. Xin Qingming's backing him up, saying you used abilities to interfere and didn't win fair. His dad's a 6th-rank warrior, and the Yi family has connections in Shanghai. Be careful, man. Qin Feng smirked. As far as Xin Qingming was concerned, he felt nothing anymore, colder than a stranger. After replying with a simple thanks, he logged onto the extraordinary forum. Both martial artists and awakened individuals were considered extraordinary people, collectively referred to as such. To his surprise, the forum's homepage was already featuring him. Shocking. 2 male students duel for the school bell at the Martial Arts Academy. The video was blurred to hide identities, but the details were all there, especially the final. Power testing, everyone's spamming Ox in the comments. Some doubters claimed it must be an instructor. After all, most students graduate at grade 2 strength. But that single punch already reached grade 4 level. Qin Feng wasn't here for gossip. He searched one word, dragon. What showed up were thousands of results. All Western dragons with wings. The ones without wings were dinosaurs or giant pythons. None resembled the Eastern celestial dragon from his memory. In the Martial Arts Academy's theory class, they taught about exotic beasts. Their appearances, abilities, and weaknesses all had to be memorized. D-level and C-level were considered low-tier beasts. Their destructive power was limited, with low intelligence. Simply put, they were just beasts that happened to become stronger. B-level and A-level were high-tier beasts, packing devastating power. They had some intelligence and were territorial and collective by nature. A-level beasts in particular had adaptive, evolving abilities. Even stronger were the S-level beasts, known as Lord-tier creatures. These were terrifyingly powerful, extremely intelligent beings. Not only could they command lower-tier beasts, but they could also speak human language. As for SS or SSS levels, mankind hadn't truly faced them yet. Information on them was scarce. Qin Feng scrolled for a long time, but didn't find anything useful. Couldn't find anything? Might as well post in the forums and ask. He immediately typed up a post. Quick question, has anyone ever seen a dragon? The mythical kind with horns, scales, claws, flies through the sky, dives into the sea, and controls storms. Asking seriously. Waiting online, kind of urgent. After submitting the post, he started browsing news about the East Sea, planning on how to get there. He needed to prepare in advance. If he really turned into a dragon and couldn't get out, it'd be a disaster. Also, he wasn't sure if he would even be able to fly after transforming into a dragon. No one had ever experienced something like this, so he had to rely on his own exploration. There was plenty of East Sea-related news. The hottest story was about a cargo ship near Yinshan port being attacked by an A-level exotic beast, a massive ringed octopus. A distant water fishing vessel from CF Fisheries Company sank, with all 200 crew members on board perishing. CF Fisheries Company issued a statement promising significant compensation to the victims' families and announced they were recruiting crew members at generous wages in cities like Shanghai. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Wasn't this an opportunity? But ship crew members needed certification. He slapped his forehead, suddenly feeling dizzy and lightheaded. His vision went dark. Was he blacking out again? Staggering, he returned to his bedroom, collapsed onto the bed head first, and passed out. Beneath his pale skin, golden threads began to emerge, coursing along his veins and converging at his heart. The cycle repeated, continuously flowing, endlessly regenerating. In his sleep, he had another dream. Last time, he dreamt of turning into a dragon. This time, however, the dream left him blushing. He was in his own living room, under warm, dim lighting. The air carried an ambiguous, suggestive atmosphere. The outline of Jiang Yu's silhouette flickered in and out of sight. As he moved closer, his breathing grew rapid. The black lace dress she wore traced her curves, exuding an irresistible allure. Her skin glowed like porcelain, her arms reflecting a gentle luster under the light. She embodied a serene beauty akin to moonlight descending upon the mortal world. The sheer perfection of the scene was enough to make anyone lose control. His body felt like it was on fire. One more step closer, and he'd burst. Yet, beyond his control, his body kept moving forward. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu had just returned home from her mission. It was already 11 p.m. Seeing no one in the living room, she immediately rushed to the bedroom. Relieved to find Qin Feng sleeping soundly, she sighed in relief. At least he hadn't run off somewhere. The outside world was growing more dangerous. She had to grow stronger as soon as possible. Suddenly, Jiang Yu caught a faint, unfamiliar scent in the air. She'd never been in a relationship, but she wasn't naive, either. Books mention this. She may have even secretly watched videos about it. It was a natural response, a typical physiological reaction. Jiang Yu's heart began racing as she softly approached the bedside, debating whether or not to help him undress. It couldn't be comfortable sleeping like that. Looking down, she saw Qin Feng drenched in sweat, as if he'd just been pulled from water. Was this impurity expulsion? Realization struck her like a thunderbolt. He must be awakening his innate talent. His body was purifying itself, and quite effectively, too. Should she buy him some evolution fluid? After some thought, she decided to wait until tomorrow to ask him. As long as he didn't leave the city, things would be manageable. After a brief moment of hesitation, she finally extended her hand. The mighty Moon Empress herself, who wouldn't flinch at life or death, found her heart pounding out of her chest at this moment. In her previous life, she'd been a loner and had never done anything like this. The rustling of fabric echoed softly. Not long after, she cradled the set of changed clothes and left the room. She tossed the clothes into the washing machine, grabbed a fresh set of pajamas from home, and returned to Qin Feng's bathroom. Half asleep, Qin Feng could vaguely hear the sound of running water. A golden light emanated from his chest, illuminating the entire bedroom. About 40 minutes later, the water stopped, and the hum of a hairdryer followed. 10 minutes passed. Jiang Yu stepped out, her long hair falling smoothly over her shoulders, pure and radiant like a lotus emerging from water. She carefully hung up the wet clothes and lay down on the living room sofa. She had to wake up early tomorrow, so she'd just sleep there. To her, Qin Feng was one of the few people she could trust. Staying at his place was no different than sleeping at her own. She quickly drifted off to sleep. Inside the bedroom, Qin Feng was awakened by an urgent need to use the bathroom. Glancing at his phone, he saw it was 4 a.m. 20. He felt groggy, his whole body sticky, and a certain area chillingly cold. Wait, where are his pants? He snapped wide awake. With sharp night vision, he looked down. His clothes were all gone. But he had gone to bed dressed. Could it have been Sister Jiang? His heart sank, and quietly, he crept to the living room. On the sofa, Jiang Yu was asleep on her side. A white tank top, gray shorts, and those long, perfectly straight legs. The scene was so vivid, it burned into his mind. A wave of impulse surged within him. He wanted to rush over, to pin her down, to possess her. His breathing grew heavy, desire crashing against its restraints like a caged beast. No, she saw him as a younger brother, someone to protect. How could he even think of doing such a thing? What would that make him? A beast? His blood boiled. His heartbeat thundered. He stared at her intensely. Exhale. He abruptly shut his eyes and turned away, retreating to his room to grab his clothes, and went straight to the bathroom. Cold water poured over his head, but it couldn't douse the fire. Jiang Yu was too stunning, especially those legs. He could stare at them forever and never grow tired of it. 10 minutes later, he managed to calm down. Returning to his room, he changed the bed sheets and lay there in a daze. What was wrong with him? It wasn't even the first time he'd seen Jiang Yu's legs. Why had he almost lost control today? Suddenly, a phrase popped into his mind. The nature of dragons is inherently lustful. Legends say dragons born 9 offspring, each distinct and unique, and seemed capable of mating with almost any being. Could it be due to the high life level of dragons? But he wasn't some animal, willing to accept just anything. Dragons may have no reservations, But he was a human-turned dragon, and his heart could only accept humans. The difference between a man and a beast lies in the ability to control desires. Jiang Yu treated him so well. He couldn't claim her in such a way, let alone hurt her. And eventually, he would have to leave. Jiang Yu was his only attachment in the world. He began pondering how to leave without making her too sad. Thinking about it, he drifted off to sleep again. The next morning, ding, progress 30%. The black dragon's heart, an eternal flame of life. Dragon blood, brimming with vitality, capable of raising the dead and healing the broken. Qin Feng opened his eyes, his body aching all over. No wonder such drastic changes happened last night. His heart and blood had completely transformed. He was now a half-dragon, half-human creature. He bit his finger, squeezing out a drop of blood. It shimmered, a mix of gold and black. Golden blood. Without hesitation, he quickly ingested it, unwilling to waste a single drop. As he checked his finger, the wound had already healed. This rate of recovery, utterly insane. As his life level rose, so did his entire body's strength and resilience. He got dressed and threw the bedsheets into the washing machine, standing barefoot in front of the mirror in just his underwear. Defined abs, smooth lines. But there was now a small, black, diamond-shaped scale on his chest, gleaming with a metallic sheen. It starkly contrasted his fair skin. This face, this physique. Who wouldn't be attracted? Half an hour later, he stepped onto the balcony to hang the laundry. That's when he noticed Jiang Yu's personal garments. Heat rushed to his head. That restless sensation surged back again. No. Hastily finishing up, he bolted out of the apartment. He headed to the park, running 20 kilometers in one go. All these pent-up thoughts must stem from unspent energy. After 20 kilometers, not a drop of sweat. So he kept going. The elderly onlookers were stunned. Kid's got some serious energy. His stamina's insane. Someone even joked about introducing him to their granddaughter. Qin Feng ran lap after lap, never tiring, but growing increasingly ravenous. Hey brother, wait up. Qin Feng stopped and turned. A man in a pale blue tracksuit caught up to him. The man had sharp features, though his face bore signs of a harsh life. On his wrist was an expensive smartwatch, and his strong vitality marked him as a martial artist. What's up? Qin Feng asked. The man stared into Qin Feng's golden eyes, visibly startled, before quickly averting his gaze. I'm Xielihua. You've got some incredible endurance. I'd like to get to know you. They shook hands. The most dangerous? Venom-toothed tiger sharks and giant ringed octopuses. Both were massive, highly venomous, and led to significant casualties every time they caused trouble. Deep in the Pacific, there were certainly S-rank beasts, maybe even SS or higher-rank threats. For now, he'd steer clear of that territory. One question popped into his mind. Could he develop immunity to toxins? With dragon scales protecting him, his defense should be impenetrable by normal standards, right? Time ticked by. Qin Feng dozed off on his desk. Buzz. His phone vibrated. No need to check. He already knew who it was. Who? Jiang Jia. Little brother, come downstairs for dinner. The moment he saw the words dinner, he snapped awake. He replied with a quick, okay, and immediately headed downstairs. In the underground parking lot, Jiang Yu was sitting in her car and waved to him. Little brother, get in. Qin Feng got in the car, closed the door, and fastened his seatbelt in one smooth motion. What do you feel like eating for lunch? Her tone was gentle. Let's go for buffet. Buffet was the most cost-effective. He could eat to his heart's content. Jiang Yu chuckled. Afraid I can't afford to feed you? No, I just eat a lot. Not today, though. A friend will be joining us. Is that okay? If he disagreed, she'd drop it immediately. To her, as long as he stayed by her side, nothing else mattered. Of course, it's fine. Qin Feng answered without hesitation. It was perfectly normal for her to have friends. After all, they weren't a couple or anything. Turns out, he was overthinking it. That friend was a woman, at a well-known Chinese restaurant. The three of them sat by the window, with a table full of 7 beautifully presented dishes, enticing in both aroma and appearance. Qin Feng paid no attention to the outside world, burying himself in eating and eating hard. Jiang Yu, seated beside him, kept picking food for him, her movements skilled and natural. Across the table sat a fair-skinned woman with delicate features, wearing half-rimmed glasses. She gave off a calm and collected vibe, a woman who obviously had a sharp mind. Yeah, why didn't you tell me earlier your little brother was so handsome? Xiao Moli smiled, her gaze landing on his gold-colored eyes. Jiang Yu laughed. I've told you before, he's the most handsome man in the world. You didn't believe me because you hadn't seen him. Brother Qinfeng, let sister have a good look? Xiao Moli spoke gently. Qinfeng looked up at her. Those golden eyes were cold and majestic, like a god looking down on mortals. Xiao Moli met his gaze. Her mind went blank. A chill ran down her back, and cold sweat slid down her temple. As if facing a deity, almost about to kneel down. Qinfeng quickly withdrew his gaze, lowered his head, and continued eating. Xiao Moli panted heavily, her voice trembling. SSS level. Less than 10% development, and the mental power is already this strong. He hadn't even used any ability. Just one look at her made her, an A-level psychic, lose focus. Jiang Yu's heart trembled, yet she felt it was only natural. SSS level abilities, there are no more than 10 people in the entire Xia country. The higher the level, the stronger the mental power, the more terrifying the potential, and the future is limitless. She put away her thoughts and said to Qinfeng, she is Director Xia of the Biological Research Institute, specializing in abilities and exotic beasts. Qinfeng nodded. I see, Director Xia, hello. Whether a scientist or the Guard Bureau, he respected them from the bottom of his heart. If humanity wants to defeat the strange beasts, fighting alone is far from enough. Only by thoroughly studying them can they truly be suppressed. Xiao Moli and the others are the ones doing this. Xiao Moli smiled and said, don't be so formal, just call me Sister Xia. Jiang Yu looked at Qinfeng. Brother, if you don't feel well anywhere, let her check you out. His strength surged dramatically, and his appetite was astonishing, even more extreme than that of a fourth-grade martial artist, so she couldn't help but worry. Qinfeng's heart tightened, instinctively resisting. He was no longer an ordinary person. Having awakened to 30%, his heart and blood had changed. On top of that, with the power of dragon blood, he didn't want to have a blood sample taken. If I analyze a bit today, will someone lock him up tomorrow to study him exclusively? Xiao Moli pushed up her glasses and said gently, don't be nervous. We are very professional and won't hurt you. I'm just worried you might be hiding it, Jiang Yu hurriedly explained. Qinfeng looked calm. Sister Jiang, I understand what you mean. I'm fine. No need to trouble Director Xia. Jiang Yu finally nodded. All right, then I'm relieved. Your strength has increased too quickly, and your development level isn't high. So maybe you should try the evolution serum. After the revival of spiritual energy, some people's genes mutated, their mental strength surged, and they awakened special abilities. Special abilities require long-term development, and taking the evolution serum can quickly enhance mental strength and intensity. The evolution serum has long been on the market with no side effects, but each vial costs 1.2 million, equivalent to a house. Qinfeng didn't want to owe anyone, shook his head and refused. No need. I'll practice on my own slowly, and I won't join the guard's bureau. Jiang Yu didn't insist further and just said she would accompany him to buy clothes. Xiao Moli secretly felt regretful. That is an SSS-level ability. If he grows up, he might be able to overwhelm all beasts with a single glance. After eating, Xiao Moli left. Jiang Yu took Qinfeng shopping at the mall. Qinfeng was distracted, trying on clothes one by one. He thought it was unnecessary. He would become a dragon sooner or later, so buying clothes was a waste. But he couldn't argue with Jiang Yu, so he had to cooperate. Black looks good. Jiang Yu nodded in approval. Qinfeng forced a smile. You've worn enough. Let's go back. After getting in the car, his eyelids grew heavy. The evolution was too rapid. The coma was actually the body's self-protection. Jiang Yu explained while driving. I'm just worried about you. The authorities won't force you. She was afraid he would get angry, and even more afraid that the tragedy would happen again. Qinfeng forced himself to respond. I understand. Jiang Yu said softly. You don't have to go into the guard bureau, but don't leave me. Qinfeng felt the world spinning and then completely lost consciousness. The car stopped in the residential area. Jiang Yu noticed he had fallen asleep, sighed, and carried him into the elevator. If Jiang Yu were not a fourth-rank martial artist, she wouldn't have been able to carry Qinfeng. He was ridiculously heavy, and after only a few steps, her back was already aching from the strain. She frowned and muttered, Why is my younger brother's chest so hard? It doesn't look like a necklace, more like a strange stone. She sent him home and laid him on the bed, just about to check on him, when the phone rang urgently. The mission was urgent, so she had no choice but to leave. Qin Feng fell back into sleep and entered a dream again. This time there was no ambiguity, only chaos and terror. He was unable to move, only able to hear the clash of metal and deafening shouts of battle. It was a great war sweeping across the world. Mountains and rivers shattered, seawater surged backward. The strong and gigantic beasts fought fiercely until the sky fell and the earth cracked. Land sank, and humans were crushed like ants. A roar of thunder tore through heaven and earth. In a tsunami thousands of meters high, a shadow darkening the sky soared into the air. Pitch-black scales covered with flowing clouds and electric patterns. All beasts bow their heads. Someone roars, slaying the dragon. Dark shadows circle searching. Ultimately, only overwhelming fury remains. Thunder roars endlessly. Black flames burn the sea. The world falls into darkness. The system sound suddenly rang out in the early morning. Progress at 40%. Obtained water ripple dragon scales, controllable water, and the ability to breathe underwater. Qin Feng suddenly sat up, noticing that 3 dragon scales had grown on each of his arms. Waves and ripples also gradually appeared on his waist, back, and legs, hidden beneath the surface. He felt a chill in his heart and realized he would have to wear long sleeves and long pants from now on. But a greater thought overshadowed his fear. Since he could breathe underwater, could he live in the water like a fish? He rushed into the bathroom and submerged his arm in the water. The scales slowly opened and closed, as if breathing. After the experiment, he was certain that he could really breathe underwater. A surge of joy welled up in his heart. If he could dive into the rivers and seas, perhaps he could hide in the ocean before fully transforming into a dragon. Otherwise, the body size will swell drastically, and it will definitely be exposed. The opportunity is in the water. He must seize it quickly. But for now, he still has to wait. This place is very safe, and there is no shortage of food. Qin Feng changed into long sleeves and long pants, grabbed a jacket, and headed straight for the Yonglu River. He ran wildly along the riverbank and stopped at a remote, deserted spot. After confirming that there was no one around and no cameras, he quickly took off his clothes, hugged them, and jumped into the river. The black dragon scales opened and closed underwater. Qin Feng was initially stunned, then overjoyed. He could breathe underwater and swim as easily as walking on land. The murky river water had no effect on him. His eyes were wide open and incredibly clear, and the water seemed to flow around him on its own. He dove to the riverbed, where schools of pomfrets, carp, and catfish swam by. Each one was astonishingly large, the smallest weighing at least 20 to 30 jin, and one catfish was almost as long as him. But these fish didn't dare come close at all. They scattered like they had seen a natural enemy. Even with only 40% bloodline, he was still a dragon, the ruler of scale insects. Qin Feng darted back and forth in the water, so excited he could hardly contain himself. Suddenly, his gaze fixed. Ahead, a spindle-shaped large fish swam slowly, with a pointed, elongated snout. Summer state sturgeon. The body was over 10 meters long and weighed at least more than a ton. Qin Feng didn't make a move. He hadn't fully transformed into a dragon yet, so he couldn't bring himself to eat such a gigantic creature raw. Take it back to cook? That would make too much noise. The sturgeon seemed to sense danger as well. With a flick of its tail, it quickly fled. Qin Feng could also clearly see the movements on the shore from underwater. After finding an uninhabited area, he surfaced. Once he confirmed it was safe, he leapt out and quickly put on his clothes. The black scales were too conspicuous. They had to be covered. The dragon embodies the utmost yang energy. His qi and blood surged. His whole body was scorching hot, and after running several kilometers along the river, his wet clothes were steamed dry. Unconsciously, he had already swum 10 kilometers in the water. Qin Feng ran along the river, preparing to go back and have breakfast. Ring, ring, ring. The phone rang. Jiang Yu called. Fortunately, the phone is waterproof, otherwise it would have been ruined by now. He answered the call. Little brother, you're not home? Where did you go? Jiang Yu's voice was anxious. I'm running. I'll be back soon. Qin Feng responded while running. A clear sigh of relief came from the other end of the phone. I bought breakfast, waiting for you. The call ended. Qin Feng increased his speed again, each day stronger than the last. As he ran, a thought popped into his mind. It is said that dragons can move clouds and scatter rain. That is an innate divine power. What about him? Where is he going to study? Or should he wait until he fully transforms into a dragon and naturally awakens? Could it be that he can only rely on brute physical strength without any cultivation techniques or divine powers? Qin Feng had a feeling it wasn't like this. Human martial artists start with body refining, improving their vitality and spirit. After refining their limbs and reaching the third grade, they can cultivate the breathing technique to unleash stronger power. The breathing technique is kept by the authorities and martial families, taught one-on-one and never made public. 10 minutes later, Qin Feng returned home. His breathing was steady, as if he had only gone for a casual walk. Jiang Yu sat at the dining table, and seeing him come back safely, smiled and invited him to have breakfast. The table was covered with food, so much that even 10 people couldn't finish it all. Qin Feng sat down and started devouring the buns. Jiang Yu frowned as she saw him wearing long sleeves and long pants, and asked if he didn't find it stuffy running in such hot weather. Qin Feng vaguely said he was afraid of getting a tan. Jiang Yu didn't press further, but seriously reminded him that the city had just cracked down on foreign hostile forces, and some were still on the run. Their abilities were no weaker than third-rank martial artists, and the entire city was conducting a manhunt. She told Qin Feng to go out less during this period and to eat downstairs or order takeout. Qin Feng didn't care and said he would just punch whoever he really encountered. Jiang Yu shook her head, saying that he hadn't undergone system training and would suffer if he really ran into trouble. She promised to teach him breathing techniques and boxing whenever she had time. As long as he stayed out of restricted areas, he could protect himself. Qin Feng hesitated in his heart, unsure if he was still in a state to practice human martial arts, but he still agreed. He finished his breakfast in one go. Before leaving, Jiang Yu transferred him 5,000 and told him not to wander around recklessly. The message arrived. Qin Feng smiled bitterly. Life was stable but oppressive. He left all the group chats, clearly aware that sooner or later he would completely turn into a dragon and wouldn't be able to use his phone anymore. At this moment, Xie Lihua sent a voice message saying that his application was denied. He seemed to be classified as a key protected individual and couldn't leave the Magic City without permission. After hearing this, Qin Feng felt both helpless and touched, understanding that Jiang Yu was shielding him from risks. If he had heard this yesterday, he would definitely have been anxious and might even have prepared to break through by force. Now he was calm instead. If he really had to leave, at worst he would jump into the Yonglu River, swim all the way into the Yangtze River, and then into the sea. He would not blame Jiang Yu. He only replied to Xie Lihua with a single word of apology. The other party quickly replied, saying there would be opportunities to fight side by side in the future. Warriors ultimately have to deal with monsters. Qin Feng replied with a okay and opened the Explorers Association member he added last night. Feishin nickname, Luokong. The profile picture looks like a girl. He was always curious about what this association actually does. Do they specifically run into prohibited zones? I just accepted a friend request, and the other party immediately sent a long string of messages. Hello, I am a member of the Adventurers Association. May I ask if you have seen a dragon? We cooperate with the authorities and frequently enter forbidden zones to search for unknown strange beasts, recording their characteristics and abilities. We are very interested in the Eastern dragon you mentioned. There are records of dragons abroad. One is an S-class red dragon, codenamed Red Demon. The other is an A-class black dragon, with very little data available. Both have huge wings, scales like those of a carp, thin yet hard, with a metallic luster. But the Eastern dragon has a slender body and no wings, so how does it fly? Rely on air pressure? Or some kind of internal energy? Legends say dragons often appear during thunderstorms, riding clouds and mist. Maybe they can efficiently use electrical energy, possibly having organs that store electricity inside their bodies. Can the scales open and close to generate propulsion? Could the ability to create rain also be related to electricity? Qin Feng stared blankly. These people know too much. Electricity? He already knows that dragon scales allow him to breathe underwater, but he still can't figure out how to fly. He originally thought it was related to spiritual energy, but now it seems not necessarily so. He was silent for a moment, then replied, "I've never seen it, just curious." The other person replied instantly, "Where are you? Is it convenient to meet and talk?" Qin Feng frowned. "Not very convenient. Who exactly are you?" This time there was a 2-second pause. "A group of brave souls living on the edge of death." Seeing this sentence, Qin Feng didn't know how to respond, so he simply logged out of Feixin. As soon as he logged onto the Supernatural forum, an emergency notice popped up. Magic City report. 3 supernatural individuals from abroad are on the run. If you have any leads, please report to the police immediately. It has already been made public. It seems the matter has escalated significantly. He clicked to see the details. Number 1. A-class illusion type. Combat power above mid-3rd grade. True appearance unknown. Involved in the Qinghe residential area massacre case. Reward, 1 million. Number 2. B-class psychic type. Peak 3rd grade warrior. Ordinary middle-aged male. Approximately 162 centimeters tall. Involved in 2 homicide cases. Reward, 800,000. The bounties are alarmingly high. Qin Feng was a bit moved, but didn't know where to find someone. Forget it. Better take a look at the information on the strange beasts. Transforming into a dragon would only take a few days, after which playing on the phone would be difficult, unless he custom-made a phone that could be operated with dragon claws. But where could one find that kind of material? Time quickly reached noon. Qin Feng got up and went downstairs. The spicy hot pot downstairs was cheap and affordable. He often came here. Let's start with 2 baskets, 30 jin, just to fill the stomach first. The boss was stunned, but Qin Feng still insisted on taking everything. It was not over yet. He almost emptied the 2 freezers, leaving only some vegetables for the people behind. "You take it all, what am I supposed to eat?" At the door stood a girl, wearing a black short-sleeve shirt paired with denim shorts, her high ponytail neat and tidy, her face delicate, but at this moment she was fuming with clenched teeth. She had just walked in, and there were only vegetables left. Qin Feng glanced at her and said calmly, "Just cross the traffic light. There's another store directly opposite." Chui Sini stared at his chest and raised an eyebrow. "Martial artist? 2nd rank. None of your business." Being this cautious even in the city? The long sleeves are probably to cover up armor, right? "None of your business." Qin Feng turned his back and urged the boss to hurry up. "My name is Chui Sini, and you?" "Just a passerby." She wouldn't give up, swiftly stepping in front of him, looking straight into his eyes. Those golden pupils were piercingly cold, as if an oppressive force was bearing down. In that brief eye contact, her mind suddenly exploded, as if she saw a fierce black dragon head roaring with its mouth open. Qin Feng looked away, his voice colder. "If you bother me again, I'll call the police." Chui Sini stood frozen in place, a chill running down her back. Superpower? She didn't believe it was real, only thinking it was a psychic illusion. "You're an SS-level superpowered individual? From the Superpower Academy?" "No, don't bother me." At this moment, 2 more boys came in. Seeing the freezer was almost empty, they were stunned. They came here often, but these 2 big freezers had never been cleared out like this. Sui Sini came over again, smiling gently. "Add me on Feixin?" "No. Phone. Forgot. Do you live nearby? I'd like to get to know you." She pressed forward step by step. He retreated step by step. The 2 boys beside her watched with envy. "It's really nice to be handsome. Even just eating, people would chase after you." Moreover, Chui Sini had a tall figure, with long, straight, fair legs. After some hesitation, she finally sighed. "Don't get me wrong. I just think you have great talent and want to get to know you." "No need. At least tell me your name." "Qin Feng. You're a student, right?" "I just graduated from the Academy of Abilities last year." "No." Qin Feng didn't want to say any more. Her eyes were too sharp, too easily seeing through people. He just wanted to keep a low profile for a few days, then quietly leave the city. Chui Sini wrote down the name, finally stopped pestering, and turned to leave. Qin Feng waited for half an hour, then packed up all 11 servings of spicy hot pot to go. Back home, he started eating immediately. Bowl after bowl he stuffed into his mouth, even drinking the soup clean to the last drop. After eating his fill, that familiar drowsiness washed over him again. He locked the bedroom door from the inside, collapsed onto the bed, and quickly fell into a deep sleep. Just like before, he dreamed again. In the dream, he became a black giant dragon. His massive body coiled on a solitary island, with half his tail immersed in the sea. The dragon's head was slightly raised, and with every breath, starlight fell. With every breath, the sea's surface churned. Golden vertical pupils gazed eastward, stars aligned in a row, like another dragon lying across the horizon. But it was only an illusion. Accompanying him was only boundless loneliness. No peers. Only the stars can be regarded as companions. Moonlight falls on the scales, coldly shining. The next morning, Jiang Yu didn't return all night. She's most likely still hunting those overseas transcendent beings. Ding, progress at 50%. Qin Feng opened his eyes, power surging within his body. The system didn't elaborate on the changes, but he knew he had become stronger. Only that uncontrollable impulse had also grown more intense. Couldn't hold back. He changed clothes and went downstairs to run. Originally planning to run 30 kilometers, he got more and more excited as he ran and finally stopped only after running a full 60 kilometers. Not long after he got home, Jiang Yu came in carrying breakfast. Little brother, finished running? Just got back. Have something to eat first. Her face looked tired, and her fair arms were still bandaged with wounds. Qin Feng sighed. Sister Jiang, the forum says those two supernaturals are hard to catch. Jiang Yu forced a smile. They have a gang in the city, and maybe even some of our own people mixed in. Our own people? Qin Feng fell silent. There have never been few people who sell out their country for profit. This is also the reason why he dared not tell the secret to the authorities. Without enough strength, exposure is a gamble with life. The legendary creature. What would happen if other countries found out? Research, imprisonment, or outright elimination. He finished his breakfast in a few bites. Jiang Yu stood up and walked to the door across. Little brother, come over. Qin Feng followed her into the room. Her home was more simply arranged, with 2 bedrooms and a living room, one of which had been converted into a training room. The two sat cross-legged facing each other. Jiang Yu spoke. What you learned at the Martial Institute is just the basics, refining your qi, blood, and bones. True cultivation methods can only be practiced by second-grade martial artists under the guidance of fourth-grade instructors. Qin Feng nodded. The instructor said that forcing cultivation without enough qi and blood would cause death. Jiang Yu's expression grew serious. After the revival of spiritual energy, various cultivation methods have emerged, some powerful, some wicked. Truly safe and powerful cultivation methods are mostly held by the noble families. Jiang Yu's tone was filled with helplessness. Even though she was one of the top 10 powerhouses in the Xia Kingdom in her previous life, that couldn't change this situation. A family with a martial saint could enter the upper echelons and even influence national decisions. She withdrew her thoughts and said seriously, "The cultivation method I am going to teach you is called Moon Refining Technique. Remember every word I say from now on." This is the foundation of her attainment as a martial saint. She obtained it back then in the ruins and personally improved it to better suit her own cultivation. Both men and women can practice it, and Qin Feng is no exception. It absorbs spiritual energy faster and can refine moonlight at night. Moonlight nourishes the body and can also enhance mental strength. Qin Feng has an excellent memory. She only needs to explain once, and he remembers everything. Remember, the cultivation method must never be shared externally. Now all countries are competing secretly, and cultivation methods and combat techniques are lifelines. Jiang Yu's expression was serious. Qin Feng felt a surge of warmth in his heart. They were not related by blood, yet she taught him without reservation. Sister Jiang, I will never tell anyone. Jiang Yu rubbed his head again and said, I'll teach you another technique, Pagang Fist. This fist style is not flashy, but fierce and direct, very useful for one-on-one fights. Your lower stance must be stable, your force continuous, concentrate power, explode, and strike the vital points in one smooth motion. She demonstrated as she spoke. Strike quickly, accurately, and decisively. Get close if you can. Don't give your opponent a chance to weaken your force. With that, she punched the wooden dummy. The dummy shook violently, the force of the punch passing through, leaving a deep mark on the steel plate behind. Reserve some strength during actual combat. Overexerting and missing will only hurt yourself. If your flaw is caught, the situation will immediately turn around. Qin Feng nodded. Just remember it. No need to be polite. Come and try. Qin Feng hesitated a little. Don't worry, the punching post is sturdy. He threw punches in the way she had taught him. A muffled bang. The punching post shook violently, the force directly passing through the steel plate, leaving a punch mark on the wall. Jiang Yu was stunned. This punch already had the strength of a fourth-grade martial artist. Enough to instantly kill a C-level abnormal beast and heavily injure a B-level one. Brother Yu. Jiang Yu was momentarily at a loss for words. With such talent and power, it really would be a pity not to join the Guard Bureau. Everyone has selfish desires. She would rather have one less top-tier fighter than force him to make a choice. The two sat side by side against the wall. Jiang Yu rested her head on his shoulder. Qin Feng's whole body stiffened. Even his breathing grew shallow. He could see that she was carrying too much pressure on her shoulders. Out early and home late all year round. It's normal for him not to return home for 10 days or even half a month. One phone call means rushing to the scene. Since his parents passed away, she is probably the only one in this world who would unconditionally treat him well. But just thinking about how she will inevitably leave makes him sad and tightens his heart. Some things you can't avoid just because you want to. Sis. Qin Feng tentatively asked. I saw on a forum that someone said winged dragons have appeared abroad. So what about the dragons in our legends? Why has no one ever seen them? Jiang Yu looked up at him. Has anyone ever seen a dragon without wings? Her heart sank, worried that the black dragon had already grown. But after searching through all the information, there wasn't a single clue. Qin Feng lightly cleared his throat. No, it's just something netizens were discussing. Jiang Yu softly uttered an "oh," then leaned back on his shoulder. Qin Feng continued to ask, if there really were such dragons, what would we do? Jiang Yu was silent for a moment. Remembering that apocalyptic scene, she whispered, no matter how mythical a dragon is, it's essentially a strange beast. In their eyes, humans are no different from ants. Would we care about crushing a few ants? To this day, no high-level exotic beasts can coexist peacefully with humans. Control-type abilities are only effective on lower levels. High-level exotic beasts have a strong sense of territoriality, and some even consider humans as food. Qin Feng nervously asked, what if it has intelligence but doesn't harm people? Jiang Yu shook her head. High-level ones all have intelligence. S-levels can even speak human language. The smarter they are, the more dangerous they become, and they're simply not trustworthy. Different species can't truly achieve peace. Qin Feng quietly pressed, but what if there really were dragons? Jiang Yu didn't think much of it, just took it as his curiosity. Its power is too strong, at least SS level. As long as there's a chance, we will definitely find a way to get rid of it. No other possibilities? None, unless it never steps into the human world. But such a creature, any careless move could trigger a disaster. We've lost the ocean, yet we can't live without it. She closed her eyes, her voice growing softer and softer. Before long, she fell asleep on his shoulder. Qin Feng felt a bitter ache in his heart. It seems he is destined to stay away from the crowd. He does not want to be enemies with this country. In his heart, dragons have never been monsters. They are the symbol of this country, the guardian deity. The Pacific Ocean is too dangerous. Qin Feng felt that he had just transformed into a dragon, and his strength was still unstable. Rashly going over there would be a death sentence. It was better to lie low near the coast for a while first. An hour later, Jiang Yu's phone rang. There really was a mission. She stood up and smiled. Don't run too far for dinner. I'll head off first. The door closed. Only Qin Feng remained in the room. He went to the training room to practice. Anyway, I'm just idling around. It was soon noon. He was too lazy to go out, so he just ordered takeout. His appetite was too big for one place, so he simply ordered from 4 different restaurants. The food delivery hadn't arrived yet. He turned on the TV and slumped on the sofa. In a daze, I just felt that this sofa was more comfortable than the one at my own home. Half asleep, half awake. Ding dong. The doorbell rang abruptly. Qin Feng instantly woke up. He quickly opened the door, but outside was not a delivery person. A woman wearing a courier uniform stood at the door. Looked soft, cute, and adorable, like the kind who would cry for 3 days if punched once. Not tall, but with a glare cold enough to be fierce. Hello, White Dog Express. there's a package to be signed for. But when she spoke, it was a deep male voice. Qin Feng's heart tightened. Illusion? His pupils flickered, and the illusion shattered completely. The supernatural ability didn't work at all. He appeared calm. It's my girlfriend's package. Can I sign for it? Surprise flashed in the woman's eyes. Then she smiled. Of course. Qin Feng reached out to take the pen. The next second, his left hand slammed hard on her shoulder, and his right fist exploded. Boom. The fist, like a heavy hammer, fiercely struck her abdomen. He held her tightly, not even letting her retreat. With a punch delivered, the woman rolled her eyes, saliva spilled out, and she fainted on the spot. The fist force burst through the body, creating a punch hole in the wall behind. All the power was concentrated into one point. Qin Feng dragged her into the living room like dragging a dead dog. Class A illusion wanted criminal. No doubt about it. It's unclear how she found this place. But the target is obvious, Jiangyu. Unable to fight head-on, she tries to threaten by capturing someone. When he called himself her boyfriend, the excitement in her eyes was impossible to hide. What a pity. Her supernatural ability never took effect from start to finish. Qin Feng dialed Jiangyu's number. It connected after just 2 rings. Little brother? What happened? The voice was clearly nervous. I'm fine. Sister, come back once. A woman broke in, looking like a wanted criminal, and I knocked her out with one punch. Silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds. If there's an anomaly, kill immediately. I'll be right back. All right. The woman on the ground was pale, blood at the corner of her mouth. Suddenly, she coughed twice. Slowly opened her eyes. Qin Feng could take her life with a single punch, not afraid at all of her tricks. The woman had just opened her eyes when she met a pair of golden pupils. That gaze was icy cold and piercing, stabbing into her mind like a knife. Her head buzzed loudly, almost collapsing, trembling all over. Don't kill me. I beg you. Qin Feng squatted in front of her, his tone indifferent. Who are you? The woman was so scared that her face turned pale. I am a courier for Baigo Express. Smack. A slap landed hard. 2 bloody teeth flew out, hitting the floor. Say it again. Qin Feng said expressionlessly. One side of her face instantly swelled up, her voice trembling. I am a psychic. Do you think I can't tell? Seeing him raise his hand again, she completely broke down. Stop hitting me. I'll tell you. What do you want to know? Don't call the police. I'm begging you. She never expected that this handsome young man not only saw through her A-level illusion, but also completely overwhelmed her in speed and strength. She didn't even have the thought of resisting. Qin Feng asked coldly, Which country are you from? The woman lowered her head and whispered, Sakura country. How did you find this place? She gritted her teeth in silence. Once this name is spoken, she won't survive until tomorrow. Qin Feng's tone grew colder. Before the security bureau arrives, I'll take you out first. The woman forced herself to kneel. No. Spare me. I'll give you money. 2 million. Qin Feng sneered. Dare to bring out dirty money too? He grabbed her hair and dragged her into the training room. Once the door closed, it was soundproof. Fist strikes fell like raindrops. Qin Feng restrained his strength, using only 20%, neither letting her die nor letting her feel comfortable. The screams were muffled inside the room, piercing and harsh. 5 minutes later, he walked out as if nothing had happened. In less than a minute, the door was pushed open. Jiangyu burst in with 3 black-clad warriors. Where are the people? Seeing that Qin Feng was unharmed, she visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Feng pointed toward the training room, still alive. A few people rushed in and were all stunned when they saw the woman on the ground. Blood and flesh were mangled, almost unrecognizable. A soldier gasped sharply. There was still 1 breath left. Take him away. Jiang Yu decisively gave the order. One person carried her on his back and hurried downstairs, thinking to ensure their safety before questioning. The man carrying a long knife asked in a low voice, Captain Jiang, your brother is at the peak of the 3rd rank. Jiang Yu smiled as she looked at Qin Feng, who was going to the door to get the takeaway. Almost. Zhao Yuanshan frowned. If he is so strong, why hasn't he joined the guard bureau? At the peak of 3rd rank, training here for a few years would make one a 2nd-class soldier. Qin Feng carried the takeout inside the door. Sister Jiang, are you eating? Jiang Yu shook her head. We're going back to eat. Zhao Yuanshan stared at his golden eyes, suddenly realizing. Pupil technique ability? You can see through her illusion? S-class supernatural power combined with third-grade strength. Yet this person hasn't joined the security bureau. Qin Feng nodded. She disguised herself as a courier. You knocked her out directly? She was off guard, thinking I didn't notice. Jiang Yu reminded. When we go back to report, don't run around. All right. Everyone left. After finishing lunch, Qin Feng started feeling sleepy again. He locked the door from the inside and quickly fell asleep. In the dream, it is a trench 10,000 meters deep. The water pressure is terrifying. Only S-class beasts dare to approach. The beast's roar reverberates. He transforms into a black dragon, understanding the snarls. Dragon King, beyond this lies the abyss. The spiritual energy resurgence was caused by humans. The black dragon hovered above the abyss. Powerful as it was, it dared not descend rashly. The truth lies below. I have seen that golden dragon die here. A massive blue figure spoke. If we combine our strength to seal this place, perhaps we can still prevent the disaster. The black dragon replied softly, let's hope so. Early morning. Progress 60%. Longway SSS awakening. Qin Feng rolled over and got up, looking at the mirror. The aura was colder, more imposing. The phone lit up. Jiang Yu sent a message, asking him to send the bank card number so the bounty could be transferred. He sent the card number over. The money didn't matter. The credit was always meant to go to her. Then he went downstairs to run. He wanted to test his limits. 60 kilometers had passed, and he could still keep going, but he was starving. He bought out several breakfast shops and leisurely went home. Days like this are very comfortable, but there isn't much time left. The progress has reached 60%. Once it reaches 90%, he must leave here and enter the ocean. After breakfast, Qin Feng browsed the forum. The dragon post he made last time went viral, with over 1,000 comments. Many people said they had seen dragons. Azure dragons, golden dragons, white dragons, and even multicolored ones. From appearance to smell, from time and place to the process, it sounds just like the truth. When asked if there were any photos, they all started making excuses. Qin Feng watched and laughed heartily. My grandpa has a piece of white dragon scale, thin and hard, about 50 in size. I drank dragon's blood, my whole body burning, like I was pumped full of adrenaline. A bunch of characters. After lunch, he went back to his room to sleep. In his dream, he transformed into a black dragon, fighting countless exotic beasts. Dragon flames sweep across, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Strong warriors from all countries surround and annihilate him. Warships sink into the sea, and towering waves surge. He entrenched himself in the East China Sea, with familiar cities behind him. The more he fights, the stronger he becomes. His scales shine brighter, and his body size keeps expanding. More and more exotic beasts submitted, but he grew increasingly lonely. The next morning, ding, progress at 70%. Qin Feng woke up startled. In the mirror, 6 small dragon scales had appeared on his neck. His chest was also covered with diamond-shaped scales. At first glance, it looked strange, but on closer inspection, it exuded majesty. He smiled bitterly, but also accepted his fate. This look is not good enough to go out, so I can only order takeout. The phone lights up. Received, 1 million yuan. When martial artists make money fast, they also burn through it fast. This money is only enough for 10 vials of body-tempering liquid. Jiang Yu sent a message, saying there was an important mission and she wouldn't be back for a few days. Qin Feng warned her to be careful. The Adventurers Association came to meet again, but he directly ignored them. There are 2 more friend requests. The first one, I am Yi Chun. Last time was a mistake. Let's play another match. Qin Feng accepted. Sent 2 words. Idiot asterisk. Then blocked. The second message. Hello Qin Feng. I am Chui Sini. Would like to get to know you. He frowned, not understanding how the other party got his contact information. Out of curiosity, he clicked agree. A message popped up quickly. What is your ability rating? Interested in joining Tianjing Academy? Qin Feng knew that Tianjing Academy is one of the 2 top institutions in Xia country. Graduates enter official organizations directly, without starting as ordinary soldiers, beginning at the non-commissioned officer level. Each year, only a very few are admitted, all the top talents from various regions. What is this woman's background? Qin Feng replied. Level B, can't go, and don't want to. Where did you add me from? Yes? I don't believe you're level B. He was too lazy to reply again and directly deleted the person. Chui Sini was stunned on the spot, so angry that her teeth itched. The next day, ding, progress has reached 80%. Dragon Horn, SSS, Summon Thunder, Control Air. Qin Feng suddenly woke up startled. Grown horns? He raised his hand and touched the top of his head. There really were 2 bumps. Rushing to the mirror for a look, sure enough, a pair of dragon horns sprouted from the top of the head. Only the index fingers were long, the wrists thick, covered with fine fuzz on the surface. Gray-black in color, with rounded tips. Truly grew horns on his head. He pressed hard as iron, but felt no pain. He must go to the seaside. The dragon features are becoming more and more evident. A faint black line also appeared on the forehead. But he hadn't yet said goodbye to Jiangyu. Qin Feng picked up his phone and sent a message. Sis, are you free to come back recently? It's been a long time since I cooked for you. After waiting for a long time without a reply, he had to eat breakfast first. It wasn't until noon that Jiangyu responded. All right, I'll come back tomorrow night. Tomorrow night. Qin Feng smiled wryly. In his current state, he simply couldn't stand in front of her. He didn't go out at noon, asking for the takeout to be left at the door. After eating, he fell into a deep sleep again. These past few days, his dreams have been full of battles and devouring. Tsunamis swept across the land and sky, islands shattered, continents sank. The world seemed to be ending. He fought relentlessly, to devour the exotic beasts, or to vent the repression and anger inside. Like a giant ship with a broken anchor, rampaging in the Black Sea, never able to reach the shore. The next day, ding, progress has reached 90%. Qin Feng opened his eyes. In the mirror, his hair had grown shoulder length overnight. Black and thick. Legend says a dragon's head has a mane. Could it be true? He gave a bitter smile. Now he couldn't see anyone anymore. His skin darkened, with golden streaks appearing. Even his hearing became unusually sharp. I could clearly hear the breathing of the children downstairs. Is this also a dragon's ability? He didn't think too much about it and ordered breakfast. After eating, he sent a message to Jiangyu, asking what time she would arrive in the evening. She didn't return until noon. Brother, sorry, I couldn't reply promptly during the mission. I'll be there around 7, at the latest 9. Okay, be safe. I'll cook your favorite dishes. Okay. After lunch, Qin Feng wrapped himself up tightly before going out, wearing long sleeves, long pants, sunglasses, a mask, and a baseball cap, keeping his head down the entire time. He went downstairs to the supermarket to buy groceries and was surrounded by people taking pictures, with some even asking for autographs. He carried 3 large bags of ingredients back home. Suppressing his drowsiness, he finished preparing all the chicken and ribs. After finishing the busy work, it was already past 1 o'clock. He set 10 alarms and immediately fell asleep. There was no battle in the dream, only moonlight shining on the long body of the dragon, and the sea was frighteningly calm. At 5 in the afternoon, the alarm kept ringing nonstop. The moment Qin Feng opened his eyes, his spine felt like it was being torn apart, and he almost fainted. This is the body's self-protection, but he stubbornly resists. His bones and skin are aching. He still went into the kitchen. First simmer the red date and shiitake mushroom chicken soup, then cook the dishes. A little past 6 dishes and 1 soup were laid out on the table, for meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes. Braised spare ribs, kung pao chicken, stir-fried beef with chili peppers, dry pot potato slices. All the flavors from a past life, unique to this place. His golden pupils constricted. The pain was too much for him to eat, so he could only return to his room and lock the door. Sis, the food is ready. When will you be back? No reply. 8 o'clock, he was half awake. The phone vibrated. On the way. Almost there. Thanks for your hard work, little brother. He dragged his heavy body to heat up the dishes and soup, then immediately returned to his room and locked the door. In the mirror, 2 more scales appeared on his face. He was no longer human. The dishes are all ready. Finish the soup. I'm too tired. Going to sleep first. Actually, he didn't dare to sleep. He was afraid that once he woke up, he would completely turn into a dragon. He sat down against the door, forcing himself to stay awake. 9:30, The door opened. Jiang Yu knocked on the door. "Little brother, I'm back." He didn't dare to respond. The back of the hand was covered in scales, and the skin below the neck was no longer human. Jiang Yu, unable to wait for a response, had to go to the dining table. The dishes were still steaming hot. She looked at the table full of her favorite foods, and her eyes suddenly turned red. She served herself a bowl of chicken soup, took a sip, and the fatigue faded away as the corners of her mouth slowly lifted. The room was very quiet, and Qin Feng could clearly hear the sound of her drinking the soup. There will definitely be another chance. He didn't know if he could turn back into a human, but he would find a way to stand before her once again as a human. Cook her favorite dish for her once more. Sharp pain and drowsiness struck him together. He held on tightly, his golden pupils shining in the darkness. Outside, Jiang Yu drank the soup without leaving a drop and finished all the dishes as well. With red eyes, she sent him a message, hesitating for a long time before pressing send. Qingfeng's phone vibrated. "Brother, the soup is delicious. I finished it all. The dishes are great too. I even ate all the chili. Thank you. There's a very important task that will take 2 or 3 more days. When it's done, I'll take 3 days off to accompany you to fish in the East China Sea. Okay? I won't go far into the sea. I'll protect you. Whatever you want to eat or play, we'll do it all. I promise not to leave suddenly and to spend quality time with you, Da." Qin Feng smiled, tears slipping down in the darkness. Maybe we can only wait for next time. When? He didn't know. Maybe a few months, maybe a year. Maybe never again. Jiang Yu washed the dishes and cleaned up the kitchen. At 10:30, she took her clothes into the bathroom. The sound of water began. Qin Feng half opened his eyes, breathing heavier and heavier. Half an hour later, the water stopped, and the hairdryer turned on. She came out wearing a white tank top and gray shorts, completely unguarded. Sitting on the sofa, she looked at the black line on her wrist and smiled bitterly. There was too little time. If she had another 6 months, maybe the disaster could have been contained. She put down her phone and quickly fell asleep. No matter how strong a warrior is, he is still human. Humans get tired. When overwhelming pressure comes down, even though she was once an empress, it doesn't change much. In the bedroom, Qin Feng received another message. "Good night, dear little brother." Time passed bit by bit. Qin Feng walked out of the room, took paper and pen, and sat at the dining table, forcing himself to finish writing. He placed his phone and bank card on top of the paper. The pain grew worse, and he staggered over to the sofa. Jiang Yu lay flat on her back, her brows slightly furrowed. He immediately saw the dark line on her wrist. Poisoned. Qin Feng crouched down, bit into the middle finger of his right hand, and pressed his finger against her lips. Golden blood dripped into her mouth. He stared at her lips, his throat tightening. Afraid the blood wouldn't go in, he pushed his finger in a little deeper. His fingertip touched her tooth, and his heart suddenly raced. So frustrating. After squeezing out 3 or 4 drops, he withdrew his hand. The wound healed instantly. It's not that he can't bear to let go. It's that she can't bear too much right now. Dragon blood contains astonishing vitality, and although she is a 4th-rank martial artist, absorbing too much at once can backfire. Qin Feng quietly watched her sleeping form. So beautiful. If only every day could be like this, how wonderful that would be. But life is always about being together less and apart more. He stood up, bent down, and gently kissed her on the forehead. A horse's strength is tested over a long journey. A person's heart is revealed over time. Her feelings were actually clear from the start. It was just that he never understood. Now awakened, he has no choice but to leave. Qin Feng gently pushed the door and left the place where he had lived for 19 years. Enduring the pain, he took advantage of the night and rushed straight to the Yonglu River. The city was brightly lit. Some people were returning home from work, while others walked arm in arm. Only he was running wildly through the crowd, desperate to find a place without people to jump into the river. He ran along the river for a long time, but there were still people around. Jumping down rashly would inevitably attract onlookers to come to the rescue. He didn't want to alarm anyone. At that moment, on the bridge ahead, a skinny girl climbed over the guardrail. "Don't jump," Qin Feng shouted. Only then did everyone notice something was wrong, and they all exclaimed in alarm. The girl wore thin clothes and was shivering. The next moment, she fell into the river. With a splash, the water erupted. Qin Feng no longer hesitated, and leapt into the river. The shore instantly became a chaotic mess. Don't be impulsive. The water is so fast. Call the police quickly. Another person jumped in. The Yonglu River is at least 900 meters wide at its narrowest point and over 30 meters deep, with strong undercurrents. Jumping in is almost a death sentence. Qin Feng swam swiftly in the water, locking onto the girl with his astonishing eyesight. She had sunk down, her limbs thrashing about wildly. He quickly grabbed her from behind and surged upward with her. The girl, as if clutching at a last straw, held tightly onto his wrist. When truly facing death, everyone wants to live. If he weren't a dragon, at home in the water like a fish, entangled by her like this, the two would have long since sunk to the bottom. The girl's abdomen swelled, and she gasped for air as she surfaced. More and more people gathered by the shore. How did he find her? Where is he? What about that young guy just now? This is outrageous. Is he a martial artist or a psychic? An ordinary person could never do this. Underwater, Qin Feng supported her legs and swiftly swam toward the shore. The girl, still shaken, only focused on catching her breath. When they reached the shore, he pushed forcefully, sending her onto land. The girl felt as if she was flying. Then the next moment, she fell heavily to the ground. Before the people around gathered, she hadn't yet come to her senses. After the days came the ecstatic joy of surviving a catastrophe. It turns out that being alive is so wonderful. All suffering and despair mean nothing in the face of death. She looked toward the river surface, where only swirling ripples remained. Where is the person who saved her? The crowd suddenly panicked. What about that young man? Not out of strength yet, right? Hurry and save them. There's still one who hasn't made it up. Uniformed personnel rushed to the shore, the lifeboat was launched, and the ability users dove to the riverbed to search. But they found nothing. The news spread quickly. The person who tried to take their own life survived, but the rescuer's fate was uncertain. A glaring tragedy. At this moment, Qin Feng was swimming swiftly in the river. He shed his clothes, his scales opening and closing, feeling as free in the water as a fish. Almost no effort was used. 10 minutes later, he rushed into the sea exit. A dragon enters the ocean. The shift between river and sea had no effect on him. He was naturally one with the water. Sleepiness overtook him, and he climbed onto a rock, instantly falling into a deep sleep. Golden light emanated from within him, dazzlingly bright in the night. The schools of fish were attracted, with hairtail, squid, and large yellow croaker gathering frantically. They were not attacking, but instinctively approaching. More and more fish gathered around the reef, quietly floating. As if in worship, the surface of the sea churned with pressure. If someone cast their nets, they would undoubtedly return fully loaded. Not knowing how much time had passed, suddenly, a fierce wind rose over the sea, lightning tearing through the night sky. Qin Feng abruptly opened his eyes, his pupils constricting to the size of needles. Excruciating pain swept through his entire body, as if being torn apart. Thunder exploded. The power of heaven pressed down. He stood up, golden light surging, scales growing wildly. Dragon transformation. The school of fish leapt wildly, the sea surface turning a golden yellow. Qin Feng felt his body being torn apart, as if countless knives were churning inside him. He roared toward the sky, his skin quickly turning black as a night that devours everything. A thunderous roar. A purple lightning bolt struck down, hitting the dragon horn on top of his head. The electric light exploded, enveloping his entire body. He was in so much pain he was nearly fainting, his body cracking with fine fissures like a shattered porcelain. His hands first withered, then suddenly swelled, transforming into dragon claws covered in scales, with sharp talons like knives. His limbs lengthened, bones swelling massively, as darkness, golden light, and lightning wildly intertwined within his body. Large patches of scales grew out, his torso becoming sturdy and elongated. Facial features twisted and reassembled, a pitch-black long tail whipped out behind him. His roar no longer sounded human, but a deep and sonorous dragon's cry that shook the heavens and earth. That sound carried an irresistible pressure. The torrential rain poured down. Raindrops pounded on the dragon's scales, producing a crisp sound. The dragon's roar abruptly stopped. Qin Feng lost consciousness, the massive dragon body half submerged in the sea. The dream was filled with slaughter and solitude. He soared through the skies and dived into the seas, yet couldn't find another of his kind. It seemed that in this world, he was the only dragon left. The next day, ding. Progress 100%. Awakening talent. Devour SSS. Devouring exotic beasts can strengthen oneself and accelerate growth. Qin Feng opened his golden vertical pupils, his eyes as large as a bucket. With a slight movement, the seawater began to surge. His hands had already transformed into black, giant claws, with tightly packed, hard scales and 5 chilling talons. Both legs are also dragon feet. 5-clawed dragon. He was both excited and confused. From then on, no longer human. The sea surface reflected a huge dragon head. The head resembled a camel's, with black horns, slender whiskers, and a lower jaw covered in black fur. The eyes were like a rabbit's, but radiated a fierce glare. The mouth was slightly flat, as if perpetually scowling at the world. He has completely evolved into a dragon. The black dragon from Eastern legends. But, in the eyes of humans, is the black dragon a god or a disaster? Fierce, violent, destructive? Qin Feng's heart sank, but he quickly calmed down. He lifted his tail to check. The scales were densely packed, getting finer toward the tip. A few minutes later, he had a rough grasp of his condition. 17 meters long, far from the legendary dragons that measured hundreds or thousands of meters. Not to mention the shadow in his dream that blotted out the sky and sun, at least 10,000 meters long. He was still far from it. Power surged within him, and he could clearly feel that he could control water, along with a more mysterious force swirling inside his body. The only drawback was he couldn't fly. How much longer will it take to reach the level I dreamed of? Qin Feng swept over the sea surface and found large areas of fish floating with white bellies. Why are they all dead? Could they have been killed by his dragon roar? The fish was still fairly fresh. He was so hungry that he went straight for the big ones. 1 bite per fish, without even having to spit out the bones. A large yellow croaker weighing over 60 gene, he swallowed it with his eyes closed. Suddenly, he wondered if eating these ordinary fish could make him stronger. The dragon leader paused, silently chanting the system in his mind. Ding! True Dragon Evolution System activated. Host, Qin Feng. Bloodline, Black Dragon. Progress, Childhood 2%, Phase 2. Talent, Reverse Scale. Primal Eye, SSS. Dragon Majesty, SSS. Devour, SSS. Affiliation, none. Territory, none. As expected, still in the juvenile stage. Ordinary fish only fill the stomach, barely progressing. Qin Feng immediately lost interest and turned to swim towards the depths of the East Sea. The sky lightened at the horizon, the rain stopped, and the clouds dispersed. A few fishing boats passed by and saw the sea surface covered with countless dead fish. Their faces changed drastically, and they immediately turned around and left. Such a scale of death could only be caused by a high-level exotic beast. Magic City, Lijiang Community. Jiang Yu opened her eyes and lazily stretched, her legs long and her skin fair. This was the best night's sleep she had had since her rebirth. No nightmares, no restlessness. She slept soundly until dawn. Could it be the soup my younger brother cooked last night? She sat up, feeling a warm current flow through her body, sweeping away all fatigue. It was like a complete transformation. She looked down at her wrist and was stunned. Poison gone. The giant ring octopus's poison was originally incurable. She could only slowly force it out with the power of moonlight. But now, the toxin has completely disappeared, and her condition is even stronger than at her peak. She casually slapped out with a palm, and the shockwave exploded. The 5 organs are connected. 5th-grade martial artist. In her excitement, a glimmer of gold flashed deep within her black pupils, but no one noticed. Great. The 5th-rank realm is enough to save more people in the impending disaster. Jiang Yu excitedly got out of bed and rushed to the door. Brother. Jiang Yu pushed open the bedroom door, but the room was empty. A chill suddenly surged up her spine. As she turned around, her gaze fell on the table, and her breath caught. A familiar phone, a bank card, with a letter underneath. She walked over, each step heavy as if dragging a weight. Picking up that piece of paper, my eyes instantly welled up. Sister, by the time you see this letter, I will have left this city. Going to a place that belongs to me, a place I've always yearned for. I can't bear to leave you, but I don't dare say goodbye face to face. 3 years ago, when Mom and Dad had their accident, my whole world collapsed. It was you who moved in to keep me company and pulled me out of the darkness. From the first time I met you until now, 1,123 days. I have always remembered. To me, you are the most important person. I know your ideals and have never blamed you. Don't look for me. It will only hold you back. Give me a year, at most a year, I will definitely come back safely to see you. If you miss me, just look at the stars and the moon. We are seeing the same sky. Qin Feng. Brother, didn't you say you wouldn't leave me? Tears fell onto the paper, the writing slowly smudging. Even if she lived her life over again, she could keep her composure through any storm. But at this moment, she was completely lost. Did Qin Feng really leave? Or like in a previous life, did he disappear forever? Last night, he urged her to go home early, but she was late. He said he was tired and wanted to sleep. Did he really fall asleep? Or was he waiting for her? She thought everything had changed. His eyes got better, and he became cheerful. She thought fate had been rewritten. But now, she finally understood that nothing had changed. He left his phone and bank card behind. How was he supposed to live? Everything made last night was her favorite dishes. That felt more like a farewell meal. She might never see that gentle young man again. Jiang Yu completely broke down, crying until she trembled. Just then, the phone rang. She answered with trembling hands. Hello, may I speak to Captain Jiang Yu of the Guard Bureau Operations Department? Yes, this is he. This is the police department. Someone jumped into the river last night, and a man is missing. Based on surveillance footage and witness descriptions, it's preliminarily confirmed to be Qin Feng. Among those we can reach, you are the closest to him. Could you please come over to confirm? With a bang, the phone fell to the ground, and the female voice on the other end of the call was still shouting. Jiang Yu's mind went blank. Her body weakened, and she could only hold onto the table to keep her balance. Jump into the river? She couldn't hear clearly what the other person was saying. All she could hear was a piercing buzzing in her ears. Still unchanged. Why? Why is this happening? She covered her face and cried out. She was convinced that it was because she cared too little and accompanied him too little. Not comforting him in time, not staying by his side, was what caused the tragedy to repeat. Guilt and remorse surged up together. Captain Jiang, usually tough and calm, was now weeping with tears streaming down her face, her eyes full of helplessness. Ahem. She wiped away her tears and forcibly suppressed her emotions. Her eyes were red-rimmed, and her lips trembled. After calming herself slightly, she went downstairs, got in the car, and drove straight to the police department. East Sea. Sunlight poured over the sea surface, and a long dark shadow swiftly darted through the seabed. One morning passed, and Qin Feng had already adapted to survival in the sea. The dragon is a natural-born hunter. Hunting is too easy for him. He is extremely fast and can control the surrounding water flow, easily creating whirlpools that fish cannot escape. Corals and sea anemones are right before his eyes, and he watches with great pleasure. Sea urchins and abalones have become his snacks. Each one is exaggeratedly large. He effortlessly peels the shell with sharp claws, even swallowing it whole. Dragonway doesn't need to intentionally release power, it is always present. Even a 30-meter-long great white shark, upon seeing him, only dares to turn tail and flee. It's not a difference in strength, but a suppression like that of a natural predator. Unless it is a marine beast, no creature dares to make a move against him. Qin Feng tapped on a sea turtle's shell with his claws, purely finding it amusing. The sea turtle swam too slowly. No matter how hard it paddled, it was useless, as he batted it around like a ball. It couldn't make a sound, but he could clearly feel that sense of helplessness. Suddenly, a gigantic creature appeared ahead. Its entire body was dark blue, a giant squid measuring 30 meters long. The body was semi-transparent, with its internal organs faintly visible. Two of its longest tentacles stretched over 8 meters. Qin Feng has seen it in the Exotic Beast Atlas. Class C Exotic Beast, Ghost Cuttlefish. Extremely fast, highly aggressive, the ink it sprays not only obscures vision, but is also strongly corrosive. There have been numerous ships sunk after being attacked by it. Even a third-rank warrior would find it difficult to deal with it alone. The sea turtle was so frightened that it immediately turned around to flee. The ghost squid was not very intelligent, but it sensed Qin Feng's aura. It hesitated for a moment, then extended its tentacle and tentatively reached out. The tentacle came quickly, but to Qin Feng's eyes, it seemed to move in slow motion. His eyes darkened, claws slashing forward, directly piercing the tentacle, while the other claw followed through, cutting it cleanly in two. Half of the tentacle was still thrashing wildly, but he grabbed it and shoved it into his mouth, chewing vigorously. The ghost squid, in pain, lashed out another tentacle like a whip. Seawater churned, and all the surrounding fish scattered. Qin Feng moved decisively, stabbing his claws into a thigh-thick tentacle, slicing it off again, and stuffing it into his mouth in one smooth motion. The ghost squid panicked and suddenly sprayed out a column of ink. That ink carried a strong corrosive property. The dragon scales might not fear it, but once it entered the mouth or nose, it would be troublesome. Qin Feng directly controlled the seawater, wrapping the ink into a ball and flinging it aside. The ghost squid's eyes were full of terror as it frantically sprayed ink, but it quickly ran out. Its proud killing move was useless in front of the water-controlling dragon. The ink was separated, and Qin Feng took the opportunity to get closer, one claw clawing into its body, the other claw piercing through fiercely. The hard bone shell was torn open like paper. With a swirl of his dragon claw, the sea-level ghost squid died on the spot. Qin Feng threw away the ink sac and began to devour it mouthful by mouthful. The sea turtle not far away didn't escape very far. The ink-blackened seawater also splashed onto its shell. The turtle's shell rapidly rotted, and the flesh was corroded along with it. Any creature that comes into contact with the ink is doomed. Even metal can be corroded, let alone living flesh and blood. Magic City. Lower reaches of the Yonglu River. There were still dozens of lifeboats on the river, searching for the young man who jumped into the river to save someone. A group of officials stood on the shore, while Jiang Yu had already cried herself hoarse. From the blurry surveillance footage, combined with the descriptions from passers-by and the rescued girl, she was almost certain that the person was Qin Feng. He possessed strength comparable to a fourth-rank martial artist and was also an SSS-level psychic. But no matter how strong someone is, they cannot withstand the surging river water. So many martial artists have died from drowning. Qin Feng's physical condition was ordinary, so it was not surprising that he was exhausted after saving someone. She knew him too well. When she saw someone trying to take their own life, he would definitely do everything he could to save them. In the end, the person was saved, but he did not come back. There is another possibility that breaks her heart even more. He never wanted to live in the first place. It just so happened that he met that girl. Saving lives may have just been a matter of convenience. After consecutive blows, he had long lost hope in life. Thinking of this, she was filled with self-blame. Heaven gave her a chance to start over, but she didn't change anything. Her younger brother left once again. He said he would come back, but it was just a comfort, like in the previous life. She waited year after year. Beside her, a frail girl was trembling with tears. "It's all my fault. He did it to save me." The girl's mother hugged her tightly and whispered, "Stop it. If you keep this up, what if she makes us pay? Are you stupid?" Several men dressed in black combat uniforms heard this, and their faces instantly darkened, but no one spoke. Zhao Yuanshan looked at the captain who was crying uncontrollably, feeling a heavy weight in his heart. Such a good young man, gone just like that. "Captain, don't be too upset. Brother Qin is lucky. Maybe he'll come back on his own in a few days." His voice grew softer and softer as he spoke, because even he didn't believe it himself. Xiao Moli gave him a sharp look and gently urged, "Yeah, you have to hold on. Qin Feng definitely wouldn't want to see you like this." She found it hard to accept as well. An SSS-level psychic just gone like that. It was a loss to the country. Jiang Yu cried until she lost her voice. She knew in her heart that she didn't believe Qin Feng died by accident, but rather because she had given him too little warmth. In her eyes, her brother's death was not unrelated to her. If she hadn't been so busy and had spent a little more time with him every day, maybe none of this would have happened. "It's all my fault. I regret it. I didn't protect him." Jiang Yu stared at the river surface, tears streaming down uncontrollably. The crowd grew larger and larger, all raising their phones to record videos, whispering among themselves. Who jumped into the river last night? Was it that girl? The rescuers still haven't found her. Probably slim chances. It's been a whole night, and they haven't retrieved anything. Probably sank to the bottom. I heard the salvage teams searched from the middle to the lower reaches, but there's no sign. Maybe she drifted all the way into the Yangtze River. Sigh, those who want to give up on life survive, but the ones trying to save them are gone. Is that mature lady his sister? She cried for half an hour. Her eyes are all swollen. She must be a relative. Otherwise, how could she cry like that? I heard the one who saved him was an orphan of a martyr. Really? That's so tragic. No wonder the authorities refused to give up. This story is too heartbreaking. The matter spread widely online, and many people were full of regret. Of course, this did not include Shin Qingming and Yi Chun. Yi Chun learned from inquiries at home that the missing person was Qin Feng. There had been no news all night, and the chance of survival was almost zero. He hypocritically brought up the matter in the group chat, and it quickly spread throughout the martial arts academy. Previously, when Qin Feng was hospitalized, Shin Qingming seemingly switched people seamlessly, and her reputation had already collapsed. The incident of her kneeling in front of the main building was also circulated with various versions. On top of that, Qin Feng knocked Yi Chun flying with a punch, and this matter had long spread throughout the academy. Yi Chun lost all face and kept looking for an opportunity to have another fight to regain his status. Now hearing that Qin Feng might be dead, he felt indescribably pleased inside. Shin Qingming was also secretly proud, starting to fabricate the grievances from her relationship with Qin Feng, saying he had a bad temper, had scolded her, and even laid hands on her. He had an ambiguous relationship with Sister Yi, and even when eating, she was the one paying. Anyway, there would be no witnesses after death. The internet has no memory. Before long, most people will forget. Only the closest people will be trapped by guilt and pain for a lifetime. Night has fallen, and the lights inside are off. Someone is sitting on the sofa, motionless. This small house is filled with the memories of two people. The sweeter the memories, the more bitter the reality. Jiang Yu's eyes were red, tears already dried up. She supported herself against the sofa and staggered to the bedroom door. She gently knocked on the door. She admitted her mistake, said she was willing to go out to sea with him, willing to listen to him about everything, just asking him to appear once more. But she knew very well there was no one inside. No one would wait for her to come home anymore, nor would there be any hot meals. She was jealous of him and other women, yet always told herself to be sensible. She is exceptionally gifted and must defend her land and people. She also wants to live an ordinary life with him, going to work, coming home, falling in love, getting married. But with monsters rampant, she has no way out. She came here to protect more people. The greater the power, the heavier the responsibility. She said that the Sakura country uses sound waves to repel the monstrous beasts attacking the East Sea. In the previous life, we were completely unprepared and suffered heavy losses. If we do not respond in advance, the ports will be destroyed and the territorial waters lost. The ocean is the lifeline. Even if it costs lives, it cannot be lost. She did not push the door open. She walked out to the balcony and looked at the moon. She wondered if he was also looking at the same moonlight. A lonely island in the East China Sea. A black dragon's body coils like a mountain. The dragon's tail slaps the sea with resounding sounds. The dragon's head rests on the sandy beach. Qin Feng closed his eyes. A dragon clan inheritance appeared in his mind, riding clouds and mist, spreading rain and driving thunder. However, everything had to wait until he became stronger. His dragon horns have not fully grown, still missing two types of special scales. A new cultivation technique appeared in his mind. True Dragon 7 Transformations. The practice is simple. Just leave the sea surface on a starry night and lie down while circulating the technique. Starlight falls on the dragon horns, transforming into a mysterious power. A group of dolphins circled the small island, following him continuously. They meant no harm, just simply wanted to get close to him. Qin Feng found it novel and also felt a faint sense of anticipation. When he reaches the last stage of cultivation, he might be able to transform into human form and see Jiangyu again. The sky gradually brightened, stars and moon fading away. Qin Feng swayed his dragon body and slipped into the sea, hunger surging instantly. He casually grabbed a few large yellow croakers to fill his stomach. After eating the fish bodies, he threw the heads to the small fish. This sea area became his territory. There were many low-level exotic beasts, but none were his match. A D-level staring lobster was killed with 2 claw strikes by him and swallowed on the spot. Suddenly, a voice burst into his mind. What a huge snake! It scared the whale to death. Qin Feng looked up and saw a 20-meter-long blackfin orca. A B-level beast, fierce and formidable. This was his first time encountering a high-level opponent. He tried to speak. Can you understand? The orca nodded in response, but was full of vigilance. What kind of monster are you? I've never seen one like you. Qin Feng exuded the aura of a dragon and said coldly, I am not a snake. I am a dragon. The orca didn't understand and just assumed he was a mutated sea snake. It swam around him in a circle and asked, Is this your territory? Qin Feng nodded. You can hunt, but not harm humans. This area is close to the Xia country's port, with frequent fishing boats. He must uphold this bottom line. Qin Feng swam forward, the orca following behind coldly, saying that it almost disregarded humans and only hunted large whales. A dragon and a whale broke through the waves. The sea surface ahead churned as a medium-sized fishing boat was tossed about by huge waves. A 50-meter-long baleen whale burst out of the sea, crashing straight into the bow of the boat. The crew exclaimed in shock. It was a sea-class beast. The golden giant arrow shot through the air, striking the tail of the whale. 2 third-rank warriors jumped into the sea with poisoned harpoons, stabbing directly into its back. The whale was furious, its massive head ramming fiercely, overturning the entire ship. It opened its huge mouth, ready to swallow the 2 people. At the brink of life and death, the Shujing was suddenly pulled away by a force. In the murky seawater, a slender black shadow appeared. The crew members who fell into the water were immediately attacked by D-class lobsters and red crabs. The sharp pliers clamped and broke the thigh, blood staining the sea surface. The fighter threw a punch in retaliation but was deflected by the seawater's force and had his lower leg snapped off in an instant. Screams rose one after another. The black-finned orca rushed forward, its pectoral fins like blades, slicing the shrimp and crabs to pieces. Ships at the port rushed to the rescue, while low-level aberrant beasts scattered in escape. In the deep sea, the whale's eyes were blood-red, wildly ramming at the black dragon. Qin Feng moved even faster, easily dodging. The whale forcefully sucked in the seawater, swallowing Qin Feng along with it. The huge mouth closed, leaving only the golden dragon pupils in the darkness. The dragon claw suddenly pierced the upper jaw, tearing it apart fiercely. After several efforts, the sperm whale's skull was forcibly broken open. With a deafening roar, the massive body shattered, blood staining the entire sea area. The huge mouth snapped shut suddenly. Qin Feng slipped out from the crack, his gaze fierce. This was nothing more than a sea-level mutant beast, large in size, but clumsy and brutal. Its size became its greatest weakness. Broken corpses floated on the blood-colored sea surface. The air was filled with the smell of blood. The black-finned orca pushed the unconscious crew members to the surface, waiting for someone to rescue them. 2 third-rank warriors were rescuing people while cautiously watching the dark shadow in the sea. It resembled a sea serpent, but it did not attack them. The rescue ship arrived, and the crew gasped. The blackfin orca is helping us. B-class beasts rarely attack people, let alone rescue them. Without thinking much, everyone put down the lifeboat and pulled the 7 survivors aboard. 17 people went to sea, only 7 survived. If it weren't for the help of the orcas, it would have been even worse. The orcas are still circling on the surface of the sea. Some people are nervous. Will it suddenly turn hostile? Quick, back to the harbor. The 2 martial artists breathed a sigh of relief. It has intelligence. Since it saved someone, it most likely won't attack again. It was that sperm whale going crazy, suddenly ramming the ship. The captain frowned. The sperm whale is quiet now. You hit the vital spot. The warrior shook his head. It wasn't us. It was a black strange beast that attacked it. Everyone was shocked. 2 strange beasts saved the person at the same time. Such a thing has never been heard of before. That shadow looked like a snake, about 10 meters long. The sea snakes are the fiercest. How could they help people? The news spread back to the harbor and exploded instantly. Beneath the blood-red sea, the corpse of the sperm whale slowly sank. Qin Feng and the orca tore into the whale meat, enjoying a hearty feast. The huge prey was enough to fill the stomach. "Dragon, why did you save him?" the orca asked quietly. It was completely convinced by Qin Feng. Hunting a sperm whale alone, without a scratch. If you switch to it, you'll need at least 3 or 4 companions. In the sea, being injured means waiting for death. Qin Feng tore off a piece of meat and responded faintly. "They helped me." The orca seemed to understand vaguely, opening its blood-red maw and frantically tearing at the whale meat. An hour later, Qin Feng left with the orca. The sperm whale's body was reduced to half a skeleton, stark and glaring white. No sooner had they left than schools of fish swarmed in, frantically fighting over the remains. From a whale's fall, all life thrives. Magic City Port. Guard Bureau, Maritime Department Conference Room. Minister Huang, his temples grayed, sat at the head of the table, his voice low and steady. Water-type supernaturals are scarce to begin with, and the Sakura Nation is advancing fiercely. We can only dispatch a portion of our extraordinaries to intercept them. The middle-aged man beside him said coldly, "Why stop? Just board their ship directly and beat their people back." Someone agreed. "We have 3 6th-rank and 2 5th-rank cultivators. We can definitely take the initiative to attack." Jiang Yu's gaze was icy cold. "No, they have already driven the sea beasts over here. Once the port falls, the consequences will be unimaginable. Dealing with foreign transcendent beings is not difficult. The real trouble comes from those beasts forced near the coast. The EC has 3 major ports, and the Guard Bureau is short-staffed, unable to deploy more forces." The conference room fell into silence. Minister Huang nodded. "Captain Jiang is right. The port must be held. Behind us is the Demon City, home to tens of millions of lives. The coastline of the Xia Nation is long, and half of the supernaturals must be assigned to guard several large forests to prevent beast tides from storming the city. Martial arts have only risen for about 20 years, not even a full generation. There are fewer than 5 top experts in the entire country. A genius like Jiang Yu, as long as she lives, is destined to become a martial saint in the future. Only when they grow up will they be qualified to counterattack the forest and the ocean. For now, all we can do is defend." Everyone began to work out tactics and set the position of the first line of defense. Half an hour later, the preliminary plan was finalized. Investigation team leader Yang Zhong suddenly spoke. "This morning, something strange happened in the East China Sea." Everyone turned to look at him in unison. A fishing boat was sunk by a C-class abnormal beast, a mustache whale, and all the crew fell into the sea. It was thought they were certain to die, but suddenly a black, elongated abnormal beast appeared and lured the mustache whale away. There was also a black-finned killer whale helping us. The conference room erupted in uproar. "Beasts helping humans? Are you sure? Blackfin orcas rarely attack humans proactively, but help us? Never heard of that. Is the information reliable?" Everyone present here has been battling exotic beasts for many years. They know those creatures' nature all too well. Low-level ones are frenzied and bloodthirsty, while higher-level ones treat humans as food. Human ships trespassing in their territory are seen as provocations in their eyes. Inevitable attack. Minister Huang frowned deeply. Without psychic abilities intervening, how could a strange beast help people? "Is the information true?" Yang Zhong nodded. "It's true. There were 11 eyewitnesses in total. The blackfin orca actually carried the injured out of the water on its back. But no one saw clearly what kind of strange beast the long black shadow was." Everyone was stunned. This was the first time they had heard of such a thing. Jiang Yu's eyes darkened, and a name flashed through her mind. Could it be it? The Black Dragon? The first thing she thought of was it. But that guy shouldn't have fully grown yet. Otherwise, a single move would trigger a tsunami hundreds of meters high. But why would it save people? No, maybe it was just hunting sperm whales and accidentally got involved. Even if it hasn't fully grown, it's at least an A-level beast. On this point, Jiang Yu never doubted. In this world, only she truly understood how terrifying that black dragon was. The perfect black dragon from her previous life couldn't even be described by the SSS rank. Before the apocalypse, humans gave it a name, Supreme. East Sea. Qin Feng had just killed a C-grade giant crab. This creature actually had 10 legs, completely different from what was shown in the atlas. He quickly realized this thing had most likely come from the Sakura Sea. The beasts there were vicious and deformed, much more dangerous than those in other seas. Suddenly, a few ship horns pierced the surface of the sea. Qin Feng hid underwater, watching 5 cruisers slowly pass by. Why are so many warships deployed all at once? The Xia country rarely patrols far from the coast, as it is too easy to be attacked that way. He quietly followed. The warships sailed all the way to the edge of the East China Sea, beyond which lay the waters of Sakura country. 3 warships stopped near the island group, and more than 20 fully armed soldiers quickly landed on the island. Qin Feng's heart tightened. Is a battle about to start? Then he must help. There are more than 20 supernaturals on a single ship, which clearly indicates a large-scale operation. Judging by the situation, it looks more like a defensive counterattack. Where did the land of cherry blossoms get the nerve? Unless they have the backing of the beautiful country behind them. Thinking of this, Qin Feng yearned even more for power. If he could break through to the 3rd stage, he could single-handedly defend the East China Sea. By then, he could stir up a tsunami 1,000 meters high, flooding everything directly. If once is not enough, then twice. If twice is not enough, then 3 times. Whether there's a reason or not, he would go stir up a storm. But now, his bloodline awakening is too low and his methods are limited. The Sea of Cherry Blossoms was filled with deformed monsters, and it was said that there was even an S-Class one. With his current strength, he could at most solo kill a B-Class without getting injured, and it had to be one-on-one. The sunset sank into the sea. Qin Feng turned around and swam back, planning to find a small island to train. The black dragon sped through the sea, so free that he was intoxicated by it. Suddenly, he saw movement ahead from afar. 2 C-Class ice lobsters waved their giant claws, firmly clamping onto the sharp beak of a giant bird. The bird was 8 meters long, with an orange-yellow beak, a black tip, and a black crest on its head. B-Class mutant beast, crested tern. The crested tern dived down, its sharp claws stabbing straight ahead. The ice lobsters waved their big claws, firmly clamping onto its beak, trying to drag it into the sea. The tern reacted quickly and suddenly retreated, circling above the sea surface. 2 ice lobsters were connected together, their shells wrapped in thick ice, terrifyingly heavy. Both sides were at a standstill, each waiting to see who would give out first. The tern desperately flapped its wings, trying to pull the lobster out of the water, but it couldn't drag it at all. At that moment, a shadow streaked past. Sharp dragon claws struck down, tearing one of the ice lobsters in half on the spot. The thick shell and ice layer were as fragile as paper before Qin Feng. Another claw strike, and the other one was also broken into 2 pieces. The tern finally broke free, staring at Qin Feng, its voice trembling. Such a big black snake. And it has claws? Qin Feng ignored it, pried open the shell, grabbed some shrimp meat, and ate it in a few bites. The tern circled above his head, its tone softening. Where did you come from? Is this sea your territory? Qin Feng finished eating and replied calmly. I am not a snake. I am a dragon. Night fell. Qin Feng searched for over 10 minutes before choosing a small island. He coiled his 34-meter-long body and lay on the sand. After 2 days, he had grown to 34 meters, but was still just a young dragon. Starlight spilled down, falling like fine threads onto his dragon horns. Warm currents gathered at his chest, and his control over the water element became clearer. He called this kind of power the force of the stars. The power condensed beneath the heart-protecting scales, beginning to take shape, the Dragon Ball. To become stronger, you must have the Dragon Balls. They can control water, command the wind, summon lightning, and breathe dragon flames, like an energy core that never goes out. As long as the Dragon Balls don't run dry, he can keep unleashing power. If the dragon flames never cease and the thunder keeps roaring, who can stop him? Qin Feng suddenly opened his eyes. The tern landed on the beach. Why are you following me? The tern pecked at the stones quietly, saying, You're strong, and I want to survive in your territory. Qin Feng glanced at it. Suit yourself. But don't harm the humans who often come to this sea. The tern nodded and folded its wings to sleep. The next day, ding, progress has reached 10%. Dragon King brand, SSS. As long as a mark is branded on creatures with a lower life tier, they they can be forcibly subordinated, with mutual location sensing. Subordinates have absolute obedience to the Dragon King. Qin Feng got up from the ground, stunned for a long time. A brand? Has he really become the Dragon King of the East Sea? The crested tern was still standing on the beach, flapping its wings as if stretching. Qin Feng gritted his teeth and tried. Are you willing to come with me? The crested tern tilted its head and called out, full of confusion. Didn't we agree last night? I'll help you patrol the sea area and hunt together. Qin Feng no longer hesitated and directly activated Dragon King Seal. A starlight entered the top of the crested auk's head, and the star power within his body instantly decreased by 1/5. Ding! Seal successful. Attached, crested auk, B. Compatibility 70%. Qin Feng's expression changed slightly. This ability cannot be used recklessly. What was consumed was the power of the stars, which he now lacked the most, and could only accumulate slowly. Fortunately, it succeeded. He could clearly sense the position of the crested tern and could even communicate without speaking. Little phone, let's go. The dragon plunges into the sea, and the crested tern spreads its wings to soar high. East Sea. The sky is clear with not a single fishing boat in sight. At the Magic City port, 12 warships are lined up, standing by. Reconnaissance results show that a large number of deformed beasts were driven into the East China Sea and the Yellow Sea by the Sakura country, and all major ports have entered Level 1 combat readiness. In the command center, the large screen was displaying footage of the East China Sea border. For Sakura, Empire warships approached. They really dared to come? At least 40 supernaturals. Can Captain Jiang and her 3 small squads hold them off? Minister Huang said in a deep voice, the port is under too much pressure. We can't spare any personnel. The first line of defense can only be entrusted to Jiang Yu. Everyone wore heavy expressions. Jiang Yu is only a 5th rank, with a boundless future. If necessary, she can be pulled back. No unnecessary sacrifices are allowed. The logistics minister smiled bitterly. With her temper, she won't retreat unless given a direct order to do so. Minister Huang sighed. I understand. East Sea border. On the deck, Jiang Yu wore combat gear, carrying melee weapons on her back, her expression stern. The ship was also equipped with specially made Gungjin giant crossbows, powerful enough to pierce sea-grade mutant beasts. 4 warships flying cherry blossom flags approached, each with 20 martial artists standing on deck. The murderous aura rushed toward him. Someone opposite laughed wildly. Xia country people don't dodge and still dare to block the road? The speaker was Yamazaki Goru, mid-5th rank. Jiang Yu retorted coldly. A bunch of Japanese, daring to make a fuss in front of me? The distance between the ships rapidly closed. The Sakura country fleet officially entered the East China Sea. Jiang Yu suddenly waved her hand. Fire the arrows. Kill. Shoo shoo shoo. The giant metal crossbows fired simultaneously. 3 Sakura warriors were shot flying on the spot, heavily falling into the sea. Jiang Yu and the others leapt up, charging straight onto the enemy ship's deck, and the battle erupted instantly. Baka, asking for death. Jiang Yu held the blue blade horizontally, sweeping it with a single stroke, like a crescent moon suddenly appearing, instantly slicing a 3rd-rank warrior in half at the waist. Yamazaki Goro roared in anger, drawing his sword, his blood and energy flowing into the blade, the sword's radiance surging wildly as he unleashed several fierce sword energies in succession. Jiang Yu's expression remained calm as he struck 3 consecutive blows, the power of the moonlight pouring out, shattering all the sword energies. Tao Kong slash. Yamazaki Goro fully erupted, his blood and energy surging, his mental power radiating outward, the blue sword radiance sweeping across the entire field. Nothing special. Jiang Yu's blood and moonlight ignited simultaneously, red and white light pouring into the blade. Blood Moon Blade. The 2 figures moved like lightning, their blade chi crisscrossing. The cabin was sliced flat, and the sea and sky were illuminated by the blade's gleam. Ding! The clash of double swords rang out harshly. The 2 were evenly matched, their blades striking fiercely, shaking the heavens and earth. On 9 warships, fierce fighting raged everywhere, the clanging of metal and iron never ceasing. In the sea, Qin Feng stared fixedly at Jiang Yu, his heart tightening. This was the first time he saw her truly fighting desperately. She showed no mercy and left no way out. He dared not act rashly, only targeting the Sakura warriors who fell into the sea. Once they entered the sea, it became his hunting ground. The warrior's sword struck the dragon scales, leaving only faint white marks. The fallen Summer Kingdom soldier in the water was lifted by a black-finned killer whale, using its strength to leap back onto the ship. Sakura Samurai finally realized something was wrong. Baka, there's a strange beast in the sea. It's a black-finned orca. How are they controlling it? Impossible. High-level exotic beasts can't be controlled. They must be using dark magic. The black-finned orca's pectoral fins cut through enemies like blades, their bodies sinking into the sea, quickly devoured by schools of fish. More and more people were dying. On the deck, Yamazaki Goro's momentum began to decline, and he could only barely block. Although he was mid-fifth rank, he was suppressed by Jiang Yu in both vitality and spirit. Since that awakening, Jiang Yu's strength surged dramatically, her vigor overflowing, her mental power robust, and her strength seemingly inexhaustible. Her momentum soared step by step. She suddenly leaped up, the blade's radiance wildly expanding, condensing into a 5-meter white edge. Crescent moon slash. She stood in midair, gripping the blade with both hands, and fiercely chopped downward. The blade's light tore through the air, instantly appearing above Yamazaki Goro's head. He hastily raised his sword to block. The white giant blade fell like a mountain, shattering the katana on the spot. Amid screams, the blade chopped down from overhead, cutting him in two. A fifth-rank warrior, no matter the country, is always a pillar of strength. The white giant blade descended horizontally, its force not diminished in the slightest, forcibly carving a 5-meter-long fissure in the warship. Seawater rushed back wildly. The warship broke apart in the middle and tilted to both sides. Jiang Yu shouted, "Abandon ship! Move to the other vessels." The warriors leaped into the air, jumping toward the nearby warships to continue the battle. The ships quickly sank, and the warriors of the Sakura Nation also tried to seize the opportunity to escape. Jiang Yu stood in midair, turned around, and slashed 3 times in a row. White blade energy tore through the air. The person who tried to jump ship raised their blade to block, but was blasted away and plunged heavily into the sea. In the sea, the black-finned orca was already waiting. Qin Feng moved even faster. His dragon claw reached out and directly pierced through the chest of a Sakura warrior. A fatal blow. A 4th-rank warrior was as fragile as paper before him, dying on the spot. One after another fell into the sea, like dumplings being dropped. Qin Feng specifically targeted the Sakura warriors, while the blackfin orca pushed the Xia soldiers out of the water, sending them back onto the ship. The fallen Sakura warriors roared angrily, "Baka! Damn beast! Why are you helping the Xia people?" The only response they received was the cold grip of dragon claws. The dragon's imposing wah crushed their courage, causing them to wildly swing their blades in the water. Some saw Qin Feng's fierce dragon head and were immediately terrified, unable to even hold their blades. The seawater churned, and the dragon's claw struck again. The heart was directly ripped out. Another person saw the enormous dragon body and screamed in terror, "Great serpent! Amaterasu, save me!" Qin Feng was too lazy to waste words, swam over, and finished it with one claw. At the same time, at the junction of the Yellow Sea and the East China Sea, on a ring-shaped island, more than 30 Xia Kingdom warriors, led by 2 5th-rank fighters, were locked in a bloody battle with intruding warriors from the Stick Country in the sea area. 5 warships were anchored near the coast, and more than 40 extraordinary beings all landed on the island. The other side had 3 5th rank, 10 4th rank, and the rest were 3rd rank. They deliberately provoked to tie down the Xia nation's forces, allowing the exotic beasts to land along the coast. All the 7th rank and above experts were stationed on the mainland and couldn't be spared. The island was filled with raging bloodlust as if the world itself was stained red. The clashing of weapons was deafening, with shouts of battle and screams intertwined. The number of people from Xiaoguo was slightly fewer, but they did not yield an inch. A 5th-grade cultivator leapt into the air and slashed down with a single blade, causing the entire island to tremble. "Kill them all! Anyone who invades my waters will never be spared. Morale soared, and the battle cries thundered. Several Korean warriors were blasted into the sea, and as soon as they hit the water, they were torn apart by low-level aberrations. Corpses were everywhere, and the blood stained the sea red. An inch of sea, an inch of blood. On a Sakura country's warship, the battle reached its fiercest moment. A Sakura person's eyes turned blood red, suddenly releasing a mental shock. The soldier from the summer country opposite was stunned, his steps unsteady, and he fell directly into the sea. Psychic ability? Jiang Yu frowned and charged at the man with his knife raised. Clang! The blade clashed hard. The other's eyes were bloodshot, with 3 magatama spinning frantically in his pupils. A powerful mental force exploded, making the surrounding soldiers of the Xia kingdom dizzy. Team Jiang. He's an A-class pupil-type ability user, capable of disturbing the mind and creating illusions, someone shouted urgently. The Sakura ability user sneered. Just saying that now? Too late. Even if you were a 5th-grade warrior, you wouldn't be able to withstand my pupil technique. As soon as the words fell, the scene before Jiang Yu twisted. The next second, a flash of golden light flashed in her eyes. The illusion shattered instantly. Ah! The Sakura psychic opposite screamed in agony, blood flowing from his eyes, collapsing to the ground on his knees. Impossible! You're not a psychic. How could you break my illusion? He covered his eyes and roared. He was one of the strongest ocular psychics in Sakura country, an A-level blood eye, capable of trapping people in illusions to the point of forced suicide. But Jiang Yueming clearly had no psychic power. Yet not only did he break the illusion, he even caused it to backfire uncontrollably on him. Jiang Yu was also puzzled, but had no time to think further. She cut down with a single slash, and the opponent's head fell. She scanned the battlefield. Their side had suffered heavy casualties. Drive them towards the sea. Don't engage in a head-on fight. Yes. A warrior slashed several times in succession, forcing the Sakura warrior to the edge of the boat, grinning. Go down. With a fierce kick, he sent the person flying into the sea. A black-finned orca in the water opened its mouth to catch, its sharp teeth clamping shut, blood swirling, then swallowed disdainfully. Similar scenes kept happening. Some Sakura warriors even dragged Summer Kingdom soldiers down into the sea together. At this moment, the orca would first lift the Xia Kingdom warrior, while the Sakura warrior faced the sharp claw strikes. When a 4th-rank warrior fell into the sea, he caught a glimpse of a slender black shadow moving underwater. He struggled to keep his eyes open, but couldn't make out what it was. By the time the orca pushed him back to the surface, the shadow had long since disappeared. The first time could be called a coincidence, but what about this time? The strange beast actually took the initiative to save someone, specifically targeting the Sakura warrior. Unheard of. Strange beasts usually only cause destruction. This time, the Sakura country merely used a device to drive the beasts toward the East Sea, provoking their animal instincts and directing them to attack the ports of the Xia country. Beasts never distinguish nationalities. They slaughter indiscriminately. But now, they are helping the Xia nation. The smoke on the sea has not yet cleared. For Sakura warships sank, and one Summer Nation battleship plunged into the deep sea. The last 2 Sakura warriors fell, signaling the end of the battle. More than 40 Sakura transcendent beings were completely wiped out. Losing 2 5th-rank experts at once was a heavy blow to the Sakura. Jiang Yu and the others returned to the warship and began tallying the casualties. 10 people sacrificed, 9 seriously injured, 15 lightly injured. Martial artists have strong constitutions. As long as rescue is timely, serious injuries can also heal. There are healing awakeners at the port, so light injuries can recover quickly. After more than an hour of fierce battle, everyone was barely holding on. The warship turned back. Jiang Yu stood on the deck, looking at the sea stained red with blood and at the black-finned killer whale. Several warriors approached, their faces full of shock. That orca was so strange, desperately helping us. Captain, when I fell into the water just now, I saw a long black shadow. Is it the one that saved the fishing boat yesterday? Most likely, but I didn't see clearly. It looked like a big snake. Everyone was talking and speculating about what kind of monster the black shadow really was. Jiang Yu looked tired, but her mind was even more chaotic. Black dragon? Why is it helping humans and only helping the Xia nation? In her past life, those Lord-level and SS-level catastrophic beasts all bowed down to it. She saw with her own eyes that it was the dragon flame that destroyed the world. If it truly stands on humanity's side, should she still kill it? But what if it loses control again? Jiang Yu suppressed the thought. The conspiracy of the Sakura country had just begun. The Arctic turned circled in the sky. Qin Feng lifted the dragon head, killing intent surging in his eyes. Dragon, many strange beasts are coming this way, including a giant octopus. I dare not get close. The orca couldn't understand bird language and asked, "What did it say?" Qin Feng said in a deep voice, "A large number of strange beasts are approaching, including a giant ringed octopus. Octopuses are venomous, stay away." Qin Feng looked towards the harbor and could still see that familiar figure. When danger comes, she never backs down. He will also fight with all his might to block the beast tide for the Xia Kingdom. He is the Dragon King of the East Sea, and also the dragon of the Xia Kingdom. I'll stay here until I push the strange beast back. The orca scratched its pectoral fin and murmured quietly, "You're so strong, they wouldn't dare mess with us." "Why bother?" Qin Feng said only one sentence. "Because I am a dragon." After speaking, he dived into the deep sea and casually grabbed a few unlucky strange beasts to satisfy his hunger. Sakura Country, Qianzhou Island Base. In the conference room, General Changdao, after hearing the report, was so angry that he smashed his teacup. "Baka, you mean those Xia Kingdom people actually have high-level exotic beasts fighting for them?" Everyone lowered their heads, not daring to speak. The subordinate trembled as he reported, "The reconnaissance team confirmed 1 B-rank black-finned orca and 1 black giant snake. 2 high-level exotic beasts specifically targeting the Sakura warriors, even actively assisting the Xia Kingdom soldiers. This is too abnormal. When will high-level exotic beasts be able to be controlled by humans?" A man with a small mustache frowned. "Could it be that they have produced an S-level beast tamer?" "Absolutely impossible. Our Sakura talent is top-notch, but we only have 1A level. This kind of supernatural ability consumes an enormous amount of mental energy. It's impossible to have an S level." General Nagashima slammed the table fiercely. 40 extraordinary individuals. This is an unprecedented loss. Send 7th-grade experts to kill those 2 beasts. The sea is so vast. Where can we find them? Everyone fell silent. Suddenly someone spoke up. "Lead the 2-headed sea serpent away. The Xia Kingdom's port will surely fall, and those 2 beasts dare to intervene, they will be devoured as well." Changdao was tempted but hesitated. "Those are A-grade beasts that can control elements. If they go out of control, we will be the first to suffer. Don't worry, use dolphin meat to lure them. They will obediently follow." Everyone suddenly understood and nodded repeatedly. "So Destiny 2 p.m. The East Sea churned violently, as numerous deformed beasts broke through, and after fiercely battling the local beasts, they swarmed towards the shore in groups. The smell of blood mixed with the stench, pressing down on people's breaths. Qin Feng and the killer whale worked together more skillfully, with tern birds launching sneak attacks from the air. The 15th sea-level ice lobster fell, and Qin Feng climbed onto the small island. Half an hour later. Ding! Progress at 20%. Qin Feng suddenly opened his eyes, his body size surging again. Body length 49 meters, dragon horns over 2 meters high, branching outward like sprouting limbs. The arrow's body was straight, with the tip sharp as a spear. The tern flew back swiftly, its voice sharp. "Dragon, the giant octopus has gone to the human side, along with countless squids and giant crabs." Qin Feng immediately entered the sea, heading straight to the harbor with the orca. Magic City Port. On the dock, Yang Zhong held a telescope, his face suddenly changing. That was not a wave. It was a strange beast. Wave after wave, overwhelming. Alarms blared continuously, the entire port on high alert. The Guard Bureau fired Gingjin crossbows, piercing several Class D strange beasts on the spot. Facing the beast tide, this firepower is simply not enough. More than 20 warriors rushed to the dock, shooting bows and crossbows in unison, showering arrows into the surging beast horde. The arrowheads were sharp, wrapped in various elemental forces, some even poisoned. The rain of arrows fell like meteors, striking the strange beasts in unison. Dense black shadows rushed to the dock in the blink of an eye. The first to land were 5-meter-tall ice dragon lobsters, their giant claws sweeping across and knocking away the flaming arrows one by one. This type sea-grade beast had simple tactics but appeared in huge numbers, with immense strength and shells as thick as double iron armor. Killing them was by no means easy. More than 20 warriors drew their swords and charged forward, killing intent soaring into the sky. The dock instantly turned into a bloodbath, with the docked ships also being climbed by the beasts. On the beach, the beast tides surged as well. Low-level beasts covered the sky and earth. Shrimp soldiers and crab generals were no longer a joke. Several stories tall lobsters charged recklessly, and the giant claws of the red crabs were as big as trucks. The Magical City Defense Bureau urgently deployed more than 400 Transcendentals to hold the eastern coastline at all costs. In the command center, Minister Huang and others stared fixedly at the big screen. The coasts of the Yellow Sea and East Sea were covered with red dots, densely packed. This time, the number of strange beasts was ridiculously high. Minister, it's too many. We might not be able to hold them off. Should we transfer more people from the Martial Academy? What about the Yi family? No one of 6th rank came. Only 1 5th rank and 2 4th ranks were sent. Do they only dare to take action once the beasts break into the city? Enough! Minister Huang shouted to stop them. There are arrangements from above. If we are under pressure, is the Yellow Sea or Bohai any less so? The crowd fell silent, only able to watch the screen. The red dots kept spreading, inch by inch devouring the green coastline. The mouth of the Yangtze River. On Huangsha Island, more than 30 soldiers from the Guard Bureau were wielding cold weapons, fighting against the shore-climbing strange beasts. In the tall buildings on both banks, citizens watched from a distance. Some took photos, some trembled. This was their first time being so close to the abnormal beast. There is no such thing as peaceful times. It's just that someone stands in front of them to protect them. The police urgently evacuated the crowd and kept a close watch on the river surface. The abnormal beast could very well swim upstream, enter tributaries, and rush into the city. Soon, the nightmare came true. Several giant red crabs broke into Yonglu River, climbed ashore from the riverside park, and crushed 2 people who couldn't escape in time to death. Flesh and blood splattered, and the crowd panicked and scattered. Monsters are ashore. Run! Help! They are too fast. The people in the tall buildings watched in terror. Once the river is lost, the city will have no peace. With the police force stretched thin, martial artists from the city voluntarily came to assist. On Huangsha Island, a nearly 10-meter-long catfish suddenly broke through the water, opened its huge mouth, and dragged a soldier into the river. Jiang Yu's face changed drastically, and she shouted, "Amu!" Ignoring the dangers beneath the water, her blood surged, and she slashed out a blood-red blade light. The blade light split the river surface as Jiang Yu leapt into the water, striking 2 consecutive blows in the blink of an eye. The long-whiskered catfish was split into 3 segments. She pried open its huge mouth and dragged Wangmu out. "AMU, hold on." The sea-level mutated beast, the long-whiskered catfish, had razor-sharp teeth capable of biting through combat armor. Even a 4th-grade warrior wouldn't survive a single bite. Blood poured from Wang Mu's abdomen, yet he still clutched the knife tightly. Jiang Yu carried him and walked on air, rushing to the shore and shouting for help. On the stretcher, Wang Mu was as pale as a ghost. "Captain, don't mind me. Kill the beast. Defend the city." Jiang Yu nodded and turned back to the battlefield. Suddenly, a tentacle as thick as a truck broke through the water, 7 meters long, with purple rings flashing, slashing hard across her back. Jiang Yu was knocked into the river, blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. The soldiers on the island exclaimed in shock. "Giant ringed octopus. This is a deformed A-class mutant beast with purple ring venom, a massive body, and 12 wildly thrashing tentacles. Half of its body alone is over 10 meters tall. Red crabs swarmed ashore, and the battle line was on the verge of collapse. At that moment, a dragon's roar tore through the sky. The low-level mutant beasts all froze simultaneously. Underwater shadows churn. A black dragon breaks through the waves. It bites the tentacles, dragon claws tear flesh, and the dragon tail sweeps across the river water. The giant ringed octopus flips over struggling, tentacles wildly entangling. Waves surge skyward, only to see the black shadow and the giant beast locked in a fierce battle. Jiang Yu stood by the shore, her heart trembling. That was the black dragon. She took a deep breath, stepped into the air, her vital energy exploding, condensing into a blood-red giant blade. Slash! Jiang Yu let out a fierce shout, swinging her sword to unleash a blood-red glow that cleaved through the giant waves. The giant ring octopus reacted quickly, blocking with two tentacles as thick as trains. The blood blade severed a tentacle, leaving a deep, bone-visible scar on its body. The tentacle ring suddenly sprayed venom. Jiang Yu dodged swiftly, but did not expect another tentacle to strike from the side. Boom! She was slammed away with great force, crashing heavily and breaking the street lamp by the shore. Qin Feng was completely enraged, his dragon claws frantically tearing at the massive body underwater, moving so fast only afterimages remained. The giant ring octopus growled lowly. "You are also a demon beast. Why are you helping humans?" The response was a thunderous dragon roar. A column of water shot up to the sky, instantly forming a massive water tornado. Connecting the clouds above and the riverbed below, it spun wildly. The octopus's tentacles were caught, struggling in vain to break free. Although Qin Feng can control water, his lethal moves are only dragon claw and bite. His methods are too single, and he can't deal with it for the time being. At this moment, a cyan sword light pierced through the air. The island warriors exclaimed, "Dean Bai." Once outside the academy, "Call me Sword Saint Bai." Bai Chongqing stood midair, the sword's radiance dazzling like the sun. "In these chaotic times, I'll cut down you, the wretched beast, first." With a swing of the long sword, the azure light tore through heaven and earth, cleaving the giant ringed octopus in two. Life given by what can also be cut off. Sword chi erupted within its body, causing its massive form to shatter inch by inch. Like melting ice, it sank to the bottom of the river and completely dissipated. Bai Chongqing looked through the water, watching the black dragon swim out of the Yangtze River and straight into the sea. His heart trembled. In his 20-year martial career, he had killed countless strange beasts and had seen so-called dragons, which were nothing more than winged monsters. But the black dragon before him resembled the 9 dragons in form, with a natural majestic presence. What's more crucial is that it didn't harm anyone. On the contrary, it protected people. Could it really be the divine beast of the Xia Kingdom? He decided to report it and find out the origin of this dragon. Dozens of martial artists rushed to support, fighting alongside the Huangsha Island garrison. They were all focused on the battle. No one noticed the dragon's head bursting out of the water in that instant. But the people in the tall building saw it clearly. Many people were holding up their phones to record videos. Inside a riverside building, a woman suddenly exclaimed, "Look at what I caught on camera." "We all filmed it. Isn't it just a big octopus?" "No, I think I caught a big black head." Everyone gathered around, zooming in frame by frame. On the screen, a huge, camel-like head broke the water surface, let out a roar, and then sank back into the river. The woman enlarged the image, her voice trembling. "Look, doesn't it have horns on its head? Those golden eyes, they're even bigger than my head." Everyone looks at me, and I look at you. A middle-aged man couldn't help but speak up. "Don't you think this thing looks like the dragon from Legends?" "Dragon? Isn't that something made up by the ancients? The Western kind with wings has appeared, so it wouldn't be strange for our own dragon to show up, right? Makes sense. Lily, send me the video. I want to post it on my moments." "But isn't the dragon supposed to fly? And aren't they all golden or cyan? There are black dragons too, right? Black looks so cool, with that aloof vibe maxed out. I'm totally in love." All right. No wonder you're love crazy. You can even fall for dragons." The video quickly went viral across the entire internet, igniting the whole summer country. "Eastern dragon, does it really exist?" The video spread like wildfire, sparking endless debates. Some say it's fake. How could a dragon from mythology exist? Besides, this dragon doesn't even look strong. It can't even fly. Others insist it's real. So many people at the scene captured it on camera. Could it all be staged? As for why it's so weak, many speculate it's a young dragon, just recently hatched. In any case, this is the first publicly appearing Oriental dragon. The top 5 trending videos on a certain short video platform are all about dragons. In videos from various angles, you can see huge dragon heads, along with black shadows faintly visible in the water. The comment section completely exploded. I told you I've seen dragons before. Do you believe me now? Woke up to find the dragon out. And it's a black dragon, so rare duh. The ancients didn't lie to us. The official didn't delete the video, which means it's real. Dragons really exist. This might not be a good thing, right? Creatures like dragons might be even more terrifying than the exotic beasts. Did you watch the video? It's helping us. The dragon's roar drives away the exotic beasts and drags the giant octopus into the water. The soldier who fell into the river was lifted by a column of water. It must be the dragon controlling the water. The public opinion grew louder and more intense. The supernatural forum was also flooded with posts, but they were more concerned about the ratings. Some said the highest rating based on performance should be A. Some also argued back. Dragons are gods in legends, so they should definitely be S class. The Martial Arts Academy's group chat was also filled with dragons. Zhao Ming. I actually got to see a dragon in this lifetime. Xin Ming. So awesome. Dragons can fly, right? If I could ride one even once, I'd die happy. Wang He. Stop dreaming. Dragons are extremely proud creatures. There's no way they would let someone ride on their back. Yi Chun. At Xin Ming, Xiaoming, this dragon isn't as exaggerated as in the legends. We'll find a way to catch it for you to ride. Xin Ming. Really? Xin, you are so good. Others. _ Instructor Li Zhong. The dragon is our legend. This black dragon has helped us many times in the East Sea. Don't say things like that again. At Yichen. Kai Su. It's not confirmed yet, and you're already talking? Many people began to question as well. Zhao Ming. Quick, check the forum. The Beast album has been updated. The dragon is real. Atlas of Exotic Beasts update. Black dragon. Tentatively rated class A. Approximately 49 meters long. Can control water. Frequently active in the East China Sea. Has not attacked people from the Xia Kingdom so far. Has rescued crew members. Joined forces with the Blackfin Orca to assist the Guard Bureau in killing Sakura warriors. Saved people in the Yangtze River. Seriously injured a giant ringed octopus. Note: do not initiate attacks. Attempts at communication are advised. As soon as the news broke out, the entire internet was shaken. The official acknowledged it for the first time and even specially reminded people not to take action. Over 800 kinds of strange beasts have been documented. None have ever actively helped humans. The black dragon became the focus. The titles Eastern Sea Divine Beast and Eastern Sea Dragon King quickly spread. By evening, the strange beasts along the coast retreated like a tide. Guard Bureau Command Center. Minister Huang stared at the disappearing red dot on the screen and let out a long breath. The first wave was held, but the casualties were heavy. Along the long coastline, it all depended on the soldiers holding firm. Lu Xing rushed in. Minister, do you know what the shadow that has been helping us recently is? The one with the black-finned orca? What is it? A dragon. It's a dragon. Everyone was stunned. The legendary dragon. A divine dragon that can fly in the sky and dive into the sea. He took out the video. Minister Huang snatched the phone. It's really a dragon. Everyone gathered around, exclaiming constantly. Lu Xing said, it has been confirmed from above that the atlas has all been updated. However, these shouldn't be classified as strange beasts. They should be listed separately as divine beasts. Everyone nodded. Night. Under the East China Sea, Qin Feng tore open the shell of a giant red crab and treated the sea-grade exotic beast as dinner. The blackfin orca swam around him, whining. Dragon, do you have any of your kind? Probably not. So how do you reproduce? Survival and reproduction are instincts of all living beings, and exotic beasts are no exception. Qin Feng frowned. What does it have to do with you? The orca said seriously. I saw a sea snake this afternoon, a bit smaller than you, maybe suitable. Qin Feng slapped it on the head with a claw and turned to swim towards the small island. Don't go. He climbed onto the small island, his long dragon body curling up. The bridled tern circled a few times in the air before landing on the beach beside his head. Orcas can't leave the deep sea. They can only call from afar. I'll catch it for you. Maybe you'll really like it. You keep it yourself. Qin Feng ignored it, closed his eyes, and absorbed the power of the stars. He must become stronger. He failed to protect Jiang Yu in the afternoon, and this matter weighed heavily on his mind. It wasn't that he couldn't defeat the giant ring octopus, but that he lacked the power to deliver a killing blow, having to rely on agility and dragon claws to slowly wear the opponent down. Jiang Yu was a fifth-grade warrior. That one strike couldn't kill her, at most inflict serious injury. But he still blamed himself. What made him even more wary was Dean Bai. As that sword fell, the giant ringed octopus instantly died. Qin Feng didn't even dare to stop, immediately diving back into the deep sea. Too strong. He suspected that such a strong person could see through the sea surface and see his full form. This black dragon has most likely already been exposed. He didn't intend to hide forever. Sooner or later, he would show up. But the world is not only inhabited by good people. Before having the absolute power to protect himself, he didn't want to be targeted. Having done so many things recently, they probably wouldn't come after him, right? The next day, ding, progress has reached 50%. On the fourth day of turning into a dragon, the progress has directly surpassed halfway. It seems the more alien beasts devoured, the stronger and faster the growth. He now measures 53 meters long. The number of dragon scales hasn't changed, but they are larger and harder. The dragon horn grew another segment, and the two dragon whiskers became as thick as wrists. At dawn, the bearded gull was nowhere to be seen, but its aura was heading toward the harbor. Qin Feng went into the sea to forage for food. He casually caught a few low-level mutant beasts for breakfast. These creatures have average combat power, but their reproduction is astonishing. Ice lobsters and giant red crabs lay thousands of eggs at a time. They are never lacking in the sea, but they only eat low-level prey and grow too slowly. To become stronger, one must hunt high-level exotic beasts. After eating seafood for a long time, he actually somewhat missed the past. Living primitively, with the sky as a blanket and the earth as a bed, he would occasionally think, if one day it could transform into a human form, would it still be able to integrate into human society? Or, after all, is it just a dragon that remembers human memories? In the hospital of the Magic City Guard Bureau, Zhao Yuanshan and a few others stood guard at the ward. Seeing the doctor finish the examination, they immediately asked, "Doctor, how is our captain?" Jiang Yu was still unconscious, but her complexion had clearly improved. The doctor smiled and said, "No major issues, just rest for a few days." "Then why hasn't she woken up yet?" Zhao Yuanshan asked anxiously. The doctor explained that she suffered a heavy blow last night, breaking 2 ribs, but her recovery was astonishingly fast, and they had already started healing on their own. The reason she hadn't woken up was probably due to exhaustion. Even high-tier martial artists don't have such strong self-healing abilities. The doctor didn't ask further and left. The others continued to keep watch. An hour later, Jiang Yu opened her eyes and saw all the team members were there. "Captain, how do you feel?" Jiang Yu sat up, her blood and energy replenished, looking so good it didn't seem like she had been injured. "How long was I unconscious?" "Just one night. It's now the morning of the second day." She frowned. "What about the harbor?" "The beasts retreated back into the sea last night. No activity for now." Jiang Yu's expression darkened. "Why are you all guarding me? Head back to the harbor immediately. They're sure to come again." Zhao Yuanshan scratched his head. "We're worried about you." "I'm fine. From now on, you are not allowed to leave your post without permission." They responded in unison. "Wait, I'll go too." "Captain, you should rest." With one look from Jiang Yu, the other party immediately shut up. "The East China Sea needs us more right now." The few could only nod. Jiang Yu suddenly asked, "What about AMU?" Everyone's expressions changed. "That catfish is a mutant. Its teeth are poisonous, and he's still in the ICU. Whether he lives or dies depends entirely on fate." Jiang Yu remained silent, glanced at the unconscious Wang Mu at the ICU door, then led people straight to the port. In the past 3 years, she had long been accustomed to life and death. Perhaps the person who was still laughing yesterday has become a cold corpse today. Fighting against strange beasts is essentially a gamble with one's life. From the day they stepped into the guard bureau, they knew they might never come back. There has been a constant shortage of personnel across regions, and the casualty rate remains high year after year. Many powerful transcendent individuals are unwilling to join the Guard Bureau. They stay in the city to work or team up to hunt beasts in relatively safe areas, still making money without having to risk their lives. Some even suggest building high walls at the city's edge and simply abandoning the ocean. But once you give in, you can never hold the line again. Some things must be born with your life. East China Sea. A speedboat is racing across the sea surface. A short-haired woman holds a telescope, staring at the distant sea surface. Chui Sini sat beside her, almost breaking down. Sister Lin, we've been searching all morning, but there isn't even a shadow of a dragon. Lin Luokong, however, was extremely excited. That's a dragon. A legendary dragon. Of course it's hard to find. I absolutely must capture it on camera. She was the president of the Explorer Association, an S-level supernatural ability user, and a 5th-grade martial artist. Wealthy and powerful, her greatest hobby was tracking exotic beasts, taking the clearest photos and videos, and recording their habits and abilities. In the Summer Kingdom's illustrated compendium of over 800 exotic beasts, a quarter came from her team. Last night, she saw images of a dragon and didn't sleep all night. Before dawn, she rushed to the East Sea. There was only one goal: to find the dragon. She had studied dragons for many years, but had never seen one in person. Chui Sini sighed. Searching like this is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Then we still have to try. Lin Luokong refused to give up. Chui Sini simply shouted towards the sea. Dragon, come out quickly. Silly or not. Lin Luokong shook her head and raised the binoculars again. On the sea ahead, it seemed like 2 more mountains had appeared. Her heart tightened. Where did mountains come from on the sea? She looked closely, and her scalp instantly tingled. That was not a mountain, but 2 huge snake heads soaring into the sky. 2-headed snake demon. Lin Luo's face changed drastically. Chui Sini was stunned. Top-tier A-class beast? Isn't it in the Cherry Blossom Sea? Even among A-levels, the gap is huge. Some rely on physique and brute force, while others can control elements. And those A-levels who can control elements are almost disasters. Human fighters without supernatural abilities need to be at least 7th rank to even touch this kind of power. The 2-headed snake demon is a typical example. It once drowned 2 major cities in the Cherry Blossom country with a single gulp of water. Its destructive power is extremely terrifying. Lin Luokong suddenly turned the boat's bow around. Immediately notify the Guard Bureau. Chui Sini's hands were trembling as she quickly dialed the Ocean Area Command Center. Piercing alarm sounds rang out simultaneously at all major ports. The entire region entered Level 1 combat readiness. The once calm sea suddenly churned violently, towering waves surged, and countless strange beasts surged toward the shore like a black tide. Low-level exotic beasts like ice lobsters and giant red crabs were the first to rush onto the beach. Several psychics quickly condensed fireballs and hurled them, the flames exploding and forcibly halting the beast tide. There were also telepathic psychics who forcibly controlled some of the beasts, making them kill each other. The warriors gripped their swords tightly, charging to the front line to engage in close combat with the monsters swarming onto the dock. A jet-black sea spider crawled onto the shore, its 8 long legs each about 5 meters long and as thick as a locomotive. B-level exotic beast, humanoid sea spider. It was extremely fast. 2 Grade 4 warriors simultaneously unleashed their vitality and blood power, throwing spears. The cold light pierced the air, aiming straight for the vital spot. The sea spider opened its mouth and spat out silk. 2 webs suddenly tightened in the air, firmly entangling the spear. Then it spat out more silk, trapping the 2 people. Retrieve. The 2 shouted angrily, their blood and energy surging. The spear broke free from the restraints and flew back into their hands. Just as they were about to counterattack, the giant spider leg smashed down from above. Crescent slash. A white blade aura cut through the air, instantly slicing the spider leg hanging in midair. Jiang Yu stepped through the air, her blade surging with bloodlust, and slashed diagonally once more. The sea spider's human face was slashed open, dark green blood dripping down, its features twisted and menacing. Captain Jiang, Watch out for the spider silk. Two warriors shouted as soon as they broke free. Before the words had finished, the giant web spread open again, covering Jiangyu. Her figure flashed, already at the left side, as her lifeblood and the power of moonlight infused the blade together, and she slashed horizontally with both hands. The blade flashed suddenly, intertwining blood red and moonlight, exploding like thunder. A sea spider as tall as 7 stories was sliced in half by one strike, dying instantly. The two warriors froze in place. They had long heard of Jiangyu's name, but didn't expect her to be this powerful. To kill a B-level beast so decisively and instantly places her at the top among 5th-rank cultivators. Together, everyone finally managed to hold back the first wave of the beast tide. Suddenly, a huge, ghostly blue translucent creature crawled out of the dock, 6 pairs of tentacles flailing wildly, each one reaching 10 meters long. The atmosphere instantly grew heavy. Zhao Yuanshan tightened his grip on the spear and said gravely, "A-grade aberrant beast, great ghost squid." At this level, it shouldn't be something they could contend with. But no one backed down. Zhao Yuanshan leapt up, his spear radiating a chilling aura. Dinghai spear. A blood-red glow shrouded the battlefield, all force converging at the spear tip, thrusting fiercely downward from the air. 3 warriors followed closely, unleashing sword flashes. The wrist blades swept horizontally, blocking all attacks. The weapons struck the wrist blade, producing a piercing metallic clash. Ding-ding sounded. Zhao Yuanshan's face changed drastically. No, it can turn its body metallic. Humans can awaken various abilities, and so can the strange beasts. Some mutate, some awaken talents, becoming terrifyingly strong. The squid shook fiercely, spewing out a half-meter thick ink column. Puff, puff, puff. Quick, get out of the way. Zhao Yuanshan pushed off with his foot and instantly retreated 20 meters. A warrior was half a step too slow, and the ink splattered on his back. Its corrosiveness was 10 times stronger than sulfuric acid, rendering his protective aura and vitality useless. Flesh, entrails, and bones turned into pus within 3 seconds. The young warrior was left on the spot as nothing but a pool of black water. The pier was corroded and kept cracking, the ink seeming endless. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Zhao Yuanshan gritted his teeth, but didn't dare to get close. Move aside. A loud roar exploded. Lu Sheng appeared out of nowhere, his orange-red armor dazzling, gripping a blunt greatsword. Deputy Minister Lu has arrived. A 6th-rank warrior is here. The morale instantly ignited. Lu Sheng swung his sword, unleashing a fiery sword chi that struck straight at the ink sac. If it sprays again, the entire port will be destroyed. Blazing slash. 3 streams of flaming sword energy swept out, waves of heat surging. The dark blue squid swung its tentacles to block. The metallic tentacles stopped the sword energy, but couldn't withstand the flames. The flames raged wildly along the tentacles. Lu Sheng's momentum surged wildly, gripping his sword with both hands, and fiercely slashing through the air. Flames soared into the sky, and the sword aura seemed to tear the heavens apart. Wrists severed simultaneously. Everyone was shocked into silence. This is the power of the 6th rank. The dark blue squid writhed in pain, showing a terrified expression, dragging its broken body as it fled into the sea. Lu Sheng was about to pursue when his gaze suddenly darkened. In the sea, a shadowy figure lurked. The squid had just entered the water. A sharp dragon claw pierced through its body. Immediately after, another claw pierced through its skull. An A-level exotic beast, killed on the spot. Qin Feng arrived from the other side, just in time to collect this trophy. He certainly wouldn't let such a good blood feast slip away. Only by becoming stronger can he protect this city. The golden vertical pupils pierced through the seawater, locking eyes with Lu Sheng in the air. Lu Sheng smiled slightly. Qin Feng dragged the squid down to the seabed. Time to eat. Lu Sheng swept over the dock, a few sword slashes cutting apart the giant red crabs climbing ashore. He knew very well that these were just appetizers. The real danger has yet to appear. Even he is not completely confident when facing the peak of A-level. Deputy Minister, the 2-headed snake demon, is approaching. The voice in the walkie-talkie trembled. The drones kept returning, and a speedboat was desperately rushing toward the harbor. Everyone stared fixedly at the sea surface. Behind the speedboat, the water was being torn apart. A huge giant was slowly emerging from the water. Lu Sheng's face was grave as he ordered, "We can't let it get close to the port, or the consequences will be unimaginable. Captain Jiang, Captain Yang, come with me. The rest, fall back." Jiang Yu and Yang Zhong responded in unison, "Understood." Both were fifth-rank martial artists, capable of fighting on the sea as long as their true energy remained. Facing an A-level beast that could control elements, having more people was completely useless. 100-meter giant waves surged forward, on the verge of swallowing the speedboat racing at 600 kilometers per hour. Life and death in an instant. Lin Luokong grabbed Chui Sini and soared straight up, rising 300 meters into the sky. Her supernatural ability is S-level gravity manipulation. She can change the direction of gravity affecting herself and objects she touches, allowing free flight and prolonged hovering. Huge waves surged wildly. The two quickly flew back to the harbor. "Minister Lu, do you need help?" Lu Sheng and the other two jumped onto the speedboat, nodding without hesitation. "Of course. With Chairman Lin here, our chances of winning are at least 80%. I like the sound of that." Lin Luokong placed Chui Sini on the dock, then took off, standing shoulder to shoulder with the others to face the enemy. 1 6th rank, 3 5th rank, against a top-grade A-class exotic beast. This was a tough battle. Everyone stared fixedly at the sea. Behind the rolling giant waves, 2 15-meter-high snake heads appeared. That was just the head. The white snake body was hidden in the sea, more than 70 meters long, like a building over 20 stories high. In the blue and red vertical pupils, there was nothing but bloodthirstiness. This giant sea beast, destroying cities and devouring people, has eaten at least 30 warriors and submerged 2 cities with populations exceeding 1 million. Amid the waves, a small boat appeared. 2 5th-rank warriors from the Sakura Kingdom rose above the waves, sneering and taunting. "Foolish Xia Kingdom people, your end has come. The two-headed serpent demon has arrived, and you cannot stop it. This is a gift from our big Sakura. Accept it properly." "Screw you." Lin Luokong swore outright. The long sword is unsheathed. Clang. She pointed her sword forward, and the golden long sword shot through the air, its sword light piercing the surface of the sea, directly aimed at the two. Jiang Yu stepped through the air, blood energy flowing into the long blade, and with one slash, a blood-colored blade aura was unleashed. 2 cherry blossom warriors shouted angrily. Second move, sky-breaking slash. Silver-white blade aura swept out, colliding head-on with the golden sword. Ding! The clash of metal. Blood-red blade energy swept across the battlefield, forcing the silver-white blade light to retreat repeatedly. Lin Luo unleashed full spiritual power, the golden sword instantly becoming as heavy as 10,000 pounds. Gravity pressed down. Bang! The silver-white blade shattered on the spot. 2 Sakura warriors were blasted away, nearly falling into the sea. They barely touched the water with their toes, awkwardly leaping into the air. The two barely managed to stand firm, their chests heaving with blood and flesh twisted, densely covered with cuts from swords and blades. Both were 5th rank, yet the difference was significant. Lin Luokong has an S-class ability, overwhelmingly overpowering those of the same rank, ruthless in methods, and even stronger in mental power. Jiang Yu has no ability, but possesses robust vitality, equally exceptional mental power, and with the added boost of cultivation techniques, his swordsmanship is steady, precise, and ruthless. The 4 of them rode the waves into the sky, engaging in a fierce battle on the spot. Lu Sheng locked his gaze on the 2-headed snake demon only 1,000 meters away, gripping his greatsword tightly as he soared into the sky. "Captain Yang, we have to kill it today." Yang Zhong's eyes flashed fiercely. He took off his black bow, blood surging, and charged straight at the snake demon. In the sea, Qin Feng and the black-finned killer whale also approached simultaneously. Behind them was the harbor, a city of tens of millions. Only struggle desperately, never retreat. The 2-headed snake demon exuded a terrifying aura, its snake eyes locked onto the two, howling toward the sky. The sound waves exploded. Even Yang Zhong felt a moment of daze. This is a mental suppression. Jiang Yu and a few others were also shaken nearly into the sea. Qin Feng broke through the water, opening his mouth to unleash a dragon's roar. The roar was like thunder, instantly overpowering the snake demon's psychic assault, instead causing it to feel fear. Even though Qin Feng was still young, his bloodline naturally suppressed snakes. This kind of suppression has nothing to do with strength, it is innate. Yang Zhong snapped back to reality and shouted excitedly, "Minister, it's a dragon, it's helping us." Lu Sheng laughed loudly. "Let's hold this place together." Two flaming sword energies slashed out. One end of the snake demon blasted out a furious jet of water, directly dispersing the sword energy, leaving a huge crater on the sea surface. The faster the water flows, the more astonishing the power becomes. Yang Zhong shot 2 arrows in quick succession, breaking through the air. The other end of the snake demon spat out red flames, instantly melting the arrows into molten iron due to the high temperature. One water and one fire, perfectly synchronized. Everyone on the dock looked grim. Damn Sakura Nation. These monsters were created by them, and now they're bringing them over here. Water restrains Minister Lu, fire suppresses Captain Yang. No wonder they're rampaging over there. The scales are ridiculously hard. The sword chi only sparks. Monsters that can control elements are the hardest to deal with. Chui Sini stared intently at the battlefield, her expression tense. Don't panic. Once President Lin and Captain Jiang take care of those 2 Sakura people, the 4 of us together will surely kill the snake demon. Everyone nodded, full of confidence. Lu Sheng and the other moved through the air, continuously wearing down the snake demon with sword energy and arrows, focusing on its scaleless eyes. Underwater, Qin Feng and the orca launched a fierce attack on the snake's body, making it impossible for it to defend both head and tail. Qin Feng tore open the snake's belly with a claw, scales shattering, and green blood gushed out. The 2-headed snake demon was completely enraged. Both being strange beasts, why help humans? It simultaneously spewed streams of water and fierce flames. Lu Sheng and the others quickly retreated. A column of water pierced the sea surface like a giant sword, stirring up wild waves, and marine creatures were instantly shattered. Flames swept across, boiling the seawater, and the Sakura Nation warship turned into molten iron in an instant. Luo Kong retreated while wielding his sword, forcing back a Sakura warrior in the process. The person engulfed in flames was instantly set ablaze all over his body. Before the screams had died down, the person had already turned to ashes. Another warrior, severely wounded and barely able to stand, could only flee in panic. Jiang Yu stood midair and slashed down with a single stroke. Crescent slash. The blade flashed through the air, leaving the opponent with nowhere to dodge. Knowing death was certain, the man roared and threw 6 throwing stars. The throwing stars exploded in front of Jiang Yu, the threads weaving into a net that tightly enveloped her, dragging her down toward the sea. She swung her knife to cut through the gap, just about to break free, when the snake demon's flames pressed down right before her eyes. Everyone gasped in shock. Suddenly, a curtain of water rose from the sea, blocking in front of Jiang Yu. The fierce flames scorched, and the water curtain was quickly steamed through. The sea water boiled and churned for miles around. A dark figure broke through the water, reformed the water curtain, and enveloped Jiang Yu into the sea. Underwater, Qin Feng drew his front claws close, shielding her in front of him. Jiang Yu suddenly snapped back to reality, her eyes filled with black diamond-shaped dragon scales. She pressed against that slightly raised area, which should be the dragon's chest. The black dragon is blocking the fire for her. Flames tore through the water curtain, penetrating the seawater, and slammed hard onto the dragon's back. Qin Feng only felt his back burning, but it didn't hurt. The dragon scales were hard enough to block most of the damage. Jiang Yu held her breath, raising her gaze upward, suddenly seeing a patch of completely different scales. Crescent-shaped, emitting a cold white glow. Reverse scale. If a dragon has a weakness, it must be here. That spot is on the neck. Just one stab through it, even if not fatal, would cause serious injury. She can strike right now. Killing this black dragon might prevent the restricted area from going out of control, and perhaps the world won't be destroyed again. She had experienced an apocalypse once and knew how powerful this dragon would become in the future. Right now could be the only chance. But since her rebirth, the black dragon had saved her multiple times, and this time even used its body to shield her from the fire. Jiang Yu closed her eyes. Repaying kindness with hatred is not her style. Perhaps it is not the dragon from her past life, just looks like it. Maybe just a brother. Qin Feng protected her, diving all the way down to the seabed. Jiang Yu opened her eyes again and met a pair of golden vertical pupils. Her heart trembled, strangely familiar. Her younger brother also had golden eyes. But she didn't think in that direction. It is absurd for a person to turn into a dragon. Dragons are legendary divine beings, inherently sacred. How could a person transform into one? The massive dragon head was close at hand, its whiskers swirling, golden eyes exuding imposing authority. Her heart pounded like a drum. Adding up both lifetimes, this was the closest she had ever been to a dragon. It seemed not so terrifying after all. Qin Feng stared at her steadily, his eyes full of reluctance. It was still not the right time. He rolled up the seawater and lifted her out of the water, then shouted angrily as he charged toward the serpent demon. Jiang Yu stood on the waves, holding her blade high, leaping into the fray. The four of them spread out to attack from all sides. Lu Sheng raised his great sword, flames soaring into the sky, shouting, "Team Leader Yang, shoot its eyes." Got it. Sword Chi swept across the left snake head. The snake demon indeed sprayed a water jet to block it. At that moment, Yang Zhong shot 2 arrows in quick succession. The sound of breaking through the air rang out. An arrow shot straight into the snake's eye. The snake demon screamed in agony as its spiritual power went out of control. Everyone felt dizzy and nearly fell. Qin Feng emerged from the water, a dragon's roar shaking off the mental attack. Lin Luokong was overjoyed. As expected of a divine dragon, one roar silenced it. Now's the time, kill. Jiang Yu dashed to the side of the snake's head, swinging the crescent moon blade down. Lu Sheng's flame sword Qi reached its peak as he shouted angrily. Flame-devouring wave slash. Lin Luokong leapt above the snake's head, the golden sword stabbing straight down. Gravity. With a burst of supernatural power, the sword's momentum sharply increased, pressing down fiercely. The gung metal longsword, incredibly sharp, struck down with the force of 1,000 pounds. Yang Zhong shot 3 arrows in quick succession. 2 of them went straight into the fiery snake's eyes, blood spurting wildly. The snake demon went completely mad, wildly spitting fire. Giant waves surged, blocking the out-of-control flames. Lu Sheng's fiery sword energy, combined with Jiang Yu's strike, forcibly severed a snake head. But the wound healed quickly, and a new head began to grow. Kill it quickly. Lu Sheng's face changed drastically. If this dragged on, their vitality and mental strength would be completely exhausted. Lin Luokong's golden sword pierced the snake's head, and the snake demon thrashed, stirring up 100-meter waves. It tried to whip its tail in retaliation, but was fiercely bitten by the killer whale. Strike the wound. Jiang Yu, with a pale face, mustered his strongest blow. Red Moon Blaze Divine Slash. Everyone unleashed their killing moves, smashing the fire snake's head into pieces. But in less than a minute, the severed water snake's head grew back, sweeping across with a water column. Just as everyone was despairing, a black dragon quietly crawled to the snake demon's vital spot, plunging a claw inside. He actually pulled out a white inner core. Qin Feng was stunned himself. He had only intended to strike at the snake's vital point, never expecting to actually pull out its lifeline. The dragon claws tore wildly. The snake demon screamed miserably, its breath rapidly weakening. Lin Luo held up the camera and snapped furiously. When the black dragon slays the snake, it inevitably trends on hot search. The snake demon fell into the sea with a crash, giant waves roiling as its 100-meter-long corpse sank to the seabed. Qin Feng dove into the sea, but was chased and slapped by Lin Luokong, so he had to dive even deeper. The seawater was boiling hot, cooking all the low-level exotic beasts and ordinary fish. Qin Feng had a big meal after 5 days without cooked food. That giant snake was enough to feed him for 2 or 3 days. The orca rubbed against him excitedly. "We're so strong." Qin Feng nodded. "Thanks to you. The snake head belongs to you." After speaking, He swallowed the inner core in one gulp. The warmth spread inside his body, merging into the starlight at his chest. As expected, he really could absorb that power and completely make it his own. Just as he guessed, the level of the Dragon Ball far surpassed that of the Mystic Pill. It was a core condensed from the pure power of the stars. Refining a mere Mystic Pill was not difficult at all. Now, he only hoped to truly condense his own Dragon Ball as soon as possible. Qin Feng felt the surging changes within his body while greedily devouring flesh and blood. An A-grade beast, and still such a massive form. As long as he finished eating, his progress could at least reach 70%. As for being photographed, it was actually within his expectations, just a bit earlier than anticipated. So far, the Xia government has not shown any hostility towards Long. He felt that making a proper appearance might not be a bad thing. He couldn't hide in the shadows forever, unless he spent his whole life deep in the sea, no longer protecting Jiangyu, nor guarding Xia. Letting the public know about Long's existence is itself a kind of power. As long as they believe, they won't be easily frightened by exotic beasts. Qin Feng vowed in his heart that he must get stronger quickly, strong enough so that other nations would never dare again, as they did this time, to drive away exotic beasts and blatantly violate borders. Magic City Port. Lu Sheng and others returned victorious. Over 100 warriors witnessed with their own eyes the slaying of the snake demon, and the final appearance of the black dragon was also seen by many. Although the details were fuzzy, everyone was certain that it was the black dragon seen before. The port was filled with jubilant celebration. Minister Lu is amazing. His sword aura sweeps across, flames dominating the field. Our Captain Yang is no less. That arrow directly pierced the snake demon's eye. I saw it bleed with my own eyes. Zhao Yuanshan raised an eyebrow and retorted. Our captain beheaded with a single strike. That's the real finishing move. Before the four landed, Chui Sini shouted at Lin Luokong. Lin, did you capture it? The black dragon reappeared, fighting side by side with them again. With Lin Luokong's temperament, he would never miss such an opportunity. As soon as Lin Luokong landed, he raised the corners of his mouth. Don't worry, it's in high definition, exclusive first release. Let me see it quickly. Chui Sini was extremely anxious. What are you rushing for? It's not an instant photo, it needs developing. Lin Luokong rolled his eyes and turned to start the car. Wait for me. I'm not on the bus yet. Chui Sini chased after them. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. What did she photograph? What else could it be? She specifically follows news about strange beasts. Wouldn't she take pictures if she saw a dragon? I want to see too. It was too far away just now. I only saw a dark shadow. The minister and the others actually killed the snake demon together with the divine dragon. I'm so envious. Is the divine dragon really like the legends say? What legends? That's historical record. It's true. Jiang Yu and the others walked back to the team, staring at the still turbulent sea surface. Zhao Yuanshan saw the captain's pale face and couldn't help but urge, Captain, we just need to hold the line. You should go back and rest for a few days. Yeah, I'll drive you back to Magic City. This time the Sakura country's plan has completely failed. There won't be another beast tied anytime soon. The captain was already injured last time, and this time he fought desperately again, consuming too much of his energy and vitality. Lu Sheng also said, Captain Jiang, your team deserves the most credit for this battle. We will definitely report it truthfully and won't let everyone down. You go back to Magic City first, and we'll get in touch if anything else is needed. Jiang Yu looked at the devastated harbor, her tone calm but resolute. The port being destroyed like this can't be repaired in just a few days. No matter how many dragons guard the East Sea, they can't hold back all the strange beasts. As long as the port isn't restored, we won't leave to prevent them from coming again. She was firm in her stance, and Zhao Yuanshan and the others fell silent. The breakwater, docks, and warehouses were almost completely destroyed. Lu Sheng sighed. No wonder the director trusts you. You're too straightforward and too tough in how you handle things. Others might not know her background clearly, but he had investigated it. Jiang Yu was born in Shihu City. Her father, Jiang Yuan, is one of the 6 grandmasters of the Xia Kingdom. Grandmasters are powerful figures who dominate their regions. There are only 6 in the entire country. She is extraordinarily talented and entered Tianjin Academy for further studies after graduation. At 22, she reached the 4th rank, sweeping through her peers in the capital. Her sharpness was too overwhelming, naturally arousing jealousy. During an expedition outside the city, she was ambushed by foreign forces. Her companions died in battle, and 6 5th-rank enemies were completely wiped out. Her vitality was exhausted, her internal organs shattered, with only a breath left. Her life was saved, but her martial path was nearly severed. Zhang Yuan was furious, stirring up a bloodbath in the imperial capital, and then led people to attack abroad. That assassination was definitely not just foreign enemies. A year later, Zhang Yu gave up a stable life, joined the Guard Bureau, and voluntarily transferred to the most dangerous demon city. No one expected that her realm would remain at the 4th rank, yet her combat power kept growing stronger. Her vitality fused with the power of moonlight, becoming more vigorous with every battle. Not long ago, she even stepped into the 5th rank, fully recovering from old wounds. She could have become an instructor, taken over the family business, or worked as a city police officer, living an easy and respectable life. But some things, someone has to fight desperately for. Magic City, Mingzhu Building, headquarters of the Adventurers Association. The workstations outside were empty, but the president's office was buzzing. More than a dozen people crowded around the computer. Lin Luokong's face flushed red with excitement. She plastered the developed photos all over the wall, imported the originals into the computer, did post-processing and lighting adjustments, and applied several insanely cool templates. How is it? Pretty awesome, right? She pointed at the black dragon diving into the sea on the screen, her eyes glowing. Chui Cini nodded. Handsome, indeed. But that golden eye, I always feel like I've seen it somewhere before. In the photo, the black dragon turns its body sideways as it enters the sea, its right eye a cold and dazzling golden pupil. The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. That rare golden pupil. It seemed like she really had seen it before. Everyone immediately started jeering. Familiar? Xian wouldn't have seen a dragon in her dreams, would she? Dreaming of a dragon means meeting your destined partner. Looks like someone's going to fall in love. Our Xian is an A-level psychic and a wealthy, beautiful woman. I wonder which lucky man she'll end up with. Chui Xian rolled her eyes. Don't talk nonsense. I don't believe in that stuff, and I don't want to fall in love. I just feel that these golden eyes look a lot like someone I know. Lin Luokong replied to her while editing the video. Golden eyes are rare, but not unheard of. After a moment of silence, Chui Cini suddenly asked, do you think people can turn into dragons? The office instantly fell silent. Dragons can be born naturally and raised by the earth, hatch from eggs, or even be born live. But humans turning into dragons? That sounds ridiculous. It's true that the people of Xia Kingdom call themselves descendants of dragons, but descendants are not the same as the original. Lin Luokong reached out and touched her forehead. No fever. So why are you starting to ramble? Your imagination is too wild. Humans turning into dragons? Abroad, they've only come up with things like Spider-Man or Lizard Men. That's already ridiculous enough. Dragons? Impossible. Yeah, at least those still keep a human form. The werewolves from the Mist Country are essentially still human. I've heard that Pretty Country even created Batman, with combat abilities comparable to 5th-rank warriors. They just love using humans for experiments, forcibly merging them with beasts, a complete lack of humanity. The topic drifted further and further away, and the scolding grew louder and harsher. 30 years ago, spiritual energy revived, and strange beasts roamed the land. Other countries didn't focus on cultivation, but instead became obsessed with species fusion experiments, especially the beautiful country. The Sakura country followed suit, creating a bunch of deformed monsters. Accidents have frequently occurred over the years, with many negative consequences being the result of their own actions. So-called achievements have been few and far between, most ending in loss of control. Chui Cini nodded, feeling that her earlier thought was indeed too outrageous. But those golden eyes remained unforgettable. The same golden pupils. Perhaps it was just a coincidence. Finally, everyone stopped getting off topic. Their gazes returned to the screen, and the discussions continued in bursts. I used to think the golden dragon was the most handsome, but now that I look, The black dragon is the one that truly exudes overwhelming pressure. The black dragon is mysterious, but the golden dragon is more orthodox, right? The five-clawed golden dragon is the strongest. Not necessarily. Ancient texts say that the azure dragon originating from the constellations is the highest level. So when will the azure dragon appear? Go to the East Sea and ask Shenlong. He definitely knows. Form a group to go tomorrow? I consider myself good-looking. Maybe I can take a photo with Shenlong. 6. +1. The government has long acknowledged the existence of dragons, and news of dragons appearing in the East China Sea has also spread. After communicating with the Security Bureau, Lin Luokong posted on a short video platform, releasing 2 collections of dragon images on the official account of the Explorers Association. This account regularly updates approved public information on exotic beasts and has 70 million followers. Among more than 10 ultra-clear pictures, a black dragon over 20 meters long descends from the sky, its sharp claws tearing through the body of a giant serpent. The snake struggled wildly and finally fell into the sea. The black dragon soared into the sky, revealing its full profile before diving into the sea. The slender, winding black dragon body was covered densely with diamond-shaped scales. The majestic dragon head, sharp blade-like horns, and whiskers fluttering in the wind. There are also a few shots of the black dragon swimming away after entering the sea. Lin Luokong flew close to the sea surface, and the picture was astonishingly clear. When zoomed in, you could even see the dragon scales rhythmically opening and closing, both shocking and eerie. Coupled with high-energy music. 20 minutes. Views surpassed 100,000. Likes, comments, and shares soared all the way. Lin Luokong captioned, "Today, it is our honor to guard the East Sea together with the Dragon God. Please give a like to the Guardian of the East Sea." A few people stared at the backstage data, unable to hide their smiles. Professional filming really is different. The video taken at the Yangtze River yesterday was too blurry. You couldn't even see the scales clearly. If you showed it to foreigners, they would think it was a composite. Lin Luokong opened the comments section, and the first comment already had more than 50,000 likes. No way. Shot this close and so clearly? If you weren't the official account, I'd really think this was photoshopped. Seeing is believing. This time I believe it. Post more. Release them all. Don't hide anything. Let foreigners see that we really have dragons. Post more. Love to see it. I love the Shenlong. Thank you, Shenlong, and thank you to the warriors of the Guard Bureau. Salute to the heroes who protect us. So awesome. I've believed in dragons for a long time. They were just hidden from the world. Our ancestors wouldn't have made up mythology out of thin air. Now with the revival of spiritual energy, Shenlong has returned. Is it still possible to go to the East Sea now? The black dragon is so cool, I want to talk. Lin Luokong and the others stared at the backstage data, grinning from ear to ear. In 2 hours, likes, comments, and shares surpassed 8 million, with 2 million bookmarks. Even more explosive was the fact that the Guard Bureau headquarters personally reposted it, accompanied by a strong statement. They directly declared that the dragon is the national symbol of Xiagua and the divine dragon protecting the East Sea, and promised to coexist with Shenlong, watching over each other. Once the news broke, the topic surged into the top 5 trending searches. The original video was first, the headquarters repost came second. The rest were all compilations of dragon information, remix videos, and Black Dragon cosplay. Lin Luokong couldn't help but sigh. The Guard Bureau is openly supporting it, defining the Black Dragon as a guardian deity. Anyone who dares to target it again is effectively opposing the entire nation. Instead of secretly guarding against it, it's better to show your hand directly. The Black Dragon is the guardian deity, officially recognized and endorsed by the entire populace. If another country dares to make a move, the Defense Bureau can rightfully strike back. Lin Luokong felt increasingly impressed the more he thought about it. The Black Dragon has helped multiple times, displaying great wisdom and a clearly pro-Xian nation stance. An adult dragon is at least S rank. With it stationed here, the pressure on the East Sea will be greatly reduced. Maybe one day, the sea area can be completely safe. No more worries about strange beasts lunging out of the sea. Lin Luokong suddenly sighed. She had never worn a swimsuit to the beach before. Chui Sini raised an eyebrow. You don't mean to seduce Heilong, do you? Nonsense. Lin Luo's face flushed, and she quickly denied it. I just hope that the sea can truly belong to us. Everyone nodded. They speculated that the black dragon was still in its juvenile stage. Once it grows up, the strange beasts of the East Sea will all be suppressed. By then, the beach will reopen. But the topic quickly went off track. The black dragon would probably like black swimsuits. White looks better. What are you all thinking about? Ahem, let's have a team-building event together then. The 6 guys in the association looked excited, eager for the dragon to grow quickly so they could see bikinis sooner. Chui Sini shook her head as she listened at her workstation, then turned on her computer to log into an international short video platform. She was responsible for tracking the activities of exotic beasts overseas and had to constantly monitor forums and media. Sure enough, the top trending topic was still the dragon. The headline was exaggerated. Is the Eastern dragon real or a millennium-old hoax? She clicked on it to see, and the videos and photos were all reposted exactly as they were, with likes and comments exceeding 50 million. But as soon as she opened the comments section, her face instantly darkened. Some said the black dragon was fake. The real dragon was in their country. Others mocked the Xian nation for faking it, saying it couldn't fly at all without wings. Some people call it a long-legged lizard, and others insist that dragons are their ancestors. Some even assert that it is just a mutated crocodile. Are you crazy? Chui Sini cursed angrily. What crocodile? The black dragon is still in its juvenile stage. It will be able to fly sooner or later. They have seen with their own eyes the dragon's ability to control water, so there's no way they could be mistaken. If anything, it's more like a lizard. Those winged creatures from the west resemble that more. Lin Luokong saw her so angry and clearly understood the reason. The dragon is a mythical beast unique to the Xia kingdom, embodying the spirit of the people, so outsiders naturally try desperately to slander it. They are not only jealous, but also have other agendas. The black dragon has always been guarding the Xia kingdom. If it completely suppresses the oceanic threat in the future, the situation will be rewritten. Once the Xia kingdom regains control over the ocean, the fisheries can feed hundreds of millions, and the underwater minerals will be even more crucial, especially gung metal, which is one of the few materials capable of breaking through the defenses of exotic beasts. Who would be willing to watch Xia country rise because of this? The standard issue weapons of the Guard Bureau are made from an alloy predominantly composed of gung metal. The strength is significantly lower than pure gung metal, but there's no other way. The material is too scarce. Only people like Lin Luokong, who have plenty of money, can afford weapons made of pure gung metal. Her flying sword is worth over 100 million. Lin Luokong leaned back in her chair and sighed. I'm not afraid of being slandered, just afraid someone won't resist temptation and ends up helping outsiders, targeting the black dragon. The black dragon looks very smart. It probably won't easily trust humans. Chui Sini was scrolling through an international forum, checking the latest news on exotic beasts, and suddenly sneered. Chairman, the beautiful country has come up with a new type of evolution agent that can forcibly upgrade ordinary people to rank 4. Lin Luokong didn't even raise his head. What's the cost? Turning into irrational green-skinned monsters. Chui Sini looked disgusted. They're just a bunch of lunatics. Lin Luo, said Dendon Ly. One's own sin leads to one's downfall. Sooner or later, they will be devoured by the monsters they created themselves. Also, a 400-meter-tall white giant ape has appeared in the restricted area of the Bear Country, which has already killed 3 fifth-rank individuals. The next morning, on an unnamed island in the East China Sea, a black giant dragon coils along the coast, its scales emitting a faint blue glow. Ding! Progress has reached 70%. Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes. Most of the demon pill inside his body had been consumed, and a dragon pearl prototype had already formed in his chest. He felt his body. His length had increased to 66 meters. The number of water-pattern dragon scales had significantly risen, accounting for 1/3 of the special scales. There are a total of 81 special dragon scales, a fixed number he knew the day he transformed into a dragon. Ordinary scales grow with body size, but special scales determine strength. Previously, he had only 16 water-pattern dragon scales. Now, their number had surged, indicating stronger control over water elements. I'll go give the Sakura country a lesson later. Let them know what it means to be the supreme of the water element. He looked down and saw faint cloud patterns emerging on several dragon scales on his abdomen. Soon, as long as a complete cloud pattern dragon scale grows and he undergoes one more round of thunder refining, he will be able to truly take flight. Thinking of this, Qin Feng felt a warmth in his heart. Dragons that can't fly, saying that out loud would be embarrassing. In the sky, a crested tern circled and called, "Long, you've grown bigger again." Qin Feng looked up. "I'll go tear some snake meat for you. You have to get stronger too." The crested tern shook its tail feathers, revealing a newly grown blue feather. "I grew strange feathers, flew faster, and could even feel the wind pushing me." Qin Feng was silent for a moment. When he originally engraved the Dragon King's mark on it, he noticed similar progress bar changes within its body. It was also evolving, rushing from B rank to A rank. A rank beasts begin to control elements. This blue feather, along with the perception of wind, is mostly related to wind element. When it reaches A rank and can manipulate the wind element, it can scout ahead, deliver messages, and fight alongside him. First, send a few typhoons to Little Sakura. Starting at level 16, let's guard the Summer Nation's maritime borders together. Then, give it a resonant name. Qin Feng felt a wave of reassurance. In the future, you might become the fastest bird in the world. Really? The crested auklet gently tapped its long beak, its call clear and bright. "Of course. I am a dragon. I won't lie to you." Qin Feng dove into the sea to forage, first catching several abalone larger than a person to line his stomach. The East Sea sunshine was at its peak, and the sea surface was calm. Several speedboats cruised at a steady pace, everyone holding binoculars, whispering prayers. "Shenlong, appear quickly." Lin Luokong wore a black camisole and jeans, looking fresh and neat. Fair-skinned, with delicate features, and an even more striking figure. "Shenlong, where are you? I'm your #1 fan. Come out and see me." The burly girl with a hunchback shouted to the sky. Lin Luokong expressionless. "Stop fooling around. I am the #1. Chui Sini was frustrated. "We came early in the morning, and besides being harassed by low-level alien beasts, all we did was watch the sea. I don't even know what it likes to eat. How am I supposed to lure it out?" Lin Luo gave a mysterious smile. "Master, don't worry. I have a way." "What way?" She took out a big megaphone, flew into the air, and shouted loudly at the sea surface. "Shenlong, we're here to see you. East Sea Black Dragon, East Sea Dragon King, come out." "Are you crazy?" Chui Sini covered her face. Just as the words fell, a huge mouth suddenly opened beneath the speedboat. Dark green sharp teeth like knives furrows menacingly. Class B aberration, Poison Fang Shark. 15 meters long, its poison fangs can easily tear through a 4th-rank warrior. Poison Fang Shark. "Sini, clang." Lin Luokong shouted angrily, a golden sword drawn from his back, its sword aura slicing straight into the sea. The sword tip pierced the shark's upper jaw. The venomous-toothed shark let out a low growl and suddenly swallowed the speedboat along with the seawater. Fortunately, Chui Sini and the others reacted quickly and retreated swiftly over the waves. The burly woman drew her bow and shot 2 arrows that cut through the air and plunged into the sea. Lin Luokong was about to repair his sword when he suddenly saw a dark shadow rising from the sea bottom. A venomous shark leapt out of the water, opening its mouth to pounce on the person in midair. In the next moment, a dragon claw burst out of the sea, firmly gripping its tail fin. With a sharp pull, it dragged the shark into the deep sea. "Shenlong," Lin Luokong shouted excitedly. "You've come just in time." In the sea, Qin Feng's claw pierced through the shark's head, blood swirling. This kind of B-level opponent was insignificant to him. Dragon claws break through everything. A golden sword cannot pierce the skull, but he shatters it with a single claw. Dragon scales protect the body. Dragon aura suppresses the spirit. 2 claws take care of it. Qin Feng was just about to start eating. A person submerged into the sea, holding a camera and heading straight for the black dragon. Isn't this courting death? Lin Luokong was not afraid at all, swimming forward desperately. Qin Feng had long noticed them and heard the shouting, but was too lazy to care. In his eyes, these few people were somewhat annoying. He also recognized Chui Sini, the one he had encountered before while eating spicy hot pot. Indeed, they were a group, all somewhat abnormal. Qin Feng's speed could reach 240 kilometers per hour, and even while dragging the corpse of the venomous shark, he vanished in the blink of an eye. Lin Luokong surfaced, looking at the footage he had captured with a grin from ear to ear. Who can get this close to Long and take a front-facing photo? President, come up quickly. Captured it again. So close, why not touch him? He seems unhappy, I don't dare. Qin Feng found the venomous-toothed shark unpalatable and simply threw it to the blackfin orca. Only the corpse of the two-headed snake demon remained on the seabed. He braved it and continued eating to become stronger. The taste was actually tolerable. In the afternoon, he swam with the orca to the deep-sea trench southwest of Liuli Island, over 7,000 meters deep. After circling around, without finding anything unusual, he saw the southeast dock filled with ships from the cherry blossom country. Since the spiritual energy resurgence, the archipelago is the most dangerous, yet they are stationed there openly and boldly. Something's wrong. Qin Feng secretly observed the dock from underwater. 7 cargo ships were loading goods. The situation in Xia Kingdom is still unstable, and the young warriors have not yet grown up, so no one is in charge here for the time being. What exactly are these guys up to? The more he looked, the angrier he got. He felt uncomfortable not taking action. There were quite a few armed warriors on the shore, at least 6 of the 5th rank. He's not afraid in the sea, but once ashore he's uncertain, and it would be even more troublesome if there's a 6th rank. Qin Feng told the orca that he would stir up waves to attract attention and let it go destroy the boat. The orca immediately agreed, saying that such a small boat could be easily capsized. Its over 20-meter-long body and sharp dorsal fin are enough to cut through the bottom of the boat. I used to do this kind of thing quite often. After discussing, the Sakuraba people at the dock were still busy loading cargo. The sea was calm, and even the strange beasts were unusually quiet. A Sakuraba warrior looked toward the East Sea, his expression changing abruptly. A 100-meter giant wave was rushing in at a terrifying speed, exceeding 1,000 kilometers per hour. Tsunami, he shouted loudly. But before the words could fall, the giant wave had already crashed onto the shore. Boom! The island trembled violently. Seawater surged over the coastline, frantically engulfing the docks and warehouses. The workers didn't even have time to scream before being swept away in an instant. 6 5th-rank martial artists rushed up into the sky. This isn't normal. The little mustache's face turned gloomy. The second wave of giant waves crashed down. The 6 of them drew their blades simultaneously, their life energy bursting forth, forcibly shattering the crest of the wave. The waves came one after another. The little mustache walked on air, leaping over the wave wall, his pupils sharply contracting. Beneath the sea surface, a dark long shadow was moving. East Sea Black Dragon. He sneered coldly. Dragon? Let me try you. A figure fell, swinging a knife towards the sea. Qin Feng was extremely fast, easily dodging. Killing intent surged, the seawater churned, and 3 water blades instantly formed, shooting through the air. The sound of the explosion echoed. The little mustache swung his blade to block rigidly, and the blade actually clashed with the water blade with a metallic sound. In the next moment, his chest was cut open, flesh torn apart. Manipulating water elements, an A-rank top-tier exotic beast. He wanted to retreat, but 5 water blades were closing in. Ding ding ding. He desperately chopped through 3, but his leg was cut, nearly broken. Amidst the screams, he lost control and fell into the sea. Qin Feng had been waiting, one claw piercing the chest, pulling out the heart and lungs. Then he dived into the deep sea, disappearing without a trace. At the same time, 7 cargo ships sank one after another. The warriors were still holding back the waves. When they looked back, they were completely stunned. Monsters! Damn monsters! As the seawater receded, the pier became a ruin. Debris was scattered everywhere, and bodies lay all around. Cherry Blossom Country Military Base. Why? Even the 2-headed snake demon is dead. Smack. General Nagashima overturned the cup of water and documents on the table. He originally thought that driving the exotic beasts over would be enough to make the Xia country pay a heavy price. First, destroy the ports of Xia State to weaken their mid- and low-level combat power. Once the gap widens, gradually erode the territorial waters of Xia State, seizing more food and mineral resources. Xia State is the third largest country on Blue Star in terms of land and sea territory. Restricted zones are scattered everywhere, with frequent outbreaks of bizarre beasts, and the domestic situation has been unstable. Nowadays, martial arts masters capable of commanding the entire Guard Bureau are few and far between and can only be stationed in cities near major restricted zones. In this situation, the mid to low-tier combat forces have become the key to holding up the defense line. All countries are desperately trying to preserve their strength, ready to retract their defenses at any time if necessary, avoiding the restricted zones. The United States does not want to see China recover, continuously pressuring its ally Japan, causing them to constantly stir up trouble. This operation to drive away the strange beasts was a complete failure. General Changdao's pressure suddenly increased, and he began to worry about his position. If the beautiful country said he was incompetent, he would immediately be sent to a military tribunal. The conference room was dead silent. No one dared to vent their anger. At this moment, a soldier hurried in to report. General, Liuli Port has been attacked. The entire port is destroyed, with 23 deaths, including 5 third-rank warriors and 1 fifth-rank warrior. All the cargo ships carrying Yinyao crystals have sunk. The soldier lowered his head, not daring to look up. Everyone's face turned pale. A major general shouted angrily, "Who did this? Where is Yamamoto?" Captain Yamamoto said it was the East Sea Black Dragon. It caused 100-meter-high tsunamis, wave after wave, and they couldn't hold it back. The air instantly solidified. Changdao's face turned ashen. That black dragon again. Why is it staring fixedly at the cherry blossoms? Baka. Changdao gritted his teeth and growled lowly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. After venting, he issued a cold order. No matter what it takes, we must deliver a fatal blow to the Xia Kingdom. If he failed again, it would be the end for him. Everyone fell silent. At this moment, Major General Fujita Kai stood up, a smile playing at the corner of his mouth. "Admiral Changdao, we can awaken it." "Who's there?" Fujita Kai tapped lightly on the table. "The sleeping S-Class. Make a deal with it." The conference room fell into instant silence. S-Class aberration. Enough to destroy the existence of a small or medium-sized country. Changdao remained silent for a long time before finally nodding. Magic City. Guard Bureau Base. In the conference room, an elderly man with graying temples but spirited vigor sat at the head of the table. The bureau chief, Chen Yan. Minister Huang of the Maritime Department, Deputy Minister Liu Sheng, several commanders of the combat teams, and the logistics minister were all present. Those who had been guarding the Moto port during this period and thwarted the Sakura nation's plan to lure the strange beasts into the East China Sea had all made great contributions. A day has passed. Those who deserved recognition were recognized, and the rewards were fully distributed. Achievements won with lives should not be rewarded with just titles. Medicines, elixirs, combat skills, and weapons were given without shortage. Chen Yan looked at the distracted Jiang Yu and cleared his throat. "Captain Jiang, it's all thanks to you that we were able to foresee Sakura Nation's plan in advance. Without you, we wouldn't have held firm in several crucial battles." Yang Zhong took over the conversation. She was injured on Huangsha Island, yet the next day she still rushed to the front line. "We all admire her sense of responsibility." Everyone nodded. She could have rested and healed safely, still credited for her achievements, but she came back anyway. Jiang Yu snapped back to reality, smiling faintly. "This is what I should do." Chen Yan changed the tone of his words. "You have had the most contact with the East Sea Black Dragon. Share your thoughts." The group had just been discussing. The Black Dragon is very intelligent and clearly leans towards the Xia Kingdom. It is still young, its strength far from that of a true dragon. It was born in the East Sea and can communicate with and even command strange beasts. The headquarters attached great importance to it, and Chen Yan wanted to hear Jiang Yu's judgment. But Jiang Yu's heart was in turmoil. The Black Dragon in the previous life was not like this at all. The first time she saw it was on the Pacific battlefield. That Black Dragon, accompanied by 5 SSS-level exotic beasts, slaughtered the 8-nation alliance. 7th-rank warriors were merely cannon fodder. That battle turned the world upside down. The southern hemisphere's land sank, and the Pacific was almost evaporated. This black dragon now is completely different from the one in memory. Could there be two in the world? Jiang Yu suppressed the doubt. We can cooperate, but we must be cautious. Don't assume it's safe just because it's a dragon. Once it matures, it will be at least S level. If someday I fully awaken, will I turn into the world-destroying demon dragon from my previous life? Chun Yin nodded. The smarter you are, the more likely you are to disguise yourself. But this isn't something we need to worry about, he announced. The headquarters has already established the East Sea Shenlong Investigation and Protection Team. They will arrive tomorrow and be responsible for contact. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. The black dragon looks easy to get along with. With professionals keeping an eye on it, things are definitely more secure. Everyone was talking excitedly, each with their own thoughts. Chen Yin looked at Jiang Yu and smiled. Captain Jiang, you and your team stay in Modu for now. There are several foreign spies in the city, and we have the leads. We'll leave this matter to you. All right. Jiang Yu nodded. Her team had always been like this. They went wherever the danger was. The meeting ended, and the crowd dispersed. Just stepped out of the building when the phone rang. Two characters on the screen, Mom. She could almost guess the content. The day after tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival. Most likely she's being asked to return to Shiu City for a reunion, and maybe meet the people who used to pursue her. She was born into a good family, beautiful, and had a high talent for martial arts. Since high school, the number of people pursuing her could line up along a street. At Tianjing Academy, there were even more. But she only had martial arts in her heart. Protecting the land and defending the people, reclaiming the lost mountains and seas, that was her goal. The phone connected, and her mother's voice came through. Daughter, we all know about the East Sea situation. Don't push yourself too hard. Uncle Chun said you're not in good condition and wants to transfer you back to the city to rest. Jiang Yu smiled bitterly. Mom, Director Chin didn't say it like that. Only then did she understand that the so-called spy was just an excuse to keep her in the city. The person might have been caught a long time ago. He cares about you. There are so many people in the guard bureau. Does it have to be you? If I had known, I wouldn't have let you go in the first place. Jiang Yu sat into the SUV and said helplessly, Mom, if you keep talking, I'll say the signal is bad. There was silence on the other end for a moment. Come back for Mid-Autumn? It's just a few hours' drive. Jiang Yu's eyes welled up with tears. In past years, she always spent the Mid-Autumn Festival with him. This year, however, they were separated by great distances. The pain of parting is often most acute during reunions. She spoke quietly. If there are no urgent tasks, I'll come back early. But I have to rush back to Modo in the evening. Why? Isn't it nice for the family to enjoy the moon together? Jiang Yu's voice trembled. I'm afraid he will come back and not find me. Silly child. She and Qin Feng had been neighbors for 3 years, calling each other brother and sister. Their parents were well aware of this, had even investigated his background, and had considered adopting him as a sworn son. Qin Feng refused. She didn't agree either. The reason, both understood. Jiang Yu lay on the steering wheel, quietly shedding tears. How much longer must this unspoken feeling wait? On the other end of the phone, Mother sighed. Don't always think the worst. By the way, do you still remember Xiao Junlin? Your classmate from Tianjing Academy. Jiang Yu cleared her throat. I have a vague impression. Why mention him? He has been promoted to a 5th-grade martial artist and has joined the newly established Shenlong group. He's going to Modu tomorrow. He used to have a crush on you and still thinks about you. He's a good person. You can give it a try. In the eyes of her parents, she and Qin Feng were like real siblings. Before losing him, she also deceived herself in this way. In the previous life, he was with Shun Qingming, and she experienced heartbreak for the first time. Like a treasured possession kept for many years, suddenly discovered by someone and touched. She told herself, he is young. It's normal to have a crush on a classmate. She was too busy to provide companionship. His parents had an accident, leaving him alone and in need of someone by his side. Shin Qingming spent time with him day and night and was more suitable than she was. The guard bureau is full of dangers, and she may not even see tomorrow. She doesn't want him to suffer loss again. So she stepped back into her sister's role, able to stay by his side without promising a future. Now, living through it again, she finally admits who she truly loves. But he disappeared. Even if you don't date, you can still be friends. Remember to reply to messages. Jiangyu took a deep breath. Mom, I don't like him, and I won't date anyone else. So you have someone you like. She wanted to say that name, but was afraid he wouldn't come back. She didn't dare to be sure. If he came back, she would hold his hand and return to Westlake City, publicly admitting he was her boyfriend. If he doesn't come back, she will entrust her whole life to the Xia Kingdom alone. I'm fine on my own. I'm heading home first. After hanging up the phone, she wiped away her tears. When love reaches its peak, you always feel you're not good enough. Sudden loss. How could you not think about it? In the afternoon, the Explorers Association released a new video. Within 2 hours, it topped the trending searches. Underwater footage captures the black dragon head-on. The camera is less than 5 meters from the dragon's head. Even the biggest contrarians are silent. The comment section is unanimously praising the photographer as a legend. Wow, the photographer is amazing. So close up, didn't the dragon just swipe you to death with one claw? I declare the photographer of this video is the absolute best online. Post more. I love watching. That dragon head, those golden eyes, those straight dragon horns. How can such a handsome creature exist in the world? This perspective really maximizes the sense of oppression. Requesting a pro to make this into a wallpaper. Lin Luokong sat in the office, unable to stop laughing as he read the comments. He even started seriously considering whether to rename the association to the Divine Dragon Protection Association. Or we might as well establish a Black Dragon Filming Association. Then set up a fan support club. Compared to the dragon, filming other strange beasts is just dull. But she also knows she can't keep bothering all the time. What if that guy holds a grudge? How will we shoot in the future? Let's wait a few days. As soon as she stepped out of the office, she saw Chui Sini holding her phone, smiling foolishly. Lin Luokong quietly sneaked over. Ahem. That sound startled Chui Sini so much she almost threw her phone. President. Lin Luokong snatched the phone away in one grab. Slacking off at work? Let me see what you're up to. Chui Sini frowned. A friend pulled me into the group. It seemed interesting, so I just chatted a bit. Lin Luokong opened the group info. Divine Dragon Fan Group Chat, 546 members. Group owner, Shun Qingming, wants to be the Divine Dragon Master's pet caretaker. Admin, Sheng Wanyu, dreams of taking a photo with the Divine Dragon. Admin, Yi Chun. Administrator, Chui Sini, wants to be Lord Shenlong's dog. Lin Luokong. She looked up at Chui Sini. Chui Sini blushed to her ears, her toes frantically digging into the ground. You young people really know how to have fun. Especially you. That's just outrageous. Lin Luokong barely held back a laugh. Just kidding. Chui Sini's voice was as soft as a mosquito. What kind of people are in the group? Students from the Magic City Martial Arts and Supernatural Abilities Academy, and even graduates can join. Lin Luokong shook his head and continued flipping through. Shen Qingming. Did you watch the video the association just posted? Lord Heilung looks so handsome from the front. I was completely captivated. Sheng Wanyu. Of course. I set it as my desktop wallpaper immediately. Chui Sini. Hee, I was right there. When the Venomfang shark tried to eat us, Lord Heilung took it down instantly. Zhao Ming. Impressive. No wonder it's a dragon, able to instantly defeat A-grade beasts. Yi Chun. At least it's a top-tier A-grade. Shen Qingming. No, it has to be S-grade. Gao Xian said that there are currently no more than 6 Lord-level beasts. If the Divine Dragon grows one step further, it can reach that level, and by then it will be able to speak, and it will definitely speak Xiao language. Shang Wanyu asked Shen Qingming if she managed to get the chibi Black Dragon doll. Shen Qingming complained that the 100,000 pieces sold out instantly and told Yi Chun to check on second-hand platforms. Yi Chun agreed. Lin Luokong's face darkened when he heard about the Black Dragon doll, angrily questioning whether this thing was authorized. Chui Sini whispered that the Black Dragon wasn't human, so maybe no authorization was needed. Lin Luo felt compelled to refute it, but had no way to do so. When he asked about the price, even the smallest size cost 288, and he immediately shouted that he would sue on behalf of the Black Dragon. The next day, a news story went viral across the entire internet. In the Sakura Kingdom's Nagaki City, a 100-meter tsunami struck, killing more than 3,000 people, injuring over 10,000, with losses reaching up to 20 billion. The video shows giant waves engulfing the city, destroying houses and bridges, with debris and corpses floating on the sea surface. The Sakura Kingdom held a press conference overnight, claiming this was not a natural disaster, but caused by the alien beast Black Dragon. The spokesperson angrily accused the Xia Kingdom of violating agreements, manipulating the Black Dragon to create the disaster, and vowed to classify the Black Dragon as the most dangerous alien beast and eliminate it at all costs. They also demanded that the Xia nation be held responsible for this and compensate for all losses. In half a day, public opinion swept across the globe. The Sakura country clamored for the handover of the Black Dragon and demanded 50 billion in compensation. The beautiful country and the stick country all echoed this, accusing the Xia nation of colluding with the strange beast, calling it a betrayal of humanity. Many countries followed suit, taking sides, and international public opinion was overwhelmingly one-sided. But the Xia country's internet felt like a festival. The comment sections were full of praise, saying Shenlong did a great job. Some mocked the other side for being desperate and agitated, while others brought up the old case of the East China Sea monster tide, bluntly saying this was karma. Why should innocent civilians take the blame for the Sakura military's matters? Black Dragon was too impulsive this time. Once public opinion backlashes, we might still have to pay compensation. The person upstairs must be getting paid. Brothers, report him. Catch him, don't let him escape. I'm more worried about Black Dragon's safety. Sakura also has Grandmaster-level fighters. Shindle might not necessarily win. Just look at their statements. They haven't even touched the shadow of the Shenlong. Might as well drown the cherry blossoms. After the spiritual energy resurgence, the world changed completely. Xia country is vast and populous. Even though the situation is turbulent, it still stands among the strong nations. As long as we hold on, we can return to the pinnacle. The Black Dragon appeared, suppressing the sea area, and also ignited the hopes of countless people. Dragons are auspicious signs and a source of confidence. East China Sea. On the 8th day of dragon transformation, Qin Feng had already reached the top of the food chain. The strange beasts would run away at the sight of him. 80% of the second stage evolution was complete, and the dragon pearl on his chest was now the size of a fist. Continuously devouring, the black-fin tiger whale rapidly grew to 40 meters, its fins like blades, capable of cutting metal and splitting armor. It can also harden its entire body, and when struck by dragon claws, it feels like hitting steel. In the sky, the phoenix-headed archer tern is 18 meters long, with a wingspan of 30 meters and a 5-meter-long beak that can pierce the shell of an ice dragon lobster. Its diving speed reaches Mach 3, truly like a sharp arrow. Wherever the East CF-3 passes, large groups of strange beasts are annihilated. No S-class has been found yet, but there are two present. Qin Feng will avoid them for now. One is the A-class white-crowned electric ray at 3,000 meters deep in the Western Sea. The electric current pressure can be felt even from 10 kilometers away. If it discharges at full power, he simply can't withstand it. The second is a giant turtle with a shell diameter of 50 meters. It retracts its shell and remains motionless all year round, like a living fossil. As long as it doesn't invade the waters of the Xia Kingdom, it is allowed to live. Magic City Port. The pier destroyed by the beast tide has been rebuilt. Fishing boats set out to sea again, and the captains pray to the ocean. They ask the Dragon King for protection, hoping not to encounter high-level strange beasts again. Minister Huang and the guards stood by the shore. The divine dragon has appeared. Fishermen no longer need to write their wills before going out to sea. He looked at the sea, his tone complex. The short-haired woman nodded in response. Restarting ocean fishing can solve the food problem for over 100 million people in the surrounding areas. She wore all black, with a dragon emblem embroidered on her chest, making her identity obvious. Core member of the Shenlong Investigation and Protection Team, abbreviated as the Dragon Team. Yao Zhixue, a fourth-grade martial artist, currently the team leader. The Dragon Group operates independently from the various branches and holds great power. All departments must cooperate with it. After chatting for a while, Yao Zhixue suddenly spoke up. Chairman Lin captured the Black Dragon again yesterday. You all know that, right? Lu Sheng laughed and said, I know. They went out to sea searching but found nothing, then were attacked by a venomous shark. and Heilong appeared to save them. Yao Jishue turned her head to look at the man beside her. Junlin, what do you think? Xiao Junlin had a tall and upright figure, with a fierce aura, and his strength was clearly superior to Yao Jishue's. A 26-year-old fifth-rank martial artist, a top genius by global standards. His tone was steady. Two possibilities. First, the Black Dragon has been secretly following Chairman Lin. Second, it has extremely strong underwater perception and incredible speed. I lean more towards the second. Yao Jishua nodded. Maybe we can use that to find it, try to communicate, and establish a connection. But inside, she was deeply shaken. Dragons, such creatures, are massive in size yet can burst through the sea at terrifying speeds. It's simply against reason. Night fell. The mid-autumn full moon spread silver light over the sea. Qin Feng lies on a lonely island, starlight falling on Dragon Horn. During the day, Yao Jishue and the others tried every possible way to find him. They shouted through a big megaphone, pretended to fall into the water, and even deliberately capsized the boat. He saw through it at a glance, and also heard them shouting about cooperation and communication. But he just felt annoyed. He might as well sink into the deep sea and ignore it. Perhaps it was because he couldn't see the person he wanted to see. He is not that great, nor does he truly wish to be a dragon, especially on a day meant for reunion. While others gather around a table, he lies alone on a deserted island. It's not entirely loneliness either. Next to it, there was a bird dozing. Qin Feng lifted his massive dragon head, his golden pupils gazing at the bright moon. What is she doing now? At this time last year, he had just gotten together with Xin Qingming. A few people agreed to go out to play, and he deliberately lost in the game, drinking continuously. Pretending to be drunk, he hurried home before midnight. Actually, he was good at drinking and even better at acting. No one could tell. When he got home, Jiangyu was still awake. She had been waiting for him all along. The two did nothing, just shared mooncakes and watched the moon on the balcony. They were always in sync, never argued. Before going blind, Qin Feng always thought he just treated Jiangyu as a sister. That kind of calm and steady companionship, like family. How could it be love? Isn't love supposed to be passionate and complicated? In his 2 lifetimes, the only relationship he truly had was with Xin Qingming. Originally, they planned to join the Guard Bureau together after graduation. He said that once his job was stable, he would marry her. From classmates to colleagues, and then to husband and wife, he had always planned this way. But a case of blindness made him see people's true nature clearly. The person who would truly accompany him for a lifetime had actually been living right next door. When he wanted to cherish it, fate forced him to leave. He still doesn't know how to transform. Practicing true Dragon 7 transformations to the final level is only a guess. This technique can only be endured slowly. It cannot rely on pills, nor can it be rushed. She might be able to wait for half a year, 3 years. But what about 10 years? 100 years? The lifespan of a dragon is at least 1,000 years. If one day, there is another man standing beside her, can he bear it? He will go mad. If he can't transform, he won't be able to return to the city. If he can't return to the city, he won't be able to be with her. The more Qin Feng thought about it, the more troubled he became, feeling like there was a fire pressing in his heart. The fire was on the verge of exploding. The sea surface churned, dark currents surged, and the waves quietly grew higher. The crested terns were startled awake, screeching and flapping their wings. Dragon, what's wrong with you? Qin Feng suddenly snapped back to reality, forcibly suppressing his emotions, and bent down again. Just now, whenever he thought that Jiangyu might not be able to wait for him, he lost control. He even wanted to vent his frustration through destruction. He wasn't like this before. After transforming into a dragon, he became more prone to irritability. The stronger his power, the harder it was to control his emotions. If he lost control again, he would sooner or later do something he would regret. The seawater slowly calmed. The crested tern tilted its head and asked, "What exactly happened to you just now?" Thought of something unpleasant, Qin Feng said softly. "Sorry for disturbing you. You're different from us. Don't you have your own kind? I used to, but now it's hard to say. You seem unhappy. I don't know what I will become in the future." The crested tern doesn't understand. We occupy the East China Sea, have no shortage of food, and no natural enemies. Isn't that good? We can live on forever. Qin Feng gave a bitter smile. That's all you aspire to. Aren't you supposed to suppress the strange beasts and help humanity? We'll follow you. Forget it. What would a lone bird like you understand? The crested tern suddenly understood. I get it. You're in heat and want to reproduce. Qin Feng's face darkened. Shut up, go to sleep. Then have large yellow croaker tomorrow morning? Eat bird. He looked up at the moon. The bright moon over the sea is cold and desolate. In his heart, there was also a lonely moon. Qin Feng suddenly sighed. People experience joy and sorrow, partings and reunions. The moon waxes and wanes, bright and dim. You're not even human. You silly bird. What do you understand? Mudu, Lijiang community. The lights inside were off. Jiang Yu sat alone on the balcony, moonlight falling on her face, cold and quiet. This top-tier city in the Summer Kingdom was bustling during the day, and the lights remained bright through the night. Traffic on the street flowed endlessly, like a river that never stops. Fortunately, this is an old residential area, mostly families of the Security Bureau, with many elderly people, making it especially quiet at night. She liked this kind of quiet. Only he was missing. Jiang Yu picked up a mooncake, ate it in small bites, but could not taste the sweetness of previous years. He hasn't come back yet. Is it within a year, or will there never be a return? She didn't know, but she will wait. Underwater volcano in the eastern part of the land of the cherry blossoms, Pacific Ocean. 5 submarines turned on their searchlights and finally found the sleeping giant. It lay horizontally on the seabed, its massive body as large as a mountain. Brown scales were hard and cold, its tail stretched endlessly, with spikes reaching up to 5 meters. The lights swept over its back, revealing a row of uneven blue dorsal fins standing tall, extending from head to tail like an underwater mountain range. The martial artists inside the submarines were both excited and nervous. This is an S-rank exotic beast. 2 7th-rank experts in the country were both unable to guarantee its slaying. It remains dormant for years, yet the spiritual pressure it unintentionally emits is enough to intimidate all around. For 10 years, no Pacific exotic beast has dared to cross the boundary. It doesn't need to do anything. Just lying here cuts the threats to Sakura country in half. Without it, the cherry blossom country would have long been dragged down by the sea monsters. This is the power of a lord level. Inside the submarine, 2 6th-rank individuals spoke quietly. Even when there were still 5 kilometers to go, I was already feeling uneasy. With it guarding us, we only need to defend the East Sea. Will it help us? Prepared its favorite food. After sleeping for so long, it should be awake now. The next day, ding, progress is 90%. On a small island in the East China Sea, the dragon's body stretched out, and the ground trembled violently. Qin Feng looked back and saw that he had grown larger again. His body length was 75 meters. The dragon horns had regenerated and branched out, slanting towards the sky like sharp swords piercing the clouds. The rippling dragon scales had reached 22 pieces. 5 more pieces, and it would be the limit. The body kept stretching, muscles bulging, breath surging wildly. The crested tern let out a startled cry. Dragon, how did you grow so much in just one night? How big can you actually get? Qin Feng twisted his neck and said lazily, What's that? Last time, that 2-headed snake was even longer than me. You can grow 2 heads too? You're overthinking it. He was too lazy to continue talking and plunged into the sea to hunt for food. Diving to the seabed, 2 scallops were swinging left and right, like they were doing the butterfly stroke. Their size was larger than an adult's head, with purple moons and stars printed on their blue shells. They weren't strange beasts, but they smelled good. Qin Feng swam over and grabbed one. The scallop tried to close its shell, but he gently pried it open with 2 claws, splitting it into 2 halves. He scooped out the meat and threw it into his mouth. Fresh, tender, and juicy, and nutritious too, but the portion was too small. For his current size, it wasn't even enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. The shell was indeed beautiful, but he had no dragon palace, so there was nowhere to put it as decoration. Jiang Yu didn't like these either. It would be better to give her a horizontal sword that could slice through iron like mud. He casually threw the shell onto the island, then swam to the shallow sea sediment area to catch the large yellow croaker that Fengtu loved the most. The fish meat is delicate, but eating too much becomes greasy. He controls the seawater, and the fish schools cannot escape from his palm at all. He caught 2 fish weighing 5 jin each, surfaced, and tossed one into the air. The hovering crested terns opened their mouths and caught it, swallowing it in a few bites. Qin Feng was more picky, only eating the fattest part from the fish belly, throwing the head and tail entirely to the terns. Featuring a bold and imposing style, his favorite remains the C-class exotic beast, the ice lobster. Its shell is wrapped in thick ice, making it nearly impossible for ordinary people to break through the 2 layers. With one claw strike, he shattered both shell and ice together. The shrimp meat is firm, melting in the mouth, and carries a slightly cool sweetness. If sold in the Magic City, it would fetch at least 2,000 per jin. The smallest one he has eaten weighed 90 jin. Of course, that's with the shell on. Eating too much meat can get tiring, so he occasionally nibbles on kelp. He even tried wrapping ice lobster meat with kelp, and the taste was surprisingly good. A balance of meat and vegetables, making for a healthy dragon. Everything is caught and eaten fresh. It couldn't be fresher. He spent the whole morning feasting in the sea. Occasionally, when fishing boats passed by, he would dive into the deep sea in advance, trying to stay low-key. Yao Zhixue and the Long group people have been trying to find him, saying they want to have a friendly exchange. Qin Feng refused outright. He hid at the bottom of the sea, and they had no way to reach him. There were many A-level sea beasts underwater, and they didn't dare to dive easily, so they could only shout using loudspeakers on the ship. The coral on the seabed stretched in patches, colorful and vibrant, with various fish swimming through it. Qin Feng admired the scene while trimming the coral with his claws, passing the boring time of his dragon life. At this moment, the blackfin killer whale swam over, led by the tern, just as he was working. Long, I found a strange place. Want to check it out together? The killer whale spoke in a deep voice. Qin Feng stopped what he was doing and squinted. Strange place. Let's go and take a look. The East China Sea is so vast that no matter how long Qin Feng has been roaming, it's impossible to explore it all. It would take decades at least. The black-finned orca can reach up to 90 kilometers per hour, fast among the mutant beasts of the East China Sea, but still can't catch up with Qin Feng. In less than 5 minutes, it stopped in front of an underwater volcano and whispered in explanation. Dragon, I see fish coming out of this cave. Qin Feng, however, did not feel the slightest warmth. The volcano's mouth was more than 3,000 meters deep, surrounded by a circle of red coral. The volcano is open, but there is no magma, nor high temperature or high pressure. The huge volcanic crater is wide enough for 3 adult orcas to go in side by side. Qin Feng felt an itch in his heart, but did not want to take the risk. How about you go down and take a look first? The orca immediately became displeased. I consider you a brother, that's why I'm telling you. You doubt me. Qin Feng was choked up and could only raise the stakes. If you help me scout the way, we'll swear brotherhood, and in the future, we'll walk across the East Sea with ease. This guy has been with him the longest and has done a lot of good deeds. It's also time to brand him with the Dragon King's seal. It's just that the thing consumes too much star power, and he has been reluctant to use it. The orca thought for a moment and still agreed. Qin Feng stood outside, ready to flee at any moment. If the volcano really erupts, he might not be able to withstand it. You only have one life, and he's afraid of pain. 10 minutes later, the orca rushed out, excitedly shouting. Long, there's no danger below. It's a huge space, and there's a door. A door? Qin Feng's heart jolted. Could it be an underwater ruin? He no longer hesitated and dove into the volcanic crater. The passage was 2,000 meters deep, with astonishing water pressure that ordinary fish couldn't withstand. Pitch dark all around, yet completely unobstructed. Passing through a thin membrane, the world suddenly changes. The pressure instantly eases, and the surroundings gleam like jewels. 800 meters further down, he landed on an unusually flat surface. It was deathly silent here, with no sign of life. A few dozen meters ahead stood a giant gate of blue and gold, over 500 meters tall and nearly 200 meters wide. 2 huge golden door knockers hung on the door, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. Golden diamond-shaped crystals were embedded in the door, with flowing golden light so dazzling it made people unable to open their eyes. Qin Feng looked up, and the moment he clearly saw the golden plaque, his pupils suddenly contracted sharply. Not to mention anything else, just this door alone commanded an imposing presence. The door body was a blue-gold color, made of some unknown material. Golden crystals and layers of purple giant rings adorned it, exuding nobility and grandeur everywhere. A blue plaque hung on the door. Two large golden characters in clerical script, Dragon Palace. Qin Feng stood frozen in place, staring fixedly at those two characters. He had long understood that he couldn't be the only dragon in the world. Perhaps somewhere in a corner, others of his kind were hidden. But he never expected to encounter a real dragon palace deep inside a volcano. Are there still dragons inside? If there really are, how should he face them? He is a black dragon transformed from a human. Would he be treated as an outcast? Opening this door, is it the answer or a deadly trap? If there is a dragon, it might want to fight. If not, then where does the dragon palace come from? Has it left, or has it been exterminated? If extinction occurs, who can exterminate dragons? He can sweep across the East Sea with just a young dragon. The starting point for dragons is already ridiculously high, unless the ones who lived here before were not pure-blooded true dragons. What exactly is behind the door? The black-finned orca excitedly circles nearby. Dragon, this place is so beautiful. I've never seen these gems before. The door is so big, even bigger than a blue whale. Who lives inside? Are there humans under the sea too? Qin Feng ignored it, swam to the door, pressed his dragon claw against it, and gave a sharp push. Not moving an inch. He increased the force, pressing down with both claws. Still no movement. With his current strength, he could overturn a 50-ton object or sink an aircraft carrier with a swipe. Yet this gate didn't even budge. A mechanism? A seal? He circled around the door, finding no formation, no cracks, only two tightly shut giant doors and the plaque. Could it only be opened from the inside? Qin Feng grabbed the door ring and knocked heavily a few times, feeling somewhat tense inside. Is the Dragon King of the East Sea really inside? If there is, then what does that make him? The black-finned orca murmured from behind. Why isn't the door opening? Is there no one inside? Maybe we should just take over this place. Qin Feng said coldly. You can't even get in. How can you take over? Even you can't get in? The orca was stunned. In its eyes, Qin Feng was an invincible being. It didn't believe in superstition and suddenly charged forward. The giant blue metal gate remained motionless. Qin Feng's heart sank. With his strength, even a 10-meter-thick metal wall should have been shaken. Most likely sealed. At his current level, he simply can't tell. The black-finned orca tried it too and quickly calmed down. Dragon, this door is too tough. Should we try pulling it outward? Give it a try, Qin Feng said with a wicked smile. I don't have hands. The black-finned orca grunted, biting the door knocker with its teeth and desperately pulling outward. In the end, it almost broke a tooth. Stupid, this door opens inward. There's no way you can pull it open. Qin Feng shook his head and waited another 10 minutes. But there was still no movement at the door. Is there no dragon inside? Can't get in. Have to give up. Let's go. He called for Hu Jing and headed back the way they came. As he passed through the membrane at the passage entrance, the pressure surged suddenly. Qin Feng could endure it, and the blackfin killer whale managed to as well. This place seemed to be filtering out mutated beasts. At least high-level ones were needed to dive this deep. Interesting. Qin Feng swam out of the volcanic crater, recorded the location, planning to return later. Maybe his level was not high enough yet. The black-finned orca swam foolishly nearby. Orca, come with me, Qin Feng suddenly said. Dragon, aren't we already brothers? It looked confused. Qin Feng nodded. An array of starlight shot into its mind. Ding, imprint successful. Blackfin orca, B-level aberration, 86%. Ability, sharp, a rank. Dorsal fin, pectoral fins, and tail fin are incredibly sharp. B rank already has a rank ability. Usually, creatures of the same kind need to level up to a rank before they have a chance to awaken. Not bad, a good helper. Qin Feng patted its round head. From now on, we rise and fall together. Big brother, do you want a sea snake? I saw a white one yesterday, 10 meters long. It should be enough for you. Seeing his face turn dark, the black-finned killer whale immediately shut up. not wanting to focus on serious matters all day. Qin Feng sighed quietly, a wave of longing rising in his heart. When will I be able to transform? Forget it. I'll go find something to eat. Big brother, shall we catch a phantom squid at noon? Not tasty, not as good as the ice lobster. There's a long ribbon fish over there. That works. Magic City Port. In the meeting room, Yao Zhixue sat at the head of the table, smiling somewhat helplessly. We've been here for 2 days and haven't seen a single black dragon. It seems this Lord Shenlong has quite a temper. The other 6 members of the dragon team exchanged glances. 4 sons and 2 daughters, all at least 4th-rank martial artists. Xiao Junlin is also known as the 3rd prodigy of the Xia Kingdom. But with Shenlong not showing himself, they were helpless. Xiao Junlin flipped through the information, his expression growing darker. The first time rescuing the fishing boat crew, also when Lin Luokong was in danger, the black dragon appeared. From then on, at every incident, Jiang Yu was present. Is this a coincidence? Could it be that it was disturbed and doesn't want to appear again? Someone whispered. Yao Zhixue nodded. Lin Luokong hasn't been filming these past 2 days either. She probably noticed it too. Are we just going to wait here forever? The tall man frowned. They came to the East Sea to understand the habits of the black dragon and protect it if necessary. But the sea was fraught with dangers, and they were attacked 3 times this morning by high-level exotic beasts. Yao Zhixue sighed helplessly. Besides waiting for it to appear, we have no other choice. Xiao Junlin was silent for a moment, then spoke. I think the black dragon has a special feeling towards Captain Jiang. Everyone was stunned. Are you saying it has a crush on Jiang Yu? Yao Zhixue frowned. This was too absurd. Dragons like humans. Someone sneered. Some people also suspected that Xiao Junlin had ulterior motives, using the opportunity to transfer Jiang Yu over, to gain an advantage. Maybe it's not about liking, but being attracted by some kind of trait. Or maybe Captain Jiang once saved it. That's too far-fetched. The murmurs rose one after another. Xiao Junlin said firmly, no matter the reason, let her come and try. It's better than just waiting around. Yao Zhixue immediately decided to contact Director Chen. Establishing contact with the Black Dragon is the most important task for the Guard Bureau right now. 2 p.m. Jiang Yu arrived at Modu Port, her black combat suit sharp and efficient. Xiao Junlin smiled as he approached. Captain Jiang, long time no see. He had contacted her several times over the past 2 days, but she declined, citing work reasons. Since the assassination attempt 4 years ago, she left the capital, and the two had hardly seen each other since. She was still just as outstanding. Jiang Yueli responded politely. Deputy Director Xiao, Director Yao. Everyone boarded the frigate. Jiang Yu was confused but didn't ask further. If the mission required it, she would come. On the ship, Xiao Junlin repeated his guess. Jiang Yu was even more puzzled. I've never seen it, nor helped it. This guess is too outrageous. How could that black dragon possibly be interested in her? Yao Zhixue waved her hand. It's nothing, we're just trying it out. Captain Jiang, could you please record a segment of audio? There were 8 speakers installed on the boat. Jiang Yu felt helpless. Since they were here, she could only comply. The recording was quickly played back. The frigate was sailing in the East China Sea. The sound carried far and even attracted a few low-level strange beasts to harass them. Fortunately, there were 2 5th-rank martial artists on board who quickly cleared them out. Everyone gathered at the bow of the ship. Xiao Junlin seized the opportunity and kept looking for topics to talk to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu replied a few sentences out of courtesy, but in her heart, she was not optimistic about this approach. Dragons do not appear just because they are summoned. If they want to show up, they will. The more you force it, the more counterproductive it becomes. The people of the dragon group had no choice. This was an order from above, and they could not return empty-handed. At the same time, deep in the ocean, Qin Feng was biting into a codfish. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice coming from 10 kilometers away. Shenlong, this is Jiang Yu from the Xia National Guard Bureau. I want to see you. East Sea Black Dragon, we mean no harm and hope to establish a friendship with you. Jiang Yu? Qin Feng's eyes lit up, and he swallowed a 16-kilogram cod in 3 bites. The nearby blackfin orca looked confused. Big brother, is this fish really that tasty? Why are you suddenly so happy? What do you know? I need to catch a big abalone to nourish her. He was about to go look for her, but suddenly calmed himself down. No, there must be someone by her side, most likely those people hunting the black dragon. If he handed over the item in public, Jiang Yu would be too conspicuous. The Security Bureau might investigate and possibly link Qin Feng to the black dragon. He still wanted to transform and meet her again as a human in the future. This alias could not be lost. Thinking of this, he sighed and gave up the idea. He couldn't show it too obviously. But she was already here. How could he not go and see? Qin Feng swam towards the sound, only to take a distant look without showing himself. On the frigate, Jiang Yu felt somewhat awkward listening to her voice amplified. Her feelings towards that black dragon were always complicated. It had indeed helped the Xia kingdom and saved her several times. But in her past life, there was also a black dragon that ultimately devastated the world. Is it the same one? Why has everything changed in this life? Could it be that her rebirth triggered the butterfly effect? The future is drifting away from its original course. Whether it was good or bad, she couldn't say clearly. No one noticed that not far to the right of the frigate, beneath the surface of the sea, a huge black shadow was silently moving. At that moment, Yao Zhixue and the others received an urgent notification simultaneously. Jiang Yu's phone kept vibrating, and 3 red messages popped up on the screen. The Shanghai Defense Bureau has activated Level 1 combat readiness. All personnel return to base immediately. Captain Jiang Yu of the Defense Bureau Special Operations Team 2, proceed to the mission location immediately. Emergency notice, mission has been synchronized. Depart immediately. Location automatically popped up at the junction of the East China Sea and Yellow Sea, Southwest Sea area of Qizhou Island. Yao Zhixue clicked on the details, her face instantly turning pale. S-Class Mutant Beast. It has already entered the East China Sea and is moving southwest. The target is very likely Demon City. Jiang Yu's expression darkened. At this point in the previous life, there was no such crisis. History is changing. Everyone's hearts tightened, and the atmosphere suddenly grew tense. It must be stopped. The destructive power of an S-Class is terrifying. It must not be allowed to approach the Magic City. Right? Even if it hasn't landed yet, it can't be allowed near the coast. A battle of this scale is enough to trigger tsunamis and volcanic chain reactions. The coastal areas are densely populated and economic core cities. If something goes wrong, the consequences would be unbearable. You all return to Modoport. I'll go ahead first. Jiang Yu spoke very quickly. Yao Zhixue immediately objected. Captain Jiang, this is too dangerous. Don't go alone. Let's go together. The warship turned around and sped toward the target sea area at full speed. Everyone was resolute, as if they were prepared to fight to the death. Suddenly, someone at the bow whispered in alarm. On the sea surface, a massive black shadow broke through the water. The huge dragon head appeared, its golden vertical pupils coldly fixed on the ship. Team leader, look. Yao Zhixue looked over and was momentarily stunned. It's really that black dragon. Should we try communicating with it? We can ask if it's willing to team up against the S-Class Mutant Beast. Seeing the Shenlong in person is much more impressive than in the video. Xiao Junlin squinted and smiled, saying, it seems especially attentive to Captain Jiang. Otherwise, it wouldn't have appeared so coincidentally. He didn't think much of it, only feeling that Jiang Yu had a special aura that made the Shenlong remember her. It's like some people are naturally liked by animals. Everyone looked at Jiang Yu. Their gaze is complicated. Why did it have to be her? Jiang Yu glanced at the black dragon closely following on the right, her tone calm. It's only an A grade. The gap with S grade is too big. It can't change the outcome of the battle. Even if it's willing to intervene, we still can't protect it. If it gets seriously injured or dies, the East Sea will immediately lose control. Without it restraining them, those strange beasts will go on a rampage again. We cannot afford that cost. She had thought about eliminating the black dragon early to cut off any future threats. But the reality is, precisely because of its existence, the East Sea barely maintains order. At least during this period, all the high-level exotic beasts remained dormant, and there were no more casualties. Once the black dragon fully matures, assuming its temperament remains the same, it might truly be able to dominate all the seas of Xia Kingdom and quell all the unrest. Xiao Junlin nodded in agreement. Captain Jiang is right. The black dragon is still just a juvenile. When facing S-level exotic beasts, it cannot fight desperately to defend territory like we do. Seeking benefit and avoiding harm is perfectly normal. If the divine dragon gets injured, it will only make the situation more chaotic. Everyone understood the advantages and disadvantages, and they all agreed. The escort ship accelerated away. Hearing these words, Qin Feng did not pursue further. S-class beasts are not something he can touch at his current level. His progress has reached 94%, so logically he should be able to enter the third stage by tomorrow morning. An S-class beast would never attack the Xia kingdom without reason. Behind this must be the Sakura kingdom pushing it. Reason tells him he shouldn't go, but Jiang Yu had already gone. With her personality, she would only fight to the death and never retreat. The strongest forces of Xia Nation are 6 7th-grade masters. One has retired in seclusion, and the other 5 guard the major cities. There is 1 7th rank, 2 6th rank, and more than 10 5th rank warriors in Magic City. But the Sakura country must have also sent experts, plus S-rank beasts. Even if they win, it will only be a narrow victory. Once high-level combat power is lost, the defense line will inevitably shrink. Without strong defenders, the enemy nation will not give the prodigies of the Xia kingdom a chance to grow. Magic City is densely populated and of extremely high strategic value. It is bound to become a target. Qin Feng watched the departing ships and said softly, "I'm not that great, nor do I have any ambition to unify the world. If we are destined not to stand side by side, then I will protect you, protect everything you want to protect." He had long known that her goal in practicing martial arts was to protect the land and its people and to reclaim the lost mountains and seas. This is also the reason for the existence of the Guard Bureau. There are many paths, and everyone has a choice. Qin Feng sneaked deep into the East Sea, wildly hunting down strange beasts. No distinction between strong or weak, all are devoured. He wants to use Devour to forcibly speed up progress. Only by entering the third stage does one qualify to confront S-levels. The Blackfin Orca was summoned by him to help. At this moment, he doesn't care about the taste, only the quantity. No matter how bad the toxic Fong shark tastes, he forced himself to swallow it. Even the fish heads usually fed to the crested tern were all stuffed into his mouth. Ding! Devoured a level C blue ocean jellyfish. Progress plus 0.8%. Ding! Devoured B-level fish and seahorse. Progress plus 1%. Ding! Devoured D-level carrion scallop. Progress plus 0.5%. Ding! Devoured A-level mighty pomfret. Progress plus 1%. With one claw from the black dragon, an alien beast fell, scaring the surrounding monsters into a frenzy as they fled madly. Survival depends entirely on fate. The junction of the Yellow Sea and the East China Sea. The sea surface was covered with shipwreck debris, flames blazing high, thick smoke billowing, and several corpses swept away by the waves. When Lu Sheng and the others arrived, the 3 cruisers had already been completely destroyed. More than 40 soldiers, none survived. Lu Sheng felt tightness in his chest, but forced himself to stay calm. The soldiers had completed the warning before their deaths and transmitted the intelligence. The wreckage was clearly visible. 3 large ships were cut in half by the terrifying heat rays. Scorched by high temperatures, followed by an explosion and sinking into the sea. Most of the warriors on the ship were probably vaporized on the spot, without leaving any remains. Some others, after the information was sent back to the port, were most likely attacked and killed by supernatural beings from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. But they flew all the way from Modu Port and found neither S-level beasts nor any sign of people from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Where did the person go? Could they have vanished into thin air? Yang Zhong's face was full of anger. His fists clenched so tightly they turned white. "Minister, this grudge must be avenged. But right now, the most important thing is to stop that S-class beast. The intelligence shows it is moving towards the Magic City. Return immediately, keep a close watch on the sea, and report any anomalies at once." Just as the words fell, a hurried call came through the earpiece. Number two. The target did not go to the Magic City. It changed course to Lianggang. It has reached the central Yellow Sea, less than 60 kilometers from the nearest coast. 4th Squad requests support. We only have 6 fourth-grade martial artists. We need reinforce. The sound suddenly stopped, leaving only a piercing electric buzz. The 13 people from Medu Harbor instantly turned pale and, without hesitation, rushed at full speed to Liyun Harbor. These people from the Sakura country have not given up at all, and the other party's movements are astonishingly fast. The sky was gloomy, with dark clouds pressing down. In the central Yellow Sea, the seawater was dyed red with blood, waves roiled, and the sea wind howled angrily. A giant beast stood in the sea of blood, exuding a terrifying aura, causing the surrounding strange beasts to flee for their lives. It was 130 meters tall, nearly 150 meters long, and weighed 20,000 tons. Deep brown scales covered its entire body, as hard as iron. The blue dorsal fins connected together, resembling a mountain range piercing the sky. Two thick and massive legs stepped into the sea, like two solitary peaks standing in the ocean. The arms were thick and long, each with 3 curved sharp claws, as sharp as knives. Below the triangular skull, there is a pair of small yet cold eyes. The elongated giant mouth almost fills the entire face, with 2 rows of sawtooth-like fangs glaringly exposed. The tail sweeps sideways, stirring up towering waves. 10 years ago, it first appeared in the East Sea of the Sakura country. It was the 5th S-class abnormal beast confirmed by humans. The Sakura country called it the king of abnormal beasts, Lanwei demon. Some also called it the bluefin tyrant lizard. No matter what it is called, it means the same thing: destruction. 30 years since the spiritual awakening, the strongest humans have only reached the peak of 7th rank, and an 8th rank has never appeared publicly. Maybe there are some, but no one dares to admit it. Humans have faced S-class beasts 5 times, with 3 defeats and 2 draws, never winning. The most recent time, 3 7th rank and 5 6th rank warriors from the west, along with a group of 5th rank warriors, surrounded and attacked an S-level red demon dragon. The result was a bloody stalemate. The red demon dragon was struck until dozens of its scales fell off, its blood staining the Mediterranean red, yet it still managed to escape successfully. On the western side, only 1 7th rank warrior survived. All the other 7th and 6th ranks were killed in battle. 5th rank warriors fell in batches, and no one even remembered their names. The recovery ability of the exotic beasts was absurdly strong. 2 months later, the red devil dragon had fully recovered from its injuries and reappeared. Up until now, humans have never killed an S-level exotic beast. Monsters of this level absolutely suppress low-level exotic beasts. In the sky, the S-level exotic beast Blue Val Demon is entrenched. 9 transcendents from the Sakura country stand beside it, with 5 strong men from the Bongzi country behind them, forming a terrifying formation. Above the sea border, only 6 warriors from the Xia country remain to defend stubbornly. Bloody knife light soared into the sky, 6 blades converging into one. This was their last strength. In midair, a barefoot warrior stood aloft, the intent of his blade soaring, as if it could cleave the heavens. One of the 2 greatest masters of the Sakura country, Kawashima Remii. He looked arrogantly, gazing at the approaching blood-red blade radiance, sneering coldly. "Is that all you've got?" With a flick of the thumb, the blade was drawn a quarter out of its sheath. A dazzling blade aura tore through the sky. The blade aura collided with the blood glow. A crisp sound. The 6-person combined attack collapsed instantly. The momentum of the sword energy remained strong, directly targeting the 6 lives. At that moment, a streak of cyan sword light cut across the sky, piercing the darkness and instantly shattering the sword energy. Seeing that flash of cyan light, the 6 finally breathed a sigh of relief. One of the 6 masters of the Xia Kingdom, Qingmu Sword Saint by Chongqing. He is nominally the head of the Martial Arts Academy, but his true identity is the pillar guarding the Demon City. The next moment, he had already landed on the battlefield. 2 6th grade and 4 5th grade warriors followed closely behind. Dean Bai Chongqing nodded, waving a strand of wood attribute true qi to heal the 6 people. Then, he looked up toward Lan Weima and the group of foreign powerful individuals. Chuan Dao Lu Ming, not staying on the island, but coming here to die. S-class exotic beasts are tough to deal with, and he wasn't completely confident. And here, less than 50 kilometers from the coastline. Cities like Lianggang were right behind them. Tens of millions of people were right behind them. For them, martial arts are not for internal strife, let alone for seeking fame and fortune, but to protect ordinary people. The greater the ability, the heavier the burden. Kawashima Ryumiai concealed his pride but still sneered coldly. By Chongqing, you are indeed strong. But you are old. How many more swords can you still strike? Can you withstand Lan Weima's power? The ones coming to their deaths are you. Bai Chongqing gripped his sword, his gaze burning hot. Killing you all is enough. Fang Gu, the second strongest in Magic City, stood aside. 5 long spears hovered behind him, true energy surging, murderous intent overwhelming. Even if I die in battle, I'll drag you down with me. Dare to offend Daxia, and I will make sure you never return. Everyone was filled with battle fervor, showing no fear in the face of the S-level beast. Kawashima Ryumiai and the others exchanged glances and retreated behind the giant beast. Lord Lanwei Mo, please make your move. The giant beast surged forward through the waves, sending tens of meters of spray into the air. There's no turning back now. If we retreat any further, the coast will be destroyed. Beast, take this sword strike. Bai Chongqing's sword gleamed fiercely as he thrust directly at the giant beast's head. The blue light fell, but only sparked against the scales. Fang Gu shook his arms, and the 2 long spears thundered like meteors toward the beast's chest. Everyone attacked together, unleashing their deadly moves. But the attacks, strong enough to kill an A-rank beast, had no effect on it. This is the difference of an S-rank. Even more terrifying is its power of destruction. The dorsal fin of the blue demon emitted a blue light, as power converged in its head. With a roar, a mental pressure swept out. 2 grade 5 warriors lost consciousness on the spot and fell into the sea. Everyone felt dizzy and their movements slowed. Class S against Class A is a level of crushing superiority. The next second, the giant beast opened its mouth. A blue beam of light shot out. Extreme heat ray. Bai Chongqing held up a blue barrier, but it couldn't hold for even a second. Everyone hastily dodged as the heat wave tore through the air. Lan Weima twisted his neck as the beam swept across. A 5th-rank warrior was tightly restrained by spiritual power, unable to evade the incoming beam at all. The blue beam of light was as thick as a train, instantly engulfing him, not even giving him time to let out a scream. The temperature was terrifyingly high. No body was left behind. It evaporated directly. The ray hit the sea surface, instantly boiling the seawater within a 5-kilometer radius, and the schools of fish turned white all at once. All were cooked. The high temperature can even burn through seawater. Bai Chongqing weaved and dodged between the beams of light, and the moment Lan Weima stopped, he shouted loudly, "One sword, one wither and flourish." The true energy of wood was fully infused into the long sword, and the spirit of the wither and flourish sword soared into the sky. The people of the Sakura country all changed their expressions drastically. This was his signature move. Kawashima Ryumiai knew how fierce this sword strike was, drawing his blade from its sheath, gripping it tightly with both hands, and unleashing all his strength in one explosive move. Clear sky slash. The blade's radiance exploded bright, turning the world as bright as day. The green sword pierced through the air. Ding! With a clear cry, the white blade light was shattered on the spot, and the cyan glow, carrying a chilling murderous intent, aimed straight at the beast's neck. Everyone held their breath. The cyan glow exploded once again, dyeing the heavens and earth. Citizens of Liyun Port, 30 kilometers away, all witnessed this earth-shattering sword strike. Lan Wei's demon pupils shrank sharply, raising his arm to block. The next moment, 2 thick arms fell into the sea simultaneously. Its arms were cut off by a sword. The green sword's momentum did not diminish, fiercely striking the scales on its neck, producing a clang of metal. The sword intent broke through the scales, slashing a half-meter deep wound. But it was too large in size. This sword strike ultimately failed to take its life. Lan Weima howled toward the sky, the mental shock spreading wildly. Kawashima Ryumiai and the others covered their heads, screaming in agony, unable to endure the pain. The exotic beast, feeling the pain, no longer distinguished friend from foe. The long sword flew back into Bai Changqing's hand. Fang Gu and the others looked at him, their eyes full of worry. The cost of this sword strike was too great. Even after fighting like this, Blue Weima still can't be killed. An S-level beast, so strong it makes people despair. Can humans really win? Bai Changqing visibly aged to the naked eye, his vitality almost completely drained. Dean Bai. Fang Ji's eyes were red. In their hearts, he was the steady anchor of the demon city and half of their master. Cough, can't die? Unfortunately, still didn't kill it. Bai Changqing's voice was weak as he forcefully practiced his cultivation method to regulate his breath. Dean Bai, and us too. Fight it to the end. Everyone's vitality surged again, their true energy skyrocketing as they each unleashed their strongest combat techniques. A 6th-rank warrior lifted a mountain-splitting axe and swung it straight at Lan Wei's demon head. Fang Ge launched his spear, shouting, flowing light rain. The shadow of the spear fell like a torrential rain, sparking against the scales. The blue demon's dorsal fin glowed, once again unleashing an extremely hot ray. Kawashima Rumi and the others also went all out, with sword energy, supernatural powers, and ninja techniques overwhelming everywhere. Warriors from the Stick Country joined the siege, and the soldiers of the Summer Country were attacked from all sides, the situation precarious. Damn Sakura dogs. Brothers, charge. Lu Sheng let out a loud roar, swinging his great sword in a horizontal sweep. 3 blazing sword chi streaking through the air. Jiang Yu grasped the broadsword, leapt from the ship, walking on air, charging straight into the battlefield. Haha, you finally arrived. Fang Ge laughed heartily. Is there even a need to say? Kill. Everyone was trapped in a desperate situation, yet they laughed wholeheartedly. Today, we face only death, all for the country. It is precisely because of such a group of people that the flame of the Xia kingdom continues to burn, never extinguishing. Xiao Junlin swiftly rode his sword, heading straight for a cherry blossom ninja. Yao Zhixue and the others did not dare to move forward. They operated the giant metal crossbows on the boat, continuously shooting at the strange beasts. They were all below 5th rank. Going up meant certain death. On the battlefield, sword auras intertwined, forces clashed, and dazzling light flashed, illuminating the gloomy sky with flickering brightness. Yao Zhixue looked up at the sky. Dark clouds pressed down over the city, and purple lightning rolled within the clouds. She glanced at her watch. It was 3:30 in the afternoon, but the sky was as dark as night. A storm was coming. May heaven bless Great Xia. Suddenly, a figure broke through the sky, a golden sword unsheathed, directly slashing a 5th-rank warrior of the Bangzi nation. Lin Luokong was the first to arrive, followed closely by several members of the Adventurers Association. The Blue Devil actually woke up? These Sakura people really won't give up. She muttered softly, controlling the sword with her fingertips, the sword light continuously pressing against the enemy. When Fang Ge saw the reinforcements arrive, he immediately shouted, Old Lu, let's surround Lan Weima. Don't let it shoot the beam again. Got it. The blue beam swept across the battlefield. No one dared to take it head-on, and could only desperately dodge. 2 Sakura ninjas were a step too slow and turned to ashes on the spot. Lan Weima had already gone berserk, unable to distinguish friend from foe, wanting only to crush everyone. 3 6th-rank officials from Fang Pavilion surrounded it for a fierce attack, tightly suppressing its self-healing. On the other side, 2 7th-rank experts clashed, the aftershock astonishing, with no one daring to come close. Jiang Yu slashed off a ninja's head, then turned to support his comrades, attacking a woman dressed in wide-sleeved blue robes. The woman's face was pale, but she could control seawater, each strike leveraging momentum. Her hands quickly formed seals as she spoke softly. Water Soul, triple snake technique. The sea surface churned, and 3 water pythons broke through the waves, opening their mouths to bite at Jiang Yu and the others. A 5th-rank martial artist failed to dodge in time and was bitten on the throat by a water python, its snake body coiling tightly as it dragged him into the sea. His fate was unknown. Jiang Yu stepped back into the air, the power of the moonlight bursting forth, and a crescent moon blade slashed through 2 water snakes. The opponent formed seals like the wind, hand shadows appearing in swarms. 3 more water snakes howled as they charged forward. The woman clearly did not expect the water snakes to take a life. She raised her hand to form a blue magic array and pressed it down onto the surface of the sea. The magic array spread out on the water. In an instant, the seawater rolled back, forming a huge whirlpool in the center, with a water column shooting straight up, piercing the dark clouds. A terrifying suction suddenly erupted, and Zhang Yu's figure flickered, almost being sucked in. Bang! On the other side, Lan Wei Mo fired blazing rays, his sturdy legs stamping fiercely on the seabed. The seabed cracked, power surged wildly, and the entire sea area shook violently. Roar! It retracted its rays and roared again, the sound waves sweeping in all directions. Waves rolled one after another, rushing westward, growing higher and higher, reaching speeds of 800 kilometers per hour. A catastrophic tsunami has occurred. Not good. If this continues, Liang is finished. Lu Sheng's eyes turned red with urgency. He split two waves apart, but couldn't stop the overwhelming momentum. This beast is too cunning, using the tsunami to force us to retreat. Without a water element expert, we simply can't hold it back. No matter how hard everyone tried, they couldn't catch up to the already forming giant wave. Liang, the authorities ordered an emergency evacuation, but a city of 4 million people can't just leave on a whim. Nearly 1 million people flooded the streets, their faces full of terror. The alarm suddenly sounded. The guards of the bureau looked toward the sea, their faces instantly turning pale. The tsunami is coming. By the time they reacted, the massive wave had surged into the shallow sea area, with the wave height wildly escalating. 100-meter-high water wall, carrying the power of destruction, rushed straight toward the shore. Once it falls, the entire city will be swallowed. Skyscrapers, streets, tens of thousands of lives will all vanish in the raging waves. The giant wave blocks the sky and sun. People widen their eyes, despair reflected in their pupils. There was no time, and no one could stop it. All martial artists above the 5th rank went to deal with Lan Wei Mo. Roar! The thunderous roar of a dragon exploded. Everyone suddenly turned to look at the sea surface. A black dragon stood on the shore at an unknown time, its roar shaking the sky. Giant waves crashed and shattered before it. It was as if there was an invisible wall firmly blocking the tsunami. The dragon's roar was deep and heavy, striking straight to the heart. On the street, the crowd involuntarily knelt down. Divine Dragon, Dragon King, the Divine Dragon has come to save us. Hundreds of thousands of people shouted together, the roar soaring to the sky. The waves of the sea dispersed wave after wave, and the sea gradually calmed. Qin Feng listened to the shouting, feeling complicated. He had lived longer and was still not used to being worshipped on his knees. He turned to face the crowd. The massive dragon body lay across like a mountain range, its golden dragon eyes scanning the entire city, majestic and sacred. The cheers grew louder and louder. Thank you, Divine Dragon. The soldiers of the Guard Bureau also froze in place, their gazes all fixed on him. Qin Feng looked up at the sky. Dark clouds rolled, thunder exploded, purple lightning tore through the night, and a torrential downpour poured down. Boom! Crash! Amid the thunderstorm, all eyes were on it. The black dragon soared into the sky. The 76-meter-long dragon body was like a sharp sword, piercing straight into the clouds. Purple lightning tears through the vast sky, the black dragon roiling in the sea of clouds. Everyone knelt on the ground, looking up in awe, so moved they lost their voices. The divine dragon is flying, riding the clouds and mist. It really is true. There were once people who doubted that the Eastern dragon could fly, saying it couldn't ascend without wings. At this moment, the black dragon rose openly, shattering all doubts. This moment is destined to be etched into everyone's memory. The battle on the Yellow Sea raged like a torrential storm. Bai Chongqing and the others looked up at the gigantic shadow in the clouds, their hearts trembling. Even 7th-grade warriors were oppressed to the point of struggling to breathe. The battle ceased. Even Lan Wei Mo looked up. Purple thunder roared down, striking the dragon's body, its scales emitting a strange purple glow. The thunder transformed into a dragon and struck the black dragon again. The sky and earth were filled with a purple hue. Lu Sheng's voice trembled. Is this the tribulation crossing? Under the power of the heavens, humans are as insignificant as dust. If this lightning were to strike a person, even a sixth-rank cultivator would be reduced to ashes. Lin Luokong started a live broadcast. Tens of thousands of people instantly flooded the official account. A purebred true dragon does not need to undergo a tribulation. Only a flood dragon uses lightning to transform. So what about now? This is a baptism, a gift from heaven. The barrage filled the screen. Damn, a true dragon. Jiang Yu looked at the sky, her mind in turmoil. It had become so powerful, who else could kill it? She could only pray that this was not the out-of-control black dragon from her past life. Kawashima Ryumiai was dumbfounded. No wings, how to fly? But the fact is right before our eyes. The woman in the blue robe looked solemn. Its aura is still surging. We can't let it continue. We must stop it, or we will fail again. The last extraordinary person from the stick country said coldly, "This dragon does not side with us, and even helps the Xia country. It must be killed." Kawashima Ryumiai's face turned stiff, feeling cold inside, always sensing that taking action would lead to trouble. Shizi sealing technique. The cherry blossom woman's face turned pale, quickly forming hand seals, and a huge, eerie blue net condensed in the air. One of the three major sealing techniques of the cherry blossom. She was certain that this net could trap the black dragon, and as long as the black dragon died, the morale of the Xia nation would surely collapse. She sneered and pushed the huge net toward the sky, directly covering the black dragon in the clouds. Fang Gu and the others' faces changed drastically. Divine Dragon, be careful. The giant net shot upwards through the air, and everyone didn't even have time to react. Lin Luo held up her phone, and the live stream was filled with comments. Spicy ball. Just as the giant net approached the clouds, a thick purple lightning bolt, as thick as a giant python, suddenly struck down. Boom. The thunder cracked explosively, the giant net shattered on the spot, and the purple lightning struck towards the cherry blossom woman. Heaven's wrath descends. The thunder is fierce and unyielding. Who can withstand it? A flash of lightning cut through, and everyone saw the purple light piercing through heaven and earth. In the next second, the cherry blossom woman was directly blasted to pieces, and black debris fell into the sea. Instantly turned to ash on the spot. Kawashima Ryumiai stood frozen, then his face filled with terror. An S-ranked water-type ability user, just like that, was gone? Lin Luokong glanced at the live room filled with awesome comments and sneered. At a time like this, you still dare to make a move against the divine dragon? If that's not courting death, then what is? No matter how powerful an extraordinary being is, they are still beneath the heavens and earth. The live viewer count skyrocketed, instantly surpassing 2 million. Boom. The thunder roared again. In the clouds, Qin Feng opened his mouth and spat out a dragon pearl. The milky white pearl flew into the sky, swallowing the raging purple lightning one by one. The dragon pearl weaved through the sea of clouds, intertwining blue and purple light. The black dragon chased the dragon balls, lightning continuously striking down. The divine dragon played with the pearl. This scene had never been seen before. Bai Chongqing and the others watched intently, letting the rain soak them. Lin Luokong's livestream broadcast this scene nationwide. If tipping had been enabled, he would have already made a fortune. The number of viewers broke through 10 million and was still skyrocketing. Holy shit, Shenlong crossing the tribulation. This is insane. I'm completely stunned. I was just dragged in by a friend. I almost couldn't believe it. Amazing good looks. I want the dragon god to have a little dragon. What's the streamer's background? This live stream is legendary. Are these movie special effects? This is ridiculous. Streamer, come closer. I can't see clearly. If you want the streamer to get struck by lightning, just say so. Just now, a Sakura girl was struck and turned to ashes. I can actually see a divine dragon undergoing a tribulation. This is absurd. I am in Lianggang. Just now the Shenlong saved us. At this moment, everyone was staring at the sky. Others were excited beyond words, but Jiang Yu was more worried. The black dragon was about to advance to S level, stepping into a higher life tier. Strength, defense, and self-healing will all surge dramatically. To kill an S-level beast, at least 3 7th-grade experts must join forces, and they need to finish it off in a very short time. Once the black dragon turns hostile towards the Xia kingdom, they simply won't be able to stop it. Boom! The final streak of purple lightning struck down. Qin Feng swallowed the purple lightning and the dragon pearl in one gulp. Ding! Progress 100%. Awakened innate divine ability. Blazing Hellfire Black Flame, SSS. Ignores defense, burns all things. Entering the third phase, growth phase. The power from Dragon Ball exploded inside the body. Qin Feng's body was 86 meters long, with dragon horns 2 meters in length, fully grown and branched. The dragon horns were slightly curved, wrapped with purple lightning. All the water-patterned dragon scales grew out. He completely mastered the water element. 6 pieces of flowing cloud dragon scales grew along his body. Air currents swirled around him, flying as smoothly as a fish in water. The true dragon could control wind and water, accompanied by clouds and mist. It soared and flipped, moving freely at will. Between the opening and closing of the dragon scales, it feels as if an invisible force is supporting the massive dragon body. The thunder dispersed, and the wind and rain ceased. Just as everyone was staring at the dragon's body, Lan Weima suddenly unleashed his spiritual power, roaring thunderously. Sound waves spread, and a spiritual shock swept across all directions. Everyone was instantly stunned, their minds going blank. Bai Chongqing and others forcibly stabilized. Several 5th-grade warriors were completely unprepared and fell directly into the sea. Jiang Yu was already disturbed, and after being struck by the impact, his qi and blood went out of control, falling straight down from midair. Roar! The dragon's roar exploded. The mental attack was instantly dissipated. Qin Feng burst through the clouds, his dragon form soaring, followed by mist and fog. Just as Jiang Yu was about to fall into the sea, a thick cloud supported her. Her consciousness returned, and she found herself sitting on the cloud, stunned. She looked shocked, feeling as if she were sitting on a soft cloud. Is this the power of the black dragon? Soaring on clouds and mist? Isn't that a talent only immortals possess? Qin Feng saw that she was fine and relaxed, his gaze coldly fixed on the giant figure ahead. Lan Weimo's chest heaved violently, issuing a low growl. I didn't provoke you, yet you insist on protecting these people? It spoke in Sakura language, but Qin Feng understood. The dragon race is naturally able to comprehend the meanings of all things, with no language barriers, as if possessing a built-in translator in the mind. Bai Chongqing and the others couldn't understand, only nervously staring at the black dragon in the mist. Lin Luokong was trembling with excitement, holding up his phone and moving closer. See that? This is the real divine dragon. It can fly and brings clouds. So cool. The number of viewers in the live stream surpassed 100 million. Since the other party spoke up, Qin Feng no longer held back. He raised his head, his voice like thunder, majestic and earth-shaking. From now on, anyone who dares to violate the waters of the Xia kingdom and harm our people, whether human or beast, will be mercilessly killed. His words, like a thunderclap, echoed along the eastern coast. Hundreds of millions of people heard it simultaneously, their blood boiling. Bai Chongqing and the others felt their eyes redden, their gazes burning fiercely. That was an emotion only the people of Xiagua could understand. A kind of belief, a force solidified deep in the bones. Feng Gu and the others were breathing heavily, their chests surging with heroic spirit. The weariness on Bai Chongqing's face vanished completely, replaced by a determined expression. With Shenlong present, Daxiao will surely return to its peak. Kawashima Ryumiai sneered coldly. You Xia people have always been arrogant. Even if this dragon ascends to S rank, it is no match for Lan Weima. Their original plan was to use the S-rank monster to severely damage Xia's high-level combat forces and then destroy 2 coastal cities in the process. With internal strife and external troubles, Xia will never have a chance to turn the tide again. By then, all the countries will rise up together and divide the spoils. The war techniques and rare mineral veins of the Xia kingdom, especially the transmission of cultivation methods, had long made them covetous. To this end, they infiltrated, bribed, and used any means necessary. Jiang Yu had many cultivation techniques in hand, but never dared to spread them outside. The stakes were too high, and people's hearts were the hardest to guard. The extraordinary journey has just begun. Leading by one step means leading every step thereafter. Science may have no borders, but martial arts definitely do. Even if beasts run rampant and humans retreat, the conflicts between nations will never cease. Lan Wei Mo was panting heavily, his voice like thunder. I once fought a red dragon. It escaped by flying. You are different. I hope you are stronger than it. The intelligence of high-level exotic beasts is not inferior to humans, but their world is simple, only for fighting over territory, seeking food, and reproducing. The S-level exotic beasts are at such a high tier that they have no peers and cannot reproduce, so they turn their desires into destruction. But he just happened to lift the other into the air. Kawashima Ryumei and the others leaned their necks forward, their eyes nearly popping out. No one dared to believe it. This power had already exceeded comprehension. Only shock remained on the scene. Qin Feng grabbed Lan Weima by the back of the neck, dragged him out of the water, and flew towards the Sakura country. The giant beast was incredibly heavy, and he was struggling as well, only able to use the clouds for support. Everyone in the distance was stunned. The black dragon flew farther and farther, grasping the colossal creature. Lu Sheng smiled bitterly. He only wanted the divine dragon to shift the battlefield. He didn't expect it to simply carry the enemy away. Divine dragon really can do anything. Everyone from Xia country was shocked and filled with awe. Incredible. It can happen to a dragon, and it seems only natural. This creature inherently carries a mythical aura. Kawashima Ryumei's face changed drastically as he shouted. He's flying to Sakura country? Baka, two S-ranks fighting on their homeland. What could possibly remain of their islands? He stepped into the air, chasing after, trying to stop the black dragon. Bai Chongqing reacted even faster, his blue long sword cutting through the air, heading straight for Kawashima. Kawashima, since you're here, you might as well not leave. This place will be your grave. Lu Sheng and the others struck simultaneously, their murderous intent soaring, vowing to clear the field. Flaming sword chi swept out horizontally, a single slash killing a paragons from the Bongzi country. Jiang Yu soared into the air, his vitality erupting, all his strength focused on the broadsword. Blood moon slash. The red and white blade shimmered across the sky like a crescent moon. The Sakura samurai hurriedly blocked, but the katana shattered instantly. The second strike fell, and a head flew off. Without Lan Weima's support, these people were simply no match. Torrential rain. Qin Feng's dragon claws gripped Lan Weima tightly, and no matter how it struggled, it could not break free. Lan Weima roared furiously, unleashing a mental shock, but it did not shake Qin Feng in the slightest. The blue glow on its dorsal fins surged violently, and two dorsal fins broke free from its body, transforming into high-speed rings, slashing toward Qin Feng. The dragon body twisted, but was still struck. The dragon scales left only a white scar. The dorsal fin spun around and struck again. Qin Feng looked down from above, already leaving the yellow sea, and decisively loosened his grip. The dragon claw tore through the dorsal fin, and the black flames burned it to ashes. Lan Weima lost support and fell from high altitude, forced to wildly shoot heat rays. Blue light pierced through the land, igniting a city in an instant. Skyscrapers evaporated, crowds vaporized, and flames shot up to the sky. Wails, alarms, and explosions intertwine like the apocalypse. What is that in the sky? Blue Eve demon and a dragon. Quick, gather, gather, evacuate the crowd immediately. Where are the water element users? Come put out the fire. Only then did the superhumans from the Stick country come to their senses. They couldn't stop the S-class strange beast at all, and could only desperately try to save the ordinary people. Lan Weima wanted to use a heat ray to slow it down. Qin Feng wouldn't give it the chance. It sprayed a stream of heat downward. Qin Feng whipped his tail fiercely, chasing forward, a mouthful of dragon flame shooting straight ahead. Black flames wrapped around Lan Weima's body, crackling, like countless firecrackers exploding. Ah, black dragon! The fire grew fiercer and fiercer. Lan Weima's miserable screams tore through the sky. Boom. No buffer. A massive body weighing 20,000 tons plummeted straight into the center of Chizhou Island. A loud explosion. The entire island collapsed and cracked, with shock waves spreading wildly. Seawater backflow. Huge waves overturn the sky. Buildings collapse, roads crack, mountains crumble. The sea waves fiercely hit the shore. Chijo Island, with an area of more than 2,500 square kilometers. In the northern Chijo city, the population exceeds 1 million. With this strike, buildings instantly turned to rubble, the terrain forcibly altered, all life destroyed. The entire island is sinking. Countless people are dead and injured. The military base was flattened, and almost all superfighters below the 5th rank were wiped out. Survivors crawled out of the rubble. Only dust filled the sky, and the ground kept cracking open. The destructive power exceeded that of an earthquake measuring magnitude 8. Everyone was stunned. Was it a meteorite impact? Or a comet falling? Has the apocalypse arrived? Torrential rain. Yet it cannot extinguish the fire in the city. Sand and rocks fly across the land. A tornado swirled over the sea surface. Huff! The fierce wind swept by. Lin Luokong stood 1,000 meters high, holding up his phone to livestream. The number of online viewers surpassed 500 million. The whole country was watching. Many foreigners were also staring at the screen, only for that eastern black dragon. The rumbling lasted for 3 minutes. Rainwater pressed down the dust. Everyone finally saw clearly. The one smashing the island was none other than Lan Weima. The supernaturals from the Bonzagor looked at each other in disbelief. Look up again. In the clouds. The black dragon soars in circles. It's the black dragon of the Xia kingdom. How are they here? We can't let them keep fighting. If this continues, Chijo Island will sink. But that's S-class. There is only one 7th grade nationwide, and he is still guarding the capital. The strongest on-site are no more than 2 6th grade. The rest are all 5th grade. Blocking an S rank? Damn it. Are we just going to stand by and watch? Chijo Island can't be lost. Dust swirling. Center of the island. Lan Weima struggled to get up. The brown scales on the back were almost completely shattered. The black dragon flame was still burning, roasting the flesh until it was charred black. It raised its head and roared angrily. Black dragon, I have already left the waters of the Xia kingdom. Do you still want to fight? We are both S-class. You won't get the better of me. Lan Weima appeared fierce on the surface, but felt uneasy inside. It didn't expect Qin Feng to be so strong, lifting it nearly 1,000 meters into the air. The dragon flames burned through the scales, its strongest defense gone. It very well might die here. Lan Wei Demon was afraid for the first time. With scales falling off and black flames wrapped around its body, it was in a pitiful state. Qin Feng hovered in midair, coldly saying, I said, no mercy in killing. Lan Wei stubbornly tried to buy time. Qin Feng saw through its intention and directly said, enough nonsense, sink the island first. As the words fell, the dragon flames burst wildly. The black fire dragon tore through the sky. Lan Weima's dorsal fin was destroyed, severely injured, with hardly any combat strength left. It wanted to fight back, but only exhaled a wisp of white smoke. It panicked and turned to flee into the sea. The dragon flame blasted onto its back. Lan Weima fell heavily to the ground, the island trembling violently. The flames disregarded defense and burst into flames on him. 3 6th grade transcendent experts hurriedly intervened, fearing the island would sink. Qin Feng stopped and looked down at them. Are you teaching me how to do things? The dragon's roar shook the heavens, its spirit power pressing down. The 3 lost consciousness on the spot and fell from the sky. The next moment, the dragon's flames engulfed them. Black fire soared into the sky, their 3 bodies turning into charred fragments. A 6th rank powerhouse, instantly erased. Lin Luokong watched in horror. This is the crushing dominance of the level of life. Spiritual suppression combined with dragon flame bombardment. No supernatural ability could withstand it. 600 million people were frantically flooding the live broadcast chat. So ruthless. Divine Dragon, are you trying to teach me how to do things? Lin Luokong suddenly felt relieved that the Black Dragon was on Xia country's side. If it were the enemy, who could stand against them? Flying into the sky and plunging into the sea, with an invincible physical body, along with the power and flames of the dragon. This is the true divine beast. Lin Luokong stared at the giant beast rolling on the ground, feeling an indescribable satisfaction in his heart. Lan Weima's entire body was engulfed by black flames. The more he struggled, the fiercer the fire burned, his screams tearing through the heart. Qin Feng did not make another move, only coldly watching it burn to death. A muffled bang. A blue wave of light exploded from within its body, the residual primal energy sweeping across the entire island, instantly killing the survivors. 100-meter giant wave slammed towards the shore. Chizhou Island began to sink as seawater continuously poured in through the ground cracks. Qin Feng hung in midair, his gaze cold, without a trace of mercy. The Sakura country repeatedly violated our borders, and the Gongzi country interfered every time, even provoking secretly in the Yellow Sea. This time, they were lucky we didn't sink the entire peninsula along with them. The wailing gradually weakened, and the air was filled with the smell of burnt flesh. Scales, thin skin, and fresh blood turned to black ash under the flames. 30 years after the revival of spiritual energy, the first fallen S-rank beast was born today. S-rank does not mean immortal. Lin Luokong stared blankly at the scene, his eyes full of admiration. The divine dragon protects the nation. The rise of a great power is imminent. In the live broadcast room, countless people from the Xia nation were filled with passionate excitement. The Lord-level beasts that humans couldn't handle, weren't they also burned to ashes? The final blue light exploded, and Lan Wei Mo completely lost his breath. The heavy rain ceased. Waves surged one after another, swallowing the entire island. The 2,000-plus square kilometer Chizhou Island sank beneath the sea. Through this live broadcast, everyone clearly saw the power of the strange beast. Many young people who had never left the city understood for the first time what kind of monsters the Defense Bureau was facing. Aftermath of the First World War, millions lost their lives, and a large island disappeared. The high-ranking officials of the Bangjigoa had already learned the news but were powerless to act. They only had a 7th-rank transcendent, who was no match for the Black Dragon. They could only pray that it wouldn't set foot on the peninsula. Qin Feng indeed did not move to strike again. The scent of meat in the air grew stronger, even carrying a hint of cumin. Unfortunately, there were no seasonings. He swooped down, grabbed the charred giant body, and plunged straight into the depths of the Yellow Sea. He also wants to know how much improvement an S-class beast can bring. Lin Luokong did not follow, only watching him leave with the people in the live broadcast room. This is a cruel era, but also the most turbulent one. The dark clouds dispersed, sunlight piercing through the clouds, scattering golden light on the sea surface. Chizhou Island completely disappeared, leaving only wreckage and floating corpses. The smell of blood attracted a large number of strange beasts, tearing and gnawing like vultures. Lin Luokong was still hanging in midair, unable to regain consciousness for a long time. The black dragon surged into the sky, surrounded by lightning, fiercely battling Lan Wei demon head-on. That scene was almost etched into her soul. She would never forget it for the rest of her life. In her heart, the black dragon was no longer an ordinary exotic beast. That is a god. On the other side, Yellow Sea battlefield. Bai Chongqing immediately deployed the wooden cage formation, firmly trapping the fleeing Kawashima Ryumiai. After clearing out the other transcendents from Sakura country, Lu Sheng and the others turned to encircle and kill this 7th rank. Martial skills rained down, striking wildly. Wooden cage vines kept wrapping around, seizing his distraction, defending against frontal attacks, suddenly locking both legs. The opportunity has arrived. Lu Sheng slashed with a sword, flames soaring skyward, true chi instantly drained. The 5 spears of Fong Gu united, their momentum astonishing, piercing straight into the sky. Jiang Yu held the knife with both hands, the massive red and white blade solidifying, the killing intent almost becoming tangible. A horizontal slash, blood chi surging wildly. Surrounded on all sides, for forces erupted simultaneously, the Tandi all reflected in different colors. Kawashima Ryumiai's face was full of terror, but there was no way to retreat. He could only await death in despair. He regretted setting foot in this sea. The sword light and blade energy poured out completely. Boom! The explosion tore through the sky. The sea of clouds instantly scattered. The sea surface split by the aftershock, and massive waves surged. Kawashima Ryumei was instantly reduced to ashes. The Battle of the Yellow Sea resulted in a great victory for the Xia Kingdom. Sakura Nation lost 1 7th rank, 3 6th rank, and 6 5th rank warriors, suffering heavy damage to their vital energy. Without Lan Weima blocking the Pacific Ocean's strange beasts, they will be attacked from both front and back. The Korean country also suffered heavy losses, for 5th rank warriors died on the Yellow Sea battlefield, and over 100 transcendent beings died on Chijo Island. 1 million people on the island, not a single survivor. Among them, 3 6th rank officials were directly burned to death by the dragon flame. The cost was heavy. Jiang Yu and the others were exhausted, stepping through the air back to Lianggang, then transferring vehicles to return to Modu. This battle was a turning point. The pressure on Xia country's coastal defense suddenly dropped, and forces like the Sakura country were severely damaged. Live broadcast throughout, causing countless compatriots' confidence to soar in unprecedented unity. Superhumans remain rare. Most young people have never directly faced powerful strange beasts. This time, they witnessed firsthand what war really means. Everyone finally understood that the peaceful times are only possible because someone is desperately bearing the burden. The Xia Kingdom won, but the Guard Bureau suffered heavy casualties. More than half of the 5th rank martial artists in the Liyun City branch were killed or injured, and their vital energy was severely damaged, making recovery impossible in the short term. These were the backbone forces, and now personnel had to be urgently drawn from other branches to fill the gap. At night, the heat around the Black Dragon did not subside but increased, and worship was almost out of control. After the Great Battle, the Supernatural Forum updated the Black Dragon's profile, giving it a separate page and no longer classifying it under mythical beasts. Divine Beast, Black Dragon. Rank, Lord level. Body length over 80 meters, covered with black scales, for legs with 5 claws, golden pupils, and black horns. Activity area, East China Sea. Abilities, Dragon Flame, Water Control, Cloud Soaring. Danger level S. Note, Shinjo True Dragon is strictly prohibited from being attacked. Violators will be charged with treason. Communication is allowed, but do not initiate harm. A genuine Lord level, having even slain S-level exotic beasts, who dares provoke him? But other countries will not sit idly by. The existence of the Black Dragon symbolizes the rise of the Xia Kingdom. Although S-levels are powerful, they are not invincible. Lan Weima is an example. On the surface, the strongest is 7th rank, but everyone knows that major powers definitely hold even deadlier trump cards. On an unnamed island in the Yellow Sea, Lan Weima was down to less than 1/3 of its body. Qin Feng roasted it with dragon flames. The thigh meat was the most delicious and all went into his stomach. The back had more bones and less meat. The abdomen smelled strong, and the leftovers were shared by the black-finned orcas and the crested terns. He discarded the head directly to the terns, as he didn't want it. They eat to accelerate evolution and advance to greater sooner, which also helps him. Overall, blue Levi demons taste much better than sharks, second only to those seafood delicacies. At night, Qin Feng lay on the island absorbing the power of the stars, with the tern guarding nearby. A majestic divine dragon, yet always spending the night with a bird. But this bird's emotional value is maxed out, so no matter what, it never gets angry. On the sea surface, a black-finned killer whale poked its head out, its voice low and excited. Dragon, you're too strong. You can even kill that kind of monster. Why not take over the Yellow Sea too? Neither humans nor beasts can stop us. Qin Feng half opened his eyes. The East China Sea has enough to eat. If we take down the Yellow Sea next, can you manage it? That's true. But here there are foods that the East China Sea doesn't have, and many strange exotic beasts. Qin Feng thought for a moment and felt it made sense. There are fresh and delicious cod here, as well as various shellfish. It is indeed tasty. Let's stabilize the East Sea first before discussing further. He looked at the bird dozing beside him. A second blue feather grew on its tail, long and upright, like a peacock's. Its legs were long and slender, like a red-crowned crane's. Its white feathers were clean and shiny, and its black beak was sharp. Why does it look better and better? Qin Feng quickly looked away and gazed at the bright moon. With him guarding the East Sea, she should be able to relax a bit. If she had free time, what would she do? Seems like there aren't any hobbies. Oh, right, she sings very well. He has only listened once. That was his birthday the year before last. It's so late now. She has been through battles and should be resting. Where does she live? Could it be at his own home? White vest, gray shorts, lying on the sofa. Long legs casually draped. Thinking of this, Qin Feng felt his heart heat up. Starlight fell, merging into the black dragon's throat. The next day, all of Xia State's networks and media were reporting on the Black Dragon. The top 8 trending searches are all his name. The Divine Dragon appears, auspicious beast to emerge. The East Sea Divine Dragon promoted to S-Class. Sakura Girl makes a shocking move. Divine Dragon protection. Sakura miscalculates. Korea in crisis. The comment section was in a frenzy. The public sentiment was boiling. Everyone was hoping to punch the cherry blossom, stomp on the stick, and then press down the beautiful country. The cherry blossom country. General Changdao was furious but helpless. His life was over, leaving only contempt and punishment. With Lan Weima dead, the eastern defense line was left undefended. A 7th rank fell, and many 6th ranks died in battle. They could not stop the beasts. But they did not want to wait for death. In the conference room, the executives gathered. Prime Minister Anjin accompanied by 3 others. Navy Commander, Army Commander, Special Services Director Fujiwara Neon. There is also a representative from the beautiful country. A middle-aged, robust man with white skin and blue eyes. He comes from the CXF Extraordinary League, above the law. His name is Jock, specializing in inciting various countries to drain Xia's supernatural powers. He never expected that Xia would actually have a real dragon. And it's an Eastern dragon that only exists in legends. He was completely different from those monsters he had seen. And Jean Sanpei's face grew heavy. Lan Weimo is dead. What can we use to block the endless stream of exotic beasts from the Pacific? Lord Xiao Ku, we extraordinary beings have suffered heavy losses, and we hope you will lend a hand. Fujiwara and I immediately bowed his head to seek help. That's right, this failure is not our fault. It's that black dragon that ruined the plan. If it weren't for it, the twin-headed sea monster would have already dealt a heavy blow to Modoport. Once the second phase starts, most of the East China Sea would fall into our hands. We lost a 7th grade warrior and even broke Lan Weimo. We're already on the brink of life and death. Several commanders and senior leaders took turns venting their frustrations, cursing the black dragon thoroughly in their hearts. Isn't it good enough to be the maritime overlord itself? Why must it help the Xia Kingdom? If they take over the East Sea, they will also give it territory and offerings. Whatever it loves to eat, whatever it wants, can be delivered. A dignified lord-level beast. Why does it have to stand on the side of the Xia Kingdom? They can't figure it out. Joke tapped the table and said calmly, "Assistance is possible, but with conditions." Anjin's heart sank. What are the conditions? Sure enough, it was blackmail. Joke laughed and said, "For the silver radiance crystals of the Liuli archipelago, we want 70%. The conference room fell into instant silence. 70%, and they are still responsible for mining it. Silver luster crystal is a top-tier rare material, second only to Gingjin, used to craft weapons and armor, and it is extremely effective against low-level exotic beasts. Everyone exchanged glances for a moment, then nodded through gritted teeth. Jock said satisfactorily, "We will send people to assist with the defense. Besides, the Black Dragon must be eliminated. If the East Sea falls into chaos, the Xia nation cannot continue to grow stronger." Anjin smiled bitterly. "We only have one 7th rank Inyang master left. The Black Dragon is S-level. We simply can't touch it. If we lose another high-level fighter, the nation's destruction will be only a matter of time." Joke's eyes were full of disdain. Open attacks are easy to dodge, but hidden arrows are hard to defend against. Does the Black Dragon trust the Xia people? We have an illusion shapeshifter who can become anyone. Also, there's an S-level ability user who can control others. Besides, with so many people in Xia country, isn't there anyone who wants to try dragon meat? As long as the lead is big enough, there's nothing they won't do. A long time ago, they began infiltrating the Xia Country Guard Bureau and Police Department. Using both threats and temptations in full force, it's impossible for everyone to hold their ground. No matter how many precautions you take, it's hard to guard against a family traitor. The black dragon is indeed difficult to kill. Even sending 4 7th-rank experts, the success rate is less than 50%. But he trusts the Xia people, and that is his biggest flaw. After hearing this, everyone instantly understood and nodded in agreement. Fujiwara's eyes lit up, and he smiled as he spoke. I understand. We spread the news widely, saying the dragons of Xia Kingdom have divine powers. 1 bite grants longevity, 2 bites restore youth, and swallowing a dragon's heart grants immortality. By then, powers from all nations will surely swarm in. Since ancient times, immortality has been the greatest temptation. The higher one stands, the more they fear death. Nowadays, with the resurgence of spiritual energy, many transcendent beings nearing the end of their lifespans have become desperate. The legendary dragon, even if only a slight possibility, is enough to drive people insane. Whether true or false doesn't matter. They are best at spreading rumors. And Jean Sampei listened and applauded repeatedly. Genius. No matter how strong the black dragon is, it cannot withstand the world's combined assault. If the Summer Kingdom protects him, it will be opposing the entire world. And within them, there is bound to be greed as well. Dragon scales are indestructible. Dragon blood strengthens the body. Dragon meat prolongs life. And dragon saliva cures diseases. No matter how much it's exaggerated, some people still believe it. A mere black dragon, what can it possibly compete with us? As soon as the news gets out, Xia might take action themselves. So what if it's S-level? Still an idiot, isn't it? Instead of becoming the overlord of the sea, they insist on sticking up for Xia. Laughter filled the conference room. Early morning. Ding! Progress in the 3rd stage has reached 15%. Sunlight shines on the island, and the dragon scales shimmer with a metallic luster. The water pattern dragon scales shine blue, the cloud pattern dragon scales shine white, and the thunder pattern dragon scales emit a purple glow. This is an innate power. Controlling water, commanding wind, summoning thunder. Qin Feng opened his eyes and found that the crested tern was gone. The weather was clear, perfect for flying. With a thought, his massive body soared into the sky, clouds and mist billowing around him. He had been too focused on fighting yesterday to truly experience flying. He ascended straight to an altitude of 10,000 meters, overlooking the sea and the city. Tall buildings and traffic flows were all within his sight. Everything became tiny. No wonder humans yearn for the sky. Mastering the airflow had become instinctive. Qin Feng's feeling of flying in the sky was the same as when a person walks or a dragon dives into the sea. Relaxed, free, and effortless. The clouds and mist wrapped around his dragon body, completely covering him. Utterly exhilarating. He couldn't help but let out a long, skyward roar. A dragon's roar echoed through the demon city, and everyone heard it. Fortunately, he didn't use his spiritual power, or ordinary people would have gone mad on the spot. People on the street looked up one after another, only to see a thick mass of white clouds. It wasn't until he accelerated away and the cloud layer parted that a faint black dragon silhouette appeared. Damn, it's really a dragon. I saw it, right there on the clouds. Hurry, worship it. I beg the dragon god to bless me with a relationship this year. The dragon oversees good weather, not romance. You're worshipping the wrong deity, aren't you? What do you know? Dragons are water gods. Maybe they're in charge of matchmaking. Help me give them a greeting. 6. Perfect score for logic. The square erupted with discussion, and those who hadn't seen it were full of regret. There were videos and live streams online, but seeing it with your own eyes was a completely different experience. The clouds rolled, drawing a long white streak across the blue sky, straight and striking, as if someone had swept the sky with a thick brush. Throughout the Summer Kingdom, the sound of a dragon's roar was faintly heard. Qin Feng traveled westward from the demon city, wanting to test his limits. At full speed, traveling at 5,000 kilometers per hour, breaking Mach 4. Almost no resistance, consuming only a little star power. Exhilarating. Mountains and rivers stretch for thousands of miles, letting him gallop freely. For 19 years, he has only traveled around the vicinity of the demon city. It's not that there's no money, it's that outside the city is too dangerous. Now it's different. No matter how vast the world is, where can't one go? He looked down on the northwest, and noticed that the oasis in the desert was expanding, even starting to connect into a continuous stretch. The desert is turning into a forest. The spiritual energy is reviving, and even plants are evolving. In the desert, several 100-meter-tall cacti have grown 5 purple tentacles covered in sharp thorns, writhing like living creatures. Further west, the grasslands are vast, with a squad of warriors patrolling along the border. Going further out, the vegetation is dense, and there are few signs of human habitation. After the spiritual energy revival, many small countries could not hold back the strange beasts, their populations sharply decreasing, forcing them to flee to other nations. These people who lost their nationality were forced to do the most dangerous jobs, serving as cannon fodder to explore forbidden zones. The uninhabited lands were then divided among the powerful strange beasts. A blatant jungle law. Qin Feng had no interest in saving the world, nor did he intend to slaughter all the strange beasts. The fate of others was none of his concern. He only wanted to be a good dragon for himself. Turning south, in less than 10 minutes, he arrived at the southwestern plateau, the rooftop of the world, majestic and imposing. He planned to search in this sparsely populated snowy mountain range for the legendary auspicious beasts. Like the nine-tailed fox, he couldn't keep making a bird his only companion every day. Qin Feng lowered his flight altitude, his slender dragon body weaving through the Himalayas, his gaze sweeping over a blanket of white. No auspicious beasts were seen, only packs of blue and red-furred snow wolves. They were huge, almost as tall as elephants, running like the wind, and the lead wolf could control the wind and snow. This is the paradise of the strange beasts, a forbidden land for humans. The pack of wolves saw the black dragon in the sky and all knelt down in unison. Under the dragon's imposing presence, they immediately understood that the life level of this black giant dragon was far above theirs. Howl! The wolf pack howled toward the sky. Powerful Lord Beast, we pledge our loyalty. Master of the sky, the red-tailed snow wolf clan awaits your command. Qin Feng couldn't be bothered and headed straight for the highest peak. High-level beasts possess intelligence and understand how to respect the strong even more. Mount Jomolungma. At an altitude of more than 18,000 meters, like a sword piercing into the clouds, Qin Feng soared into the sky and easily landed on the mountain top, overlooking the mountains, yet found nothing. The cold wind howled, and suddenly he felt a sense of loneliness. With a thought, dragon claws carved a few large characters on the mountaintop. The black dragon has been here. Then it spread its wings and flew away. He did not return, but headed toward Kunlun Mountain. Since he was here, he had to see if the legendary Queen Mother of the West truly existed. Kunlun Mountain, also known as the ancestor of all mountains. Qin Feng moved through the peaks, searching carefully. Finally, on the summit of a 10,000-meter snow peak in the western section, he sensed something unusual. After landing, the dragon tail swept across, lifting the millennia-old snow. Beneath the thick snow, there was a small tree half a meter tall. The tree had no leaves, with only a single fruit the size of a plum hanging from its branch. Qin Feng had just extended his dragon claw. Stop! A sharp sound suddenly rang out. He looked up and saw a 7-meter-long giant bird circling in the air. It wore a red crown on its head, its body covered in emerald feathers, and its black beak was marked with red spots. This kind of creature does not exist in the exotic beast atlas. What kind of bird are you? Qin Feng asked. An original sparrow. And what kind of dragon are you? It actually spoke human words, and in the Xia language at that. Qin Feng's heart trembled. The East Sea. The sparrow tilted its head to examine him. There are dragons in the East Sea? That can't be right. It flew a few circles around Qin Feng and sneered. I've never seen a black dragon, and you haven't even fully grown your thunder-patterned dragon scales. Qin Feng's heartbeat quickened. You've seen other dragons? Of course. Yuan Ke looked proud. I've even met the Dragon King of the South Sea. Is there a dragon in the South Sea? There used to be, but not anymore. Yuan Ke said in a calm tone. Hurry up and leave. This fruit isn't yours. Qin Feng almost slapped it to death. A bird that speaks in riddles, twisting and turning its words like a riddle master. So annoying. The original sparrow seemed to see through him and snorted coldly. You're too weak. Knowing too much now won't do you any good. Come find me again when you've grown all 81 dragon scales. Qin Feng suppressed his anger. Are there any beasts in Kunlun Mountain that can speak human language like you? I don't know. Maybe. There are some over there. We're over there. Telling you is useless. Qin Feng was so annoyed he felt like biting his teeth. He really wanted to roast it with a dragon flame. He fixed his eyes on the yellow fruit. What exactly is this fruit for? Why are you guarding it so tightly? The Oriole immediately became alert. Don't bother. This fruit is useless to you. I'm just asking, Qin Feng said seriously. The Oriole sighed. Linghuang apricot. Eating it prevents drowning, allows walking on wind, resists heat and cold, heals old wounds, and prevents all diseases. Qin Feng's heart jolted. Good stuff. He doesn't need it, but Jiang Yu can use it. Who did you bury it in the snow for? For the destined one. Yuan Ke looked down the mountain. The one who climbs step by step to the mountaintop. This mountain is 10,000 meters high, with the snow line at 7,000, and strange beasts gather in herds at the foot of the mountain. Who would climb step by step instead of flying up with true qi? Qin Feng thought for a moment. Forcing his way up wasn't worthwhile. This bird knows quite a bit. It's more important to play along with its words. As long as you climb up step by step, you can take it? Yes. If you dare to break the rules, don't even think about entering Kunlun Mountain again. Qin Feng patted his chest. I am the Lord of the East Sea, a dignified true dragon. How could I act recklessly? Yuan Ke sneered. Not even the authority of the water god, yet you call yourself the Lord of the East Sea. Qin Feng was taken aback. Yuan Ke immediately issued an expulsion order. Come again when your scales are fully grown. If you have time, come to the East Sea. I'll treat you well. Forget it. You're the most annoying dragon I've ever seen. You're also the most I've ever seen. What most? I'm not telling you. Qin Feng pushed off the ground, his mind focused, soaring into the sky. Yuan Ke stood still, watching the black dragon vanish into the clouds. Black dragon. Every sip and every peck follows a certain destiny. As the words fell, heavy snow suddenly began to fall, and the yellow apricot tree was swallowed by white snow in an instant. Magic City. Guard Bureau. In the conference room, Chun Yin and the others looked serious, staring at the large screen. The screen was filled with international news. The 7th S-Class beast has appeared, and it's actually this one. S-Class is not invincible. The Bluefin Overlord Lizard falls. East Sea Black Dragon publicly admits cooperation with Xia Nation. S-level battle causes Chizhou Island to sink, millions dead. Bongzi Nation denounces Xia Nation for behind-the-scenes manipulation. Pacific beasts capture 2 cherry blossom cities, over 1 million casualties. Prime Minister vows to defend the homeland to the death. The overwhelming coverage painted the Battle of the Yellow Sea as a disaster. The truth is edited and pieced together, completely reversed. The Sakura and the Sticks desperately play the victim, indeed gaining a lot of sympathy. The beautiful country was the first to make a statement, pledging full support to both countries, providing extraordinary power and funds for reconstruction. At the same time, it called on all countries to condemn the summer country for collaborating with strange beasts. They labeled the black dragon as a harbinger of disaster, saying that wherever it went, tsunamis would rise and islands and cities would be destroyed. After reading it, Yao Zhixue just felt it was absurd. They twisted right and wrong and spoke with such confidence. We tried to clarify things publicly, but were suppressed. What does everyone think? Chun Yin glanced over the crowd. Yao Zhixue smiled faintly. No matter how much they make a fuss, they can't harm the black dragon. The truth is clear domestically, and international public opinion can't stir up much trouble. That's right. The Shenlong is already S-level. They dare not come to the East China Sea again. The urgent task is to contact Shenlong as soon as possible to see if he needs anything else. Everyone expressed their own opinions. Jiang Yu remained silent. There was no Lan Weima invasion in the previous life at all. That S-Class beast only appeared once and then disappeared. But this time, the black dragon is different at every step. She felt a vague unease in her heart. Perhaps she has been misreading something all along. Chun Yin raised his hand to suppress the discussion. Public opinion can't hurt us, but they are targeting Shenlong. The screen changed, showing several research reports. Investigations released by authoritative institutions of beautiful country, from blood samples to abilities, analyze the uniqueness of the black dragon point by point, even publicly disclosing the dragon blood test data. In short, it's blowing the black dragon up as a miraculous creature covered in treasures. The report was written convincingly, even researching dragon blood, claiming it contains special powers that can heal wounds and strengthen the body. But everyone in the meeting room knew this was impossible. Dragon scales are incredibly hard. Where would their dragon blood come from? It was pure fabrication. They understood this, but outsiders, especially supernatural experts, might not. This move seems simple, but it is enough to push the black dragon into the eye of the storm. This kind of fake report is more deadly than mere public opinion. It will not only attract international forces, but may also tempt some people domestically to take action against the Shenlong. Strengthen the body, gain divine power, prolong life, and even achieve immortality. Such temptation is too great. Shunyan looked serious. We cannot respond directly to this report, or we will be seen as guilty. Lu Sheng nodded. The more we explain, the worse it gets. We can only strengthen protection and refute rumors internally. But the human heart is hard to fathom. Jiang Yu shook her head. The effect is limited. Do you still remember the mole beast? Everyone was silent. Back then, there were rumors that the scales of the mole beast had miraculous effects, leading to large-scale hunting. The authorities repeatedly clarified that the scales were as useless as fingernails and even enacted strict penalties. Yet some people still took the risk. Ordinary animals are like this, let alone dragons. Yao Zhishu sighed. First contact the divine dragon, inform him of the situation, and tell him to be cautious. Lu Sheng shouted angrily. The beautiful country has been suppressing us all along, and now that the divine dragon is helping us, they can't sit still, so they resort to such despicable means. Everyone was filled with indignation. Minister Huang lowered his head in deep thought. Could it be that they actually obtained dragon's blood? The report's details were too extensive, analyzing various parts of the dragon's body thoroughly. Combined with records from ancient texts, it was not entirely impossible. Dragon scales, no matter how hard, would have weaknesses. If by chance they obtained the blood, or even shed dragon scales, that is top-quality material. Northeast Changbai Mountain. The heavenly lake at the mountain peak is deathly silent, and the strange beasts in the lake shiver. Beneath the water surface, a shadow slowly swims. Calmness was shattered. The pond water was clear and icy cold. Qin Feng was a dragon, belonging to the yang body, unafraid of the cold, but rather found it comfortable. He grabbed a rainbow trout and stuffed it into his mouth. The flesh is firm and flavorful, without any fishy smell. Golden eyes flickered as he fixed his gaze on a 3-meter-long red fire salmon. Its entire body was bright red, its eyes shining, radiating waves of heat. A B-level exotic beast, yet capable of controlling flames. The dragon swung its tail, pressing down with its spiritual force. The red fire salmon sensed danger and opened its mouth to spit out a pillar of fire. The flames tore through the pond water, shooting straight at the black dragon. Qin Feng charged forward through the flames. Dragon claws pierce through the fish head. The high-temperature flames can't even damage the scales. His evolution is a leap in the level of life. Strength, defense, and resistance are all comprehensively enhanced. The red fire salmon was torn in half, and the fish meat emitted its own heat. Qin Feng swallowed it in big gulps. Devoured a B-level red fire salmon. Progress plus 1%. Flame resistance plus 1%. The hot current surged within his body. He ate a few more black crucian carp to suppress it. Then he swallowed 3 red fire salmon in quick succession, breaking the water and soaring skyward. Only then did the Tianqi beast breathe a sigh of relief. Qin Feng traveled across famous mountains and great lakes. Dongting, Taihu, Poyang. No new S-level found. There are quite a few A-level ones, and some can control elements. But S-level has 2 marks. Speak human language. Master destructive power. He entered S rank only after condensing the Dragon Balls and awakening the burning black flame. Other exotic beasts that want to advance can only accumulate slowly over time. There are only 6 living S levels today. There is a 100-meter-long black fish in Poyang Lake, calling itself the water god. Qin Feng beat it until it submitted, making it behave and stay within the lake. Leaving Changbai Mountain, he flew toward the East China Sea. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, the Sea of Clouds rolled, passing by Qingwang Island. A 19-meter-long golden-crowned black eagle was soaring in the sky. Great a strange beast. Fierce momentum. The black eagle let out a long cry, spreading its black wings, and its 10 black-gold sharp feathers shot straight at the students. The students of the Martial Arts Academy desperately unleashed their vitality, using their weapons to block. The clash of metal created a chaotic noise. A female student was a moment slower to react. A sharp feather pierced her forehead, and she fell on the spot. The scene instantly fell into chaos. Everyone scattered in panic. High-level flying exotic beasts were simply beyond their ability to handle. 2 fifth-rank instructors soared into the sky, their sword chi striking the black eagle's wings, but it was like chopping against an iron plate. They switched to attacking the neck, but were directly blasted away by the fierce wind caused by the black eagle flapping its wings. The black eagle shot its sharp feathers again, the gale pressing down so hard that the students could barely stand, their minds going completely blank. The instructor barely maintained his protective aura, using sword energy to block the sharp feathers, but he could not withstand the storm sweeping across the land. Trees were uprooted, and several students were swept toward the sea. 2 instructors exerted all their strength to perform the Tsangyu slash. The sword light tore through the wind wall and finally struck the black eagle's wings, but only sparks flew. The black eagle screeched angrily, wanting to shoot again. Suddenly, a dragon's roar shook the sky, and a terrifying pressure suppressed the black eagle. Qin Feng transformed into a black dragon breaking through the clouds, engulfing the black eagle in a breath of dragon flame. The hard feather instantly turned to ash. He flashed forward, smashing the black eagle's head with a claw. The strong wind subsided, and the world returned to calm. The students came to their senses and looked up in amazement at the divine dragon. Those who had been swept out to sea sat on the cloud cluster, their faces filled with shock. 2 instructors saluted excitedly, leading the entire class in thanking the divine dragon. Everyone shouted in unison, their eyes filled with reverence. Qin Feng put out the flames, grabbed the roasted black eagle, and headed straight for the East Sea. The people on the ground looked up, watching the black dragon disappear into the clouds. Damn, the scene was so overwhelming. You can't feel that kind of pressure from the video at all. My legs went weak. Really, no matter how clear the live stream is, it can't compare to seeing it with your own eyes. No wonder so many girls are crazy about him. Who could resist such an insanely powerful Shenlong? Oh no, I didn't take any photos, a girl regretted as she covered her face. She had just seen Shenlong. Her mind went blank. There was no way she remembered to take photos. She had imagined it countless times before, thinking that if she ever met him, she must take a photo together. But when she actually saw him, she didn't even have the courage to look up. The only thought in her mind was, kneel down. Everyone stood in place, getting more and more excited as they talked, lingering for a long time without leaving. East Sea. Qin Feng landed on a small island and sent out a mental wave through the Dragon King mark, summoning that talkative bird. In less than 5 seconds, a streak of blue light tore through the sky, dragging a long tail as it fell onto the beach. The crested tern chirped continuously as soon as it landed. Dragon, where did you go this morning? Both Orca and I couldn't sense you. Did you go far? Qin Feng tore off a piece of black vulture leg meat and stuffed it into his mouth, speaking in a calm tone. Went out for a walk. The meat was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, full of chewiness. The tern stared fixedly at the charred large bird and recognized it immediately. Golden-crowned black eagle? Even you managed to kill it. This type of A-class exotic beast has hard feathers, can control the wind, and can shoot out sharp feather blades, making it extremely difficult to deal with. Qin Feng said calmly, just one claw strike. The entrails are yours. The tern obediently waited on the side. Qin Feng ate while observing it, noticing that it had grown quite a bit, with 3 blue feathers on its tail, even more dazzling. When it flew over just now, the wind howled, clearly indicating it had mastered the wind element and had advanced to a rank. It was time to give it a name. Is it female? The tern stepped back cautiously. Yes. What do you want to do? I'll give you a name. Don't I have a name? The one given by humans. That's a species name. It doesn't count. Of course they knew it was what humans called it. They were just too lazy to care. Just like humans have names for each other. What about you? Do you have one? Qin Feng paused. Yes, I'll tell you later. All right. He thought for a long time. This is a mutant seagull with bright blue tail feathers. Called Qing. Not pleasant. In the end, he made a direct decision. From now on, you will be called Qingyu. Qingyu? Good. Qingyu cried out excitedly, its voice clear and far-reaching. All right. Stop calling out. Eat your food. After Qin Feng finished eating the black eagle meat, he dived into the ocean and found the black-finned killer whale. Its body had grown larger again, fully awakening the hardened skill, raising its defense to the next level, leaping from grade B to grade A. With the addition of the two abilities, sharpness and hardening, it almost dominates the East China Sea. The name Qin Feng had long decided on was simply Fat Tiger. Quite imposing. Fat Tiger move. The orca paused. Dragon, where are you going? Dragon Palace. Qin Feng returned to that underwater volcano, its location etched clearly in his mind. Surrounded by a circle of coral, there is absolutely no mistaking it. He squeezed into the passage from the volcanic crater. Inside, it was pitch black. Passing through the thin film at the end, the water pressure suddenly dropped, and the view before him suddenly opened up. The gemstones sparkled brilliantly, and the massive lapis lazuli gate reappeared before his eyes. Fat Tiger followed behind, his small eyes full of curiosity. Haven't you been here before? Qin Feng raised his paw and pressed it against the door, pushing inward. Creak, creak. Not much force was used, and the heavy metal door slowly opened. That easy. A wave of decay hit him, then quickly dissipated. Qin Feng's pupils contracted, and he swallowed his unease as he swam in. Black Dragon. I didn't expect there to still be bloodlines remaining. The voice was low and hoarse, filled with a sense of death, and it was in the Xia language. Qin Feng suddenly looked toward the shadow on the right. There lay a massive creature, dragon head and tail, turtle body with golden armor, nearly 11 meters long, with a shell over 6 meters high. Dragon turtle. Qin Feng's heart trembled. This was a divine beast. But it hardly had any sign of life. Large patches of golden scales on its neck had fallen off, revealing dark brown skin. Fat Tiger, fearless of anything, swam around it in a circle. Dragon, its head and tail look a lot like yours. The dragon turtle closed its eyes, motionless, as if it had long been asleep. The seawater in the dragon palace was clear and the temperature just right. Qin Feng swam to its front and whispered, Elder Dragon Turtle? Are there other dragons here? No response. It lay on the special metal floor, its breath faint and intermittent, as if it could cease at any moment. Is it about to die? Fat Tiger lowered his voice. Dragon, is it going to die? Is it considered a dragon or a turtle? It's been alive for a long time, right? Qin Feng glared at him. Fat Tiger immediately shut up. Senior, we won't disturb you for now. Qin Feng was about to leave when his gaze suddenly fell on the turtle shell. He stopped abruptly, mouth agape. The golden turtle shell was engraved with an extremely mysterious pattern, where 9 and walk 1, 3 on the left and 7 on the right, 2 and 4 as shoulders, 6 and 8 as feet, 5 at the center. The 5 directions form white circles, and the 4 corners are black dots. Dragon turtle, arranged like stars. Qin Feng froze in place. Memories from his past life suddenly surged. Luo Shu. Why is there a Luo Shu here? The legends about it have never been simple. Fuxi said, the Yellow Emperor said, and Daiyu also said. The Hichu and Luo Shu originate from the stars in the sky, containing the secrets of the movement of heaven and earth. But no matter how Qin Feng looked at them, he couldn't discern the slightest clue. It was like having a beauty in his arms but being unable to do anything, feeling suffocated. Unable to figure it out, he could only set it aside for the time being. Senior Dragon Turtle, are you all right? Qin Feng spoke respectfully. This divine turtle had lived for at least 10,000 years, so calling it senior was not an exaggeration. The dragon turtle didn't even twitch its eyelids. Qin Feng sighed, guessing that its lifespan was coming to an end and it could only survive by remaining in a deep sleep. He looked up, The dragon palace towering so high that its top was out of sight, with the seawater above shimmering with a faint blue glow. This place felt like a separated world. So far, only the volcano exit has been found. Qin Feng continued swimming forward with the orca. Surrounding us are vast coral formations, various colored crystals, and night pearls larger than a human head. Ahead appeared 2 rows of golden columns, 9 pillars on each side, with the central passage as wide as 30 meters. Each pillar is entwined by a dragon. They have different postures and varied colors. Some roar angrily, some gaze into the distance, others howl to the sky. The imposing aura is overwhelming, the majesty so intense it takes one's breath away. The black-finned orca was stunned. So many dragons. This will be our territory from now on, right? Qin Feng didn't reply, just continued forward along the passage. At the end was a huge crystal palace, mainly purple and blue, adorned with golden blue accents. The main gate was wide open, with 3 large clerical script characters carved on the plaque. Water God Temple. Qin Feng felt a tightness in his heart. Is there really a god in this world? He suppressed his doubts and swam inside. The main hall was astonishingly spacious, easily accommodating 20 of him. In the center was a small pond. Further ahead was a sky blue throne 5 meters wide. It was translucent, resembling jade, but touched cold and hard like metal. Qin Feng lowered his head to look at the pool. The pool was filled with a golden liquid. The pool was too small. His head couldn't even fit in. Suddenly, the water in the pool roiled violently. A light blue jade seal shot up into the sky and directly entered his mind. A mighty force exploded instantly. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the jade seal of the water god. New permission unlocked. Authority: East Sea Water God, sanctioned by heaven and earth, ruler of the East Sea. Can summon storms and anger, calm the sea waves. With a thought, can observe the East Sea. With a thought, can know the whereabouts of all sentient beings. Obtained ability: shape-shifting technique. Concentrate spirit and gather energy to transform into human form. The system's voice fell. Qin Feng felt as if he was connected to the East Sea. Indivisible. Before he could even process it, countless voices suddenly flooded into his mind. Ever since a dragon appeared in the East Sea, none of us dare attack humans anymore. What exactly is he thinking? Why is he protecting humans? He is the disgrace of the exotic beasts. A traitor. Why should he help those 2-legged beasts? They only know how to steal our territory and food. Dragon? It's just a long-legged snake. Once I succeed in my promotion, I'll kill it first and take over the East Sea. Anyone who dares to step into the sea then will be fish food. I've seen that black dragon from afar. It's truly terrifying, suffocating. May the Dragon King bless us with a full haul. Divine Dragon bless us. May we never encounter strange beasts. With the Divine Dragon guarding the East Sea, we can finally fish in peace. Where has the Divine Dragon gone? Team Leader Yao, are we still looking for it? Lord Divine Dragon, where are you? Please come out quickly. The sound rushed straight into his ears. Qin Feng covered his ears, but it was useless. Stop making noise. With a thought, the surroundings instantly fell silent. He let out a breath. Fortunately, he could block it out, or he would have gone crazy from the noise. Being the water god is not easy at all. As long as someone within the East Sea mentions dragon, whether it's a person or a strange beast, he can hear it. Qin Feng put this matter aside for now and checked the transformation technique in his mind. Dragons can be great or small, can hide or appear. A large one can raise clouds and bring rain. A small one can conceal its form and hide its traces. In theory, dragons are born with the ability to transform. But he just happens to lack this inheritance. Could it be a bloodline issue? He was never born a true dragon. There are 2 conditions to transform into a humanoid form. First, the mental power must be strong enough, with the spirit covering at least 2,000 meters. But right now, he only has 800 meters. Second, gather energy to form the shape. He didn't know if other dragons could absorb spiritual energy. He could only absorb the power of the stars. It should also work to shape himself using the power of the stars. No matter what, he had to succeed. Only by becoming human could he stand by her side. More time is needed, but at least there is a way forward. Qin Feng had never been so happy. even happier than when he became the East Sea water god. The black-finned orca looked puzzled. "Dragon, what's wrong with you?" "I just thought of something interesting." Qin Feng withdrew his thoughts and continued to explore the dragon palace. On the right side of the water god temple, there was a palace made of emerald green crystal. He holds the authority of the water deity. The entire dragon palace belongs to him. The palace doors opened automatically. Inside were arranged 12 rows of gigantic weapon racks. Knives, spears, swords, halberds, axes, battle axes, hooks, various kinds of weapons were all present. Each one exuded a strong spiritual aura, with an ancient and profound presence, absolutely not ordinary items. This is the foundation of the Dragon Clan. The more Qin Feng looked, the more shocked he became. There were no less than 50 precious weapons. Unfortunately, he still cannot transform. Fighting in his dragon form, he trusts his claws even more. One claw descended, tearing like thunder, sharp as a divine weapon. Once he can transform, he'll come back to choose another one. By then, pick one for Jiangyu as well. If given to her now, she might not be willing to accept it. After leaving the armory, he found a side hall on the left side of the water god temple. As the palace gates opened, colorful light shot up into the sky. After the light faded, Qin Feng stepped inside. Inside the hall were dozens of shelves, all neatly arranged. They were piled high with gems, crystals, metals, pearls, luminous pearls, as well as scales, feathers, jade pendants, musical instruments, and all sorts of strange and exotic trinkets. An absurdly large variety, but almost only 1 or 2 pieces of each kind. It looks like a collection, but also like keepsakes. There are quite a few hairpins, jade hair sticks, and bracelets as well. No matter how you look at it, they all seem like tokens of love. Qin Feng's expression was strange. The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was almost certainly true. The dragon race has a long lifespan, and there are no significant racial barriers, so it would be strange if they weren't flirtatious. "I'm different," he muttered under his breath, turning and leaving the side hall. He swam to the left, but not far before he hit an invisible wall. Bang! The dragon claw struck, only to produce a dull echo, as if hitting a solid iron wall. A mechanism? Or a formation? Qin Feng was too lazy to bother and went around to the back of the water god temple. After swimming out 20 meters, he suddenly stopped. A huge skull hung ahead, crystal clear, emitting a faint white light. It looked like a whole piece of white jade carved. He slowly ascended, clearly seeing the winding and extending skeleton. His pupils suddenly contracted. It was a complete dragon skeleton. Whose corpse is this? The previous East Sea water god? The lord of the dragon palace? The dragon bones stretched for tens of thousands of meters, the whole body like jade, flawless. Qin Feng remained silent for a long time. Did it die a natural death, or was it killed by someone else? He preferred to believe it was the former. Such a terrifying being, at least an SSS-level beast. Who else could kill it? Having finally found a kindred, only to find a cold skeleton left. Loneliness and coldness surged into his heart at the same time. He continued to investigate, but the surroundings were still sealed off by an invisible wall, with no way to retreat. Qin Feng had no choice but to return to the water god temple to study the water god scepter. He tugged on the blue jade seal in his mind, and with a shift of thought, his perspective instantly landed on the Magic City port. Several fishing boats were preparing to set sail, while an engineering ship slowly approached the shore. Guard Bureau soldiers patrolled back and forth. After another turn, he arrived at the mouth of the Yangtze River, but was blocked outside by an invisible force, unable to go deeper. Within the East China Sea area, wherever his thoughts went, the scene appeared. Moreover, it was a panoramic view, freely switching 360 degrees, as clear as if seen with his own eyes. Is it possible to find Jiangyu? He had just pictured her in his mind, and the image immediately appeared. Jiangyu was wearing the Dragon Group uniform, standing on the ship's deck looking into the distance with a calm and cool expression. Her eyebrows were slender, her eyes bright, and her lips vividly red. Qin Feng felt his chest heat up. No, he must transform as soon as possible. He held back his reluctance and switched perspectives. But a few annoying people appeared on the screen. Lin Luokong sat in the driver's seat of the speedboat. Chui Sini, wearing sunglasses, sat beside him. and there was a man and a woman in the back row. Where has Shenlong gone? I haven't seen him all day. I miss him so much. Lin Luokong had a camera hanging around his neck. It was obvious he wanted to photograph Long again. The girl in the back row teased her. Why don't you just ask Shenlong if he needs a girlfriend? That way you can take pictures every day. Does it have to be as a girlfriend? Can I be his manager? Whatever he wants to say to everyone will help pass the message. Lin Luokong suddenly thought of the Q-version dolls, and her eyes lit up. Is he short on money? He could make money from merchandise. Then we split it 80/20ths. Wouldn't that be great? Chui Sini rolled her eyes. A dragon lives in the sea. Why would he need money? If he likes something, I'll buy it for him. Shinjin. Qin Feng felt a bit speechless but didn't take it seriously. They were just curious, with no ill intentions. He switched between several perspectives, slowly getting a grasp of this ability. Not only could he see, but he could also transmit sound. The water and sand of the entire East China Sea were his eyes and voice. This power could be called godlike. Qin Feng continued to wield the water god's authority, locking onto the high-level exotic beasts in the East Sea. This ability only works on beings with awakened intelligence, that is, B-level and above. None can escape his perception. In just 40 minutes, he locked onto 108 high-level exotic beasts. 41 in Grade A, 67 in Grade B. Among Grade A, nearly 20 possess elemental powers, and the rest also have abilities, some even carrying deadly toxins. This is not all. The perspective kept shifting, and he felt somewhat uncomfortable. Like playing 3D games before, after a long time, it makes you dizzy. The area of the East China Sea is 1.51 million square kilometers, with an average depth of over 700 meters. The seabed terrain is complex. Without the authority of the water deity, he simply cannot find those alien beasts skilled in camouflage. There are many species, and he can't even name them. Qin Feng once again activated the water god Jade Seal, sending his voice throughout the East Sea. All strange beasts of the East Sea, listen. I am the Black Dragon, now the water god of the East Sea. From this day forth, I establish the Black Dragon Palace. Those who wish to serve me, come to the volcano surrounded by coral in the central East Sea to meet me. Loyalty to me will be rewarded with protection. But whoever dares to attack the people of the Xia Kingdom will be executed without mercy. The authoritative voice exploded into the ears of every strange beast. They were first stunned, then left with nothing but fear. The fact that the Black Dragon can communicate with all the different beasts at once. Does that also mean he can find each one? As long as he wants, he can wipe them out at any time? For a moment, all the different beasts were restless and uneasy. It was as if a pair of invisible eyes were staring at me. The water god? The Black Dragon Palace? Doubt could not overpower fear. The Black Dragon is already at S rank and has now become the water god. The entire East Sea is under his control. But that's not all. Because the Black Dragon forbids exotic beasts from attacking humans in the Xia Kingdom, many exotic beasts are already harboring dissatisfaction. Extraordinary beasts are born with a territorial instinct. The higher their level, the more domineering they are. When there is abundant food in the sea, as long as humans do not intrude into their territory, most sea beasts are too lazy to come ashore. However, the noise from human ships is harsh and irritating to them, which provokes the attacks. Generally speaking, unless their territory is insufficient or they are driven by some force, they will not actively come ashore. But high-level strange beasts like the venomous fong shark, megatooth shark, ghost squid, and giant ringed octopus are different. They are bloodthirsty by nature, viewing humans as prey, enjoying watching them struggle and scream as a form of entertainment. However, with the Black Dragon looming overhead, they have no choice but to hold back their ferocity. An S-level deterrent cannot be shaken simply by joining forces. Exotic beasts rarely leave their territory, and fighting across the sea means risking everything. The danger is too great. No matter how unwilling, one can only endure. Survival of the fittest is the only rule. There were also a few rare beasts who entertained the idea of pledging allegiance to the Black Dragon. Some revered the strong, some had territories too small to survive, and others were oppressed year-round. If they could gain the Black Dragon's protection, life in the East Sea would be much easier. But most beasts chose to wait and see. Evening. Magic City Guard Bureau. In the director's office, Chen Yin put down the report and looked at Jiang Yu across from him. Are you sure the news about the Lioli archipelago having a large amount of silver glow crystals is accurate? The Lioli archipelago faces the Pacific Ocean to the east and is adjacent to the East China Sea to the west, forming a curved group of islands. The land area covers more than 5,000 square kilometers. There has been a dispute over ownership here for many years, with deep ties to the Xia Kingdom. After the revival of spiritual energy, pressure on border and coastal defenses surged, and the Xia Kingdom could only focus on defending its homeland. Now that a black dragon is stationed in the East Sea, high-level exotic beasts dare not cause trouble, making the shipping routes temporarily safe. The risk of going to the Lioli archipelago has greatly decreased. Jiang Yu's tone was firm. Confirmed. Sakura Country has already transported a batch. In the previous life, Sakura Country used this batch of materials to build a strong defense line at the port. Even low-level transcendent beings were equipped with silver luminous crystal shields and weapons. At that time, low-grade martial artists in the Xia Kingdom were still using alloys, which would break with a single strike against high-level magical beasts. Such strategic resources must never be handed over so easily again. Not to mention the entire country. Even the Magic City branch alone has the capability to reclaim the archipelago. Chen Yin no longer doubted the authenticity of the news, but became even more puzzled. The Cherry Blossom Country must have a strict lockdown. How did she find out? I will report to headquarters. He stared at Jiang Yu. But how did you obtain this intelligence? Jiang Yu had long anticipated he would ask this, and had already prepared the answer. Shenlong told me. This phrase was the easiest way out. Shenlong was always mysterious and omniscient. Putting everything on him, no one dared to question it. Chen Yin was stunned for a while before he finally reacted. Team leader Yao never mentioned this. He nodded and said, Understood, I will report to headquarters. Then I'll leave first. As soon as Jiang Yu stepped out of the office, she saw Xiao Junlin waiting for her. Captain Jiang, are you free tonight? The dragon team is having dinner together. He asked her out more than once, but was refused every time. Xiao Junlin couldn't understand why she always kept her distance from him. He came from a prestigious family in the capital, with strong abilities and background, the same age as Jiang Yu, both 5th rank and old classmates. But she doesn't even give a single chance. Jiang Yu directly refused. Sorry, I have to lead the team training tonight. Maybe next time, I'll talk to team leader Yao. The reason was genuine, but not necessary. She was very clear about Xiao Junlin's intentions and refused clearly enough. But he still refused to let go. Xiao Junlin's smile froze. Colleagues' dinner gathering. She shouldn't have refused. The only reason can only be him. He felt bitter in his heart. What kind of man could truly enter her world? Jiang Yu got into the car and took out a photo from the storage box. It was a photo of her and Qin Feng, taken 3 months ago. She whispered, I searched through all the records, but it's as if you vanished from the world. Where exactly did you go? No identity records, no spending records, and no traces of leaving the country. He couldn't have survived in the wild, let alone swum to another country. If she had been a bit more determined back then, would the result have been different? She put away the photo and pressed the accelerator. Night fell, the sky full of stars. On an isolated island in the East Sea, Qin Feng quietly absorbed the power of the stars. Qing Yu was tidying her feathers nearby. Dragon, are there any other beasts coming to seek refuge? Qin Feng sensed the entrance of the volcano and responded faintly, not for the time being. After the news was spread, several high-level strange beasts were indeed tempted and wanted to enter the Black Dragon Palace seeking refuge. Many were unwilling to leave their own territories. But what Qin Feng wanted were subordinates who would come whenever called, wanting benefits without putting in effort. At most, they agreed not to attack the humans of the Xia Kingdom anymore. Qin Feng naturally did not agree. What he wanted were obedient subordinates, not powerless vassal kings. In addition, there were 2 A-grade sea snakes wanting to follow him, one white and one blue, each over 20 meters long. They believed Qin Feng was strong enough, and his offspring would definitely be even stronger. Qin Feng refused outright. His surname is not Su anyway. However, transformation technique is not exclusive to dragons. In theory, he can pass it on to other exotic beasts. But the conditions are very strict, at least S level, able to absorb spiritual energy, and mental strength must also meet the standards. This method, he will only pass on to trusted followers currently bearing the Dragon King's mark. Qin Feng looked at Qin Yu. Have you ever thought about becoming human? Qin Yu was stunned for a moment and shook his head. How can a mythical beast become human? What if it could? No, humans don't even have feathers. Qin Feng laughed. Humans have many beautiful clothes. No feathers look better. Your scales come in second. She said it very seriously. In her view, humans are just hairless upright apes. No feathers, no scales, skin exposed. Where's the beauty in that? Qin Feng then realized that not all exotic beasts want to transform. Perhaps many monsters only take human form because they have cultivated to that stage and have no choice. It may not come from their true will. He withdrew his thoughts and opened the system panel. True Dragon Evolution System. Main, Qin Feng. Bloodline, Black Dragon. Authority, East Sea Water God. Progress, Growth Stage 18%, Phase 3. Skill, True Dragon 7 Transformations, Shape-Shifting Technique. Talents, Reverse Scale, Primordial Eye, Dragon Majesty, Devour, Dragon King Mark, Burning Black Flame. Affiliates, Phoenix-Headed Arrow Gull A-Grade, Blackfin Orca A-Grade. Territory, East Sea. On the 11th day of transforming into a dragon, he had already firmly established himself as the Lord of the East Sea. The next step was the Yellow Sea and the Bohai Sea. Would those two seas also have jade seals waiting for him? Qin Feng activated the water god jade seal in his mind and immediately received a piece of information. What is called the East China Sea and the Yellow Sea is merely the current names used by the people of the Xia Kingdom. The true East China Sea is the entire sea area east of Shenzhou. The same applies to the other three directions. Qin Feng was a bit confused. If that's the case, how can he obtain authority over other seas? Does he need to gain recognition from heaven and earth? Or should he get most people in the Xia Kingdom to acknowledge him as the Lord of the Yellow Sea and the Bohai Sea? Or could it be related to the strange beasts in the sea? Should I stay in the Yellow Sea for a while? He thought about it and decided to put it aside for now. He hasn't fully controlled the East Sea yet, so thinking too much is useless. He closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. The next day when he woke up, the familiar system prompt sound did not appear. Qin Feng was taken aback. He used to see the progress bar as soon as he opened his eyes, so why is it gone now? He opened the panel. The progress is still 18%. It no longer increases automatically, can only rely on devouring. That works too. Anyway, hunting exotic beasts was now too easy for him. First, let's start with 2 60-pound ice lobsters to calm the nerves. Low-level exotic beasts don't differ much except in numbers. He estimated that the ratio of low-level to high-level beasts in the East Sea is about 20-1. The level of life no longer naturally advances, but the body is still growing. Body length 83 meters. 27 water pattern dragon scales, 12 cloud pattern dragon scales, 2 thunder pattern dragon scales. The water pattern dragon scales have already grown fully. The thunder pattern dragon scales are only 2 pieces, which can only enhance resistance to lightning, but cannot truly control lightning. He estimates that at least 7 pieces are needed. At this stage, the key is the long dragon scales. All 81 special dragon scales fully grown should be the adult form. It seems a few signature divine abilities are still missing. Cloud surfing is acquired. Summoning wind and rain is not yet. Qin Feng sneaks into the sea. Golden vertical pupils locked onto the prey. The dragon's majesty spread out, causing sea creatures to tremble. With the blessing of the water god's authority, his speed was almost like teleportation. In the next moment, he appeared in front of an ice lobster the size of a small car. Under the pressure of the dragon's might, the ice lobster could not move, its 2 huge claws trembling wildly. With a sweep of the dragon's claw, the head was directly severed. The shell was torn open, and the snow-white shrimp meat was scooped out in one piece. Swallowed in one bite. Fresh, sweet, and icy cold. Seafood must be killed and eaten fresh. Refreshing like eating ice cream. Ding! Devoured D-grade ice dragon lobster. Progress plus 0.2%. A moment later. Ding! Devoured a sea-level ice lobster. Progress plus 0.5%. Qin Feng ate, while turning his gaze towards the volcano at the entrance of the Dragon Palace. There were two high-level exotic beasts nearby. They were obviously here to seek refuge. He finished eating the shrimp in a few bites and swam to them in a few breaths. One of them was 14 meters long, entirely purple and semi-transparent. Its mouth was as big as a locomotive. The dorsal fin ran from head to tail and was also purple. A 2-meter-long silver horn on its head. Class A exotic beast, silver-horned seahorse. Its ability is to blow bubbles to trap prey. Once trapped, it is almost impossible to escape, and the prey will eventually suffocate to death. At the other end, the exotic creature was a blue scallop the size of a van. It lay quietly on the seabed, its shell slowly opening and closing, with 7 prominent 5-pointed stars embedded on the surface. The deep blue shell reflected 7 pure white stars, with a faint shimmering glow. B-level exotic creature, 7-star azure wave scallop. Extremely rare. They live in the deep sea all year round and never actively attack humans. Because of this, no one knows their true abilities. So far, humans have only captured one blurry photo. But those 7 stars were too conspicuous to mistake. As soon as Qin Feng appeared, the two strange beasts immediately felt oppressed. That feeling was like encountering an invincible natural enemy. The dignity and sanctity emanating from him suppressed even the thought of struggling in them. The silver-horned seahorse lowered its head, emitting a low, bubbling sound. "Greetings, water god. I wish to enter the Black Dragon Palace and follow you," Qin Feng said calmly. "I mentioned the rules yesterday. To enter the Black Dragon Palace, you must give up your old territory and be ready to come whenever called. Are you willing?" The silver-horned seahorse bent its body and knelt directly on the seabed. "I am willing. From now on, I will obey only you." "Very good." A dragon pearl on Qin Feng's chest flashed, and a starlight entered its forehead. Dragon King mark. Ding, marking successful. Silver-horned seahorse. A-grade exotic beast, 16%. Ability, Cage A. Ability, Clone A. Qin Feng's heart trembled. Actually has dual abilities. Cage, he understood clearly, but what is the extent of clone? It wouldn't endlessly split, right? At this moment, Silverhorn Seahorse clearly felt that between him and Qin Feng, there was an inseparable bond. A deeper sense of awe. Qin Feng asked, "Can you clone yourself?" Silverhorn Seahorse widened his eyes, a purple light flashing. In the next moment, an identical version of himself appeared beside him. It's not an illusion. It is a real entity that has split off. Does the clone have independent consciousness? No. It follows my commands and is connected to me. How many can it split into now? 1. Qin Feng nodded. Obviously, it can still grow. As its life level increases, its abilities will continue to strengthen. 2 figures merged back into one. Qin Feng turned toward the 7-star blue wave shell. "Can you come out?" The shell slowly opened. 2 long, slender white legs extended first, smooth as jade, but without toes. Then came the body and the head. A snow-white humanoid creature, about 1.6 meters tall. Qin Feng's pupils suddenly contracted sharply. It surprisingly has facial features almost identical to those of a human. Blue eyes, a small nose, pointed long ears, and a mouth as thin as a red thread. The neck and shoulders are no different from a human's, not particularly attractive, but not frightening either. The limbs resemble those of a human, but without fingers. The torso is a single piece of snow-white, smooth clam flesh. Absurd, but still acceptable. A blue clam band, as thick as a thigh, is connected to it, attached to the shell. It kneels on the ground, always keeping its head down, not daring to look at Qin Feng. Its pink lips open and close, making intermittent sounds. "Greetings. Water God, I want to..." The voice reached Qin Feng's ears, but it was a soft and trembling female voice. A single sentence took a long time to finish. Qin Feng directly asked, "You want to enter the Black Dragon Palace and become my subordinate?" It immediately nodded, lowering its head even further. Qin Feng didn't mind. Being a little timid was fine, as long as it was obedient and useful. "You know my requirements, right?" "Can." "No, listen to the water god's words." Qin Feng smiled, and a beam of starlight shot into its head. Dragon King mark succeeded. 7-star Jade Wave Shell, a level exotic beast, ability enhancement, SS. SS level potential? Qin Feng was somewhat surprised. Support type, yet top tier. Let me see your ability. The clam's spirit hugged its arms, closed its eyes, and its body rippled with emerald green waves. The ripples swept over Qin Feng, and he instantly felt a surge of power. Strength, defense, and speed all increased by about 5%. Qin Feng raised his hand and spat out dragon flames. Black flames burned the sea, turning a 3-meter-high coral tree into black ashes in 3 seconds. More powerful, yet consumes even less. This ability is so desirable. Adds attributes, increases damage, and saves energy. But the next second, Qin Feng saw, the silver-horned seahorse also lit up with the same turquoise glow. What? Not just one, but a group? This time, it really was like finding a treasure. Qin Feng looked at the clam spirit with its head lowered, growing more and more satisfied. How long can your ability hold out? His gaze was intense. Bai Boubei buried her head even lower, her voice so soft it was almost inaudible. At most 15 minutes. Any longer, and I'll faint. Qin Feng nodded. 15 minutes is not short. As it grows stronger, both the effect and the duration will increase. Very good. He glanced at a few of them, his tone deepening. From today onwards, we share glory and suffering. You can call me the Water God, or the Dragon King. Yes. Qin Feng looked at the silver-horned seahorse. From now on, you will be called Silverhorn. Then he looked at the blue wave shell, thinking for a moment. Your name is Xingbei. The name is simple and smooth. He is very satisfied. Xingbei nodded and slowly withdrew into its shell. Let's go. I'll take you to meet the other members. Qin Feng was in a good mood and planned to let them get acquainted before making a trip to the Sakura country. Not reciprocating is impolite. The Xia kingdom values etiquette, and he is a dragon who upholds those rights. If there's nothing else to offer, then gift a few tsunamis and several typhoons. Land of Cherry Blossoms. The capital city, Beijing. Inside the military base, high-ranking officials gathered, including 2 individuals who were clearly from the United States. And Jean Sampei sat in the main seat, wearing a flattering expression. Beside him stood a woman dressed in a red and white flowing robe. She was the strongest in the Sakura kingdom, a 7th rank Onmyoji, the envoy of Amaterasu, the daughter of the sun, and the priestess wielding the sacred artifact, the Yitsuchikagami, Wakahidita. She is also recognized as the #1 beauty. Her brows and eyes were as picturesque as a painting, her eyes bright, and her skin glowing white. The red and white wide robe hung loosely, revealing her wrists and calves, her bare feet dangling in the air. Her aura was cold and pure, making people dare not look directly at her. The jester beside her was stunned, yet dared not be unruly. 7th rank is the pinnacle of human combat power. She could even summon gods. Because of her presence, Beautiful Country didn't dare to push too hard. At critical moments, they still had to rely on her intervention. No matter how tempted Joe was, he only dared to keep it to himself. Navy Commander Fujiwara Neon spoke. We have already blocked 2 waves of the Pacific Beast Tide. It is expected that there will be 2 more waves, with fewer numbers. With Lan Weima dead, the Eastern Sea area became a vacuum. There was initially a bloody battle in the sea, and the surviving beasts then charged toward the shore in groups. Countless strange beasts landed on the eastern coast of the Cherry Blossom Country like a tsunami. First came the D-level and C-level charges, driven away by high-level beasts as cannon fodder, consuming the defending forces. Then B-level and some A-level units were deployed, frantically destroying ports, ships, and defenses. Finally, the main army pressed in, crushing everything along the entire front. In just one day, 2 waves of beast tides swept through. Even with the United States sending 20 superhumans and 50 beastmen to support, the Sakura country continued to suffer setbacks. For coastal cities were lost, and the eastern ports were completely destroyed. Casualties among superhumans were heavy, and more than 20 million ordinary people died. 2 top-tier A-grade pinnacle beasts, the highly venomous Great Spirit Squid, fought all the way to the outskirts of Beijing City, nearly tearing through the capital's defenses. At a critical moment, Zarishan arrived and slaughtered them using divine artifacts and talismans. The beautiful country also suffered heavy losses, but most of the dead were beast humans. The so-called beast humans are products of forcibly merging human beings with beast genes. The success rate is less than 5%, and even if successful, half of them lose control and completely turn into monsters. Once out of control, they are crazier than real beasts, only knowing how to kill. But beautiful America keeps producing these monsters, treating the successful ones as the most useful cannon fodder, controlling them with drugs and threats. They even offer live humans as tribute to higher-level beasts. If the population isn't enough, they capture people from other countries, nearly hollowing out Feijo. In the beautiful country, humans and exotic beasts appear to coexist on the surface, but in reality, they exploit each other. The real power holder of CXF is even more obsessed with this kind of cheap combat strength. Anjin Sanpei smiled and complimented, saying that if it weren't for the goddess stepping in, the consequences would have been unpredictable. The man with sunglasses, Merce, stared intently at Ji Ritian. He is a CXF member, a 6th-rank strongman, possessing S-level metal control. But Ji Ritian remained cold-faced and silent throughout. Amjin stepped in to explain on her behalf, saying that she had lived in the shrine for a long time and was not good at speaking. Joke suddenly spoke up, asking if she was willing to join forces to hunt down the Black Dragon of the East Sea. They came here not only to defend the city, but also to slay the dragon. Everyone looked at her with anticipation in their eyes, but no one dared to give an order. She never let the Sakura government manipulate her. Shinichi Hade spoke calmly. I only guard the ruins of Takamagara. Other matters have nothing to do with me. Joke and the others were momentarily stunned. And Jean Sanpei, however, was used to it. The last time she acted, it was just a moment of kindness. Morse laughed. This time it's not just us. The Western Holy Light Society has also reached the Korean Peninsula. At least 1 7th rank, 5 6th ranks. The Black Dragon won't escape. Jock added. If you join, you'll get a share of the spoils. They had their trump cards and were confident they could kill the Black Dragon. What is really being contested is the ownership of the body. If she is added, the chances of winning are even higher. Kirihita still shook her head and got up. The secretary suddenly burst in. Prime Minister, Changchi Base is calling for help. A catastrophic tsunami has appeared in the East China Sea, along with an ultra-strong typhoon, and waves 3,000 meters high. Kyushu Island can't hold on. Everyone's faces turned pale. East China Sea. Black Dragon. Baka. Changchi City. At 9 in the morning, people were rushing to work. The temperature dropped sharply, and dark clouds loomed over the city. 3 minutes later, the sound of a tsunami roared through the sky. Someone looked back and saw a streak of white and blue on the horizon, coming down like a mountain. The giant wave reached a height of 1,000 meters, as if the sky had collapsed. Screams rose one after another. Help! God of the sea, protect us! Hundreds of thousands of people fell into despair. In front of this vast sea, humans are as insignificant as dust. The giant waves keep coming. The storm never ceases. Rich and poor, men and women, life and death, there is no difference at this moment. The waves crashed down like mountains. The city was instantly shattered. Screams abruptly stopped. Everything was engulfed. Seawater backflowed, and the entire city of millions was instantly fallen. A storm suddenly rose on the southwest coast of Jeojo Island, with fierce winds tearing through the sky and torrential rain pouring down. The sea was forcibly pushed toward the shore, causing the tide to surge over 20 meters. Giant waves overwhelmed everything. 3 large ports, along with their defenses, buildings, ships, and personnel, were all swallowed whole. By the time the transcendence of the Sakura country reacted, everything had already become ruins. Water element ability users tried to control the water and stop the waves, but found that the East China Sea's water was entirely beyond their control, all in the hands of the Dragon King. At the center of the storm, a blue-tailed white bird circled. Deep within the dark clouds, a black dragon appeared faintly, its presence oppressive to the heavens and earth. Black Dragon, you are too outrageous, the Grade 6 warrior shouted angrily, drawing his sword. The other Grade 5 warriors also leapt into the air, shouting for revenge. The wind pressure was like a mountain. They were overturned just 10 meters after takeoff. A blade of wind suddenly rose, instantly cutting 6 5th-rank warriors to pieces. Their flesh and blood fell into the sea, devoured by schools of fish. Qin Feng, from start to finish, didn't even bother to glance. In midair, the sixth-rank warrior exhausted his qi and blood. Black energy condensed into a 20-meter giant blade, slashing at the sky. The sword stance was astounding, yet it was stopped by an invisible wind wall before the clouds, emitting a crisp collision sound. The wind can be gentle or violent. It can form a blade or a wall. Ant, you dare to wound a dragon? Qin Feng's spiritual power pressed down like a tsunami, and black dragon flames surged forth. The sixth-rank cultivator instantly lost consciousness and was engulfed by the dragon flame. The fireball shattered into black ash midair and scattered with the wind. The storm intensified, with towering waves filling the sky. It would not cease until Jiuzhou Island was completely submerged. Madu Port, Maritime Department. In the minister's office, Huang Yi answered the phone, his expression instantly darkening. Minister, Shenlong has already engaged in battle with the Sakura Kingdom's supernaturals, and the situation is very favorable for Shenlong. Should we provide support? On the other end of the line was Yang Zhong, captain of the East Sea Reconnaissance Team. They retreated far into the central East China Sea, forced to watch helplessly as typhoons and tsunamis swept over Sakura country, like the apocalypse. Huang Yi was silent for a long time before saying, Shenlong hasn't contacted us, which means support isn't needed for now. Sakura country is nothing to fear. The real trouble lies with the forces behind them. Don't act. I'll report this upwards. The call ended. Huang Yi leaned back in his chair, his eyes complex. The black dragon is ultimately a strange beast, unaware of great power struggles. Beautiful country has studied strange beasts for many years and has countless strong warriors. If they truly wanted to destroy Sakura country, it would inevitably lead to direct conflict. And now, the Xia Kingdom can only defend. After the Black Dragon caused trouble, it hid in the East China Sea, but the consequences had to be borne by the Xia Kingdom. Impulsive, too impulsive. Huang Yi finally put down the phone without reporting it. The middle-range combat forces of the Guard Bureau are tight and cannot afford unnecessary consumption. Wait a little longer. Wait for the situation to stabilize. Wait for the prodigy to grow. Black Dragon, let him mess around. Sakura Country, Jiuzhou Island. This large island, with a population of 23 million, has now completely fallen. Seawater engulfed the city, buildings collapsed, and debris and corpses floated on the water's surface. Monsters surged in following the smell of blood, frantically devouring in the ruins. A scene from hell. Between piles of corpses, two middle-aged men were still struggling. One of them was none other than the once all-powerful general of Changdao. The strength of a third-rank warrior was meaningless in the face of a natural disaster. He had just killed two sea-level exotic beasts when he became exhausted, lying on a driftwood and gasping for breath. The next second, the black-finned orca broke through the water. A 7-meter-long pectoral fin sliced through like a knife, instantly cutting him in half. Chang Dao did not die immediately. In intense pain and despair, he slowly exhaled his last breath. A once high-ranking figure, silently dying in the sea like this. The body sank into the ocean, and the fish swarmed to tear it apart frantically. Dozens of figures streaked across the island swallowed by the sea. Navy Commander Fujiwara Neon roared angrily. The Black Dragon had destroyed a quarter of their territory. Shihida gazed at the floating wreckage and corpses, filled with rage. More than 20 million people, all gone. The mist billowed, and the Black Dragon appeared. Even though they had read the information earlier, everyone still instinctively shivered, almost wanting to kneel. Those golden eyes made people feel dizzy and disoriented. Fujiwara Nibbin shouted fiercely and declared that even S-class beasts could be slain. Joke sneered coldly. They had long prepared a divine weapon specifically to deal with the Black Dragon. A 7th-rank Yin-Yang Master, a 7th-rank Transcendent, plus several other powerful experts. They were full of confidence. Zarishan formed a seal, shouting angrily to pass judgment, intending to represent Amaterasu in judging the evil dragon. Qin Feng sneered. Drowning the island was just a warning. Even the so-called arrival of the gods is not enough qualification. One sentence ignited the fury of the crowd. Everyone shouted in unison, vowing to slay the dragon. Ji Tian condensed a massive fireball, directly striking the black dragon. Qin Feng's mind shifted, and 100-meter giant wave surged skyward, transforming into a water dragon that swallowed the fireball in one gulp. Everyone was shocked. His control over the seawater was almost at his will. A strong warrior with long wings soared high into the sky, releasing a high-temperature shockwave. A fierce gale suddenly arose, and a cyan vortex rapidly took shape, instantly engulfing him. The scorching shockwave slammed into the invisible wind wall, scattering sparks of fire. At the center of the cyclone, Qingyu's entire body glowed as he condensed 3 blue feathers, shooting directly at the long-winged man. The feathers are compressed by the wind, reaching the extreme speed, with the sound of breaking the air forming a continuous line. Shoo shoo shoo. The 3 feathers instantly pierced his heart, blood splattering in the air. Jock's pupils contracted sharply, and he shouted loudly, "A-grade abnormal beast. It can control elements, and it's a flying creature." They had numbers on their side, and the black dragon also had help. 3 fifth-rank martial artists drew their swords and stepped into the air, charging straight at the black dragon in the mist. The next moment, the silver-horned seahorse broke through the sea, spitting out 3 translucent bubbles that trapped them. Cage. Blades flashed in chaotic strikes, yet not a single mark was left behind. The air was sucked dry, a suffocating pressure pressing down. The 3 people's eyes scattered, their bodies weak. The white-haired, blue-eyed woman walked on ice, water vapor instantly condensing into countless ice spears. CXF's 5 directors, a 7th-rank transcendent, Orion who controls ice and snow. Oriental Black Dragon, today is your death day. She summoned 10 ice spears in one breath, exuding an oppressive chill. The ice spears tore through the air, leaving frost wherever they passed, piercing straight into the clouds and mist. Qin Feng, seeing that the wind wall couldn't block them, opened his mouth and spewed dragon flames. Black flames surged, burning everything to ashes. The flames wrapped around the ice spears, and in less than 2 seconds, all 10 ice spears had turned to vapor. He took advantage of the situation to counterattack, the scorching dragon flames rushing straight at Orion. Orion's heart sank. He hadn't expected the black flames to be so overwhelming. She pushed forward with both palms, instantly building a thick, heavy ice wall. Boom! The black flames collided with the ice wall like a raging dragon. The flames kept burning, and the ice wall quickly cracked. Click! Orion gritted his teeth and held on. The ice wall thickening layer by layer, from 3 meters to more than 10 meters. But the black flame would not die out, and the ice layer melted faster and faster. Ice and fire collided, sizzling, with continuous explosions. Water spirit, marine wave circle. Ji Tian threw out a blue talisman. The seawater rolled into a giant sphere, spinning wildly as it smashed toward the black dragon. Qin Feng turned around and unleashed a burst of flames. Xingbei. Emerald ripples spread from the sea floor, only enveloping Qin Feng, Qinyu, the silver-horned seahorse, and the orca in the distance. Power surged dramatically, and momentum doubled. Qin Feng did not give an inch. In the middle of the East Sea, the sea surface churned. On the deck, Jiang Yu and the others stared at the distant storm, their expressions tense. Even the 5 directors have come. They came prepared. If the fight continues, Shenlong may not necessarily have the advantage. Yao Zhishua said softly, feeling heavy-hearted. If he hadn't avoided us and consulted with us earlier, he wouldn't have had to take such unnecessary risks. The S level is indeed the strongest individual right now. No matter how strong, it is not invincible. If one at 7th rank can't win, what about 2 or 3? Xiao Junlin sighed. The black dragon was too impulsive this time. We've fought several tough battles, and our mid-level forces have suffered heavy losses. But the fact that he dared to attack Sakura shows he is determined to avenge his grievances. The situation is grim. Shenlong is facing 2 7th grade and 1 6th grade opponents. The Sakura country has sent out 4 6th grade and 10 5th grade, currently besieging Shenlong's companions. Over at CXF, there are still 4 mutants and 3 5th grade supernaturals. The members of the Dragon team responsible for observing widened their pupils and unleashed their supernatural abilities. At present, there is a clear numerical difference between the two sides. The Black Dragon side has fewer people, but each individual is very strong. Jiang Yu stared intently at the battlefield. Team leader, Minister Huang's side has long known about this, right? What did the higher-ups say? Yao Zhixue replied. Preserve strength and focus on defense. Xiao Junlin nodded. This decision is very rational. Shenlong has strong vitality, and the battlefield is above the East China Sea, so he won't die that easily. In terms of defense and self-healing, human rank 7 cultivators are far inferior to S-level abnormal beasts. Even if one cultivates the golden body and takes the physical body to the extreme, it still cannot compare to the innate defense of S-level abnormal beasts. This is their advantage. Abnormal beasts have tough skin and thick flesh, making them difficult to kill. Humans do not have that kind of resilience. Once seriously injured, if not treated promptly, it's basically waiting to die. Oh no, here come more people, the man watching the battle exclaimed. Who? Look at the uniforms. It's the Holy Light Order. Everyone's expressions grew even darker. The Holy Light Society is an organization of transcendence from the 7 Western kingdoms. They claim to act in the name of God, vowing to exterminate all beasts and restore human glory. Within the organization, there are 7 bishops, all of 7th rank. There are 21 6th rank members and over 80 5th rank members. It is currently the greatest supernormal force of humanity, even surpassing the laws of Western countries. They have been fighting exotic beasts for many years and are especially familiar with dragons. They also hold 2 divine and mysterious artifacts. These so-called divine and mysterious artifacts are treasures obtained from ancient ruins and secret realms with unimaginable power. Because their numbers are extremely low and all are controlled by top-level experts, various countries have little knowledge about them. They are generally divided into 2 categories, offensive and functional. They are numbered according to the strength of their powers. Only 9 have appeared worldwide so far. The 8-pool Mirror of Chihita is a functional divine artifact belonging to Sequence 8, but the Sakura Kingdom prefers to call it a sacred treasure. Jiang Yu clenched his fists. How many people have arrived? 8. Among them, one seems to be Bishop William. Xiao Junlin frowned tightly. Even the 7th rank bishops have been deployed. The situation is getting worse. Jiang Yu sighed lightly, took out her phone, dialed Chun Ian's number, and quickly reported the situation. The Black Dragon must not die, nor be seriously injured, at least not now. Hurry up, I'm coming over immediately. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, then he finally agreed. Black Dragon Town controls the East Sea, so various strange beasts dare not act recklessly. If something happens to him, the beasts will surely counterattack. If he really dies, this sea area will completely lose control. Yao Zhixue frowned. Team leader Jiang, there are 3 7th-grade enemies over there. It's too dangerous for you to go now. The director has already agreed to provide support. Let's wait and act together. The situation was already out of control. She was only 5th grade. Even if she rushed over, she couldn't change the course of the battle. 5th graders on such a battlefield could only stay on the sidelines. A speedboat came rushing over. Brother Shenlong, we're here. Chui Sini shouted, holding up the camera. I don't mind dying, but the East Sea cannot be without him. Jiang Yu dropped this sentence, leapt into the air, and headed straight for the speedboat. Lin Luokong was stunned. Captain Jiang? Just you alone. I'll go first. Her expression was icy. Lin Luokong shrugged and said to Chui Sini, find a good spot and shoot clearly. This machine costs 20 million. If the footage is blurry, your salary will be docked. I still have a salary. High above, clouds churn, and the air is thick with the scent of blood. William was clad in blood-red armor, wielding a black and red spear. Blood mists surged from his body, transforming into swarms of bats that frantically crashed into the Black Dragon. 3 7th rank and 2 6th rank cultivators attacked together. Qin Feng was suppressed and gradually grew weary. But their attacks struck the dragon scales, not even leaving a mark. The blood bats burst one after another, bloodlines covering the dragon's body. The black scales stained red, a shocking sight. Fresh blood stuck to the scales, like invisible chains binding the body. Qin Feng's movement slowed, growing increasingly irritated as the fight went on. He suddenly turned his head, and dragon flames burst out wildly. The black fire swept across the battlefield, forcing William and the others to dodge repeatedly. Ji Ritian threw out a golden talisman and murmured an incantation. Golden Soul, steadfast rhomboid shield. More than a dozen gold pieces formed a giant shield, blocking the front. This show of force was even fiercer than when they surrounded the Red Devils back then. Black Dragon, you can't hold on any longer. Stop struggling. No one is coming to save you. Joke tried several times to lock Black Dragon with the chains, but failed, feeling uneasy inside. Old Scruffy, you're asking for death. Your father is here. In the raging wind, a furious curse exploded. Clang. Golden sword light soared into the sky, directly stabbing at the green ring. Ding. The golden sword trembled violently, sword energy scattering, but was tightly blocked by the ring, unable to advance an inch. Lin Luokong stepped into the void and surged upward, his spiritual power erupting thunderously. Gravity. A force of 10,000 tons pressed down on the sword's edge. If it weren't forged from pure gung metal, it would have shattered long ago. Break it for me. The S-rank ability erupted completely. The golden sword pushed in bit by bit, and the green circular ring began to crack. In midair, a burly woman fired 5 arrows in quick succession, the arrow shadows flashing like lightning. William and the others regained their senses and charged toward Lin Luokong together. Only a 5th rank, and you dare to rush to your death? William swept his blood spear, the blood mist swirling into a blade. Lin Luokong's pupils suddenly contracted. 7th rank strike, too powerful. The sword sheath behind her flew out, transforming into a golden shield. Bang! The blood spear struck down, and the golden shield instantly shattered. 2 million gone just like that. She gritted her teeth and forcefully retreated. The golden sword shattered the ring, transforming into golden light as it flew back. Morse's face was pale. Controlling the purple dome chain consumed a great deal of energy. Orion struggled to hold on despite his severe injuries, using ice and snow to firmly suppress the black dragon. The incantations of the young sun field continued incessantly, steadfastly resisting the dragon's flame. Suddenly, a light flashed in Morse's eyes. The chain wrapped around the black dragon's hind foot, the other end swiftly swimming toward its belly. In the distance, Jiang Yu, who was fighting against the 5th-rank Sakura Blossom, saw this and slashed his opponent back with one stroke. Blood energy and moonlight merged in the air to form a crescent blade glow. She stepped into the air and slashed fiercely from bottom to top. Blood moon wheel. Blood light intertwined with the moonlight. The blade cut through 2 ice walls, fiercely striking the purple chains. Ding! A sharp metallic ringing exploded. The chains only trembled slightly, not a scratch. Divine and mystical objects are hard to destroy. Even a 7th rank cannot do anything about them. Jiang Yu gritted her teeth and shouted, "Black Dragon, flee quickly." She still had a trump card that could forcibly boost her combat power. Morse's face twisted, roaring, "No one is allowed to leave." Crackling. The middle of the chain twisted, smashing down like a mountain. Jiang Yu turned around to block. Ding! The tremendous force made her arm go numb, nearly causing her to fall. Under the backlash of the chains, her horizontal sword was covered in cracks. Boom! The horizontal sword forged from gung metal and meteorite shattered on the spot. Qin Feng was burning with anxiety, howling towards the sky. A sea of spiritual energy poured out. The heaven and earth trembled, and the thick ice walls around instantly shattered. Morse covered his ears, blood gushing from all 7 orifices. Orion's vision darkened. His head felt as if struck by a heavy hammer, and he plunged straight into the sea. Zarishan's face was ghastly pale, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. Thunder roared, as if ready to crush all living beings. Kyoke and the other 6 6th-rank transcendent warriors lost their minds and fell into the sea together. Qin Feng grabbed 2 green falcons and swallowed them whole, feathers and flesh alike. Progress surged, breaking through 20%. The innate divine power awakening, summoning wind and rain. This is not simply controlling the airflow, but harnessing the momentum of heaven and earth to carve out a domain for the dragon. The dragon's roar gradually subsides. Qin Feng raced through the clouds, his speed rapidly increasing. Divine power unleashed, the sky and earth suddenly darkened. Surroundings were pitch black like ink. Aoli's heart sank. She understood there was no chance of victory. If she didn't leave now, death was certain. She exchanged a glance with Joker and quietly withdrew. Jiri Tian and William looked up at the sky, their hearts sinking bit by bit. After nearly 20 minutes of siege, they originally thought the black dragon wouldn't hold out. But the next moment, the fierce wind howled, and the torrential rain poured down. The black dragon churned among the dark clouds, its scales glossy black without a single scratch. As the rain fell, his breath quickly recovered, even stronger than before. Jiang Yu stood on the sea surface, staring blankly at it all. Not long ago, the black dragon's aura weakened, and she was ready to desperately assist. But suddenly the world turned in his favor, with wind and rain serving him. That was the might of the divine beast. Her heart was complex, both envious, grateful, and confused. The future of this world seems to be in his hands. Destruction or rebirth. The dark clouds split open, and the black dragon appears. Like a deity descending to the world, its mighty pressure sweeps across the battlefield. Everyone's hearts simultaneously skipped a beat, as if a landslide is imminent, an abyss beneath the feet, and a storm bearing down from above. Moc hung in midair, blood streaming from his eyes, staring fixedly at the black dragon. It's not that he's not afraid. It's that there's simply no way to escape. His body was out of control. He didn't even have the strength to struggle for survival. Blood mixed with rainwater, falling into the sea. Moc trembled all over, suddenly opened his mouth, his pupils sharply contracting. Qin Feng closed in instantly, one claw reaching into his internal organs. 6th grade extraordinary, S-level, metal manipulation, died on the spot. In the pouring rain, the slaughter officially began. Qin Feng didn't even need Long Yan. His figure flashed, and he struck with a claw. Either he would gouge the heart or smash the head. In the blink of an eye, all 4 6th-rank Sakura blossoms were annihilated. William was terrified to the extreme, gripping the blood-colored spear tightly, but he didn't even have the courage to make a move. He had never been this afraid. 7th rank was originally the peak combat power openly recognized among humans. But at this moment, he didn't even have the courage to face the black dragon. Blood mist exploded from his body, and in less than 3 seconds, he transformed into a bloodbat and fled for his life. Qin Feng instantly caught up, opening his mouth to unleash the dragon flames. The black flames tore through the rain curtain, instantly devouring the bloodbat. Flames soared into the sky, and the blood in his body became the best fuel. Black dragon, spare me. I swear never to set foot in the East Sea again. William screamed miserably and desperately, abandoning all sense of bishoply dignity, only his survival instinct remaining. Please, let me live. Shrouded in black flames, he flailed in the air, desperately heading toward the sea, hoping to use the seawater to extinguish the fire. With a splash, he fell into the sea. The flames did not die down in the slightest. Instead, they burned stronger and stronger. He finally understood that as long as he was alive, the fire would not stop. Despair completely engulfed him. One of the 7 bishops of the Holy Light Church, a dignified 7th-rank powerhouse, died just like that in the East Sea, leaving no remains. At the same time, the 5th-rank supernaturals from the Sakura country, CFX, and the Holy Light Society also consecutively died at the hands of exotic beasts like Qingyu. Lin Luokong rushed back from the horizon and hurriedly approached Chui Sini's side to confirm whether she had witnessed everything clearly. On the battlefield, Qin Feng clawed out Fujiwara Neon's heart and lungs. This 5th-rank warrior was full of terror, powerless to resist before the Black Dragon. Like an ant, the commander of the Sakura Country Navy has fallen. In less than 5 seconds, the tide of battle completely reversed. Only Ji Ritian remained in the arena. She hung in midair, her face pale, lips trembling uncontrollably. 3 7th-rank cultivators, 5 6th-rank cultivators, and 2 divine artifacts. Such a lineup was enough to surround and kill an S-level beast. But it was not enough to take down the Black Dragon. With a roar of the dragon and a heavy rain, He restored to his peak, and his momentum grew even stronger. The 6th rank was instantly killed, and the 7th rank William also fell in an instant. All of this gave rise to a thought deep in her heart. He was simply unbeatable. Even if Amaterasu herself appeared, she couldn't kill him. Qin Feng slowly approached, less than a meter from her. Those golden dragon eyes, larger than her head, looked down on her coldly. He didn't kill her, not because of lust, but because he was fixated on that mirror. Qin Feng only had Jiangyu in his heart. Even though this body's desires were surging, he would never touch a woman from Sakura country. That mirror could release strange beasts. He swallowed 2 of them, and the progress actually increased by 1%. He only wanted to confirm one thing. Was the strange beast in the mirror inexhaustible? Isn't this just a moving buffet? The huge head of the black dragon pressed before her, its golden eyes like blades, dragon horns piercing the clouds, dragon whiskers wildly dancing in the wind. Jiri Tian trembled in fear, tears filling her eyes. Lu Sheng and the others rushed over, and seeing this scene, they were all stunned. Is it over? For of the 6th rank, 7 of the 5th rank, at this moment none dared to speak, their eyes fixed tightly on the black dragon. Qin Feng activated Primordial Eye, his pressure assaulting their minds. Do you know your crime? The voice was like thunder, pressing down from the sky. Ji Ritian nodded. She only had a high talent for yin-yang magic, was raised as a goddess, and was basically just in her early 20s. Facing the invincible dragon, her legs went weak. Hand over the mirror. Zarishan trembled as he took out the 8-pool mirror, offering it with both hands. Qin Feng took it, infused it with the power of the stars, but there was no reaction. Not working? Qi Ri hurriedly explained. Lord Shenlong, the 8-pool mirror is sentient and has already connected with me. You died, and the mirror broke too? Her tone suddenly turned cold, and a mental pressure suppressed her, causing her to kneel in midair. Impossible, it would only be damaged. Where do the strange beasts in the mirror come from? What exactly are they used for? Jiri Tian almost prostrated himself and said, I sealed the low-level beasts inside. The spiritual energy in the mirror is abundant, and in 49 days they can advance in rank. They will also obey my command. She added, the 8-pool mirror requires nurturing by the energy of the 5 elements, and the beasts will also gain corresponding elemental powers. The 5 elements. It seems it's not an unlimited supply. However, this woman is quite capable and still has value. The Dragon King's mark can be implanted. Women from the Sakura country admire strength. As long as he is strong enough, she wouldn't dare to have divided loyalty. With the mark added, in a single thought, she could be utterly destroyed. Qin Feng's gaze was cold and ruthless. If you anger me, your entire clan shall be destroyed. As the words fell, the sea churned violently, and a 100-meter giant wave surged skyward. The high-level warriors of the Sakura Kingdom had already been eliminated. Now they were nothing more than lambs waiting to be slaughtered. A single tsunami could wipe out everything. Ji Ritian's face turned pale, desperately begging for mercy. Lord Shenlong, no. We admit our mistake. Please show mercy. Spare us a way out. The huge waves exploded instantly, seawater spraying everywhere. Qin Feng's gaze was icy cold, his anger unabated. I am not a man who delights in killing. But you have repeatedly invaded the East Sea, a crime unforgivable. Lord Shenlong, we acknowledge our mistake. The common people are innocent, they know nothing. We beg you, give them a way to live. Ji Ritian crawled on the ground, his voice trembling. Qin Feng sneered inwardly. These people never admit their mistakes, only recognizing the strong. Whoever is strong, they follow and gladly become lapdogs. Once their master is weak, they immediately turn and bite. However, he didn't care. His voice lowered again, with overwhelming might. I'll give you 2 choices. First, Sakura will sink the entire nation into the sea. Second, you become my slave. Your top officials confess their crimes before the whole world, admitting your guilt. His voice was like thunder, spreading across the country. Lin Luokong had already started a live broadcast. Title: The Divine Dragon Judges on Heaven's Behalf. Zarishan is the strongest among the cherry blossoms, also the last 7th rank, revered as a goddess with countless followers. The lives of 60 million people rest in her hands. She did not hesitate. 20 million corpses on Jojo Island are still being devoured by strange beasts. She knows very well that the divine dragon will show no mercy. In his eyes, they were merely ants. So what if they were slaves? To the victor go the spoils. She had simply shifted from serving Amaterasu to serving the Lord of the East Sea. At least the other party is right in front of him. The power is real and visible. She comforted herself inwardly. This was for the people, for the country, not betrayal. The young Highton tearfully whispered, "I choose the second. Please show mercy." Qin Feng said coldly, "Rest assured. It is your honor to become this king's slave." She closed her eyes. A beam of starlight shot into the sea of consciousness. She seemed to fall into a boundless black sea, with the star river shining brilliantly above her head. Her soul and body were gradually separated, turning into dust in the starry sea. Ding! Brand completed. Qi Ri Tian, 7th rank, middle level Yin-Yang Master. Ability, 5 elements magic. Ability, Spirit Communication, SS. Spiritual Artifact, 8 Pool Mirror. The soul contract is sealed. With just a thought from Qin Feng, he can scatter her soul to the winds. He originally only intended to weaken the mid to high level forces of Sakura, rendering them powerless to cause trouble. Unexpectedly, the beautiful country and Western powers also got involved. Qin Feng immediately saw that this group of people was coming for him. He had accidentally trespassed here and disrupted their plan. Perhaps there were more people behind, but they were acting in separate groups for some reason. Their strength and that chain both surprised him. Humans were not as weak as he thought. S-level was far from invincible, but he was the water god of the East Sea. In the East Sea, no one could kill him. Unless the seawater was drained, it was impossible for him to die. If he wants to keep Jiangyu and live freely, he needs more subordinates and stronger power. Zarishan is a good choice. She is 7th grade and has a mirror that can supply food. Using the 5 elements energy to nourish the 8 pool mirror will provide him with better food and accelerate evolution. As for the Sakura country, it has long been a mere name in existence. The 7th grade is gone, the 6th grade extinct, leaving only 5th and 4th grades, unable to withstand the next wave of beast tides. The beautiful country suffered heavy losses and cannot spare personnel to support in the short term, unless it disregards domestic stability. Having Sakura country publicly apologize is just his obsession. If the top leaders of the Xia Kingdom are smart enough, they should soon send ships to evacuate the resources and useful people. The transcendent ones can handle the cleanup, taking all the resources away. Equipment, materials, cultivation methods, combat skills, potions. These meant little to him. The Dragon Palace was not short of weapons. Human cultivation methods focused on meridians and acupoints, neither of which he nor the beast possessed. Combat skills were even more unnecessary. He relied on his powerful body and elemental forces. The Cherry Blossom country also couldn't produce anything truly valuable. Ordinary men can go mining, and women are for reproduction. Of course, he wouldn't say these things. He is a dragon, not a babysitter. Explaining is too troublesome, and he is also too lazy to guess the intentions of the high-ups in the Xia Kingdom. He has done enough by reaching this point. If the credit could be attributed to Jiangyu, he might have bothered more. But she simply didn't care. He knows it clearly in his heart. P.S. Will not have ambiguous relations with subordinates or others. Lu Sheng and others were still shocked as Heilong took Zarishan straight toward Beijing. Lin Luokong excitedly caught up. Less than 10 minutes after the broadcast started, the number of online viewers surpassed 600 million, not counting rebroadcasts. Many foreigners are also watching this trial. An S-class show can destroy a nation. But having a dragon personally judge a country is unprecedented. All across Xiaogua, work stopped, and phones and computers were all on, watching the live broadcast. Missing this might lead to a lifetime of regret. Lu Sheng and others wanted to follow, but were called back by Jiangyu. She began to explain. Minister Lu, Sakura Nation is barely holding on. Why not report immediately and ask higher-ups to send people to squeeze out their value? Everyone's eyes lit up. They all thought it was a good idea. Shenlong has nearly wiped out their mid to high-end combat power, and now with the public trial, how can they not submit? Unless they really want the entire population to be buried in the East Sea. The opportunity is right in front of us. and there's a legitimate reason. The Sakura Nation can't stop the monsters, and the Summer Nation stepped in to evacuate the people. Taking some resources as compensation isn't too much, right? The ship traveled so far, wasting manpower and materials, and they still have to settle their people. Taking resources is only natural. Yang Zhong got more and more excited as he spoke. Captain Zhang is right. Their strong ones are mostly dead. Old grudges and new hatred all settled together. A sixth-rank warrior frowned. If we take their land, won't we provoke public anger? What if we become a target? What is there to fear? We have Shenlong. Even CXF and the Holy Light can't gain an advantage by joining forces. Chui Sini couldn't hold back. We're already at this point. What's there to hesitate about? Shenlong has already overturned the table, and you're still afraid to pick up the chips that fell to the ground. Lu Sheng nodded. Report immediately, request reinforcements, and take down the Sakura Nation in one fell swoop. Jiang Yu shook her head. No. The Sakura country is surrounded by sea on all sides, and there are too many beasts. If we really want to defend, the cost is too high. If the homeland can't be defended, we can only seize the population and resources, then withdraw. The Liuli archipelago can be taken over, and their people sent to mine. Only one side of the sea needs to be defended there, with the East China Sea at the back, making it much easier to protect. The Yinyao crystal reserves are astonishing, worthy of large-scale mining. Resources can be transported back to the homeland from the East China Sea, both safe and fast. The minerals from the Sakura Nation can also be taken along easily, and the finished equipment can be picked up ready-made. Make a quick strike and then leave. That's the most cost-effective. It neither tarnishes our reputation with accusations of territorial occupation nor fails to shift the responsibility onto the aberrant beasts. We are simply acting out of humanitarian concerns, evacuating some civilians. Everyone quickly understood and nodded in agreement. After reporting to Chunyan, they immediately flew to Beijing. Who would want to miss such a moment of rewriting history? The wind ceased and the rain stopped. The sky above Beijing was dark and oppressive. The black dragon circled the horizon, its huge shadow blotting out the sky. Everyone in the entire city was struggling to breathe. The high-ranking officials of the Sakura Kingdom were kneeling everywhere, and Njin Sanpei was trembling like a sieve. He knew in his heart that he might become the country's last prime minister, his name forever nailed to the pillar of shame. The black dragon in midair coiled motionless. If it hadn't suddenly appeared, how would the cherry blossoms have fallen today? He wished the black dragon would disappear immediately, but he could only bow his head and beg for mercy. He didn't want to die. The person behind him didn't want to die either. The wealth and glory have not been fully enjoyed. Who would willingly be buried with them? The square and streets were filled with people kneeling, a dense sea of 5,000. Officials, military personnel, college students, and nearby residents. All were prostrated on the ground. Lin Luokong held up his phone to find an angle, specifically photographing Jin's face as he accompanied the trio. That expression was both comical and pitiful. The air was so heavy it was suffocating. Amid the mist, Qin Feng's golden eyes looked down on everyone. Njin Sanpei was only a second-rank official, but just one glance made him weak all over. Do you know your crime? The sound was like thunder. Njin Sanpei kowtowed violently, crying and shouting. We know our crime. Say it to heaven, earth, and all living beings. As the words exploded, the crowd trembled, and some people lost control on the spot. Njin's voice trembled. We secretly conducted human-animal hybrid experiments, using humans as material. We discharged sewage into the cherry blossom sea, causing a surge in mutant beasts and the appearance of deformed species. We resented the rise of the Xia Kingdom, driving the mutant beasts toward the East Sea with sound waves, using dolphin meat to incite the two-headed snake demons to cause chaos, hoping to seize Modu in the process. We made a deal with Lan Wei Mo, providing live humans for experiments, invading the Xia Kingdom together, and scheming to establish Yungang. Qin Feng's gaze turned cold, and Njin Sanpei was so frightened that he spoke incoherently. We even colluded with the beautiful country, distorted facts to smear Xia country and Shenlong, falsified reports, and incited international forces, trying to drag Xia country down. The people behind him looked ashen. Some are angry, some are ashamed. Zarishan knelt in the back, her nails digging into her palms. She may not have known everything, but no one can completely deny involvement. When an avalanche comes, not a single snowflake is innocent. Silence hung over everyone's head. Qin Feng shouted angrily, his voice shaking the heavens. This is just the tip of the iceberg. You are greedy and cruel, without any bottom line. Your actions incite the wrath of heaven and resentment among people. But even now, you have not admitted to the overwhelming blood debt from 100 years ago. Qin Feng looked toward the divine toilet, his anger soaring, as dragon flames surged forth. He scanned the trembling crowd kneeling on the ground, his voice thunderous. You are utterly unforgivable. Even the waters of the entire sea cannot wash away your sins. Even if the Xia kingdom does not come, he will still stir up a storm and let the beasts trample this place flat. Zarishan is nothing but a slave and has no right to make decisions. Jiang Yu and the others wore cold expressions, hatred engraved deep in their bones. This is a blood feud, never to be forgotten. The black dragon burns the divine toilet to ashes, flames soaring to the sky. All of Sakura country falls silent like cicadas, left only with fear. Chinikita looks up and weeps bitterly. We are guilty, the crowd confessed in unison. 800 million viewers in the live broadcast witnessed this moment, moved to tears. The situation was irreversible. Destruction was inevitable. Ji Ritian bowed 3 times, his voice resonating throughout Beijing. The true dragon reigns above. The guilty slave is willing to serve forever. In the past, the goddess bowed her head, and the whole city was filled with sorrow. Someone shouted in opposition. You are a goddess. How can you betray Amaterasu? The students shouted angrily, demanding to fight again. The wind suddenly rose. 16 wind blades swept out horizontally. Blood splattered, heads fell to the ground. The sounds of resistance were instantly silenced. All those who showed signs of rebellion fell. Within 3 seconds, more than 40 headless bodies covered the street. Bloodshed spread everywhere. The entire city fell into deathly silence. The Sakura people present were completely terrified. The whole scene was deathly quiet. No one dared to breathe, let alone look up at the black dragon hovering in the sky. Their passion and fantasies were shredded to pieces by the wind blade. Lu Sheng and the others watched with satisfaction, itching to take action immediately and slaughter those beasts cleanly. Ji Ritian kowtowed desperately to plead for forgiveness, fearing to anger the other party, as if a giant wave would swallow the Sakura kingdom. Anjin Sanpei was even more terrified, wildly kowtowing. Shenlong, we are guilty, please have mercy. The other high-ranking officials also kowtowed, each one putting in more effort than the last. Their foreheads were bruised and bloody, their faces full of fear. Ridiculous and tragic. We are willing to mobilize the entire nation's strength to serve the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon and swear allegiance to the Xia Kingdom. Anjin Sanpei quickly came up with a clever idea in the crisis, to exchange submission for survival. Qin Feng only felt it was absurd. He had no regard whatsoever for the offerings of the cherry blossom country. His gaze was icy cold. The disaster today is your own doing. As Prime Minister, you cannot shirk responsibility. And Jin Shan's face was pale, yet he continued to kowtow desperately. Tian knew, kill him. Ji Ritian hesitated for just a moment, chanted a spell to gather strength, and struck out with a palm. With a bang. And Jin's internal organs were completely shattered. A huge hole blasted open in his chest, and he died on the spot. He died at the hands of the goddess he revered most. The senior officials behind him trembled like chaff in a sieve, all collapsing to the ground. Kirihita sighed darkly, only able to console himself that this was to protect the people. At this moment, dark shadows surged and rapidly approached on the horizon. Jiang Yu looked back, and her face lit up with joy. Those were not dark clouds, but hundreds of Guard Bureau soldiers in black combat uniforms. Even Chunyin personally led the team. The Magic City Guard Bureau almost mobilized all its forces. The Lianggang and King Huangdio branches also sent half of their elite troops. More than 300 4th-rank officers, over 140 5th-rank officers, and more than 60 6th-rank officers. To prevent the loss of resources due to robbery, Instructors and third-rank students from the Sanxing Lianwudo Academy were all brought along. On the sea surface, hundreds of ships were gradually approaching. On the ship were over 10,000 armed forces, as well as researchers including Xia Moli. Human-beast fusion is strictly prohibited, but the development of potions that enhance vitality and research on strange beasts never stopped. Many antidotes were developed by them. There were also experts on materials and warrior equipment in attendance. Seeing this situation, the Sakura group was completely despairing. They can't even gather a few 6th-grade officials nationwide. But looking around at the people from the Xia Kingdom, they are all 6th grade. How can we still fight? The downfall of the Sakura Kingdom will happen today. Qin Feng nodded satisfactorily. The rest of the matters are enough to leave to them. Under the awe-filled gazes of the crowd, the black dragon soared into the sky, straight into the clouds, and vanished from sight. Chun Yin's blood boiled with passion as he shouted to the sky, "Born supreme, auspicious sign of the Xia nation, true dragon of Shenzhou, protector and guardian of the people." Over 100 guards of the bureau looked up in unison, their voices shaking the sky. "Born supreme, auspicious sign of the Xia nation, true dragon of Shenzhou, protector and guardian of the people." Echoes rolled through the heavens and earth. Responding to them was a deafening roar of dragons. The people of the Sakura Kingdom knelt on the ground, even breathing cautiously. Jiang Yu looked at the stern-faced director. "What are the orders from above?" Lu Sheng suppressed his excitement and asked, "Do they want us to go to the Liuli Islands?" This time, we really struck it big. The Sakura Kingdom is small in size, has a small population, and a poor reputation. But there are abundant mineral resources, solid new technologies, and top-notch weapon forging. Chun Yin glanced at the person kneeling on the ground and said calmly, "No one above the 2nd rank is to be left alive. Technical personnel and resources are to be prioritized for transfer, and as many young women as possible should be taken along. The Luolai Archipelago will be handed over to the Lianggang branch. We are only responsible for sending the students there." Students of 1st and 2nd ranks couldn't stir up any trouble and were all under control. The Luolai Archipelago is surrounded by sea. They can't fly or escape. Just in time to go mining. Young people can handle the work. Everyone nodded, with no objections. Those above the 2nd rank are currently not influential, but they will be a hidden danger in the future. Those who are not of our kind have inscrutable minds. The Sakura Nation is even more of a cautionary tale. Technicians and women will be separated and thoroughly dismantled. Issue the order. The Security Bureau will show no mercy. Jiang Yu took the saber and was the first to charge toward the extraordinary beings in the square. The massacre began in the capital. Destroy faith, break bloodlines, seize resources. A war to annihilate the nation. East Sea. Qingyu circled in the air, her blue light dimming slightly. After controlling the wind power for a long time, she had consumed quite a bit of energy, but it could be restored after eating 2 meals. Zarishan stood on the sea surface, his face full of worry, but he dared not go back. One wrong word could mean death. She knew very well that the dragon wouldn't go easy just because she was pretty. What about the orca? Why hasn't it arrived yet? The silver-horned seahorse just started to ask. In the distance, the sea surface split as a towering, jet-black dorsal fin rapidly approached. The blackfin killer whale arrived at the rendezvous point and opened its mouth to spit something out. "Long, I found this." A half-meter-long purple chain. Qin Feng's eyes lit up as he stretched out his claw to take it. "I almost forgot about it. This chain can extend and contract, making it a powerful tool to trap enemies." He poured the power of the stars into it. But there was no response at all. He activated the water god Jade Seal, and a beam of golden light shot into the chain. The purple chain instantly turned gold, but its material and length remained unchanged. Ding! Treasure refining completed. The golden firmament chain can change its size and length at will, bearing a maximum weight of 19,999 gene. It is controlled by divine will, capable of restraining all things. Qin Feng finally understood. His star power could not forge weapons, but the divine power within the Jade Seal could. Once the divine power entered, the chains immediately acknowledged their master. Morse and the others couldn't truly refine it. They only barely controlled it using their supernatural abilities, which is like holding a precious sword but only knowing how to swing the scabbard. The chains soared into the air, continuously extending under his control. 5 meters, 20 meters, 100 meters, several hundred meters. The orca widened its eyes in shock and exclaimed. The golden chain grew wildly like a greedy snake, stopping only after more than 3,000 meters. It was too thin and easy to break. Qin Feng's mind shifted, the chain shrinking to the thickness of a finger, wrapping around the base of the dragon's horn, hidden by the mane. He scanned the beasts. Follow me. The beasts followed him into the underwater volcano, passing through the membrane, and the scene suddenly opened up before them. A blue-gold gate stood tall. It was actually an ancient ruin. 300,000 years ago, there were gods in this world. Later, the gods disappeared, leaving behind relics that only appeared when spiritual energy revived. The 8-pool mirror of Zarishan was obtained from the Takamagara relic. The gates of the Dragon Palace slowly opened. The interior of the hall was vast and magnificent, like another world. The aura of the dragon turtle was faint, sleeping like an elderly person on the brink of death. Passing through the jade pillars, everyone arrived at the water god temple. Beneath the throne, a pool of golden liquid was the most striking. That was the power formed from the faith of all beings. Infinite wonderful uses. Qin Feng guessed that the previous Dragon King left the pool here mostly to reward meritorious officials. His power came from himself and the power of the stars, as well as the water god authority bestowed by heaven and earth, living not by faith. The power of faith is indeed strong, but it is also a shackle. Qin Feng didn't like being led around, and he definitely didn't want to deal with trivial matters every day. With that time, wouldn't it be more enjoyable to eat a few more ice lobsters? The pond water churned, and a glob of golden liquid flew out, transforming into 3 peanut-sized droplets, each sinking into the bodies of the orca, silverhorn, and starshell. Zarishan didn't consider himself one of us, so naturally, he had no share. He will personally take that drop of Qingyu up later. Dragon King, this feels so good. I feel strength coursing through my whole body. A golden light flashed in the orca's black eyes. Silverhorn blew bubbles excitedly and said, Water God, what is this? I think I've gotten stronger. Starshell also whispered, My spiritual power has increased, and I can release the Azure Wave again. Beautiful country, CXF Extraordinary Alliance Headquarters. Jacques and Orion fled in desperation, barely surviving after top-level treatment. One is 7th rank, the other 6th rank, yet they look like lost dogs. In the conference room, the other 4 board members and senior officials were all present. Aurelian's face was deathly pale, barely hanging on to life by the water of life, and his voice was weak. I did my best. No one expected the Black Dragon to attack Sakura country on its own. With native monsters arising everywhere, they couldn't pull all their forces away. The original plan was to first lock down the Black Dragon's activity area, then, once things settled here, send a second group to surround and kill it. Joke smiled bitterly. The 3 of us are 7th rank, for our 6th rank, and we even have a divine artifact. The Black Dragon was already at its last breath, about to be trapped, but then suddenly the people from Xia Kingdom interfered. He finished recounting the events, and the room grew increasingly heavy with silence. A burly man with a full beard snorted coldly. MOC is truly useless. Such a great opportunity, yet it was ruined by a 5th rank. He is Honey, a 7th rank transcendent, nicknamed the Giant Hammer Thunder God. No one replied. Everyone was dead, so cursing was useless. Jock continued. We suffered heavy losses. 3 6th rank, 8 5th rank, and more than 30 different species. But the Holy Light also took a hit. William died. What? Everyone changed color simultaneously. William, one of the 7 bishops. Honey asked further. After confirmation, everyone fell silent. Being unable to defeat it is one thing, but being slaughtered on the spot is another. The Black Dragon is an S-class rare beast, so being difficult to kill is understandable. But he was still able to easily kill a well-known 7th rank during the siege. This is what truly sends a chill down one's spine. The air was oppressively tense to the extreme. For the first time, they felt powerless. 3 7th rank warriors surrounded and attacked him, but failed to kill him. Instead, one of their own fell. Everyone fell silent, and all turned to look at the woman. Her wine-red wavy hair cascaded down, with a high-nose bridge, fair skin, and blue pupils as cold as seawater. Among the 5 directors, Nan was the most prestigious, nicknamed the Undying Witch. She thought for a moment, her tone calm yet firm. The Black Dragon's strength far exceeds our estimates. The encirclement plan is suspended, and all forces are redirected to the South China Sea of the Xia Kingdom. The South Sea Coconut Island must be taken within this month. The Sakura Kingdom is already decided. There is no need to mess with that Black Dragon anymore. Instead of fighting head-on, it's better to avoid the sharp edge. As long as the Yedao Island is captured, a land base can be established to continuously strike the southern coast of Xia Kingdom. The South China Sea is larger and richer than the East China Sea. If we increase troops, Yi Island won't be hard to take. The trouble is the S-class monster in the South China Sea that keeps attacking the fleet and island bases. The man in charge of the South China Sea couldn't help but complain. Deep in the South China Sea lurks an S-class monster, the void jellyfish. It is the 3rd confirmed top-level exotic beast of humanity, the true overlord of the South Sea. It often attacks islands and shipping routes, causing trouble in both Southeast Asia and southern Xia State. Xia State once deployed 2 7th-rank and 3 6th-rank cultivators to encircle and eliminate it, but ultimately returned empty-handed. It's not that people are weak, it's that the creature is too bizarre. Everyone repeatedly dissected this failure, but still couldn't find any flaw in the Black Dragon. It can fly, dive underwater, control water and wind, and even breathe fire. Definitely an all-around S-rank. Surrounded by a group of A-rank exotic beasts. Discussed for an hour, no solution at all. In the end, we had no choice but to give up. For now, just admit defeat. Night fell. The starry sky was clear, with neither wind nor clouds. On an island in the East Sea, Qin Feng's massive dragon body lay coiled, overwhelming a grove of trees. Starlight shimmered on his 12-meter-long dragon horns. In the distance, 2 giant ships laden with cargo slowly sailed by. The Sakura Kingdom indeed has quite a lot of resources, mining during the day and still mining at night. The glazed archipelago has already raised the Summer Kingdom's flag, brightly lit. It looks like they're mining through the night. Fine, let them experience what it's like to work the night shift. Qin Feng's thoughts swirled. How much merit can Jiangyu achieve this time? Will she get promoted in a race? Should I save some money first and buy a marital home once I transform? It seems the Dragon Palace doesn't have a sleeping chamber yet. Jiangyu didn't care, but she couldn't let her pay for the wedding. What about her parents? Is she thinking too far ahead? Before the 8 characters were even started, he had almost already decided on the child's name. When they actually meet, how is he supposed to explain? Long, you seem to always have something on your mind. Qin Yu's clear voice sounded, pulling him back to reality. No, not really. I was just thinking about what to eat tomorrow. Lying. Qin Feng glanced at her and had to correct himself. I was thinking, since Xia country gained so many benefits this time, how should we repay them? Qin Yu immediately became alert. Yeah, this is all thanks to us. They should pay tribute. Isn't the stuff from the East Sea enough for you to eat? I want to eat snacks made by humans. Not nutritious, and not filling either. But it's delicious. Okay, I'll find a chance to talk to them. Qin Feng agreed verbally, but in his heart he was pondering whether or not to meet Jiangyu. She seemed to be less resistant to this black dragon within herself. Just as I closed my eyes, the power of the stars within me suddenly surged, reaching a critical point. A green light flickered on the dragon horn, then vanished. Ding! Inheritance technique activated. True Dragon 7 transformations. First transformation, horn. Obtained, with Jiao. Using the power of the stars to form a blade, emerging from the dragon horn, sharp beyond compare. Qin Feng suddenly opened his eyes. With a thought, 2 beams of green light surged out from the black horn, condensing in the air into a long sword. It had no hilt or guard, only a jade-like blade, shining brightly with green light, as if a dragon was coiling within the sword. He thrust the sword toward the surface of the sea. The seawater was violently split apart, the blade piercing straight into a giant red crab on the seabed. The hard shell of this sea-level exotic beast was like paper under the sword. One sword pierced through. The red crab was lifted out of the water, flying before Qin Feng. Good sword. He sheathed the sword, and the green light faded. The dragon claw peeled open the more than 40-pound red crab. The late-night meal begins. The dragon takes a bite. The bird takes a bite. The next day, Qin Feng wakes up and, as usual, checks his body. His body length is 109 meters. The dragon horns are sharper, and his aura is imposing. All the rippled dragon scales have fully grown, with 16 cloud patterns and 6 thunder patterns. He raised his dragon claw, purple electric arcs dancing in his palm. He could already actively release lightning, though the reserves were still limited. His spirit power surged, his divine awareness covering a radius of 1,300 meters. He was not far from transformation. Perhaps it won't be necessary to wait until the 4th phase. Success might come once progress is over halfway. His heart burning with passion, he decided to make a trip to the Yellow Sea, to suppress that entire sea area completely before the transformation. Water God. Zarishan flew over from afar and knelt down to salute. She spent a night on the deserted island and had resigned herself to her fate. Only she knew the entrance to the ruins of Takamajihara. Without her, no one could enter. The Sakura Kingdom is no more, but at least 20 million people are still alive. As for how they live in the Summer Kingdom, whether with dignity or not, she has no power to influence it. Qin Feng glanced at her indifferently. Get up, open the mirror, and release 2 different beasts. Choose more ice lobsters and giant red crabs. The beasts inside the 8-pool mirror are of higher quality. After devouring them, the improvement is also faster. As for using the power of the 5 elements to nurture, he didn't care at all whether Juri Tian would get tired or if her strength would be impaired. He couldn't be bothered about what she thought in her heart. With the Dragon King's mark on her, if there was even the slightest abnormality, Qin Feng would eliminate it immediately. By taking her as a slave, he could not only destroy Zai Ying's faith, but also get a 7th-rank combatant for free. Can also borrow the 8-pool mirror to prepare a buffet for oneself at any time. Wait for him to transform and go find Jiangyu, temporarily leaving the East Sea. In case of a beast uprising here or trouble caused by supernatural beings from other countries, having an additional 7th-rank expert stationed would be more secure. The Orca and Star Shell can only stay in the sea, and Qingyu can't go underwater, each having their own weaknesses. The young Hida was different. A 7th rank on Myoji, able to enter the sea, able to command the sky. Under the pressure of the dragon's might, she dared not harbor any second thoughts. The young Hida respectfully took out the 8-pool mirror and softly recited 2 names. The mirror's surface shimmered with yellow light, and 2 giant wild boars appeared. Each stood 8 meters tall, covered in yellow fur, their tusks curved upwards, over 3 meters long. Controlled by her, they dared not resist and trembled uncontrollably under the dragon's might. Qin Feng unleashed a mouthful of dragon flame, suppressed with his divine will, turning their fur to ash instantly. Grilled to medium rare, he started eating immediately. He bit into the pork leg, tossing the pig's head to Qingyu. Ji Ritian stood with his head lowered, too respectful to dare raise his eyes. Ding, devoured a B-level rock spike wild boar, progress, plus 1%. Ding, devoured a B-level rock spike wild boar, progress, plus 1%. A steady, slow stream. The strange beast in the mirror, he never finished eating it in one go. Once in the ocean, whatever he wants to eat, 1 claw is enough. Orcus can now solo kill B-class long-finned whales. The silverhorn seahorse has the ability, cage, easily handling anything below A-class. However, they do not have the devour ability, so there is little difference between eating exotic beasts and ordinary fish. It just fills them up more. Qingyu doesn't have to worry, as the sea, land, and air are all her hunting grounds. The weakest in combat power is Xingbei. However, she is omnivorous, likes to nibble on sea anemones and kelp, and also eats small fish and shrimp along the way. Qin Feng straightforwardly took her along and gave her the fish head and tail. It can be considered to have a beginning and an end. The Xia Kingdom, Imperial City. In a regular conference room, the highest decision-makers were seated. In the main seat, Chief Commander Xia Haiping smiled as he repeatedly reviewed the report. Gungjin 290 tons, Yingyao crystal stone 763 tons. The reserves of Yingyao crystal stone in the Lioli archipelago reach as high as 2,300 tons. The two rare metals transported back from the Sakura country yesterday already account for a quarter of the current reserves of the summer country. Estimated value exceeds 8 trillion. And their true value goes far beyond money. Finance Minister Li Weihong was beaming. Additionally, there are over 7,000 basic weapons, 3,000 rare weapons, 11 Earth-grade weapons, and 3 Heaven-grade weapons. Basic weapons are mostly made from Yingyao crystal stones, often mixed with Gingjin and alloys. Their power is not very strong, but enough to tear through the flesh of most low-level aberrant beasts. They can also break defenses against high-level aberrant beasts, but don't last long and are prone to damage. This is the most common extraordinary weapon. In Xia State, students and city guards mostly use this type. The price is around 200,000. Rare weapons are primarily made of gung metal, supplemented with silver shine crystals or extraterrestrial meteorite iron forging. More aggressive attacks, higher durability. Most high-level exotic beasts can't withstand it. Crafting it is time-consuming and labor-intensive, with huge resource consumption. Its performance far surpasses basic weapons. It is the standard equipment for frontline soldiers of the Guard Bureau. Starting price is 3 million, all officially controlled. Above that are DG weapons. Those made purely of Gingjin can only be considered half-step DG. True DG weapons are mostly remnants brought back from secret realms and ruins. Most of these weapons are damaged, bearing the scars left by the Great War years ago. After being reforged by humans with Gingjin, their power and durability far surpass rare weapons. They can even pierce the defenses of most S-rank beasts. But in the end, it is still a repair piece, and it will crack after prolonged use. This kind of weapon is not sold to outsiders. Heaven-level weapons are even rarer, coming from ancient ruins or secret realms, and are relatively well-preserved. No need for reforging. The sharpness is astonishing, and the durability is absurd. To this day, there has not been a single record of a celestial-grade weapon being destroyed. Xia Nation has only 6, all in the hands of 7th-rank grandmasters. Bai Chongqing's Qingmong sword and Jiang Yuan's Patian knife are both celestial grade. Above the celestial grade are divine and mysterious items with special abilities. They possess spirituality and can even recognize their masters. Obtaining so many weapons at once this time is an unprecedented great gain for the Xia Kingdom. The fastest way to get resources is still by looting. This is the Xia Kingdom's first external plunder since the revival of spiritual energy, and it certainly won't be the last. The weapons are just the tip of the iceberg. There are also new technologies and combat skills. This plundering of the cherry blossoms directly elevated the strength of the Xia Kingdom to a higher level. Once the resources are fully consumed, the new generation of prodigies will grow up. Coupled with the stability of the East Sea, the Xia Kingdom will completely surpass the other nations of the Four Seas. If they want to resist, they can only unite. Isn't the old story of King Qin sweeping the 6 kingdoms clear enough? Everyone began to discuss the allocation of resources. The final decision was to divide the ready-made equipment into 3 parts. The largest portion sent to the 2 provinces in the South China Sea, 1 portion returned to the capital, and 1 portion kept at the Magic City branch. Xia Haiping sighed. In the Battle of the Cherry Blossoms, the East Sea Divine Dragon contributed the most. We've gained such a great advantage for free. We can't just do nothing. The foreign minister said helplessly. Shenlong appears and disappears mysteriously. The Long group has been unable to contact him so far and doesn't even know what he wants. Without Shenlong showing up, they simply can't find him. A middle-aged man with graying temples spoke slowly. He is wary of us, which is understandable. He looked ordinary, yet exuded an intimidating presence. Zheng Guoqing, Director General of the Security Bureau. The most important thing now is to let Shenlong see our attitude and sincerity. Everyone nodded. The dragon is very clever, so it's perfectly normal for it to be wary of humans. Xia Haiping looked at the person on the right. Master Zhang, what's your opinion? That person wore a purple Taoist robe, was in his 30s, lean and upright, with an otherworldly aura. The contemporary celestial master of Longhu Mountain, one of the 6 masters of Xia Kingdom, Zhang Daoxian, who had the best chance of reaching the 8th rank. Everyone turned their gaze to him. The dragon is a divine beast and also the sea god. Perhaps he could come up with a solution. Zhang Daoxian smiled faintly. The attitude is very simple. Give full recognition. Designate the black dragon as a rightful deity. No longer refer to it as a strange beast. Build temples and establish rituals, allowing the people to worship it. From now on, it is the Dragon King of the East Sea, the god of the East Sea. It governs the creatures of the sea, controls the wind and rain, and protects the peace of the people. The strange beasts that follow it are also recognized as auspicious beasts. Harming them is strictly prohibited. Everyone seemed thoughtful. Zheng Guoqing frowned. How high should the temple be built? Can the divine dragon sense it? You'll only know after trying. Li Wei took the lead in expressing his opinion. We can give it a try, starting with building it in Modu. This time, we copied Sakura's old tricks and gained a great deal. It wouldn't be right not to give something back. Xia Haiping pondered for a moment. Since we're going to build them, let's build the best. Construct a Dragon King temple in Modu, Lianggang, and Qinghuang Island respectively. The specifications must be the highest, and the speed the fastest. Receive. No one objected. Compared to the benefits gained, the 3 temples were nothing. If the Black Dragon was willing, even casting statues with gung metal was something they could afford. Xia Haiping shifted his tone. The report has been seen by everyone. Jiang Yu risked her life to assist the Divine Dragon this time and made a considerable contribution. He has an impression of Jiang Yu, the daughter of a grandmaster, highly talented and even more enlightened. Zheng Guoqing laughed and said, give her a first-class merit this time. She doesn't compete for positions, so we can only reward her in another way. Facing several opponents of grade 6 or 7 surrounding her, she, only a grade 5, dared to rush up to help Shenlong. Such courage is rare. Joined the Security Bureau 3 years ago, carrying out more than 200 missions. Awarded third-class merit 7 times, second-class merit 4 times, collective honors 3 times, along with numerous internal awards. By seniority, she could have been transferred to the headquarters long ago, but she insisted on staying in Modo, serving as the captain of the Special Operations Team. Li Wei smiled. Master Jiang is a skilled teacher. I must visit Westlake someday to seek guidance. Captain Jiang leads from the front lines. Give her a top-tier, ground-level weapon. Heaven-grade weapons belong to the Grandmaster level, while Earth-grade is already the highest reward. Xia Haiping nodded. 1 Earth-grade weapon, and give her 2 first-level reward quotas. As for the awarding ceremony, Director Zheng personally went to Modu. Everyone who has made contributions will be generously rewarded. Yes. Modu, Adventurers Association. A group of people surrounded Lin Luokong in the office. She had just hung up the phone when Chui Sini exploded. Really? The Guard Bureau is giving us medals. If I had known earlier, I would have gone too. This is a matter of bringing glory to the family. A separate page should be added to the genealogy. Everyone regretted deeply, hating themselves for not going to Sakura country to help Shenlong wreak havoc. Lin Luokong said lightly. So annoying, the chief director of the headquarters personally gave me the award, and we still have to take a photo together. The air exploded instantly. Chief director of the Imperial Capital Guard headquarters? A national-level leader? I've only seen him on TV. I want to go too. President, stop pretending. Lin Luokong rolled her eyes. I have the qualifications for this. She opened the Supernatural Forum, and the homepage was full of Shenlong and Sakura country. Basic weapons price reduction across the board. The Sakura nation has fallen. Long live the Divine Dragon. The Divine Dragon ascends into the Divine Beast catalog, with the 3 major attendants listed as national-level protected species. In the official store, the Silver Radiant Sword has dropped from 21,999 to 15,999. For ordinary warriors below the 3rd rank, this is a life-saving price. Many people wish they could kowtow to Shenlong. If a few more countries were destroyed, maybe the price could really drop to 999. Rare weapons are only offered at a 5% discount. Those who can't afford them still can't. Physical refining potions, vitality pills, and life elixirs have also become cheaper, with a 10% reduction. This shows that the Xia Kingdom really struck it rich this time. resources in place. Only then can real backbone forces be cultivated. Lin Luo felt a heat rising in his heart. She clicked on her video from yesterday again. Some praised Shenlong wildly, while others began to go crazy. Willing to share the nation's worries, providing free shelter for homeless women aged 18 to 28 under Sakura. In response to the three-child policy, special transportation service available, first come, first served. I have diabetes, I am here to support. Idiot, she sneered. With over 1 billion people in Xia country, the population from Sakura country is too small to even stir a ripple. I really wish everyone had a partner, unless we go and snatch someone from the Bongzago again. Domestic media has completely erupted. Everywhere are songs of praise. The two words, Shenlong, have been exalted to the skies. The black dragon emerged out of nowhere, pulling the Xia country out of a crisis. The strange beast of Jindan Sea, repelling foreign invaders, destroying cherry blossoms. In the hearts of the Xia people, he is the one true dragon, the sea god. All the azure dragons and golden dragons have to step aside. Whoever can truly protect them, they will worship that person. It has always been this way. But foreign media have collectively fallen silent. There is not a single piece of news about Shenlong and Sakura to be found. Lin Luokong didn't even need to guess that it was CXF and the Holy Light Society suppressing the news. The crushing defeat of Sakura was a humiliating disgrace to those who claim to be the strongest in the world. How is it possible to report every day? They shout freedom, yet control even speech to death. But they still haven't realized the world has already changed. Spiritual energy is awakening, and the strong rule. In the face of real power, manipulating public opinion is just a joke. Chui Sini quietly returned to her workstation, took out her phone, and opened the group chat. Shenlong Fan Group 1, 999 members. Shangguan Yu got a full set of silver glow bow for 160,000, plus 18 arrows for free. Thank you, Shenlong. Zhao Ming. Once the cherry blossoms fall, all the weapons are discounted. Chui Sini. At Shangguan Yu, send red envelopes. Shen Qingming. At all members, is anyone interested in going to find the Shenlong? 5 spots available, first come first served. The group chat was instantly flooded with question marks. Chui Sini. You're not planning to go to the East Sea, are you? The divine dragon doesn't want to be seen. We simply can't find it. Tested and confirmed. Shangguan Yu. Yeah, the East Sea is safer now, but where would we even look? Shen Qingming. I've repeatedly watched the Explorer Association's videos. The divine dragon ate 2 green bird-like beasts during the fight, which shows it needs to eat and may be omnivorous. Shen Qingming. Exotic beast meat is too expensive. Ice dragon lobster costs over 2,000 per gene. But we can bring some things it hasn't eaten before. Beef and lamb, fruits, fried chicken, hamburgers, beer, cola. Sui Sini's eyes lit up. The divine dragon lives in the sea, so it definitely hasn't eaten these. This idea is brilliant. Sui Sini, how to leave the city. Shen Qingming. Yichen has a plan, and there is also a 5th-rank warrior protecting him. Shangguan Yu, go. When? Shen Qingming. Tomorrow is the weekend. Leaving in the morning, I will send the location. Gao Xian. Isn't that too risky? There are many strange beasts in the East Sea. Can't guarantee no one will get hurt. Shen Qingming. Don't be afraid. The divine dragon will protect us. I've been dreaming of it every day recently, and I feel this is a sign guiding me to go see it. Shangguan Yu, tell me what you dreamed of. Could it be that the divine dragon transformed into a human form, becoming a handsome and powerful man, and something happened between you? Yichen wore a puzzled expression. Shen Qingming was also stunned. In the girls' dormitory of Modu Martial Arts Academy, Shen Qingming put down her phone and opened the wardrobe. Tomorrow I have to meet Lord Shenlong. Which outfit should I wear? On the bed lay a black dragon plush toy and a pillow. The walls were covered with posters, and even the short-sleeve shirts featured black dragon patterns. Her roommate laughed at her. If Yichen knew the one you admire most was Shenlong, he'd probably be furious. The night before last, I even heard you shouting, Lord Shenlong, please don't do that. Shen Qingming blushed. Don't talk nonsense, I just admire him. He is the most perfect and strongest being. In her heart, Shenlong controls the sea and rain, capable of anything. Those experts of the 6th and 7th ranks were like ants in front of him. Since watching his live judgment of the Sakura nation, she had come to believe that the Black Dragon was a god who upheld justice on behalf of heaven. Several people in the dorm also thought the same. Each video had been watched more than a dozen times. Someone asked, "Any news on Qin Feng?" Shen Qingming paused in her movements. Qin Feng was gentle and considerate, treating her very well. Even if his family background was ordinary, as long as he was ambitious, she would have originally been willing to consider it. But he suddenly went blind, and his future became uncertain. She didn't want to spend her whole life with a blind man. Just as Yi Chun was beginning to make a name for himself, she immediately turned around and threw herself into his arms. In her view, this was called reality. It is only natural for women to admire strength. Little did anyone know, it wasn't long before Qin Feng regained consciousness and was crushing Yi Chun in the ring. She regretted it, but her pride wouldn't let her lower her head. Later, when she heard that he had jumped into the river, she actually breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, she would have truly been foolish and blind. "Maybe he's dead," she said calmly. Fortunately, it was divided. "I don't like fragile men." The roommate sighed, but she was indifferent. If only the Shunlong could transform into human form, it would definitely be incredibly handsome. "There are so many fans, they don't need us at all." Shen Qingming lifted her chin. "As long as I make the first move, even the strongest Shenlong can be won over." Her roommate replied with just one word. "Cool. Xiaoming, listen to me. The dragon is too strong. You can't hold it off." West Continent Mist City, headquarters of the Holy Light Church. An urgent roundtable meeting summoned the strongest few from the West. One of the 8 chairs was empty. One of the 7 bishops, William, died in the East, killed by that black dragon. They repeatedly watched the video of the black dragon and thoroughly searched through Xiao's information on dragons. "The more I look, the more terrified I become. Dragon scales are impervious to blades and spears, and dragon claws tear through everything. The dragon's roar can shatter mental attacks. It can also control water and harness the wind, soaring on clouds and breathing out mist. Compared to it, their 5-colored giant dragons seem ridiculous. They can't go deep underwater, nor control the wind element." In the shadows, the elderly pope slowly spoke. "This time I've called you because there are new leads on the East Sea Black Dragon." Everyone was puzzled. The large screen lit up, projecting a piece of information. Qin Feng, 19 years old, from Modu. Both parents deceased, student at the Martial Arts Academy. SS-level ocular talent. Once blind, mysteriously recovered, pupils turned golden. Lives with Captain Jiang Yu of the Guard Bureau, maintaining a close relationship. Yonglu River disappeared after rescuing someone. Just an ordinary young man. Dumped by his girlfriend, and not exactly strong. Anyone present could easily crush him. The Pope signaled to continue playing. The scene switched. The Black Dragon appeared for the first time, showed up at the mouth of the Yangtze River, then the battle with the 2-headed snake demon, Lan Wei Mo, and the Sakura Kingdom. Someone suddenly noticed something unusual. Every time the Black Dragon appears, Jiang Yu is present. Everyone's expressions changed, replaying the footage frame by frame. So it is. Is the Black Dragon connected to her? Or is it just a coincidence? Maybe Long likes her? Using the beauty trap? Voices of discussion arose. The Pope cleared his throat lightly. Shortly after Qin Feng went missing, the Black Dragon appeared. Plus Jiang Yu. I suspect the Black Dragon is Qin Feng. The room instantly fell silent, everyone stunned as if struck by lightning. How could such a terrifying existence possibly be an ordinary person transformed? This can't be true, right? Pope, this is just too outrageous. But the Black Dragon also has golden pupils. And when he first appeared, he was only 20 meters tall. His strength increased step by step. It's just that he grew too quickly, almost changing every single day. Everyone still harbored doubts in their hearts, but they were no longer so resistant. The Pope swept his gaze over the crowd and sighed. I asked several friends from Xia country. They firmly said that it is impossible for a human to turn into a dragon. In their hearts, dragons are supreme divine creatures. Dragons can transform into humans, but humans can never become dragons. The crowd fell silent, their expressions complicated. Precisely because of this, they fell into the trap. They would rather believe the black dragon was born and raised naturally than admit he was once human. The Pope sneered coldly. I don't buy that. No matter how mysterious the Eastern dragon is, it's just a powerful exotic beast. Since humans can awaken into mutants, why can't they awaken into dragons? It sounds crazy, but not impossible. If the people of Xia Kingdom found out that the divine dragon they worshipped was once just an ordinary person, would their faith still hold? He grew more and more excited, the deathly aura around him fading somewhat. Everyone exchanged glances, and their eyes slowly lit up. The dragon may be invincible, but humans must have weaknesses. So what should we do? The Pope's expression was calm. The black dragon is too strong. We must set a trap. I have already activated Chameleon to have him approach that woman. I see. The black dragon must die. We absolutely cannot allow the ancient Eastern Kingdom to rise again. Haha, this is truly fantastic news. Yellow Sea. A medium-sized fishing boat slowly moved forward on the sea surface. Boom. The hull suddenly shuddered violently, and everyone's faces changed drastically. Beast attack? Only 800 kilometers from the port. Oldly, grab your weapon. 3 fourth-rank warriors grabbed their weapons and leapt from the deck, just in time to see the blue giant shadow surging in the sea. The seawater churned, lightning flashing everywhere. A 13-meter-long double-headed electric eel burst through the waves, blue electric arcs instantly wrapping around the boat. A martial artist drew his bow and shot 2 dark gold arrows slicing through the air. Whoosh whoosh. One of them was about to hit the back of the electric eel, but was struck by an electric flash and instantly shattered. Grade A double-headed electric eel. Let's go all out. The 3 shouted angrily, their vitality erupting as they charged toward the sea with raised swords. The thunder eel opened both heads simultaneously, spraying out 2 spherical lightning bolts. The lightning exploded in midair, transforming into a dense electric net that enveloped the 3 people inside. Current wildly surges, causing the 3 to convulse all over. Even 4th-rank warriors cannot withstand this intensity of lightning strike. Limbs go numb, the tiger's mouth trembles, and they can barely hold their weapons steady. Lightning strikes down like a giant python, electric light tearing through the sky, roaring thunder deafening the ears. The 3 felt despair rise in their hearts as a figure broke through the air, erecting a golden barrier before them. Boom! Lightning struck the barrier, scattering sparks everywhere. They looked up and saw a dark shadow blotting out the sky, charging directly towards the sea surface. Divine Dragon. Qin Feng descended from the sky, a claw piercing through the double-headed electric eel, dragging it into the deep sea. The electric eel was still struggling, its body erupting with furious lightning. Countless currents hammered the dragon's body, but it was like stones sinking into the sea. Qin Feng struck again with a claw, instantly shattering the 2 heads. This level of electricity was nothing more than a mere tickle to him. The 3 returned to the boat and knelt together, shouting loudly, "Thank you, Divine Dragon, for saving our lives." They recognized the woman as the 7th-rank Yin-Yang master serving the Divine Dragon. The sea had returned to calm. Everyone stood up, joining their hands in prayer. Amazing, it took just 1 strike to kill the double-headed thunder eel. I really thought I was doomed just now. Now my whole body is still tingling. Isn't the Divine Dragon supposed to be in the East Sea? Could it be that the Yellow Sea is also under its control? That's perfect. With him here, we can rest assured. I heard that the number of supernaturals stationed in Modu Port has decreased. With Shenlong guarding the sea, how dare any strange beasts cause trouble? The more they talked, the more excited everyone became. Since the East Sea gained the Shenlong, there have been no more disturbances from high-level exotic beasts. Although there are many low-level exotic beasts, they are not to be feared. That was also their goal for going out to sea. The ice lobster costs 2,000 per gene, and live ones are even more expensive. However, adult individuals are large in size, with pincers like knives. Ordinary fishing nets simply cannot trap them, and rare materials are too costly. What was brought back to the city had mostly been slaughtered, some even missing arms and legs. They silently prayed, hoping the Divine Dragon would guard the Yellow Sea. In the deep sea, Qin Feng cut the electric eel into several pieces, slowly tasting 1 bite at a time. The flesh was fresh and sweet, with few bones and juicy, carrying a slight tingling electric sensation. Ding! Devoured an A-level abnormal beast double-headed thunder eel. Progress, plus 1.5%. Electric currents surged into their bodies, tingling and exhilarating. Awesome! Qin Feng had completely fallen in love with this exotic beast. Delicious, it could also enhance thunder power and boost resistance. Unfortunately, he hadn't yet obtained the Yellow Sea Water God Scepter. Otherwise, he would have already locked onto the locations of these exotic beasts and gone straight to devour them. Now I can only search slowly by myself. Qin Feng released his spiritual sense, covering a sea area of 1,500 meters, specifically looking for those tasty creatures that could also increase strength. Soon there was a sign of movement, but it wasn't a two-headed electric eel. It was a single-headed B-level electric eel. Field slave. Ji Ritian descended from the sky, bowing to listen to the order. Seal it. The 8-pool mirror emitted a white light, and the thunder eel was instantly sucked in. Keep it for now. Wait until it grows a bit bigger before eating. Release 2 more. The sea surface was vast and empty, with only the wind and waves rolling. 2 golden giant eagles were released. Dragon flames surged out, roasting them to a crispy outside and tender inside in less than half a minute. He is very particular about food. He can eat seafood raw, but land poultry must be thoroughly cooked. 2 eagles weighing more than 700 kilograms, plus the electric eels and cod they had swallowed earlier, were only 70% full. Ding! Devoured a B-level golden-winged eagle. Progress plus 1%. Scale and claw hardness plus 1. Alert sounds rang out in succession. The strange beasts emerging from the 8-pool mirror all carry the power of the 5 elements, and swallowing them can strengthen the body. The black dragon scales gleam with a cold light under the sun, and the dragon claws are as sharp as knives. No weapon can compare to this body of flesh and bone. Magic City Guard Bureau. The commendation meeting ended, rewards were gradually distributed, and some pills still needed a few more days. Zheng Guoqing found Jiang Yu alone and praised her again for her fearless performance. Jiang Yu felt undeserving. She had only assisted Shenlong and did not influence the outcome of the battle. She originally thought she would get at most a second-class merit, but unexpectedly, it was first class. Medals, certificates, authority upgrades, plus a 3 million bonus, a territory-level weapon, and 2 level 1 optional slots. Such rewards are unimaginable under normal circumstances. She had already chosen 1 tiger bone body tempering pill and 1 thunderstorm spirit fruit. The tempering pill can strengthen the body and internal organs. Even 5th-rank warriors envy it. She doesn't plan to use it herself, intending to save it for her brother who will return someday. The thunderstorm spirit fruit comes from the Taishan Prefecture Lord's secret realm, where only 7 fruits have grown on the 100,000-year-old thunder tree, and now only 3 remain. She took 1, leaving only 2 left. She wanted to leave it to the black dragon. That black dragon had saved her more than once. In her view, this first-class merit was entirely thanks to the black dragon. All of the Sakura country's resources were transported back, and 17 million key personnel safely arrived at the mainland of the summer country. On top of that, the Lioli Archipelago's reserves of the astonishing silver radiant crystal brought an unprecedented great harvest to the country. The rewards were substantial, and she was recognized and rewarded for her achievements. But she knew clearly in her heart that all of this was thanks to Heilong. At the beginning, she helped him just because she didn't want the East Sea to be thrown into chaos again. She always remained wary of him. The one who truly turned the tide of the battle was him. He single-handedly suppressed all the enemies. Last time during the tribulation, he was showered by heavenly lightning and could absorb the power of the thunder. That spiritual fruit is just right for him. Back in the car, she put away the medal certificate. Sitting in the driver's seat, her emotions surged. The black dragon had fully matured, and no one could kill it. She could only pray that he wouldn't stand against humanity like in his previous life and drag the world into the abyss. But he had saved her many times, and she was unwilling to owe him. The problem is how to find him. Fate seemed to turn a corner, and everything slipped out of control. She drew the saber obtained from the ruins. The blade had only 2 small notches, which had already been repaired using gung metal. She likes it very much. She sheaths the knife and drives home. It was already dark when she passed by the supermarket. She bought beef, fish, and vegetables, planning to practice her cooking skills and surprise Qin Feng when he returned. She believed he wouldn't lie to her and would definitely return safely within a year. Just after leaving the supermarket, she froze. A familiar figure stood in front of the car, dressed in black clothes and pants, with handsome features, exactly as remembered. The person she thought about day and night was standing right there. The bag hit the ground, her eyes reddened. She stepped closer, step by step. "Brother," her voice trembled. The man's golden eyes smiled. "Sister." That way of addressing her sent a chill through her heart. Qin Feng never called her that. He only called her Sister Jiang, or simply sister. He said reduplication was too cheesy. She stopped abruptly, staring fixedly at those golden eyes. As expected, there was no such dazed feeling. Just an ordinary pair of golden eyes. The color can change, but no one can replicate Qin Feng's rare and powerful supernatural ability. The aura is completely different. He is simply not Qin Feng. Jiang Yu rubbed her eyes and smiled brightly. She walked over slowly, staring at him, her voice trembling. "Little brother, I knew you were all right." Qin Feng was secretly pleased, still thinking that this silly woman was really lucky to have such a beautiful sister. "Sister, sorry for making you worry." He spoke with deep sincerity. Jiang Yu felt a pain in her heart. She so hoped the person in front of her was real. She walked up to him, fully confirming he was a fake, and anger exploded instantly. The other party still tried to embrace her. Just as he got close, Jiang Yu's blood surged with rage, and she punched him hard in the abdomen. Boom! His face twisted, and he flew backward. Jiang Yu opened the car door, drew her sword, and shouted, "Scatter quickly!" Seeing her terrifying momentum and the sword she brandished, everyone fled in all directions. The people opposite retreated while calling the police. The person got up, their figure twisting, revealing their true form. A blonde, blue-eyed Western man. Jiang Yu's anger surged, blood rushing into the blade. The man panicked, scrambling backward. No matter how he thought about it, his mimicry had never failed. How could it be seen through? Jiang Yu slashed with one blade, a blood-red moon wheel sweeping across. The man dodged behind the car. Boom! The car was split into pieces, flames soaring into the sky. The blade energy pierced through the car body, striking harshly on his chest, blasting him away once again. He hadn't even reacted yet when Jiang Yu closed in and kicked him into the store's wall. A mere 4th grade, possessing rare abilities, but his combat power was weak and easily crushed. Jiang Yu pulled him out of the wall and punched him again. Crack! His ribs shattered completely, and his internal organs ruptured. His face twisted in pain, and he gasped out intermittently, "You can't kill me." Jiang Yu let go. She had held back, otherwise he would have died from that knife just now. The man collapsed on the ground like a dead dog, barely clinging to life. Jiang Yu's chest heaved as she suppressed her anger and demanded, "Did the holy light send you? Who gave you the information about my brother Qin Feng?" Seeing his true colors, she understood that the Western forces were at it again. This kind of thing was not the first time she had encountered. She couldn't figure out why this person was impersonating Qin Feng. What was even more ridiculous was that he was unbelievably weak. She just thought it was an expert and immediately drew her sword, but ended up catching a useless person. "Speak quickly." Jiang Yu kicked forward, but her heart grew increasingly anxious. The man was covered in blood, barely able to whisper, "If I die, just wait," to collect his body. Jiang Yu's heart sank sharply, her breathing faltered. She forcibly suppressed her emotions, her voice cold. "The Guard Bureau can save your life, but they can also make you worse than dead. You won't survive the punishments of the Xia Kingdom." The man's scalp tingled as he screamed, "I can't die. If you let me go, your brother will have a chance to live. If I don't make it back tonight, he won't see the sun tomorrow." Jiang Yu's face turned pale. Is Qin Feng really in their hands? Just thinking that her brother might have fallen into enemy hands made it hard for her to breathe. She couldn't bear to imagine such an outcome. She forced herself to calm down. "What proof do you have?" The man heard her hesitation and forced out an ugly smile. "Do you dare to bet? Bet your brother's life." Her fist clenched so hard it turned white. "The police headquarters is arriving soon. She must decide immediately." The sound of police sirens is getting closer. Qin Feng has been missing for almost half a month, with no trace inside the country. All clues point to one possibility. He has left the country. But how did he leave the country? The East Sea is full of fierce waves, and wild beasts roam the island. He simply couldn't survive alone. Unless someone came to meet him. Jiang Yu didn't believe he would lie to her. She would rather believe that he is still alive, waiting for her somewhere. Hurry, take me away. The man gasped anxiously. Jiang Yu's eyes turned cold in an instant, and she delivered a heavy kick to his back. The man screamed miserably, then collapsed unconscious. If he is really in your hands, and it's because of me that he's suffering, then I will die with him. Her eyes were red, and she whispered softly, born not to share a quilt, dead to share a grave. Better to shatter like jade than to remain whole like tile. Once you compromise, there's no turning back from endless torment. She wiped away her tears and forced herself to stand firm. The most important thing now is to save this person's life. Only if he lives will the truth come out. She was always uncertain in her heart. The more she thought about it, the more upset she became. The more it was like this, the more she regretted not cherishing it in the first place. If they could meet again, she would never let go again. At night, Jiang Yu was restrained in his attack, and the man from the Holy Light Society was rescued. His life was spared by fate. The Guard Bureau brought in a powerful mentalist for interrogation, quickly uncovering the identity. A cultist of the Holy Light Society, a fourth-grade superhuman, codenamed Chameleon. Last year, he infiltrated Demon City and stole a large amount of classified information using mimicry. Also killed 4 students from the military academy and committed nearly 10 cases of rape. A string of crimes. There are many people in Moto, and he could change his face at will. Moreover, he had someone protecting him, so he was never caught. If he hadn't been caught by Jiang Yu, who knows how many more people he would have harmed. He went undercover for 2 months and received a new assignment a couple of days ago. The first step is to disguise himself as Qin Feng to get close to Jiang Yu and extract intelligence. The Holy Light Society issues orders in layers, with single-line communication. Even if he fails, he won't reveal much secret information. Fortunately, Qin Feng was not in their hands. He had only seen the information and wanted to use Qin Feng to deceive Jiang Yu, leaving himself a way out. Hearing this, Jiang Yu both sighed with relief and became even more puzzled. Who would the Holy Light Society target? Her or Qin Feng? This organization is too powerful, and she actually hopes the target is herself. Captain Jiang, you should move to the Guard Bureau recently. Chun Yin hurried over to persuade her. Jiang Yu shook her head. I can protect myself. They will not give up easily. This is the Magic City. They can't overturn the sky. Her tone was very firm. She even hoped that the other party would come again, so she could catch them all in one net. A 7th rank wouldn't make a move, and several 6th ranks couldn't kill her. Chun Yin could only secretly send more men. If anything happened to her, no one would be able to bear the consequences. Jiang Yu returned to the residential area, checked both apartments, and still went into Qin Feng's. Since he went missing, she has been living here. She still sleeps on the sofa as usual, as if he were still in the bedroom. She cooked a pack of frozen dumplings. Delicacies from the mountains and sea make a meal, and dumplings make a meal too. A villa can be lived in. A small house works as well. With tens of millions in the card, she still sleeps on the sofa. Everyone has their own path. What she chose was both waiting and fighting. Different choices lead to different paths, and the happiness desired is also different. Jiang Yu finished her midnight snack and glanced at the time. It was already 1:30 a.m. After finishing her shower, she came out. It was past 2 a.m. She wore a white camisole, the fabric fitting close to her body. On the lower half, gray shorts. Her long legs glowed softly under the warm yellow light. Her figure was just right. She turned off the light, lay on the sofa staring at the ceiling, her brows furrowed. Did her younger brother really go to the East Sea or not? Go ask Halem tomorrow. Just the thought of the danger Qin Feng might face made her toss and turn, sighing softly. A sleepless night. At night, on the isolated island in the Yellow Sea, Qin Feng lay as usual, absorbing the power of the stars. But tonight, he felt suffocated. Qingyu stood to the side, a 4th blue feather growing on his tail, with eye-like patterns appearing on it. His beak shortened, his neck became more slender, and his call was much clearer, no longer noisy. Dragon, what's wrong? The island is shaking. Qingyu asked. The sea surface churned. Qin Feng suppressed his restlessness. It's not hunger. Haven't you felt you have too much energy with nowhere to vent? Do you want to go to Sakura country for a wild time? In the East China Sea and Yellow Sea, he can't find a decent opponent. Qingyu shook his head. No. I'm happy every day. Being with you means food and drink and no natural enemies. You're easygoing. Qin Feng was a bit envious. Simple and free. He suddenly sensed something unusual. Why did Fat Tiger return to the East Sea? He found a B-level female killer whale and wants to rely on you together. There are also several B-level avian beasts seeking shelter. Qin Feng pondered. There are forces on land, sea, and air. The lineup is sufficient. Adding Ji Ritian, this 7th-rank transcendent who can communicate with humans, is already enough. Other B-level ones are better used as reserve food. Keep the orca. The others don't take. The next day, foraging begins. The Yellow Sea has many creatures that the East Sea does not. Qin Feng's favorite is the unique thorny sea cucumber found here. A D-rank strange beast, but incredibly fresh. Cut off the hard spines and swallow it whole. The mouth is filled with freshness. He grabbed a 3-meter-long thorny sea cucumber, its back covered with long, deep yellow spines that could shoot out to injure enemies. Whoosh whoosh. It instinctively fired 5 sharp spines, but they suddenly stopped midair and instantly turned into powder. Qin Feng's control over water had long since reached a masterful level. With a thought, the sharp spines were completely destroyed. He tore off the hard thorn with a claw and swallowed it with his gaping abyssal maw. The texture is chewy and bouncy, and it bursts with juice. Ding! Devoured D-level thorny sea cucumber. Progress, plus 0.3. Ding! Progress reached 30%. At the prompt, his body size surged again, growing to 118 meters, with 17 cloud-pattern dragon scales and 8 thunder-pattern dragon scales. After eating, he broke through the sea and headed straight for Little Sakura country to see if there were any survivors. The seawater around Jojo Island receded. The city was leveled, leaving only mutated plants and land-dwelling strange beasts, turning it into a natural hunting ground. He flew northeast all the way, with almost all the islands along the way destroyed. The port was flooded, Hungbin turned into ruins, and sea beasts tore apart the corpses. Coastal cities completely turned into playgrounds for strange beasts. Dabin City was occupied by 3 A-level giant ring octopuses. Tentacles swept across, houses were overturned, and people hiding were swept up and swallowed alive. Without supernatural powers, humans are as fragile as ants. Sea-level giant red crabs rampage through the streets, smashing vehicles, turning those hiding inside into instant mints. They do not seek food, only destruction. Boom. Tentacles thicker than trucks sweep across the ground. Buildings collapse in clusters, vehicles explode, and entire blocks turn to wasteland. A couple climbed out of the car, desperately fleeing for their lives. The girl looked up and saw a blood-red octopus taller than Fusher Mountain, trembling all over. Help! The boy pulled her and ran wildly, but suddenly froze. Ahead, a human-faced sea spider more than 10 meters tall blocked the way. His jaw trembled, and his legs were too weak to stand. The girl completely broke down, screaming nonstop. A giant web fell, enveloping the two of them. The spider's silk tightened, dragged them forward, and swallowed them in one bite. Humans can eat exotic beasts, and exotic beasts also eat humans. In their eyes, humans are just meat with an ordinary taste. The Xia country took away 16 million Sakura people and also forced 200,000 to mine. Theoretically, more than 40 million remain. But now, fewer than 1 million remain alive. Qin Feng estimated that, at the latest by tonight, there would be no living people left in the Sakura homeland. Traces of their existence would also be completely erased by time. He flew over the sky above the Sakura capital. In the center of Beijing City, for green jellyfish coiled. Class B mutant beasts, soul-chasing jellyfish. One of them lay on the shattered square, its deep blue umbrella 6 meters wide. The densely packed tentacles looked slender, but the longest could extend up to 30,000 meters. The tentacles were incredibly flexible, with sensory organs at the base, able to crawl into any corner. The people in the city had nowhere to escape. The only outcome was death. Qin Feng glanced over and saw quite a few jellyfish, so he decided to kill one and try it. Roar! The dragon has not appeared, but its roar arrives first. The Qin wind descends from the sky, the dragon's breath surges, and the black flames instantly engulf the jellyfish. It's not dead. A dozen or so tentacles suddenly change direction, twisting toward the black dragon. The tentacles close in from all directions. With a thought from Qin Feng, dragon-horned electric light exploded, purple thunder covering his entire body. Boom! The lightning burst open. The tentacles turned to black ash before they could touch him. He dove down, tearing open the jellyfish with a claw and pulling out the innards. The dragon flames faded, and he began eating immediately. In the distance, 3 cherry blossom people saw this scene and began to curse loudly. Black dragon, it's all your fault. Evil dragon, the embodiment of wickedness. Amaterasu Amakami, save us. Qin Feng heard it clearly, then turned his head and unleashed a dragon flame. The 3 people instantly turned to dust. Too noisy. The jellyfish tastes okay, soft, tender, and fresh, with a hint of salty seawater. Ding! Devoured B-grade soul-chasing jellyfish. Progress plus 0.8%. Qin Feng soared into the sky, too lazy to look back at the ruined city, preparing to return to the Yellow Sea to find Lei Man. When flying over the sea of cherry blossoms, he suddenly sensed a powerful aura. Looking down, 16 red dots lit up in the sea. That was not a red dot. They were 16 crimson vertical pupils. The next second, they all vanished. The presence also ceased, as if it had never appeared. Qin Feng frowned. An S-class exotic beast is hidden in the sea of cherry blossoms? Those idiots poured all the experimental wastewater into the sea. What kind of monster did they actually breed? A whole sea of poison. He definitely didn't want to go down to look for it. East China Sea. A yacht slowly moved forward. Shen Qingming wore a white short-sleeved shirt, printed with a chibi black dragon and denim shorts on the lower body. Next to her was a girl with twin ponytails, with a sweet appearance. The same black dragon shirt, paired with white knee-high socks. Shang Wanyu raised the megaphone, his voice soft and sweet. Lord Shenlong, here's some delicious food for you. Shen Qingming unwrapped the burger, held it high and shook it gently, letting the aroma drift. Yi Chun and a middle-aged man stood not far away, quietly watching. Yi Chun couldn't help but speak. Xiaoming, the East Sea is so vast, relying on this method is just luck. Shenlong is so powerful, he must know we've arrived. Xiaoyu, don't speak with a clipped voice, he can't hear clearly. Shen Qingming was full of confidence, holding up her fair arm, looking like she was ready to fight to the end. As long as we can see the Shenlong, no matter how long it takes, it's worth it. If we can also take a photo together, that would be a huge gain. Cui Sini had a portable camera hanging around her neck and was holding a video camera in her hand. She was the dedicated recorder for this operation. Lord Shenlong, we are your most loyal followers and have brought you some delicious food. Shang Wanyu looked devout, but her voice was sickeningly sweet. They had been circling the East Sea for almost an hour, occasionally targeted by a few low-level strange beasts. Fortunately, everyone on board was a transcendent, and there was even a 5th-rank member stationed on the ship. Cleaning them up wasn't too difficult. Yi Chun was already impatient. If it weren't for Shang Wanyu, he would have ordered a return long ago. She looked soft and cute, like she would cry if punched once. But in reality, she was a 3rd-rank martial artist, graduating next year and directly joining the security bureau. The Shangwan family wielded considerable power in Modu, and she was highly talented, sweeping through the martial arts academy with her spring rain sword. Yi Chun stood behind, his gaze frequently drifting to Cui Sini, growing more and more captivated as he looked. She was only 1 year older than him, yet she was already a 4th-rank official. Shen Qingming had just put down the fried chicken, ready to pick up the fries, when suddenly a fierce wind rose over the sea. Her foot slipped, and she nearly fell. The wind and waves surged, and a streak of blue light flashed across the sky. The middle-aged man Yi Xiao immediately gripped the silver spear tightly and leapt into the air, ready to fight. Cui Sini was the first to react. She looked up and saw the blue trail, urgently shouting, "Don't attack. That's the dragon's attendant." Yi Xiao was stunned for a moment, then put the spear away and returned to the boat. The blue figure circled in the air, and a few seconds later, an empty box descended from the sky. Shangguan Yu's eyes lit up. It's really it. The phalarope with blue-tipped tail feathers. There was information in the forum, and they remembered it very clearly. Shen Qingming waved excitedly. We are here to find Lord Shenlong. Can you take us to see him? She raised 2 burgers, holding them high above her head. A breeze swept by, and Xingyu dived down, its 2-meter-long beak precisely snatching the hamburger. Eating is fine. Leading the way is not. After following the black dragon for so long, it knew very well that Qin Feng didn't like getting too close to humans. Can help, but never trust. Dragons are like that, and so are they. Xingyu swallowed the burger, eyes full of satisfaction. So delicious. These humans really know their way around cooking. Everyone on the boat looked at each other. Why does it feel like we've been freeloading? Divine bird, please take us to see the divine dragon, okay? Please, please. Shangguan Yu coquettishly spoke with a nasal tone. Shen Qingming took out 2 more chicken wraps and held them up high. Divine bird, could you please tell the divine dragon for us? I really admire him and want to offer this food to the supreme divine dragon lord. No. Qingyu let out a cry, and with a gust of wind, the chicken roll disappeared in an instant. Cui Sini touched her chin and muttered softly. Did she just agree? How about letting her send it to Shenlong to try? Shen Qingming and Shangguan Yu immediately perked up and took out 2 more chickens. A piece of crispy fried chicken and a piece of lychee roast chicken. Divine bird, please take this to Lord Shenlong. As soon as the words were spoken, Qingyu unceremoniously grabbed the food and flew toward Qin Feng. The dragon really should have a taste. He definitely has never eaten something this delicious. Qingyu flew so fast that none of them could see where she went. Shangguan Yu looked confused. Did she really go to give it to the Shenlong? Probably. Cui Sini smiled bitterly. Do you think Shenlong will come to see us? Shen Qingming, however, was very confident. He must be watching us. Shenlong is the sea god, omnipotent. As long as one is devout enough, he will definitely feel it. She firmly believed it. Ding ding dang. The phone suddenly rang. Cui Sini answered the phone, her expression serious. Hey, President Lin. What time is it, and you're still not at work? Where have you been? Lin Luokong's tone was sharp. President, I'm in the East Sea looking for the divine dragon. I'll send you a video later. Silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds. Cui Sini, are you stupid? The Shenlong is in the Yellow Sea. Why are you going to the East Sea? Looking for a strange beast. Ah. The 3 exclaimed together. No wonder all the fuss only attracted a follower. It turned out that Shenlong was not here at all. Don't, hurry back. The Yellow Sea just had an accident. It's still not peaceful. Lin Luokong hung up after speaking. Cui Sini put away her phone. How about we go back to the harbor first? Shen Qingming was silent for a moment, her gaze growing firmer. No, I must see Shenlong today. Let's go to the Yellow Sea. Yichen felt upset inside, but kept a smile on his face. Xiaoming, the Yellow Sea is much more dangerous than the East Sea. What if we encounter something we can't handle? Shen Qingming spoke firmly. If there really is danger, Shenlong will definitely come to save us. Shangguan Yu also nodded. Yes, since the Shenlong appeared in the world, he has been guarding the seas of Xia Kingdom. Cui Sini thought for a moment and also hesitated. Last time, when she and Lin Luokong encountered the venom Fang shark in the East Sea, Shenlong did indeed appear in time. Yichen sighed quietly. He really couldn't understand why they were so obsessed with dragons, to the point of risking their lives. If it weren't for the difference in species, they might even be willing to offer themselves willingly. He just didn't know if dragons could transform into human form. The yacht turned around, heading straight for the Yellow Sea. At 10,000 meters high, Qin Feng looked down on Fushan City. With his eyesight, he could clearly see the expressions on the faces of the people below. The south of the city had become a hellscape. Packs of strange beasts charged into the urban area, slaughtering recklessly. Leading them was a 30-meter-tall, long-armed Taishan ape, covered in yellow scales, commanding earth elements, an A-level top-tier combatant. The other beasts were clearly under its control. More than a dozen 5-meter-tall gorilla apes broke into the city center, rampaging and smashing streets and buildings. Although they were only B-level, their bodies were powerful and their movements swift. Ordinary weapons were completely ineffective against them. Low-grade supernaturals were helpless, and ordinary people had no strength to resist. The road cracked open, and vehicles plunged into the abyss. Tall buildings collapsed. Dust and smoke billowed into the sky. Millions of citizens scattered in panic, yet had nowhere to go. The entire city looked like a torn wound. In the business district, 12 gorilla-like apes smashed through everything in their path, leaving no one alive where they passed. They smashed cars, crashed into buildings, and stormed office towers, unleashing a massacre. Scream after scream echoed, quickly being silenced again. In the southern city, the long-armed Mount Tai ape roared angrily at the sky, pounding its fists on the ground. A soil-yellow light swept across the entire city, the ground collapsing layer by layer, buildings crumbling in clusters. Its eyes were blood-red, filled with murderous intent. At this moment, the advanced forces of the Bondagor arrived. 1 7th rank, 8 6th ranks, 19 5th ranks. The great battle was about to erupt. There are more than 30 extraordinary beings below the 5th rank in the city, desperately intercepting the beast-like creatures such as the golden gorilla on the streets. Among the 8 6th ranks, 5 have typical Western faces. Qin Feng, hiding in the clouds, immediately recognized that these white people were members of the Holy Light Society. Behind the land of the cherry blossoms stands the beautiful country. The fact that the Stick Country has endured until now is also due to the Saint Light Society working behind the scenes. The reason is simple. The Stick Country and the Summer Country face each other across the sea. Their intentions are obvious to everyone. On the battlefield in the Southern District, a long-faced middle-aged man stood at the forefront. He was Park Chong, a 7th-rank strongman of the Stick Country, known as the Divine Stick that stabilizes the nation. Because his weapon was a golden baseball bat that could freely grow larger. Long-armed Taishan ape, not staying properly in the mountains, daring to bring a beast to attack the city. Park Chong roared angrily, his aura suddenly erupting, forcibly repressing the originally cracked ground. The Taishan ape is one of the 2 A-grade beasts of the Stick Nation, residing year-round in the mountain range 1,000 meters south of Fushan City. This was its first attack on the big city. 6th-rank believer Allen shouted loudly with his club, "Retreat immediately, or we will kill you." The Taishan ape howled at the sky, slammed the ground with one palm, and 5 huge stone spikes shot up into the air, piercing through the crowd. The golden staff in Park Chang's hand instantly expanded to 6 meters, its golden light dazzling. Obstinately stubborn. No matter how strong the Taishan ape is, it is only Class A. It hasn't reached Class S yet, so its elemental control and recovery abilities are limited. A 7th rank alone can't kill it, but with so many 6th and 5th ranks, they can wear it down to death. The battle erupted in an instant. Everyone combined their efforts to shatter the stone spikes, attacking from all sides with coordinated skill. The Taishan ape swung a giant stone pillar, enduring the attacks, and with one strike, killed a grade 5 opponent. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The weapon struck its yellow scales, producing only a dull thud. At 20,000 meters high, Qin Feng watched with great interest. He could easily go down and kill all these transcendent beings. A mere 7th grade, he didn't take them seriously. But he wanted to see how far this Taishan ape could hold out. Adding beauty to the brocade is meaningless. Providing help in times of need is what truly matters. Long, look what I brought you. Qing Yu flew over holding 2 whole chickens, her face full of excitement. Qin Feng was stunned. Fried chicken? Roasted chicken? Where did these come from? Sent by humans. Qin Feng was half in doubt. This small amount wasn't even enough to fill his mouth. You didn't promise them anything, right? His tone was faint as he held the crispy fried chicken with his dragon claws, his eyes filled with a bit of nostalgia. The last time he ate was a long time ago. Shin Qingming didn't like to eat, and Jiang Yu thought it was unhealthy, so he was never allowed to touch it. After traveling through time, he had only secretly eaten it a few times with his friend Gao Xian. No, Qing Yu avoided the topic. Qin Feng didn't think much, swallowed it in one bite, and it was gone after chewing twice. If it weren't for good teeth, I'd really get food stuck in them. The taste is indeed quite good. After getting tired of seafood, switching to something else is just right. It would be even better with a bottle of soda. The remaining roast chicken was split evenly between Qin Feng and the drooling Qin Yu. It was gone in just a few bites. A dragon and a bird hung in the sky, watching the battle below. Two B-level long-armed white apes tried to rush over for support, but were firmly blocked by four fifth-grade warriors. In the center of the battlefield, 6 supernaturals from the Holy Light Society joined forces, using 2 gung metal chains to tightly bind the Taishan ape. Park Chong stood at the front, swinging the huge bat, smashing one blow after another fiercely. No matter how strong the Taishan ape is, it cannot withstand the siege. It can push off the ground and leap 100 meters, but it cannot fly, which is a fatal weakness. Taishan ape, go to hell. Park Chong and the others struck simultaneously, unleashing their ultimate moves, determined to kill with one blow. Roar. In the line between life and death, a dragon's roar descended from the sky, shaking everyone's spirits. The terrifying psychic force pressed down like an overwhelming tide, pinning everyone down like a massive mountain, unable to move. A black giant dragon broke through the clouds, its pressure like that of a god. Park Chang's huge rod froze in midair, his back instantly soaked, instinctively feeling death approaching. Golden armor protection. He gritted his teeth and unleashed all his strength. Qin Feng opened his mouth and spat out scorching black flames that swept across the air. Screams rose one after another, the power of the golden armor ineffective as if it were nothing. Heaven-burning black flame, ignoring defense. Mist wrapped around the black dragon's body. He dove down, the dragon claw flashing cold light, the gung metal chains breaking with a sound, as fragile as paper. Muse, Alan roared. In the blazing fire, his flesh and blood were instantly burned into fragments. The blue-eyed man endured the intense pain, his mental power exploding wildly, pushing the ability restore to its limit. A pale blue light enveloped the entire scene, and the ticking sound echoed. 3 seconds later, everything reversed. Everyone returned to 6 seconds earlier. The world's 5th-ranked SS class ability, Restoration. Qin Feng's gaze darkened. He hadn't expected the other party to have such a trump card. Is this a time ability or ultimate healing? Park Chang's face turned pale, but he forced himself to shout angrily. Black Dragon, we have no grudge against you. Why leave the East Sea to come to the Korean peninsula? Last time Chizhou Island was sunk, they already endured it. They didn't expect Heilung to dare to interfere. Alan quietly put some distance between them and said in a low voice, "This is not Xia State's territory. You'd better leave immediately. We have 6 7th-rank elites. If you don't leave now, when reinforcements arrive, you will surely die. Are you here to declare war on behalf of the Xia Kingdom?" They spoke tough, but felt uneasy inside. The Mount Tai ape was already at its last gasp, and they were unwilling to give up just yet. Qin Feng sneered coldly. When I act, why do I need to explain myself to you? As the words fell, a gale suddenly rose, and thunder cracked. Boom. Qin Feng's figure flashed, instantly closing in on a white man, and with a swipe of his claw, he tore him into several pieces. The gale rose again, making it hard for everyone to stand, nearly causing them to fall from midair. Black flames swept across the battlefield once more, transforming into numerous black dragons with the help of the wind, frantically attacking everyone. Park Changxiang, supported by Jingang's protection, swung the golden rod to counter the flames. The sea of fire roared, wind blades darted through, and in an instant, 2 white men had their arms cut off. Qin Feng nowadays had an alarming number of skills. If he didn't prefer close combat, he could crush the entire field with just dragon breath, water control, and wind manipulation. Not to mention, he also has a real killer move. The power of Joustar, the sword of the wood dragon. Dragon flames surged forth, the glow of the dragon horn skyrocketing, and the green light quickly condensed into a long sword. The blade was as translucent as jade, with a flood dragon's shadow roaring within it. Park Chong and the others looked pale. This monster, could it actually control the sword? With the wind and fire sealing the retreat, the long sword was drawn, and the battlefield seemed to be suppressed by an invisible pressure. The sword light flashed, like a meteor falling to the ground. In the next moment, Muse's chest was pierced through. Qin Feng did not give him a single chance. The Mu Jiao sword swept across, consecutively slashing 5 6th-grade transcendent experts, unstoppable like a breaking bamboo. Alan was completely panicked, desperately teleporting, flashing 50 meters away, his face pale. He had just breathed a sigh of relief. A long cry of a dragon exploded behind him. A sword light pierced through his body. Park Chang's eyes were wide with rage, yelling out loud, "Black Dragon, I'm going all out against you." The golden staff surged to over 10 meters long, its golden light shooting into the sky. A full power strike from a 7th rank transcendent thunderously slammed down, the wind and clouds swirling as if to tear the sky apart. The giant staff broke through the wind wall, carrying a piercing sonic boom straight at Black Dragon. Qin Feng hung in midair, motionless. The giant club approached, and a gongshi appeared in Piao Chang's eyes. But the next second, his smile froze. Qin Feng raised his dragon claw and steadily caught the huge rod. A muffled bang. The entire room fell into silence. The Taishan apes and other strange beasts on the ground were dumbfounded. The survivors were even more stunned. That strike, powerful enough to destroy heaven and earth, was blocked single-handedly by him. Qin Feng remained suspended in the air, not even his figure wavering. This is true domination. Park Chang was utterly desperate, finally realizing how ridiculous he was. The so-called 7th rank, the pinnacle of humanity, is nothing but an ant before the Black Dragon. Qin Feng's claw sent the golden rod flying, and the wood jiao sword instantly pierced his chest, then vanished in a flash. 7th rank, nothing more than this. Park Chang fell to the ground, his body shattered. The only 7th rank in the Bangzhiguo died instantly. The city was filled with wails. "Master Park, the evil dragon deserves to die. How could we survive without him?" Qin Feng sneered. "Then let's die together." Black flames poured down, engulfing hundreds of thousands. The Taishan ape withdrew from the city with the exotic beasts. The Black Dragon soared across the sky, its dragon flames sweeping through, turning the entire city into a sea of fire. 3 million people were consumed by the flames. Not a single one escaped. At the foot of the mountain, the long-armed Taishan ape solemnly bowed to the Black Dragon, and the other strange beasts followed suit. "Dragon King, thank you for your assistance." Qin Feng understood their language. "Why attack the city? They captured my child." Qin Feng understood. The Holy Light Church likes to capture strange beasts for experiments, attempting to control them. The long-armed Taishan ape has considerable potential, close to S rank. Rather than occupying this barren land, it's better to use it to continuously drain the power of the Holy Light Church. Destroying a country is easy, but attacking the Holy Light Church is difficult. They still have 6 7th grade bishops, and the Pope, rumored to have reached 8th grade. This land has long been drained dry. Let the strange beasts entangle with them. That is the best way to wear them down. Qin Feng believes the Holy Light will never withdraw easily. If they want to leave, let them. Once I wipe out those bastards, this will be the realm of the ape-like beasts. Qin Feng stared at the Taishan ape, his golden pupils suffocating. "Are you willing to swear allegiance to me?" The long-armed Taishan ape was full of excitement. It had witnessed the battle between Qin Feng and Lan Weimao, a strength far beyond ordinary S rank. The recent fight further convinced it wholeheartedly. A true lord, before whom all living beings are like dust. It barely hesitated and knelt down immediately. "Taishan ape, I pledge loyalty to the Dragon King." "Relax your mind." A beam of starlight shot from Qin Feng's chest, entering its mind. In a daze, the Taishan ape saw the starry sky and the black sea, its soul firmly locked. Ding, imprint successful. Long-armed Taishan ape, A-class, 78%. Ability, Spirit of Earth, manipulates earth elements. Can draw power by touching the ground with its body. As expected, it is almost invincible on land, with power continuously flowing. Its weakness is obvious. It cannot fly, and its combat effectiveness sharply decreases in the sea. The Taishan ape bowed its head again. "I swear to follow the Dragon King to the death." "You are injured. No need for formalities." It grinned, then patted the ground. Relying on the earth, it can quickly recover. "Dragon King, please follow me." This area for thousands of miles around is its territory. That peak piercing the clouds is its birthplace and also its lair. It rushed with Qin Feng up to the mid-mountain, stopping in front of a towering tree 400 meters tall. The leaves were golden like ginkgo. each one about the size of a human head. The surrounding area was barren, with only a few scattered weeds. Qin Feng immediately recognized it as a mutated ancient tree. With the resurgence of spiritual energy, not only beasts but plants are also evolving, only at a slower pace and posing less of a threat. The Taishan ape was frantically digging the soil beneath the tree, uncovering a huge yellow tuber, as big as a wheel, like an oversized potato, but spotlessly clean. Dragon King, this is Earth Spirit Ginseng. It bears 2 fruits a year. Eating it greatly boosts strength. Qin Feng swallowed it as soon as he took it. The texture was like water chestnut, full of juice, and a burst of heat instantly exploded inside his body. Ding! Devoured Earth Spirit Ginseng. Progress plus 3%. Strength plus 1%. Qin Feng was a bit surprised. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures could also boost bloodline progress, and it was a pure strength boost. A good thing, but unfortunately, there were only 2 per year. He looked at the Taishan ape, his tone cold. From now on, unleash yourselves and attack the human cities of this country. If you encounter a strong enemy, use the brand to call me. I guarantee you will not die. Yes. Qin Feng spread his wings satisfactorily and flew straight to the Yellow Sea. Middle of the Yellow Sea. On the yacht, Shen Qingming frowned. The Terns can't be unable to understand our words, right? Or have they forgotten us? I think she's keeping it all to herself. It's almost noon, and there hasn't even been a shadow of the Shenlong. Shang Guanyu slumped to the side, staring at the endless sea, his face full of despair. Chui Sini sighed. If the Shenlong doesn't show up, we simply won't find it. Let it be. Yi Qin's voice came from inside the cabin. Xiaoming, it's almost noon. Get ready to return. Shen Qingming felt reluctant in her heart, but had no other way. All right then. Bang! Suddenly, a strange song came from under the sea, like a tide seeping into the mind. A powerful mental force pressed down instantly. Shen Qingming and Shang Guanyu's faces stiffened, their eyes went blank, and their minds were empty. It's a sonic attack. Yi Xiao shouted loudly. Except for him and Chui Sini who could still hold on, everyone else was completely stunned. Shen Qingming and Shang Guanyu climbed over the railing and jumped straight into the sea. Yi Xiao grabbed Yi Chun, slapped him several times fiercely to wake him up. Boom! The yacht suddenly shook violently, and 4 huge tentacles burst out of the sea, wrapping around the hull. Yi Xiaoya leapt up, sweeping his long spear horizontally. Silver soul-breaking spear. A silver glare of a gun slashed toward the ghostly squid beneath the sea. Shen Qingming sank into the seawater, choking on the salty, fishy taste, her breath taken away. In a haze, she saw a pair of golden eyes. The next second, the scene shattered. Huge waves rolled on the sea surface, and the yacht was almost overturned. Chui Sini unleashed telekinesis, desperately trying to stabilize the boat. Seeing that Shen Qingming and Shang Guanyu were about to sink, she gritted her teeth and jumped into the sea. The eerie singing gradually stopped. Chui Sini pushed her powers to the limit, locked onto the positions of the two, and used telekinesis to lift them upward while she desperately swam over. The two finally broke the surface, coughing violently as they spat out seawater, their limbs instinctively struggling. Breathing in air, their consciousness slowly returned. Their stomachs were swollen like balloons. Get on the boat quickly, Chui Sini shouted. Shen Qingming felt chills all over her body. Just now, she had really come close to death. Before they could recover, suddenly lightning exploded over the sea. Sizzling. A violent electric current swept over, instantly boiling the sea surface. Before the 3 could leave the water, they were struck by the current, the intense pain feeling like their bodies were being torn apart. Chui Sini's face turned pale. She barely managed to block part of the current with her psychic power, but her mental strength was nearly exhausted. A 6-meter-long electric eel swam over, baring its sharp teeth, death closing in. A blood-colored moon will broke through the water, harshly slashing onto its head. Jiang Yu plunged into the sea, throwing the 2 onto the yacht, then with a reverse hand delivered another strike. The first strike broke its defense, the second strike decapitated it directly, and the electric eel collapsed dead. Chui Sini was terrified. Jiang Yu tightly gripped the dark blue horizontal blade, an extremely sharp earth-level weapon. Otherwise, It would have been impossible to resolve the matter with just 2 strikes. Return to the ship. Leave immediately. As soon as the words were spoken, the sea surface churned, and a 20-meter-long crimson flame python burst out of the water. Great a strange beast. Jiang Yu's heart sank, but she could only stall for time. A blood-red moon wheel was slashed out, and the scarlet flame python sprayed out a pillar of fire. The flames were cut apart but immediately closed back, turning into a fire python in pursuit. Jiang Yu leapt in midair to dodge as 3 slashes of blade energy scattered the flames. The scarlet flame python opened its mouth once again. The dragon's roar suddenly sounded, and the black dragon descended from the sky. Black flames burned the snake's body, wind blades sliced at the vital spots, and water swords pierced the snake's eyes. An array of deadly moves unleashed together. The crimson flame python was intimidated, screaming painfully as it rolled about. Qin Feng's fury surged, his dragon claws probing the vital spots, pulling out a red bead. Qin Feng grabbed the snake's head and rushed into the sea, finally swallowing the red pearl. The sea water surged. On the yacht, Shen Qingming was soaking wet all over, her hair messy, looking utterly disheveled. At least she managed to save her life. She was stunned for a few seconds, then suddenly looked toward the sea, wide-eyed, shouting, "Divine Dragon! It really is the Divine Dragon!" Shangwan Yu didn't have time to feel unwell and looked in the direction where the giant python had disappeared. In the seawater, a slender black shadow appeared faintly. She trembled with excitement, shouting, "Lord Divine Dragon! I like you!" Cough, cough, cough. Her face was flushed red from coughing, yet she desperately shouted, "Lord Shenlong, I am your most loyal follower. Can you come out to see us? Can we take a photo together?" Shen Qingming regained her senses and also shouted, "Great Lord of the East Sea, Almighty Lord Shenlong, we want to see your true appearance. Is that okay?" Cui Sini was dumbfounded. Just back from the gates of hell, and these two have already started chasing after dragons? Yi Chen's face at the stern was ugly, and he felt an indescribable awkwardness in his heart. He had always thought that Shen Qingming liked dragons just like girls like cats and dogs. Only now did he realize that this was not liking, but fanaticism. She was willing to risk her life just to see a dragon. Just escaped from death, still shouting its name. Yi Chun felt a chill in his heart. What if that black dragon could transform into a human form? Would he be betrayed? Dragons and humans. The more I think about it, the creepier it gets. Shen Qingming and Shangwan Yu kept shouting more and more wildly. But the sea surface showed no signs of movement. Jiang Yu stood on the sea surface and sheathed the horizontal sword. Under the sea, Qin Feng was about to stuff his belly with the python, but realized she was still there. Here to see him about something? He looked at the orca beside him. "Guard it, leave me half." The black-finned orca nodded. Shen Qingming and the other person both hoarsely shouted, but the divine dragon still did not appear. They exchanged a glance and smiled bitterly. The divine dragon was too proud to pay any attention to them. Shen Qingming sighed, feeling bitter inside. After all the trouble, nearly losing her life, she still hadn't seen it. Just as they thought they would return empty-handed. The sea surface exploded. The black dragon broke through the water, soaring straight into the sky. Its dragon body was long and slender, exceeding 100 meters. The black scales shimmered with a metallic sheen under the sunlight, dazzling and eye-catching. The dragon's horns pierced the sky like swords, and its whiskers danced wildly in the wind. Golden vertical pupils looked down on all beings, majestic and sacred. Soaring into the sea, king of 10,000 scales. Shen Qingming and Shangwan Yu were completely stunned, mouths agape, even forgetting to breathe. Such an impact can never be felt through a screen. The legendary creature was right before her eyes. So perfect it was hard to believe. Shen Qingming stared intently at the black dragon, her eyes filled with only him. Awe-inspiring, majestic, magnificent, and a vague sense of familiarity, all weighed heavily on her heart, leaving her speechless. Shenlong has really appeared. Shangwan Yu whispered softly, completely stunned. Just now, he was shouting enthusiastically, but now that he had truly seen the master himself, he didn't even dare to breathe heavily. A group photo? Who would dare to mention that now? On the sea surface, Jiang Yu looked up and made eye contact with him, slightly startled, then immediately looked away. Why does it feel so familiar? Those eyes are exactly like my younger brother's. She was startled in her heart and quickly dismissed the thought. The dragon in front of her could overturn rivers and seas. How could it be Qin Feng? It must be an illusion. Jiang Yu suppressed her distracting thoughts and stepped into the air amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. She didn't speak, but Qin Feng understood her intention and followed her. One person and one dragon quickly disappeared between the sea and the sky. Shen Qingming swallowed hard. At the moment they locked eyes just now, her heart nearly lost control. Why did Shenlong leave with Jiang Yu? She looked completely confused. Shang Wanyu was filled with regret, hating herself for being too timid to say a single word just now. I'm not sure. Maybe Captain Jiang fought alongside Shenlong and they got closer. Cui Sini looked enviously. If only she could spend some time alone with Shenlong, how wonderful that would be. Fighting side by side. Shen Qingming repeated softly, lost in thought. A solitary island. Jiang Yu stood on the rocks and took a jade box out of her backpack. Qin Feng hovered in front of her, feeling an itch in his heart. She became more and more dazzling, full of heroic spirit, captivating anyone with just one glance. But now his claws were bigger than her entire body, making him afraid to get close. Every time he saw her, he wished he could transform immediately. His divine consciousness had already expanded to 1,600 meters. As long as he absorbed all the snake pills and snake meat, the progress could reach 40%. At most, he could take human form in 2 days. But by then, how would he confess? Would she find it disgusting? Would she distance herself from him? Qin Feng was uncertain. Jiang Yu opened the jade box. Lightning exploded, electric sparks surged, and the air trembled. She lifted the jade box, her gaze open and solemn. Divine Dragon, the hundreds of millions of people of Xia State, and all the members of the Guard Bureau are grateful to you. You have saved me several times. Please accept this thunderstorm fruit. She showed no hesitation, only sincerity. Qin Feng felt a warmth in his heart. Being recognized by her was more important than anything else. He rolled up the thunderstorm fruit and swallowed it without hesitation. A tingling sensation exploded inside his body. The furious thunder force charged forward recklessly, thunder patterns appearing on the dragon scales, emitting a faint purple glow, gradually devouring and absorbing that power bit by bit. Ding! Devoured the spiritual item thunderstorm fruit. Progress, plus 5%. Lightning resistance, plus 3%. Refreshing. Qin Feng felt a current explode inside his body, his whole body tingling and yet invigorated. Jiang Yu saw him successfully swallow the fruit and quietly exhaled. At least for now, this black dragon's emotions are stable. He hasn't lost control or become suspicious. But she still didn't dare to relax and maintained a constant sense of reverence. Great dragon, if you have any other needs, as long as we can fulfill them, we will definitely cooperate fully. Her eyes fell on those sharp dragon claws, her heart tightening. With this claw strike, I'm afraid no one could survive. Qin Feng thought for a moment and said calmly, "Deliver a message for me. I am the water god of the East Sea, and also the lord of the Yellow Sea and Bohai Sea." This was indeed a fact. In the hearts of everyone at the Guard Bureau, he had long been the god of the sea. Jiang Yu nodded. "Okay." Qin Feng added, "Sometimes the doc prepares some food. I have a subordinate, a crested tern named Qin Yu, who loves fried food. If she likes it, then let her eat. To live, one must have some joy." Jiang Yu held back a smile and agreed. The atmosphere quieted down. She noticed the black dragon's gaze fixed on her and quietly stepped back half a pace. "Lord Shenlong, have you seen other dragons?" This was what she most wanted to confirm. Qin Feng did not hide it. "Alive, no." Jiang Yu's heart trembled. "So, that means there are dead ones? Ancient dragon bones." She looked up, her tone serious. "You will always protect us, right?" Qin Feng didn't understand why she was so uneasy. Had he done something wrong? The huge dragon head gently nodded. "I will always be your water god." Jiang Yu sighed in relief, but didn't notice the difference in that sentence. She took a photo out of the inner pocket of her combat suit and held it up in front of him. "This is my younger brother. He went missing half a month ago in Yonglu River. I suspect he drifted downstream to the East Sea. Have you seen him?" In the photo, She and Qin Feng are pictured together. Qin Feng's pupils suddenly contracted. His chest felt heavy. Did she think she had drowned herself? She must have been so miserable during that time. Fortunately, she got through it. But now, should he tell her the truth? He still can't transform into human form. Could she accept that Elong was her younger brother? Jiang Yu saw his unusual reaction and her eyes lit up. You've seen him, right? Qin Feng did not answer directly. What if he changed his appearance, no longer human, but could change back later? Could you accept that? He really could transform. But essentially, it is already a dragon. This creature has long since transcended the limits of humanity. He suddenly felt somewhat uneasy. After all, his current body was too enormous. Jiang Yu's brows were tightly furrowed, her eyes full of shock and worry. Shenlong, are you saying my brother has become a hybrid? Some hybrids integrate very well and can freely switch between human and hybrid forms, like werewolves and green-skinned bears abroad. Qin Feng felt a sinking feeling in his heart, knowing that sooner or later he had to tell the truth. Continuing to hide, it would only make things worse. It was better to be honest now, at least to give her some time to adjust. This kind of thing would be hard for anyone to accept. Who would have thought that an ordinary person would suddenly become a dragon? It wasn't that she didn't dare to imagine it, but in the hearts of the people of Xia, dragons were too sacred. Everyone says everyone is like a dragon, but I've never heard of anyone actually turning into a dragon. Qin Feng gritted his teeth and said, Sister Jiang, actually, I am Qin Feng. The sea breeze blew gently, and the waves surged. He wasn't even this nervous when facing off against an S-class. Jiang Yu's chest suddenly jolted, her face full of shock. The black dragon before her was actually her younger brother? She looked up at those golden vertical pupils. The more she looked, the more familiar they seemed, but her heart was in turmoil. How could her younger brother be this black dragon? In the previous life, that black dragon destroyed the world. Is it the same one, or is there another secret? She looked away, recalling how his eyes suddenly changed color, his appetite soared, and his strength improved dramatically. On the day he dropped out of school, he said he was going to sea, leaving only a letter behind. At the time, she didn't understand, but now everything makes sense. The black dragon saved her several times, guarded the East Sea, suppressed the beasts, and desperately defended the Xia kingdom. Long Tianxing was powerful and could have done nothing at all, but he did not hide in the deep sea like the black dragon in his previous life, waiting to become invincible before reappearing in the world. All the details prove that what he said was true, but the more real it was, the more helpless people felt. If Shenlong really is Qin Feng, how should she face him from now on? His level is too high. A million sea territories lay beneath his feet, and a million strange beasts heeded his command. The S-level blue demon died at his hands, and the Sakura kingdom was also destroyed by him. Looking at the world today, his strength is enough to vie for the top spot. But power changes people. Even those with wealth and influence do not necessarily still consider ordinary people as their equals. Moreover, those transcendent beings have long ceased to consider themselves human. In their eyes, ordinary people are no different from livestock. Killing, to them, is merely instinct. Even humans can change, let alone dragons born with divinity. Jiang Yu suddenly felt afraid. Is he still the gentle brother he used to be? Am I still important to him? Qin Feng watched her expression change from shock to contemplation, then to confusion and unease, and his heart began to tighten as well. Jiang Yu had actually believed most of it, but still forced herself to look calm as she stared at him. Are you really my brother, Qin Feng? What do I love to eat the most? Ribs. Braised, sweet and sour, steamed with rice flour. He answered quickly. She smiled slightly and asked again, where did we meet for the first time? Apartment elevator. You still touch my head. Her smile deepened. Did she really recognize him? That's great. Jiang Yuexin felt a wave of relief, mixed with anger and amusement. This annoying little brother had actually turned into a dragon. She had been so worried about him these past few days that she couldn't sleep well, but here he was. She paced back and forth, continuing to ask, what about my hobbies, birthday, favorite color, and dreams? Qin Feng hesitated for a moment. Hobby is martial arts. Birthday is June 6th, likes black. He wasn't too sure either, only remembering that she always wore black. I still remember. Jiang Yu nodded. On your 18th birthday, We talked about dreams. Do you remember? Qin Feng was silent for a moment. Those memories were both clear and vague. Back then he said he wanted to travel all over the Xia kingdom and see the world. Now that he has become a dragon, he can go wherever he wants. Peaks, snowy mountains, lakes, and seas, he has been everywhere. But the easier it is, the more empty it feels. No matter how vast the world is, it cannot block loneliness. I remember. You said you wanted to take back the forests and oceans that belong to us. I said I wanted to look around. He looked at her. I've been to many places. The top of the world, Kunlun, Changbai Mountain, and I even swam in Dongting Lake. Jiang Yu smiled in her eyes. So, you are fulfilling my dream for me. Her eyes welled up with tears. It turned out he had been moving forward all along, and she came too late. Lower it. Her voice trembled. The dragon's head slowly lowered. She opened her arms and gently embraced him. Just once. Qin Feng's whole body tensed up, so excited he didn't dare move, afraid of hurting her. The dragon's whiskers were thicker than her arms. Jiang Yu touched his chin, cold and hard, like cold iron. The golden pupils were close before her eyes, exuding a strong sense of pressure. Such a great existence was shocking from afar, and even more terrifying up close. She then reached out to touch the dragon whiskers and dragon horns. The dragon whiskers were hard but carried warmth. The dragon horns were icy and piercing, covered with tiny sharp spikes that sent chills through her fingers with just a touch. But she did not dodge. Jiang Yu suddenly realized that she was probably the first person to touch the dragon. She wasn't sure whether it was appropriate to do so, but he was too well-behaved, making her unwilling to stop. High up in the sky, Qing Yu happened to see this scene and was completely stunned. A dragon actually allowed a human to touch it. This was too unusual. He recognized Jiang Yu and immediately guessed that the black dragon had received kindness from her when it was young. If there was truly a life-saving debt, it made sense for it to protect her. Qing Yu believed she had figured it out and quietly circled within the clouds. Jiang Yu only touched the dragon horn once and then withdrew her hand with restraint. You knew you would turn into a dragon the day you were discharged from the hospital, didn't you? She did not blame him, only felt heartache. If it were herself, she might not dare to speak it out either. When life and death are uncertain, silence is the true form of self-preservation. She regretted discovering it too late, leaving him to face the fear alone. Qin Feng admitted softly that by then, the first dragon scale had already grown. She smiled and said, no wonder he suddenly dropped out of school. She once thought he was troubled by love. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent, emotions weighing heavily on both their hearts. She asked him if he was doing well at sea. He said it was tough at first, but he got used to it later. She then asked if the dragon needed to sleep. He said it would be fine to find a small island to lie low on. She earnestly asked when she could turn back into a human. He said at most 2 days, he would definitely return to the magic city. The phone suddenly rang. An urgent mission called her back. Before leaving, she smiled and said she would surprise him when he turned back. Before the words had fallen, the person had already stepped into the void and gone. Qin Feng looked in the direction she had left, the stone in his heart finally settling. She did not back down and even said she wanted to surprise him. He was full of anticipation, eager to transform immediately. Then he turned and slipped into the sea, swimming toward the corpse of the red flame python. Snake meat was indeed delicious. The red flame python's flesh was still warm, tasting like freshly boiled white-cut chicken. The pearl inside its body was also swallowed whole by Qin Feng, the scorching power surging in his abdomen. He suddenly thought, could it be that besides his own Dragon Ball, only snakes have this kind of inner elixir? No, that's not right. Xingbei seems to have one too. He wasn't clear how that thing had come about. Like a human pregnancy, by the time it was discovered, it was already not small. He is too lazy to overthink things he can't figure out. He kept his head down, continuing to eat the snake soup. Ding! Devoured A-grade red flame python. Progress plus 0.8%. Flame resistance plus 1%. The harvest was fairly decent. From beginning to end, nearly a quarter was snatched away by black-finned killer whales. Qin Feng was growing increasingly eager to transform, spending the entire afternoon ravenously feeding in the Yellow Sea. Thunder eels and golden fin cod were the main dishes, and any low-level exotic beasts that caught his eye were swallowed as well. Fog City Holy Light Church. A new round of the Round Table meeting was held, and the bishops looked grim. Sixth-rank transcendents from the Korean country were completely wiped out. Fuck. Damn Black Dragon. Couldn't stand the East Sea. Ran off to Korea to stir up trouble. If I had known earlier, I would have gone to the East China Sea and skinned and dismembered that quadruped lizard. The meeting instantly descended into chaos. The bishop in the blue robe sneered. Are you planning to scold him to death? Everyone fell silent. Alan possesses SS-level powers, yet he couldn't even escape. The Black Dragon's strength has increased again, and its growth rate far exceeds our expectations. He scanned the entire scene. We can no longer let him go. Someone said coldly. Who doesn't know that? The problem is how to kill him. S-level beasts have terrifying vitality, and the East Sea is his territory. What do we have to fight him with? Even if they surround and kill him, as long as he doesn't leave the East Sea, are they going to drain the sea? That would be like installing an elevator in the Alps. The blue-robed bishop ignored the ridicule and continued to speak. The chameleon has already been caught, and I can confirm that the East Sea Black Dragon is Qin Feng. I have a 3-step plan, enough to take his life. First, dispatch Jiang Yu, a woman from the Xia Kingdom, to the South Sea and ambush her halfway. She must be captured alive. Second, temporarily cooperate with CXF. When we surround and kill the Black Dragon, it will prevent the Xia Kingdom from splitting their forces, and their masters won't be able to provide support. Third, promise the Red Devil blood sacrifices, treasures, and women. The vast territory of the Xia Kingdom is enough to entice him. The conference room fell silent instantly. The plan is ruthless enough, but there are 2 prerequisites. First, the Black Dragon really is Qin Feng. Second, he is willing to leave the East China Sea for that woman. As long as these 2 points are true and the first step succeeds, the Black Dragon is undoubtedly doomed. The Grandmaster of the Xia Nation couldn't make it, and on top of that, the veteran S-level exotic beast, the Red Devil Dragon, was stationed there. Once the Black Dragon leaves the East Sea, it is sure to die. The Pope nodded with satisfaction. The plan is almost perfect. Proceed with the execution. CXF suffered heavy losses in the East China Sea and will not refuse. The first step is to capture Jiang Yu alive. Who will go? Everyone echoed in agreement, but no one volunteered. The Pope swept his gaze around and landed on a seductive woman with twin snakes tattooed on her neck. Bishop Dusa, you are skilled at infiltration. This time, make sure to capture that woman from the Xia Kingdom. The woman's posture was seductive, her voice so soft it was intoxicating. She seemed to carry poison within her. Rest assured, Your Holiness. Night. A deserted island in the Yellow Sea. Qin Feng remained lying on the ground as usual, his 100-meter dragon body coiled like a mountain ridge. Starlight fell from the sky, converging into a line and entering his throat. Qin Yu hadn't slept tonight, staring at him with eyes full of grievance. That expression was like being abandoned. The silver-horned seahorse stood guard at a distance, half submerged in the sea. Xingbei was less than 2 meters away from him. The black-finned orca was too large and could only swim back and forth on the surface farther away, its dorsal fin appearing and disappearing like it was pacing restlessly. They all bore the Dragon King's mark, able to sense each other and engage in simple communication. More importantly, they will never betray. Qingyu spoke first. Long, are you leaving? She heard their conversation. She didn't understand much, but one thing was very clear. He is going to leave. They are all A-level exotic beasts, and together they are enough to suppress the sea area. Plus, with Ji Ritian here, nothing will happen in a short time. But whether the dragon is here or not makes all the difference. In their eyes, he is S-class, the water god. As long as he is there, the sea area is safe. She doesn't have to be anxious, only needs to patrol the sea, hunt for food, and play. At night, she can sleep beside him, no longer needing to stay alert until midnight. Those were her most peaceful and happiest days. She thought it would always be like this. But now he is leaving. The pillar of her strength is leaving. The support is leaving. Even the dragon who slept beside her is leaving. Qin Feng glanced at her. It's just temporary. But aren't we doing well now? Qingyu was confused. Qin Feng was silent for a moment. We are doing well. He paused, then explained. Don't worry, I'll be away for at most 5 or 6 days. I'll come back as soon as I finish my business. He had long thought it through. The first thing to do after transforming into human form was to confess to Jiang Yu and officially be together. But even if he could turn into a human, he couldn't stay in the city for long. He needed a large amount of protein every day. His strength wouldn't grow on its own now. He had to devour strange beasts or rare treasures. Qingyu was not convinced. What if something goes wrong? The East Sea can't be without a dragon. If you really encounter something you can't solve, use the brand to find me. I will come back immediately. Qin Feng was not worried. He could fly, and his speed was fast. Qingyu paced anxiously, unable to think of any reason to keep him. In the distance, the black-finned orca said softly, "You're going to find a mate, right? You'll come back after finishing that matter." Qingyu was stunned and looked at Qin Feng. "Long? You wouldn't. The body sizes are so different, it can't be, right?" Qin Feng's face darkened. "Don't guess wildly. I've made up my mind. Everyone disperse and mind your own business." Silver-horned seahorse frowned. The strange beasts in the Yellow Sea have been restless lately, especially the abnormal species from outside, which are very aggressive. If you leave, will they attack humans? The usually timid Xing Bei also poked its head out of its shell. "Water God, can you take me with you?" It is the weakest and usually follows Qin Feng to scavenge for food. Although it's just leftovers, it is still very satisfied. "You can't transform, so you can't go. Over by the Yellow Sea, I will intimidate everything once before I leave, and those who don't obey will be cleared out." After speaking, he closed his eyes. "All right." Xing Bei slowly swam away. "Received. I knew it." The orca grunted as it sank to the seabed. Qing Yu was still standing in place, gloomily preening her feathers. After a long time, Qin Feng was almost asleep when she suddenly asked, "Can you really turn into a person?" "Yes." "Are you going to find a mate?" "About the same. That human girl from today?" Qing Yu was silent for a moment, surprise flashing in her eyes. "Is she very pretty?" She didn't understand why he would like a human without scales or feathers. Qin Feng opened his eyes and looked at her. "In my eyes, she is the most beautiful." Oh, there was another silence. "Can I become a human?" She recalled that he had mentioned this before. "Not now? Didn't you say you didn't like becoming human?" Qin Feng glanced at her. How could this foolish bird change her mind every day? The person really doesn't look good. She paused. "But the food they make is delicious. I want to know how it's done." "Oh, you want to become a human to go into the city and take a look?" Qin Feng understood immediately upon hearing this. Seeing her nod, he straightforwardly passed her the transformation technique. A beam of golden light entered her sea of consciousness. Not to be disclosed. "Okay." The next day, ding, progress has reached 40%. Qin Feng stretched lazily and looked around. Qin Yu was no longer there. Most likely went to the East China Sea again. His divine consciousness expanded to 1,800 meters. Sure enough, as long as the progress reaches 50%, transformation is possible. He can return to Demon City tonight. Thinking of the surprise Jiang Yu mentioned, he felt a bit hopeful. Qin Feng did not go into the sea, but used a brand to summon Ji Ritian. A new day began with breakfast. Ji Ritian arrived floating in the air, wearing a red and white wide robe, and bowed deeply upon landing. "Good morning, Lord Shenlong. Take 3 first." She nodded and released 3 single-horned yellow oxen from the 8-pool mirror. Their size was comparable to the flying state elephants, with horns 4 meters long and as sharp as spears. Qin Feng spit out dragon flames, precisely controlling the fire to burn off their fur. "Medium rare. Just right." He tore off a whole beef leg in one bite and swallowed it directly. The meat is tender and chewy, the blood is still fresh, and the taste is just right. Throw the cow's head and tail to the subordinates. Ding, devoured a B-level beast, the mountain-breaking ox. Progress plus 0.8%, strength plus 0.3%. The 3 together increase strength by 0.9%. With his current strength, having this boost at B level is already quite impressive. The 8-pool mirror is indeed a treasure. The only trouble is, once you put it in, you have to wait 49 days before you can take it out. It needs to be nurtured slowly. After eating, he dove into the sea to continue hunting. Magic City. The east side of the city was completely congested, with traffic stretching for several kilometers. Inside the seven-seater vehicle, Sue Sini in the front passenger seat looked at the navigation, her face turning dark. 7 kilometers of traffic jam? Lin Luokong gave a bitter smile. Who would have thought so many people would go to the Dragon King Temple? Someone in the back row was scrolling on their phone and suddenly exclaimed, "Someone has already arrived. It's a sea of people, so crowded you can't even get in." Several people quickly looked at their phones. Official emergency notice. Citizens are advised to visit at off-peak times. Visits are postponed for today. This Dragon King Temple is so grand. Blue glazed tiles, black Dragon King paintings, full of aura. Built in the prime location of the new district, covering 460 acres, with a view overlooking the East Sea. From groundbreaking to opening, it took less than 3 days. 52 hours. More than 150 top craftsmen, plus 30 people with special abilities. The speed of Xia State is really ruthless. The car hadn't moved an inch for half an hour. Lin Luokong, feeling irritated, turned to a Tao and said, "You drive, we'll fly straight there." Chui Sini froze. "There will be penalties for prolonged flying in the city. Let them penalize me." Lin Luokong pushed open the door and got off the car, taking off into the air. Looking east, the road to Longwang Temple was completely blocked, with no movement in the traffic at all. That's unbelievable. Only then did they truly realize how terrifyingly popular the East Sea Black Dragon was. Since the Magic City is by the sea, if not worshipping the Dragon King, then who else could they worship? The Dragon King Temple was just completed yesterday, and today is the first day it is open. The crowd is simply out of control. By the time they arrive, they still have to queue. The square was packed with people, the crowd forming several loops. If it weren't for the police department maintaining order, the temple gate would have long been crushed. The temple gate was grand and imposing, with colorful paintings covering the eaves, and 3 large characters on the plaque, Longwang Temple. Inside there were the Dragon King Hall, Water God Hall, East Sea Pavilion, Wind and Rain Hall, Monument of Great Achievements, and Sea Pacifying Courtyard. The ceilings of each hall are painted with giant dragons, and all the materials are top quality. The Monument of Great Deeds is engraved with the exploits of the Black Dragon, rescuing sailors, holding back the beast tide, slaying the serpent demon, defeating the blue way demon, judging the cherry blossoms, guarding the East Sea. People kept flowing continuously at the palace gate, a dense, dark crowd. Finally, it's our turn. Praying to the Dragon King to protect my son. Please, Dragon King, grant me true love. An old man nearby laughed and said, "You're asking the Dragon King for this too?" The young man was stunned. "Isn't the Dragon King just in charge of wind and rain?" The middle-aged man retorted passionately. "The Dragon King can be great or small, can hide or appear, summon wind and call rain, command thunder and control lightning, guard the sea and protect the people, and can do anything. All creatures in the sea answer to him, and the climate on land is also under his control. Whatever, since we're here, let's pray." Lin Luokong and the others exchanged glances, feeling that the number of believers was terrifyingly large, with men, women, young, and old all present. They arrived at 8 in the morning and waited in line until 3 in the afternoon before entering the hall. The statue of the Dragon King is made of rare metal. Dragon head and human body, draped in a black dragon robe, holding a blue-gold sword in one hand and a golden seal in the other, with a golden scabbard hanging at the waist. Majestic and intimidating, as if ready to open its eyes at any moment. In the solemn atmosphere, Lin Luokong and Chui Xinyu took turns offering incense and bowing. They thanked the Dragon King for everything he had done. Some seek peace, some seek to dispel disasters and cure illnesses, and others seek marriage and fortune. But more people come simply to give thanks. They kneel before the statue of the deity, sincerely thanking the Dragon King for guarding the East Sea. The families of the Guard Bureau soldiers and those who make their living from the sea are the most devout. The incense offerings grew ever more prosperous. An invisible force gathered at the temple's roof, golden light shooting skyward. In the next moment, that power of faith was drawn forth, rushing straight to the East Sea. The Dragon Palace, the Water God's shrine. Qin Feng had a headache all morning. After activating the water god Jade Seal, he discovered that the authorities in Demon City had actually built a temple for him. His divine consciousness could attach to the statue, and he could hear the prayers of the worshippers. As his divine consciousness descended, the scene inside the hall became incredibly clear. A group of people knelt on the ground, their voices rising and falling. Dragon King, bless my son who works at the dock to be safe. Please let my wife get better soon. Bless my family to be free from illness and disaster. Dragon King, grant me a rich girlfriend. Thank you for guarding the East Sea and protecting our maritime borders. Qin Feng withdrew his divine consciousness, feeling heavy in his heart. He always felt that he could not bear these expectations. All he can do is clear the sea of strange beasts and occasionally summon a rain. Beyond that, he is incapable. The power of faith continuously flows into the Dragon Palace, dyeing the entire palace golden. The black-finned killer whale suddenly shouted, "Dragon, this feels so good. What kind of power is this?" Golden light covered its body, like wearing a layer of golden armor. Ding! Blackfin Orca's ability has improved. Class A hardening upgraded to Class S golden armor. The system prompt sounded. The power of faith continued to surge. Even the gatekeeping dragon turtle opened its cloudy eyes. A beam of golden light converged into a line, falling into the pool in the center of the hall. The pool water churned, as if something was about to burst forth. Qin Feng called Silverhorn and Starshell over, planning to strengthen their abilities before leaving. His power is at the SSS level and will grow stronger as his bloodline awakens. As for what other uses the power of faith might have, he was not sure for the time being, only knowing that it was still insufficient now. Quantitative changes will eventually lead to qualitative transformations. The power of faith was drawn in, poured into Silverhorn's body. Silverhorn's whole body glowed, shouting excitedly, "Lord of the Water God, this power is too strong." Starboy was also enveloped in golden light, its white body shimmering with a faint golden hue. Ding! Silverhorn Seahorse ability upgraded. Rank A cage upgraded to Rank S cage of punishment. Sure enough, faith can strengthen them. Xingbei's rating hasn't changed, but the increase went from 15% to 20%. Perhaps because it was originally SS level. The Qingyu outside also absorbed some power. Its strength hasn't noticeably improved, just that there's an extra tuft of golden feathers on its forehead. Maybe once it breaks through to S level, the changes will become apparent. As the number of believers grew, Qin Feng became increasingly troubled. Fortunately, the Jade Seal could block out the sounds. Otherwise, he would have been driven crazy by these wishes sooner or later. He could only pretend not to hear those unrealistic prayers. Just as it quieted down for a moment, new voices surged in again. Pray to the Dragon King to bless me with smooth and successful days ahead. Pray to the Dragon King to bless my dad with safety and health, and to return home soon. Pray to the Dragon King to bless us with a safe sea voyage and a bountiful return. Great Yellow Sea Water God, thank you for suppressing the strange beasts and protecting the harbor and waters. Qin Feng was stunned, his divine sense falling upon another Dragon King temple. How is there another one? Leaning on the statue, he saw people kneeling all over the ground. Inside and outside the hall, the crowd was as thick as a mountain of people, packed so tightly that not even water could seep through. Lianggang Dragon King Temple. Covering more than 300 mu, it is quite large in scale. The black dragon worshipped here is the water god of the Yellow Sea. Dragon King, please let my confession succeed. Once I win over the goddess, I will definitely come back to fulfill my vow. The young man sincerely offers incense. Qin Feng was speechless. He was neither the matchmaker god nor the god of wealth, so he couldn't handle this matter. He decisively withdrew his divine awareness and also shielded the Lianggang Dragon King Temple. As a result, he discovered he had more than one temple. Still dazed, more voices flooded his mind, making his scalp tingle. Thank you, Dragon King, for saving my life. I am a student from King Huangdio Martial Academy. Honored to have met you. Please, Dragon King, bless me to pass the martial exam and smoothly enter the guard bureau. I beseech the Dragon King to let me gain wealth without effort, earn 1 billion a year, have 6 goddesses chase after me, and live to 150 years old. Another daydreamer. This kind of person comes to pray with the mindset of, if it works, it's a huge gain. If not, no loss. So he has seen it all and is no longer surprised. But what he didn't expect, Qingwang Island also has a Dragon King temple. He became the water god of Bohai. Above the two temples, the power of faith gathered wildly. A blue pillar of light descended from the sky, intertwining with the golden faith to form a square seal. The wishes of all people, sealed by heaven and earth. Two water god jade seals broke through the air, flying into the dragon palace of the East Sea, directly entering Qinfeng's Sea of Consciousness. Ding. Authority obtained. Bohai Water God, Yellow Sea Water God. Special ability acquired. Enlightenment. Consumes 300 points of faith power to awaken the intelligence of sea creatures, transforming them into human form, enabling human speech, and with an extremely low probability, awakening innate talents. Those enlightened will unconditionally obey the water god. Ineffective for those already enlightened. System prompts sounded continuously. Qin Feng was a bit stunned. Does this make him the lord of the Yellow Sea and the Bohai Sea? Most likely. Jiang Yu reported the news to the authorities, the public acknowledged it, and the heavens and earth granted further title. The Yellow Sea covers 970,000 square kilometers, the Bohai Sea 260,000, plus the main base in the East China Sea. He now controls 2.74 million square kilometers of sea area. In this sea area, life and death of all things are at his will. With a thought, the wind is calm and the waves settle. With a fury, the stormy waves tear the sea apart. Moreover, there is a new ability added. Qin Feng thought for a moment. These enlightened creatures surely don't have high combat power, at most the level of B-grade beasts. Could it really be the legendary shrimp soldiers and crab generals? They can take human form and even talk. That's a bit interesting. How about enlightening a few more clam girls, teaching them some musical instruments, and having them dance? No way. He is the third Sea Dragon King. How could he be addicted to singing and dancing? Qin Feng quickly shook off this thought. The enlightenment ability can be used to bulk train peripheral forces to be used as cannon fodder. Although he felt it was not very meaningful. He didn't like to stay stationed in the Dragon Palace. Every time there was a fight, he was always the first to rush in. He also had no intention of occupying the land. What use was there for so many low-level troops? However, he could enlighten a group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals to patrol the sea, rescue drowning people from the Xia Kingdom, keep an eye on the sea monsters, and help him collect treasures along the way. Thinking about it, this ability is really useful. Ding, minimum requirement reached, new section unlocked. Faith value, 5,000, offered by sincere believers burning incense at the Dragon King Temple. The system's voice now sounds particularly pleasant. 5,000 is just the threshold. There are still many people lined up in front of the three temples. Even if you exclude those who are not devout enough, at least 1/3 remain. This is only the first day. From now on, the number of Dragon King temples will only increase, and the power of faith will flow continuously. Dragon, what are you thinking? The black-finned orca asked, seeing his dragon tail flicking non-stop, eyes sparkling. Nothing. Qin Feng snapped back to reality and looked toward the central pool. The golden liquid in the pool churned and gurgled. As the power of faith continuously poured in, the liquid increased. Suddenly, a tender stem broke through the water and grew wildly. In the blink of an eye, a golden lotus stood in the pool. 1/2 meter above the water, without leaves, there was only a blue flower receptacle. The golden petals were tightly closed, as if brewing something. The black dragon, orca, seahorse, and scallop all stared at that lotus flower. A lotus flower growing in the sea. The black-finned orca pondered seriously. I get it. There must be seeds at the bottom of the pond, triggered to sprout by the golden light. Makes sense. But where did the seeds come from? Will it bloom? Xingbei asked curiously. Qin Feng tried to communicate with the water god Jade Seal, but there was no response. Calling the system also yielded no reaction. He didn't know what this thing was either. Not sure. After gaining control over the water god's authority, suppressing the strange beasts became easy. He could clearly pinpoint the location of every exotic beast. Qin Feng activated the Jade Seal, and, as he did in the East China Sea, sent messages to all high-level exotic beasts in the Yellow Sea and Bohai Sea. No active attacks on the Xia people. Those who disobey the order will be relentlessly hunted down by the Black Dragon Palace. The sound exploded in the ears of every high-level exotic beast, the pressure cold and oppressive, frightening all creatures. The sea area trembled instantly. Many A-rank exotic beasts felt discontent. Humans have always been their food. Why should they listen to the water god and forbid hunting? Qin Feng was well prepared and had already activated the Jade Seal's listening power early on. This wasn't really eavesdropping, as long as it was within his sphere of influence. Whenever a living being mentioned words like dragon, water god, or sea god, he could hear it, lock onto the location, and instantly track it. The universe is boundless, and he can search across thousands of miles. The Black Dragon has already taken over the East Sea and still isn't satisfied? Now, even the Yellow Sea falls under his control. Just him alone? How can we reproduce? Could it be that we have to find the Sea Snake clan? Several two-headed electric eels gathered, full of resentment over the prohibition the Black Dragon just issued. Humans sail their ships swaying above our heads. So why can't we take action? Then go kill the Black Dragon and take his territory. Forget it, he's S-class. A and B-grade exotic beasts already possess intelligence no lower than humans. Everyone knows what happens if you anger an S-class. No one dares to test the power of the Black Dragon. Without reaching S-class, no one dares to challenge it head-on. Seeking benefit and avoiding harm is instinct. Staying in familiar waters is always better than going to more dangerous places. Places like the Sea of Cherry Blossoms and the Pacific Ocean are especially dangerous. At least in this sea area, there is no second S-class. In the dark seabed, 3 A-class shadow octopuses lurk in the darkness. They were 30 meters long, with 12 tentacles covered in suckers and venom, and the dark green slime glowed faintly. The Black Dragon is a proud S-class, yet it shows goodwill to humans. How shameful. He forbids attacks, but we insist. Sinking ships and dragging them to the bottom of the sea. How could he still find out who did it? Humans have little meat, but it tastes good. Expect us to give up? Dream on. It's pitch black here. You can't see your hand in front of your face. He won't find anything. No sooner had the words fallen. In the deep sea, a pair of golden vertical pupils slowly opened. You think this king can't find you? Qin Feng's voice was deep and thunderous. The seawater suddenly chilled. Black Dragon, how could you? 3 octopuses screamed, their tentacles whipping out simultaneously, the shrill screech piercing, eager to strike first. Offending the water god is an unforgivable crime. Anger fell, and the sea water churned. More than 30 tentacles as thick as train cars were tightly locked by invisible water pressure, suddenly bending back and smashing hard against the seabed. Boom! The seabed cracked, sound waves swept all around, and the nearby creatures were instantly shattered. Qin Feng's dragon horns suddenly lit up. The wooden jiao sword cut through the air, moving too fast to see its shadow, and the tentacles of the 3 shadow octopuses were all cut off from the roots simultaneously. Water god, we were wrong. A shrill scream pierced the air, a flash of green light, and the sound instantly vanished. Qin Feng picked up the severed tentacle segments and began eating on the spot. The octopus legs twitched as soon as they entered his mouth, the flesh elastic and tender, full of chewiness. Ding! Devoured an A-grade exotic beast, shadow octopus. Progress, plus 1%. After finishing all 3, the progress surged to 47%. He continued foraging and soon set his sights on a 20-meter-long blue conch. The conch emitted strange sound waves, its psychic power rushing toward him, trying to control him. Simply overestimating itself. Qin Feng's divine mind crushed down, the seawater condensing into more than 20 sharp swords, instantly shattering the shell. Ding! Devoured B-level alien beast dream sea conch. Progress plus 0.8%. The Bohai Sea is shallow, no deeper than 80 meters, with a small area and few exotic beasts. The seabed is flat, mostly covered with silt and soft mud. Qin Feng casually grabbed 2 silverfin pomfrets, each 3 meters long, and swallowed them whole. Ding! Devoured a D-level exotic beast. Progress plus 0.2%. Another yellow-spotted electric ray was torn apart. Ding! Devoured B-level yellow-spotted electric ray, progress plus 0.8%, lightning resistance plus 0.5%. On the dock, two bureau guards stared at the sea, spotting a huge black shadow. The two immediately drew their swords and stood on guard, eyes fixed intently. The next second, the black dragon burst out of the water. Divine Dragon. The Divine Dragon has come to Bohai. The alarm sounded, and everyone in the base rushed out. They all looked up and watched the black dragon fly away, so excited they couldn't speak. A real divine dragon. Alive. I actually saw it alive. Someone else arrived. Where is it? Just left. You're late. I thought it was a strange beast. Almost scared me to death. When the divine dragon shows up, those things in the sea behave much better. I should go visit the Dragon King temple one day. Yellow Sea. Qin Feng swallowed a black and white sea snake, then caught a double-headed thunder eel, finishing both in a few bites. Ding! Devoured A-grade alien beast double-headed thunder eel, progress plus 1.2%, lightning resistance plus 1%. Just as he wondered why the progress was still a bit short, his dragon body suddenly went numb. Ding! Phase 3 progress reached 50%. Gained innate divine ability, Thunderous Strike. Can release internal thunder, summon heavenly lightning, and use it for oneself. The power of thunder surged within his body. Qin Feng expanded his divine sense to 2,000 meters. Transformation conditions met, completed. Finally able to transform. Qin Feng landed on a solitary island and first looked down to examine himself. His dragon body swelled to 142 meters, with 18 cloud pattern dragon scales and 13 thunder pattern dragon scales. The faint purple thunder patterns only appear at certain angles, shimmering faintly. The special scales are evenly distributed, not disrupting the overall lines. To outsiders, his entire body of black scales looks as cold, hard, and shiny as metal. Ridiculously handsome. He hovered in midair and opened the system. True Dragon Evolution System. Host, Qin Feng. Bloodline, Black Dragon. Authority, Water Deity of the East China Sea, Yellow Sea, and Bohai Sea. Progress, Growth Stage 50%, Stage 3. Skills, True Dragon 7 Transformations, Shape-Shifting Technique. Faith Value, 5680. Talent, Reverse Scale. Primordial Eye, SSS. Dragon Majesty, SSS. Devour, SSS. Dragon King Mark, SSS. Burning Black Flame, SSS. Divine Powers, Summon Wind and Call Rain. Drive Thunder and Hurl Lightning, Alchemy. Magical Treasures, Golden Dome Chains, Horn Star Sword. Affiliated. Crested Tern, A grade, 69%. Windrider S. Blackfin Orca, A grade, 62%. Sharp A Golden Armor S. Silverhorn Seahorse, A grade, 46%. Clone A Punishment Cage S. 7-star Green Wave Shell, A grade, 42%. Buffus S. Long-armed Taishan Ape, A level, 80%. Spirit of Earth S. Territory, East China Sea, Yellow Sea, Bohai Sea. With the 3 seas under control and all subordinates in place, he was capable of handling the overall situation. Taishan Ape was just 1 step away from S level, along with Qingyu, and could break through in at most a month. He could finally free his hands to go further. With his thoughts gathered, he mobilized the power of the stars within the dragon orb, covering his entire body. Calm your mind, gather your energy, transform your form. A gigantic dragon head reflected on the sea surface, starlight shimmering between the scales. Not enough yet. A 100-meter dragon body was far from enough. He had to let the star power spread across a 2,000-meter range. The starlight wildly expanded in all directions until it completely enveloped the entire island. White light soared into the sky. The dragon body began to twist. The black scales faded, transforming into countless black lines, recombining within the radiance. Black and white violently intertwined, finally condensing into a human form. There was no tearing pain, only intense heat. Flesh, bones, and strength were compressed and rearranged, as if reborn. 2,000 meters of starlight suddenly contracted, first outlining a clear silhouette, then solidifying inch by inch from the feet upward. Fair skin, smooth and powerful muscle lines, perfectly proportioned. Broad chest, defined abs, restrained strength, yet full of pressure. Masculine, sharp, a natural king's aura. Qin Feng lowered his head to look at the sea. A face so handsome it was almost fierce was reflected in the water, exuding both dominance and nobility. This was his second form. Sword-like eyebrows entering the temples, golden pupils sharp and piercing. A straight nose bridge, thin lips tightly pressed, black hair draped over the shoulders. Not a single flaw could be found in his features. Evolution tends toward perfection, and his true form is a dragon. His aura is noble and cold, as if he holds all things in disdain. Like a mountain pressing down, like an endless sea, like the vast sky above. A born sacred sovereign, wielding divine authority. The difference in appearance before and after transforming into a dragon was not significant. Only the details became more refined, but his aura changed dramatically. During that dragon transformation period, he seemed almost more handsome day by day. Qin Feng looked down to check once, confirmed all the parts were complete, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. This concerned Jiang Yu's lifelong happiness. Standing 1.84 meters tall, with a large build, muscular but not excessively exaggerated. Wait, no clothes? He only then realized he was naked and quickly used the power of the stars to form a black robe. Fortunately, that pervert who specializes in photographing dragons wasn't around. With a thought, his body blurred into a swirl of black and white light. In the next second, a 100-meter-long black dragon coiled in midair. Transforming back to his original form was incredibly swift, without any pain or discomfort. The shape transformation technique was stronger than he had imagined. The dragon body turned into light again, instantly reassembling into human form, with the black robe solidifying accordingly. Now I am completely at ease. Switching back and forth is quick and smooth. As long as I can conveniently summon my clothes, I won't be running around naked anymore. Truly worthy of being a dragon. Born to be adaptable. He almost couldn't resist the urge to go and see Jiang Yu immediately. But reason suppressed the impulse, and once again the dragon dove beneath the sea. There were still important matters to attend to. Before leaving, he had to arrange this sea area properly to prevent trouble from arising right after his departure. Qin Feng used the Dragon King's mark to summon his trusted followers, including the black-finned killer whale and the silver horn, to gather at the Dragon Palace. Found 3 more sea-level ice lobsters on the seabed, each 8 meters long, not yet awakened. With a display of dragon might, the 3 lobsters immediately prostrated themselves, not daring to move an inch. Enlightened, 3 beams of golden light shot into their heads, instantly enveloping their entire bodies. A burst of light flashed, and their bodies began to transform. The 2 legs at the tail rapidly lengthened, while the other 4 legs remained unchanged. The 2 giant claws were coated with a dark golden luster. The gray shell turned dark gold, and the originally protective freezing ice solidified into blue armor. The light fades away. They stood upright on the seabed with 2 thick, long legs, and the 4 legs at the sides of the waist could fold forward. 11 meters tall, with eyes on top of the head, and a huge mouth hidden where the head connects to the body. Golden giant pincers larger than a semi-trailer, blue armor covering the body, exuding an imposing aura. Combat power has reached mid-level B rank. Lord Dragon King. The 3 ice dragon lobsters suddenly became highly intelligent, their wisdom rivaling that of ordinary people. They could even walk upright and speak the summer language. Qin Feng nodded. From today onwards, your name will be Dark Gold Ice Armor Shrimp. Shrimp soldiers. Yes. Before long, he enlightened 2 more. After spending 1,500 faith points, Qin Feng enlightened 5 more sea-level giant red crabs. The golden light faded, revealing creatures nearly 14 meters tall, with a pair of red giant claws that could easily snap most metals. Their fiery red shells were as hard as iron, and the mouths on their chests could breathe fire, their individual combat power nearing the peak of B level. Qin Feng named them irritable crabs. 5 shrimp soldiers, 5 crab generals. A total of 3,000 faith points were spent. He opened the system and saw there were still 4,600 points left, and it was still increasing. The 3 Dragon King temples gained great fame, attracting a continuous stream of worshippers with the power of faith flowing endlessly. The shrimp soldiers and crab generals marched into the dragon palace in a grand procession, continuously exclaiming in amazement, "Your Majesty the Dragon King, is this your residence?" An irritable crab was deeply shocked. "This is the dragon palace. Gather here at night to rest," Qin Feng said calmly. "Thank you, Your Majesty the Dragon King." The 10 shrimp and crabs were spirited and full of momentum. The orca and Silverhorn looked confused. Qin Feng gave a brief explanation to let both sides get to know each other, to avoid misunderstandings. If they really started fighting, it would be like family fighting against family. The 10 shrimp and crabs stood upright, like a regular army. Qin Feng was very satisfied and immediately gave the order. Starting today, patrol the sea areas in 3 zones during the day, and return to the Dragon Palace to rest at night. The main missions are to assist humans from the Xia Kingdom and monitor the strange beasts. If a powerful strange beast intrudes, report immediately. If you encounter treasures, special metals, or anything you think is useful along the way, bring them back. If large-scale rare minerals or abnormal situations are discovered, report to Tiger Whale and Silverhorn. Obediently following the Dragon King's sacred order. Very well, go ahead. Qin Feng's schedule was still relatively relaxed, only required to work 12 hours a day. Of course, always on call, working year-round without any pay. Subordinates just follow orders, but the Dragon King has to worry about the whole situation. Qin Feng arrived at the Water God Temple. The power of faith kept pouring in, but the lotus in the golden pool remained unchanged, not a single leaf growing. Obviously, there was still a critical point to be reached. He turned and walked into the armory, transforming into human form, his gaze sweeping over rows of divine weapons. Jiang Yu gave him precious spirit fruits, so naturally, he had to return the favor. These weapons are just gathering dust. The subordinates don't even have hands, so they can't use weapons. However, one could be chosen for the Taishan ape to make up for its weakness against aerial enemies. These weapons are of normal size, suggesting that most of the Dragon Palace creatures could transform into human form back then. After searching for a while, his gaze settled on a horizontal sword. The moment he grasped the hilt of the sword, a piece of information flooded into his mind. Zishui was troubled by a red flood dragon, which devoured countless people, hence it was slain. Made from flood dragon bone, claws, and scales, primarily forged with 9 nether dark iron. On the day the blade was completed, it was tempered with the blood of the red flood dragon, a mid-grade magical weapon named Red Flood Dragon. The blade is 3 feet 2 inches long and weighs 23,000 jin. Qin Feng drew his sword from its sheath. The hilt was pitch black, and the blade gleamed with a blood-red light, as if freshly pulled from the blood. The blade was bright red, with a black pattern on each side resembling a dragon or serpent, cold and grim. Truly a sword with deep heritage. Such a precious sword, yet left to gather dust in a corner. This shows how powerful the Dragon Clan was back then. With a single command to be cut down, a red flood dragon that could dominate an area became the material for forging a sword. This is the one. Qin Feng sheathed his sword and then chose weapons for the Taishan apes. He chose a double-edged giant axe. 2 yellow axe blades spread out symmetrically, with a sharp tip at the top of the axe, capable of chopping and stabbing. He gripped the silver axe handle, and information flooded his mind. The northern demon bear ruled the mountain as king, ferocious by nature. After injuring one from the Dragon Clan, it was exterminated. The leader was beheaded at the foot of the mountain, and this axe was obtained. The axe blade is forged from goblin copper, with cold silver as the handle. A magical treasure named Duanyu. It is 8 chi 6 cun long and weighs 121,300 jin. Another trophy. The Dragon Clan is indeed very protective. If you harm one of our people, we will annihilate your entire clan. Qin Feng waved the axe with one hand. The weight of 120,000 jin felt as light as a wooden stick in his hand. After transforming into a human form, his strength and defense remained undiminished, but he could control it more precisely to avoid accidental killing. He took up the broken mountain axe and the red flood dragon saber, transformed into a black dragon, and flew straight to the stick country. After a moment, He landed atop a high mountain. Below the mountain gathered groups of ape-like beasts. The long-armed Mount Taishan ape sensed the presence and hurriedly emerged from its cave, its massive body prostrating to the ground in worship. Greetings to the Dragon King. The golden gorilla and the long-armed white ape were momentarily stunned, then also knelt down and shouted loudly. More than 30 strange beasts roared together, shaking the heavens. Beside them, inside the wooden fence, hundreds of imprisoned people huddled together, trembling with fear, collapsing to their knees and looking up at the black dragon in the sky, their faces full of terror. Stand up. Qin Feng's voice was calm. The strange beasts stood up, but all lowered their heads, not daring to look directly. The dragon's presence pressed down on them, making it hard to breathe. Qin Feng glanced at the people caged like livestock. Are these the people you captured? The Taishan ape lowered its head and replied. Yesterday's attack on the city, their reinforcements came quickly, but they only brought back these. Qin Feng knew they ate people, but they were not from the Xia kingdom, so he didn't bother to ask further. There were both men and women inside the enclosure, mostly young people, with many women having outstanding appearances. His gaze darkened. Many women were scantily clad, their bodies covered with scars and bloodstains. What have you done to them? Hearing Qin Feng's cold question, the Taishan ape hesitated for a moment and whispered, Dragon King, some smaller subordinates wanted to try reproducing. Qin Feng felt somewhat helpless, handed over the axe hanging in the air, and solemnly said, This axe is called Duanyue. Today I bestow it upon you. You may attack the humans of this country, you may kill, you may eat, but you must not mistreat them. The order of heaven and earth must be maintained. Chaos is forbidden. The Taishan ape gripped the axe handle, feeling anxious, immediately knelt down. Thank you, Dragon King, for bestowing this treasure. I will surely remember and never make a mistake again. Qin Feng no longer pursued the matter, only saying, This axe can be thrown to kill enemies in the air. Come, attack me once. The Mount Tai ape's pupils contracted, shaking his head repeatedly. Dragon King, how could I dare to strike you? Impossible. Enough with the nonsense. You think you can hurt me? Then, consider yourself offended. He gripped the axe handle tightly, spun fiercely on the spot, and shouted as he threw the axe into the high air. The sound of the axe cutting through the air exploded, the blade splitting the wind. Qin Feng raised his hand and caught it steadily. Not bad, has some strength. He casually threw it back. The Mount Tai ape caught the axe, his face full of shock. The Dragon King's strength was unfathomable. Qin Feng did not stay any longer and headed straight for the Demon City. Demon City, Guard Bureau Base. 2 military trucks drove into the parking lot, and Zhang Yu and the others looked exhausted. Recently, a large number of mutants had infiltrated the city, forcing the Guard Bureau to recall all 3 special squads to conduct a dedicated purge. The number of hetero-humans has surged, and supernatural beings from abroad are also lurking in the city. Zhang Yu suspects there is a mole among the higher-ups, but since she's not good at investigating people, she can only report her suspicions to Director Chen Yan. The vehicle came to a stop, and the team members got out one by one. Zhao Yuanshan's boots were covered in green blood, the stench sharp and pungent. Captain, I'm going to change my shoes. You guys wait for me. Liamo glanced down at his boots, frowned, and said, I'll go clean mine too. Zhang Yu said while walking. You all go ahead and eat. No need to wait for me. I have something to do. In the past, after returning from missions, everyone would go to the cafeteria together. If they needed to be on standby, she would also stay at the base. But today was different. She was thinking about her brother. He said it would be another 2 days, but what if he returned early? Better to go home and wait. Everyone was stunned. Captain, aren't you eating with us? Saying there's something going on. The 8 people looked at each other. Zhao Yuanshan touched his chin. Don't you think the team leader is acting strange today? Liamo nodded. I noticed it during the afternoon break. She was in an unusually good mood. Yeah, if it were any other time, she would have scolded old Zhao just now. I even saw her sneaking a smile in the car. Really, she was sitting in the passenger seat. I saw it through the rearview mirror. The few of them walked while chatting. Zhao Yuanshan suddenly slapped his forehead. Could the captain be getting promoted to director? Stop dreaming. How could she possibly be sitting in an office? Might as well say she's in a relationship. Everyone stopped in unison. Impossible. Zhao Yuanshan looked serious. It's ridiculous to say the captain is in a relationship. A man would only slow down her draw speed. Who is worthy of her? Can anyone beat her? Everyone nodded in agreement. In their eyes, the captain was exceptionally talented, wealthy and powerful, steadfast in belief, and had faced countless life-and-death situations, never distracted by romantic feelings. Her heart belonged only to the country. Liamos suddenly said, "Hasn't Xiao Junlin been pursuing her all along? What's the use of pursuing? She simply isn't interested." At the same time, director's office. Jiang Yu frowned as she stared at the transfer order. The urban mutants haven't been cleared out yet. Why am I being transferred to Guangnan? Chun Ian sighed. It's an order from the headquarters. I don't want to let you go either. He knew clearly that Jiang Yu was strong in combat and highly efficient, never holding anyone back. The situation in the South China Sea is out of control. Yedao base was attacked, and more than 140 superhumans were all killed. Jiang Yu felt a heavy weight in her heart. They couldn't even defend the base. She was not afraid of danger. It was just that Qin Feng was returning soon. If she went south, the two of them would be separated again. As a warrior, she could only obey. When do we leave? The sooner, the better. Outside the Lijiang community, Cui Sini had just gotten off the bus when the sky suddenly changed. Dark clouds rolled in, and thunder roared. No way. She took off running. The next second, pouring rain fell. The strong wind drove the rain down, making pedestrians stagger. This rain is really intense. Oh no, I didn't bring an umbrella. This rain is really strange. Could it be that a dragon is passing through the magic city? Several high school students were instantly drenched, rushing to take shelter under the shop awnings. A girl looked up and suddenly saw a slender black shadow darting through the dark clouds. Look up at the sky. What is that? What is that? Damn, it's a dragon. It's really a dragon. The black dragon roared and weaved through the clouds. With a flash of lightning, its body appeared and disappeared, exuding a terrifying aura. Hurry and take a photo. I've seen a divine dragon. Not only them, but everyone on the entire street saw that dragon. At the entrance of the residential complex, Cui Sini also looked up at the sky and whispered, "Why did the divine dragon suddenly come to Moto?" When she looked up again, the black dragon had already vanished, leaving only thunder and lightning bursting loudly within the clouds. Leaving. She couldn't help but wonder if the divine dragon had grown tired of staying in the sea and came specifically to bring the rain. Just as she was thinking, she suddenly saw a strange man walk into the neighborhood. He wore a black robe, with long hair hanging down, and his silhouette was tall and upright. Raindrops fell, but automatically avoided him, not even wetting the edge of his clothes. Cui Sini's heart tightened, and she hurriedly chased after him. Just as she reached the door, the figure vanished into thin air. An extraordinary being, she frowned. Water doesn't touch him. Is it water manipulation ability, or a high-level martial artist? She had lived here for a year and had never seen anyone like this. Dressed like someone from ancient times, yet her aura was so overwhelming it was hard to breathe. Could she be a spy? Or was there actually a master hidden in this rundown neighborhood? Pushing the door open, Qin Feng returned home. Changed into slippers, the living room was just as before. Really nice. After being away for a month, he finally returned to this ordinary yet comforting place. No matter how big the Dragon Palace is, it can't compare to this small house. It holds 10 years of his memories. The days with my parents and the 3 years with Jiang Yu are as clear as if they were yesterday. He walked into the bedroom. The furnishings hadn't been moved, and the floor was clean and tidy. Obviously, someone came regularly to clean. The wind stopped. The rain cleared. 6 p.m. Jiang Yu drove back to Lijiang Community, looking somewhat dazed as she entered the elevator. She was thinking about how to tell Qin Feng that she was being transferred to Guangnan Province. She had already decided that if he said he didn't want her to go, she would stay. Qin Feng was alone, suppressing the 3 C's. She had never intended to place all the burden on him, nor would she force him to solve everything for humanity. If humanity wants to grow, it must face crises on its own. Relying entirely on him, humanity's martial path will only remain stagnant. But she still harbors an even greater unease in her heart. What exactly is the story behind Qin Feng's transformation into a dragon? Was that world-destroying black dragon really him in his past life? Why did his fate start to spiral out of control after reincarnation, leading everything into the unknown? Jiang Yu couldn't help but wonder if two wills were hidden within that powerful body. Had he been provoked by something in his past life, driven to the brink by others, causing the black dragon to hate humans completely? She didn't believe Qin Feng would change like that for no reason. In her memory, he was always cheerful and kind, gentle and considerate. The only flaw was that he was too timid, not even a biological sister. So why was he afraid to pursue her? Lazy by nature, she would say she was giving up at the slightest provocation. But in her eyes, it wasn't being unambitious. It was having a clear perspective. As she thought about this, she found herself at her own doorstep, instinctively turning into Qin Feng's house. As soon as the door opened, she bent down to take off her shoes and looked up to see a familiar figure. She froze, slowly straightened up, and her eyes instantly reddened. The person I've been thinking about day and night suddenly stands before me, like a dream. He said he would be back in 2 days, but she thought she would have to wait until tomorrow night. Jiang Yu couldn't hold back any longer and rushed over to hug him. Qin Feng only felt the fragrance rushing to his face, and the person in his arms was soft and warm. "Sister," he whispered. She trembled in his arms, tears quickly wetting his shoulder. This was the first time he had seen her cry. He could imagine how desperate she must have been when he left back then. Jiang Yu held him and cried for a long time. "You just left a letter and went away? I thought you had lost your mind." Her voice trembled. She once thought everything would repeat itself, losing him once again. She blamed all the mistakes on herself, even doubting the meaning of rebirth. Qin Feng touched her hair with guilt. "I'm sorry, I had no other way at that time. I'm not blaming you. I'm just afraid I will never see you again." She looked up, her eyes bloodshot. Seeing his face full of guilt, like a child who had done something wrong, she suddenly smiled. "Fortunately, you didn't lie to me." Her smile stunned him. Her skin was fair with a rosy glow, her brows and eyes gentle and bright, the corners of her lips slightly raised. He suddenly felt that he was really foolish. Such a precious person was right beside him, yet he hadn't dared to take a step for 3 whole years. This time, he wouldn't back down again. Qin Feng's nose was filled with the scent of her hair, and in his arms was her soft waist. Warmth surged up to his heart all at once. She was fragrant and soft. Jiang Yu lowered her head, pressing against his firm chest, feeling the burning warmth. Suddenly, her brows furrowed, and her face flushed crimson, the heat spreading from her cheeks down to her neck, her whole body burning hot. Damn younger brother, how dare he still defy her like this? "Brother, you haven't eaten yet, right?" Her heart raced chaotically as she used that as an excuse to speak, quietly stepping back. Qin Feng took a deep breath to suppress his restlessness, knowing he had been a bit rash, but he really couldn't help it. It was all her fault for being so alluring. "Not yet. I just learned how to transform and came back." He let go of her. "By the way, Sister Jiang, I brought you a gift." "A gift?" Jiang Yu was momentarily stunned, a flash of delight in her eyes. Qin Feng raised his hand, and the wind swept the horizontal sword from the corner of the living room, bringing it down in front of her. "This one." Jiang Yu took the black handle and slowly drew the sword. With a clang, the blood-colored blade light bathed the entire living room in red. She felt a violent, scorching power rushing towards her and couldn't help but exclaim, "Heavenly-grade weapon." The blade pressure was overwhelming, blood energy surging, the sharpness intact and domineering. It was definitely a top-tier divine weapon. She had only seen this kind of aura on her father's Tianyuan blade. Jiang Yu sheathed her blade and stared at him. "Where did you get such a heavenly-grade weapon?" "Picked it up." "How is that possible? There are barely any in the entire country." She obviously didn't believe it. "East Sea Dragon Palace." "Dragon Palace?" She was even more confused. "An ancient relic. I discovered it unintentionally." Jiang Yu stared at him. "So, this is what you brought out from the Dragon Palace?" "Yes." She was silent for a moment, then looked down at the knife. The more she looked, the more reluctant she felt to part with it. Heaven-grade weapons are extremely rare, each one held by top-tier warriors, their value simply immeasurable. Jiang Yu bit her lip and handed the knife back. "It's too valuable." I can't accept it. Qin Feng looked strange. This is considered ordinary in the Dragon Palace. You really don't want it? What? She was completely stunned. I don't need it. There are plenty better than this inside. Jiang Yu stared at him in a daze, and after a long while softly said, the ancient dragon clan, their foundation is truly terrifying. The ancient ruins discovered so far have all experienced great battles, and most of the buildings and weapons are in a state of ruin. She smiled as she accepted the weapon, saying she would cherish it. Qin Feng didn't mind and suggested going out for dinner in the evening, as long as it wasn't seafood again. He was already feeling nauseous from eating too much of it. Jiang Yu suddenly told him to close his eyes. His heart raced, obediently following her instructions. The next second, she stood on tiptoe and hugged him, gently kissing his face. The two felt as if struck by electricity, a tingling sensation rushing to their heads. Blushing, she said she was going to take a shower and hurriedly returned to the room opposite. Qin Feng sat on the sofa, his emotions swirling. He had to confess his feelings tonight and define their relationship. Should he prepare flowers to add a sense of ceremony? He knew she wouldn't refuse, but the more he thought about it, the more nervous he became. He had never confessed first, so this step became a hurdle. Half an hour later, Jiang Yu called him over. He had even fantasized about the wedding, only to realize he was thinking too far ahead. After entering her house, he stood at the bedroom door. Pushing the door open, a faint floral fragrance greeted him. Jiang Yu stood under the light wearing a white camisole dress, her skin glowing white. She turned around once and asked if she looked good. He said she looked good, unable to take his eyes off her. But she said it seemed like something was still missing and told him to leave first. The door closed, and faint sounds came from inside. 5 minutes later, she called him in again. Qin Feng pushed the door open and went in. She was wearing a black shirt paired with a pleated skirt and black tights on her legs. Her temperament changed instantly. Jiang Yu's face flushed slightly, nervously brushing her hair. This is my first time wearing this style. Does it look good? Qin Feng couldn't take his eyes off her, nodding repeatedly. It looks good, really good. She is tall, well-proportioned, with evenly toned legs that are neither too thin nor too skinny. The black stockings only amplify all her advantages. Jiang Yu felt her face grow hot under his gaze, but inwardly, she was quietly pleased. Now do you see how beautiful she is? Those immature young girls don't compare. She is between a girl and a woman, both pure and alluring, with just the right aura. Qin Feng's eyes lit up, and his heart raced. Jiang Yu chuckled lightly. There's another set. You go out first. Qin Feng closed the door and stepped outside, his throat dry. Waiting for her to change clothes felt like opening a mystery box. The longer he waited, the more excited he became. A few minutes later, little brother. He pushed the door open, and she changed into an apricot-colored long qipao, her arms gleaming white under the short sleeves, her whole demeanor gentle and noble. How is it? Like a fairy, Qin Feng said seriously. Jiang Yu teased him for being smooth-talking, but her heart was sweet. He went out again, his mind filled with thoughts of her. After a while, the door opened, and she was wearing a white blouse paired with a blue pleated skirt, with black over-the-knee socks making her legs look even longer. The blouse was stretched tight, the curves impossible to hide. Does it look good? She asked deliberately, even pulling her socks up a bit. Qin Feng blurted out, It looks good. Jiang Yu lightly hummed, then changed into the next outfit. 10 minutes later, she was wearing a white long-sleeved top paired with an apricot-colored mumyan skirt, exuding a dignified and graceful temperament. Qin Feng nodded sincerely. This outfit suits you the best. Jiang Yu smiled and said, And it suits you well. Qin Feng wore a black robe, with long hair hanging over his shoulders, carrying a touch of antiquity. The two stood together, the scene unexpectedly harmonious. Jiang Yu pulled him to sit down and casually ruffled his hair. Little brother, why do you have more hair than me? And it's so smooth too. I'm not sure either. She suddenly felt a hard spot on the top of her head, then reached to the side and sure enough, there was another one, and it was a bit prickly. Is this a dragon horn? Qin Feng nodded. It can't be taken back. We can only use a sleight of hand to cover it up. Jiang Yu was momentarily stunned, then immediately grew nervous. Are there restrictions on your transformation? You won't suddenly turn back into a dragon, will you? No, Qin Feng's expression was strange. clearly guessing what she was worried about. That's good. She sighed in relief and went to the dressing table to tie up her hair. 10 minutes later, she had her long hair pinned up, exuding a gentle and dignified aura. The two went downstairs and drove to a downtown restaurant specializing in serving supernaturals, with a focus on exotic beast meat. Jiang Yu knew he was a black dragon. The stronger the life form, the greater its consumption, and ordinary food simply wasn't enough. She definitely didn't want him to get so hungry in the middle of the night that he'd go scavenging for food in the East Sea. Arrived at the shop half an hour later. Two second-rank martial artists standing at the entrance greeted guests and had just begun to welcome him, but Qin Feng's dragon aura overwhelmed them. Their faces turned pale, their legs went weak, and they nearly fell to their knees. There were no private rooms in the shop, so the two found a quiet spot to sit down. The menu was brought over, and Jiang Yu handed it to him. Order whatever you want. Qin Feng glanced over it. More than 20 dishes, none priced below 50,000. One dish of smoked bamboo shoots stir-fried with cured meat was 99,009, noted to be made with low-grade spirit plant wicker bamboo shoots, and smoked with a C-rank exotic beast drill mountain bamboo rat. He chuckled. The people of the Xia Kingdom truly have an extraordinary obsession with food. He is not lacking in money, nor is she. He is now the Three Seas Dragon King and has no need to feel inferior anymore. Qin Feng ordered 16 dishes in one go. The waiter was stunned. Sir, any friends with you? No, I have a big appetite, so order more. The waiter left with a complicated expression. This shop has served many capable 6th-rank martial artists, but it was the first time two people ordered 16 dishes. Jiang Yu kept watching him. Have a drink. Forget it. It's the same as drinking water. Qin Feng had no interest in drinking. No matter how much he drank, he wouldn't get drunk, so it was better to order more dishes. Then drink some soda. All right. Happy soda? Now you're allowed to drink it. Jiang Yu deliberately put on a stern face. Qin Feng laughed. I think you want a drink. Jiang Yu sighed, saying that he used to have low energy and poor comprehension, unable to reach 2nd rank in a year. She was extremely anxious. Worried it would affect his health, she forbade him from touching anything. If it weren't for his special ability, he would have been advised to leave the academy long ago. Who would have thought that he later transformed into a black dragon, standing at the pinnacle of S rank, unmatched by anyone? The turn of events was too sudden. When the dishes were served, Qin Feng was starving and finished 6 plates of food in the blink of an eye. Slow down, no one's rushing you. Jiang Yu said helplessly. He gave a bitter smile, almost wanting to transform into a dragon and swallow it all at once. Soon, another 5 plates of meat dishes arrived, leaving the people at the next table stunned. At that moment, Shen Qingming and Shang Wanyu along with a few others walked into the restaurant. Shen Qingming stiffened as soon as she saw the familiar golden eyes. Isn't he dead? Why is he here? Moreover, he is even more dazzling and powerful than before. Just sitting there exudes an overwhelming presence that almost makes people want to kneel. The short-haired girl whispered in surprise, saying, Isn't that Qin Feng? Shen Qingming suppressed the shock in her heart and walked over. Seeing the exceptionally elegant Jiang Yu, she inexplicably felt inferior. Captain Jiang, what a coincidence. Jiang Yu's expression was calm. Shen Qingming did not dare to look at Qin Feng any longer, her voice tense. Qin Feng, didn't you jump into the river? At this moment, Qin Feng finally looked up at her, his tone cold. It's none of your business. Shen Qingming was stunned, her face flushed, both embarrassed and angry. What right does he have to talk to her like that? She gritted her teeth and stood up straight, her tone hard. I'm just concerned for you as a classmate. What kind of attitude is that? Anyway, don't do anything stupid again. I don't like weak men either. Get lost. The restaurant fell silent instantly. Everyone around turned to look, waiting to watch the drama unfold. Shen Qingming's face turned red with anger, suddenly realizing she looked like a joke. You? The harsh words were on the tip of her tongue, but when she met his cold gaze, she swallowed them back forcefully. What an ungrateful person, she threw out before turning back to her seat. The farce was over. Everyone withdrew their gazes, and the restaurant returned to its lively atmosphere. Qin Feng didn't take her seriously at all. In the past, it was as if he was blind. Now, he only cherishes the person in front of him. Jiang Yu saw it clearly and was certain that he had completely let go of Shen Qingming, feeling a bit relieved. A man should move forward. Unconsciously, he has grown into a real man. Jiang Yu served rice and dishes for him, and the food on the table was quickly cleared. 5 more plates were brought out. Do you want more? Take your time eating, don't go hungry. She asked softly. Order a few more, you haven't eaten much. Jiang Yu smiled. I like watching you eat. That won't do, don't get too thin. It's not that easy to get thin. Try this. Next time you go to the East China Sea, I'll take you to eat seafood. He picked some food into her bowl, already planning in his mind to give her the best in the future. Jiang Yu's expression paused, and she did not mention the transfer to the South China Sea. There are too many people here. It's not convenient to talk. Half an hour later, Qin Feng was only half full, but the table was piled high with bones. Jiang Yu went to pay the bill, and the clerk looked shocked. 21 dishes, 8 large bowls of rice. He ate it all by himself, enough to feed 30 adults. Yet his expression remained unchanged, as if nothing had happened. Even more surprising, the one who paid the bill was Jiang Yu. Qin Feng glanced at the amount from behind. 1,560,000. Jiang Yu turned around and smiled. Let's go, to the bund. All right. The two walked side by side, leaving behind the envious gazes of the clerks. A few people at the front desk gathered together. A boy sighed. When will I also meet a rich woman like this? Someone who understands my pretense of strength and protects my vulnerability. The girl beside sneered. Do you have looks or a good figure? You have nothing, so why would anyone be interested in you? Honestly, that guy is so handsome. Tonight's dream material is all set. If I were rich, I'd be willing to support him. On the other side, Shen Qingming kept staring at Qin Feng and the others, and as soon as they walked away, she immediately started complaining. Xiaoli, I saw early on that he and his sister were not ordinary. Now there's no difference from a couple, right? The short-haired girl nodded. They do look like a couple, and he's really handsome now. Shang Wenyu interjected. So handsome, and you still broke up? He didn't have any ambiguity with Captain Jiang while dating, right? Shen Qingming sneered. His talent was poor. I was already second rank, and he was only first rank. Later, he suddenly went blind, had no special abilities, and no family background. Was I supposed to support him for life? That's normal too. Shang Wenyu nodded, then asked, what about you and Yi Chun? Cold War. He called me a die-hard Shenlong fan, and I was so angry that I hit him. Shen Qingming said excitedly. Shall we go to the Dragon King Temple to burn incense this weekend? Sure, but there will be a lot of people, so we need to go early. The three quickly made a decision. Shen Qing dreamed of Cui Sini staring blankly. Have you been there? Are you going again? No, too many people. She hesitated for a moment. Xiaoming, can you talk about what happened after Qin Feng lost his sight? Shen Qingming gave a brief account. Sudden blindness, no cause found, often unconscious. Recovered after a month. Punched Yi Chun into the wall with one blow. Jumped into the river and disappeared half a month ago, now returned unharmed. Golden pupils. Eternal river. East China Sea. The divine dragon appeared in the demon city. Putting the clues together, the answer was shockingly absurd. Cui Sini's heart raced. If the guess turned out to be true, it would be enough to overturn everyone's understanding and even shake the divine dragon's sacred status. She whispered, Xiaoming, didn't you notice anything special about Qin Feng? Especially timid, right? After dating for a year, he didn't even dare to kiss. Shang Wenyu laughed out loud. Just holding hands? Held him once. Cui Sini's expression was serious, voice lowered. I suspect that the day he jumped into the river, it was Shenlong who saved him. He disappeared during this period because he was actually doing work for Shenlong. The relationship is very close. They were sitting in the innermost part, with no one beside them. When this sentence came out, the other three were stunned for a long time. With a slap, Shen Qingming's chopsticks fell to the ground, and her expression changed instantly. How is that possible? What nonsense are you talking about? She retorted in disbelief, then quickly lowered her voice. He's just a low-level martial artist. He couldn't even survive in the East Sea. How could he possibly have anything to do with Shenlong? That's too ridiculous. Shang Wenyu also frowned. Sini, your idea is way too exaggerated. The three of them simply didn't believe it and didn't even want to consider that possibility. Believe it or not, it's up to you. The bund was brightly lit, the city bustling and lively. The riverside was filled with couples, hand in hand, enjoying the night view. A handsome man and a beautiful woman walked side by side, attracting a lot of attention as they passed. Qin Feng wanted to hold her hand several times, but was afraid of being too forward, so he held back. Sister Jiang, what do you think? How did I do? He was so nervous his palms were sweating, rehearsing his confession over and over in his mind. Jiang Yu smiled at him. Very well. Not just me. All the people of Xia should thank you. Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. It's not that noble. I have my selfish reasons too. Done is done. Jiang Yu stopped walking and looked at him seriously. I just hope you don't forget your original intention, and don't forget me. She knew very well that the power of the black dragon was too strong. The stronger it was, the easier it was to lose control. Power is a knife. Without a sheath, it will only hurt others and oneself. She was willing to be that sheath, even if in the end, the one hurt by this knife would be herself. He had no father or mother, no attachments, and no great ambitions. But fate destined that he would not be ordinary. Jiang Yu's eyes were gentle, her heart already made up. If he were a ship drifting on the sea, she would be the rudder, the anchor, giving him a place to dock, so he would not be forever lonely adrift. Qin Feng spoke solemnly. I will not forget you. Me too. No matter what you become. Jiang Yu smiled and walked forward, quietly counting 1, 2, 3. Qin Feng's spiritual sense swept over, locking onto a bouquet 2,000 meters away. Jiang Jia, wait. He caught up, nervously asking, what do you think of me? Jiang Yu thought seriously for a moment. Kind, attentive, responsible, and a bit silly, always trying to bear everything alone. Qin Feng took the flower out from behind his back, his voice trembling slightly. Jiang Yu, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? There were few people on this road, only 2 dim yellow street lamps. The light fell on her face, tears glistening in her eyes. Past life and present life coincide at this very moment. Waiting year after year, finally today has arrived. She looked at the rose in front of her, her eyes wavering. She had dreamed of this scene countless times, and now it was really happening. Qin Feng's palms were sweaty with nervousness. He feared rejection, and even more feared awkwardness in future encounters. People always tend to think the worst. Jiang Yu slowly took the flower, smiling brighter than the rose. All right. Her voice trembled, but those were the 2 most beautiful words he had ever heard. She said yes. Qin Feng's mind went blank, and the next moment he suddenly hugged her tightly. Did you really agree? Yes, I agreed. His anxious heart finally settled, and he was dizzy with excitement. Fortunately, she was still there. If someone else had taken her away, he would have hated himself to death. Then what should I call you from now on? Yeah. He held her without letting go. Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow. Suit yourself. Anyway, I still call you little brother. Okay. He agreed cheerfully. She probably liked him a long time ago, just being stubborn. Captain Jiang is really patient. He himself wasn't much better. The more he held her, the bolder he became, his hands starting to move erratically. Her clothes were made of good fabric. You could tell they weren't cheap just by touching them. Jiang Yu blushed, but didn't push him away. She just gave him a glare. Where did you get the money to buy flowers? Your phone and card are with me. Qin Feng casually joked, traded for a luminous pearl. You really are quite willing. She laughed. Worth it. He smelled her hair fragrance, feeling extremely happy inside. Under the streetlight, the 2 of them hugged for a long time. It wasn't until he became increasingly presumptuous that Jiang Yu tapped him. How much longer are you going to hug me? Only then did he let go, smiling sheepishly. After they confirmed their relationship, he became bolder and took her hand naturally, fingers tightly interlaced. Her hands were slender and strong, with thin calluses, not soft, but very warm. He held on tighter, wishing they could keep walking like this forever. Little brother, I have something to discuss with you. Jiang Yu suddenly spoke. Qin Feng was still immersed in sweetness. What is it? Jiang Yu looked ahead, her tone calm. They want to transfer us to the Guangnan province. The South China Sea situation is very tense and needs support. But the East China Sea can't do without you either. I don't want to be apart from you for too long. She was negotiating, not informing. Qin Feng understood her meaning. As long as he didn't agree, she could stay. The South China Sea is the largest maritime area of the Xia Kingdom. The Guangnan Provincial Administration is bustling and crowded, with the safety of 300 million people at stake there. If she doesn't go, she'll feel unsettled. Qin Feng scratched her palm and smiled. Then I'll go with you. Jiang Yu looked at him seriously. It won't hold you up. Never. All right, together. Just your team. There are 40 other transcendentals. Qin Feng nodded. Then we can leave first. Jiang Yu was surprised. How do you know? We set off tomorrow. Prepare yourself. Qin Feng's expression was calm. Just a few strange beasts, nothing to worry about. Jiang Yu's expression was peculiar. Not going straight to the South China Sea. First, we'll go to Westlake City to see my parents. Qin Feng's face instantly stiffened. See your parents? He knew that Jiang Yu's family background was not simple. He, however, had nothing at all. What if her father threw down a 50 million card and told him to leave her? She was still an only child. What if he had to marry into the family as a son-in-law? The Dragon King becoming a son-in-law? The more I think about it, the more absurd it seems. What are you thinking about? Jiang Yu patted him, seeing his nervous look and knowing he was imagining things. Qin Feng took a deep breath and held her hand tightly. I want to marry you. It's good to meet the parents early. I'm thinking about whether to go to the Dragon Palace to pick some gifts. Jiang Yu's face blushed slightly. I never agreed to marry you. Qin Feng said seriously. Our dragons are very traditional. Since you already kissed me, I have to marry you. Jiang Yu gave him a cold look. Let's see how you perform. No need for gifts. My parents will like you. Qin Feng shook his head. For the first visit, you can't come empty-handed. Does Annie like jewelry? I brought a few basketball-sized luminous pearls. No need at all. Jiang Yu said helplessly yet sweetly. I won't reveal your true identity for now. It's too amazing. Let's take it slow. I'll prepare the gift for you. She just wanted to take things step by step. No matter the outcome, she would never leave him. She always cares about Qin Feng's feelings. Qin Feng was very touched. Yeah, I won't let you down. Dummy, let's go home. Yeah, did you forget something? What? Where's the surprise you mentioned? The two walked hand in hand toward the parking lot, and Qin Feng suddenly remembered this matter. Jiang Yu pretended not to understand. I'm already your girlfriend. Isn't that a surprise? Seems like it is. Qin Feng thought about it. There have already been enough surprises tonight. He couldn't be too hasty. Half an hour later, the two returned to the Lijiang community. It was already 10 o'clock at night. Jiang Yu went back to her own home and filled the bathtub with warm water. Little brother, come over and take a bath. Qin Feng sat on the sofa, thinking about how to behave better in front of her parents tomorrow. Hearing her call, he walked over. His clothes were formed from the power of the stars. No need to wash or change. Entering the bathroom, he was stunned. When did you install such a big bathtub? He used to come often, but mostly stayed in the living room and bedroom, never entering the bathroom. I passed by the store in the first half of the year, and it looked cheap, so I bought it, Jiang Yu said with a slight blush, casually making up an excuse. The water temperature is just right. You wash, she said, then hurried out, closing the door behind her. Qin Feng didn't think much of it, assuming she just wanted him to try taking a bath. The black robe dispersed into tiny sparkles as he laid down in the bathtub. The tub was ridiculously big enough to fit 3 people. Why did she buy such a big bathtub? Just as he had this thought, the bathroom door suddenly opened. He turned around and saw Jiang Yu standing at the door, wearing a black slip dress. Her skin was snow white, her long hair draped over her shoulders, and her face carried a nervous yet shy blush. The black dress outlined her figure, with a slim waist and long legs, making it impossible to look away. Qin Feng's throat tightened. Yeah, what are you doing? Jiang Yu said softly. I'm just helping you rub your back. Don't overthink it. Ah, turn around. All right. 5 minutes later. Sis, I'm counting on you. Be a good boy and go back to your room to sleep in a moment. She kept calm on the outside, but inside she was nervous. Tonight, the two of them held hands and hugged, and the atmosphere had already changed. If this went on, neither of them would be able to sleep. Half an hour later, Jiang Yu gradually lost strength and gasped. Why are you? You, don't rush. Take your time. There's always a way. 20 minutes later, it was Qin Feng's turn to display the demeanor of the land of etiquette. When the two came out of the bathroom, it was already 11:30. Jiang Yu's face was as red as a ripe peach. She kissed him on the cheek, her eyes shimmering with tears. "Stinky little brother, see you in my dreams." Qin Feng cupped her face and planted a kiss on her forehead. "Good night, how you?" Jiang Yu blushed as she returned to the bedroom. This time, she didn't go sleep on the sofa again. Qin Feng returned to his room and lay on the familiar bed, feeling completely relaxed. Tonight's progress was too fast. The distance between the two was almost just one last step away. But he wasn't in a hurry. He had just successfully confessed, and she wasn't someone careless. You have to meet the parents before discussing the future. It's just that her legs are truly unforgettable. The more I think about it, the harder it is to fall asleep. Half an hour passed, and Qin Feng still felt no sleepiness. He used to be accustomed to lying on the dragon's body on the island, but now sleeping in a bed felt uncomfortable. He activated the water god Jade Seal, and his field of vision instantly expanded. The waters of the 3 sea areas all became his eyes. At the entrance of the Dragon Palace, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals were sprawled out sleeping. The silver-horned seahorse was curled up nearby, and the star shell tightly closed its shell. The scene shifted. On the small island rocks, Qing Yu stood alone, looking into the distance. There was unexpectedly a look of loss in the pale green eyes. At this time, she usually would be dozing by the black dragon's head. The black-finned killer whale was swimming in the sea, accompanied by a small blue-backed fin killer whale. The black-finned orca wasn't worried. The dragon was just going to find a mate. It wasn't like it wouldn't come back. What it couldn't understand was how the dragon turned into a human. But the dragon was different to begin with. It could summon wind and rain, and it could even make lower-level beasts sentient, enabling them to speak human language. So it didn't seem too far-fetched that it could transform into a human. It just doesn't know the existence of the shape-shifting technique yet. Shape-shifting is not easy. It requires at least an S rank. Qin Yu was very clear about this, his voice low. "If Long doesn't come back by tomorrow, I won't care about those humans anymore. Go play on your own. We'll watch over here." As soon as the words fell, a voice sounded beside her ear. "Qing Yu, what are you saying?" Qing Yu was so frightened that his feathers all bristled. "Long." The sound was as if pressed against the ear, yet also seemed to come from the bottom of the sea. "I am going to the South Sea. It will take 2 or 3 days. I'll leave this side to you. Qing Yu, don't let me down." Ao Yu was momentarily stunned. "Can you see us?" Qin Feng had never shown this ability before. She felt a tightness in her chest. "Of course. I'm always watching. Do your job well, and this king will not treat you unfairly." Qing Yu shook his head, half doubtful. "Got it." The scene shifts again. The Lioli archipelago was mostly submerged in darkness, so quiet it sent chills down the spine. At night, only the mine and the guard bureau base had their lights on. Everywhere else was dark. The archipelago now belongs to the Xian nation. The guard bureau's base was originally built by the Sakura country, but was later taken over, expanded, and renovated. There are 180 transcendentals stationed on the island, including 2 at level 6 and 21 at level 5. Lu Sheng and Fang Ge are both present. Additionally, there are 40,000 soldiers, 20,000 logistics personnel, and 130,000 Sakura miners. The silver shining crystal mines are concentrated in 7 locations, with reserves exceeding 6 million tons. Not far outside the West Coast base, there is a 2-story wooden house. Ji Ritian, dressed in a red and white wide robe, sits on the terrace enjoying the sea breeze. A few days ago, Qin Feng transferred her to guard the sea area against the beasts coming from the Pacific Ocean. She was beautiful, but in Qin Feng's eyes, she was just a tool. The Sakura kingdom had fallen, that was a fact. The victor becomes king, the defeated become bandits. At least 20 million Sakura people were still alive. As for dignity, that was another matter. She had been here for 3 days. The Guard Bureau treated this 7th-rank official fairly politely, knowing she was sent by Shenlong, and specially built the wooden house for her, fully equipped with daily necessities. She ate with the soldiers and went into battle with them. She could speak the Xiagua language, and after a long time, she almost forgot her own origins. The culture of Xiagua was profound and strong. It could embrace, and it could assimilate. Tian knew. The voice sounded near her ear. Zarishan immediately stood up and saluted. "Lord Shenlong, no need to supply food during this period. Remember to seal some exotic beasts. As you command. Amaterasu had never appeared, but this water god controlled everything. She was already convinced. How have you been living on the island? They treat me well, and I only have to deal with A-level exotic beasts. The food is good, and I can access the internet. Very good. Stay here for now, and occasionally patrol other sea areas. Are there S-level exotic beasts in the Cherry Blossom Sea? Her expression changed slightly. To Shenlong, I am not sure. That sea is heavily polluted, and the exotic beasts are fierce. I cannot investigate deeply. Silent for a moment. Understood. Continue with the work. I will not treat you unfairly. Obeying the divine order. In the bedroom, Qin Feng swept over 3 sea areas with the authority of the water god, then soothed his subordinates. Time to sleep. The next morning. Little brother, wake up. Jiang Yu gently knocked on the door from outside. Qin Feng instantly sobered up and casually put on his clothes to wash up. Jiang Yu had already prepared a new toothbrush, and the toothpaste was squeezed out. He looked at the mirror, a slight smile playing at the corner of his mouth. After Jiang Yu finished washing up, she went to his room to grab 2 sets of clothes and stuff them into the suitcase. The two quickly left the house. She tied her hair in a high ponytail, wearing a blue short-sleeve shirt paired with black long pants, neat and tidy. Let's eat breakfast first, then buy some things for the road. She was still driving. Qin Feng sat in the passenger seat, only responsible for eating and chatting, not having to worry about anything. Jiang Yu was afraid he would be hungry, so she stopped at several breakfast shops along the way and also bought a bunch of snacks at the supermarket. She even bought the gifts that he was supposed to prepare. Qin Feng's face was a bit hard to maintain. Around 9 o'clock, the SUV arrived at the city exit. Show your ID and undergo inspection. Entry and exit in this big city are very strict, requiring advance registration, explanation of reasons, and multiple layers of verification. Fortunately, Jiang Yu is the captain of the guard bureau, so showing her ID is enough, and Qin Feng's identity card is also in her hands. 3 city defense soldiers checked the trunk, didn't open the luggage, and let them pass. Captain Jiang, stay safe and have a smooth journey. Thank you. She returned the farewell, got in the car, and drove out of Magic City. It's more than 400 kilometers from Magic City to Westlake City, and if all goes well, it can be reached in 3 hours. The highway skirts around the forest-restricted area, so the chance of encountering high-level strange beasts is small, but not non-existent. Qin Feng was actually a bit looking forward to it. If they really came across some, it would be a perfect extra meal. Sight section of Jiaxing City. On both sides of the road lies a 580,000 square kilometer no-human zone. This was once a famous tourist city and ecological reserve. It fell 20 years ago and became a haven for strange beasts. 1/3 of the people evacuated. The rest all died by the beast's jaws. The dense forest blocked the sky and sun, a stench of decay filling the air. A red and a purple giant python coiled in the forest, their heads and tails connected. Their bodies, over 60 meters long, resembled 2 mountains. The target has left the city, no need to wait any longer. An enchanting woman stood atop the purple python's head, her pupils as cold as the snake's. Trees continuously fell within 300 meters. The pressure of 4A-level peak auras suppressed the area, causing nearby strange beasts to scatter and flee. On the national highway, a black military jeep sped along. Inside the vehicle were 7 people, dressed in the Guard Bureau's combat uniforms. They were soldiers from the Shihu branch. They had just finished exploring the relic site in Liusu County and were on their way back. According to the plan, they would rest in Shihu for a day before supporting the Guangnan province alongside a train transporting weapons. 5 vehicles followed behind, with a total of 43 supernaturals. The convoy deliberately widened the distance. In case of an incident, they wouldn't all be wiped out at once. The situation in the South China Sea is completely out of control. Both major ports have fallen, and over 1,000 superhumans have died. If it weren't for the West stirring things up behind the scenes, it wouldn't have come to this. Fortunately, the East China Sea is guarded by the Divine Dragon. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be the South China Sea in trouble. The entire 40,000 kilometers of coastline would be at risk. 7 men and women in the car were talking all at once. The girl in the back seat sighed. If only the divine dragon could go help out in the South China Sea. Captain Chen Ku in the co-pilot seat smiled. We can't rely on the divine dragon for everything. It emerged out of nowhere and holds back 3 sea regions. That's already heaven protecting Daxia. That's true. The closer you are to life and death, the more martial arts can erupt. In a few years, there will definitely be another batch of prodigies rising. Fan Shui nodded. The resources we gained from destroying Sakura have boosted our confidence considerably. It's just that Longwang Temple hasn't been built in Shihu City yet. I really want to go light incense. There will be. We'll go together when the time comes. Just as the words fell, the car suddenly jolted. Crack. Boom. Trees fell in clusters. The car's speed dropped sharply. Chen Ku's face darkened. Xiao Xue, activate Tianmu. Everyone, prepare for battle. Fan Xinxue is a 4th-rank official, but her heavenly eye is SS level, capable of covering 3,000 meters. She closed her eyes, spreading out her spiritual power, and her vision instantly soared. 2 giant pythons rolled in. A twin-headed golden armored barbarian bull charged straight ahead. A black-winged fire tiger flapped its wings and stepped into the forest. On their heads, there were 3 clearly non-Xia kingdom transcendents. Directly charging down this path, Fan Shui suddenly opened her eyes. 3 foreign exceptional beings. 2 A-level giant pythons, a 2-headed golden armored barbarian bull, and a fire-winged black tiger king. 4 A-levels. She couldn't see through those 3, but being able to control A-level beasts meant at least grade 6. The car fell instantly silent. 4 top-tier A-level beasts, plus 3 experts above 6th rank. This lineup, no faction can hold against it. Only a grandmaster could be invited. But why would they target this place? There were no valuables in their car at all. Trying to run? Even flooring the accelerator can't shake off the A-class monster. Calling Unit 1. The Vanguard has encountered 4 A-grade strange beasts, 3 extraterritorial supernaturals. Unable to fight back. Please advise. Chen Ku grabbed the walkie-talkie, speaking rapidly. The ground began to shake. The trees on the right side collapsed in large patches. Sand and stones flew. Smoke and dust surged into the sky. Take up weapons, spread out. Chen Ku's voice was cold and harsh. There was no way out. Everyone quickly got out of the car and took their positions. Dong dong. The 2-headed golden-armored barbarian bull suddenly charged out of the forest, blocking the road like a mountain. It was 11 meters tall, covered in golden scales, with a pair of 3-meter-long blood-red bull horns that gleamed menacingly, its bull-like eyes bloodshot, radiating murderous intent. Chen Ku gripped his spear tightly, staring at the shirtless black-skinned man with a tattoo on his bull's head, feeling a weight in his heart. 6th-grade transcendence. The opponent's background was unknown, but he was clearly targeting them. Which country are you from? Dare to break into Daxia and not fear the masters taking action. He deliberately stalled for time. Sierra sneered coldly and completely ignored him. The vehicles at the rear were also blocked dead by 2 giant pythons, with the entire path cut off. The guards got out of their vehicles to fight and had already sent a request for help to Westlake. They could only fight desperately. A seductive woman stood on the head of the purple python. Holy Light Society. Huang Qi recognized her, his heart completely chilled. A 7th-grade extraordinary, Lady Du Sha, the serpent. The strength gap was huge. They hardly had a chance of winning. Kill. Du Sha gave the order. The savage bull roared and trampled, shaking the ground. Xi'er raised his hand, forming a golden curved blade, slashing through the air. Chen Ku launched a sudden counterattack, his spear light like rain, but it couldn't pierce the scaled armor. The curved blade swept across, cutting a 4th-rank warrior in half on the spot. Captain, watch out. Fan Xinxue stepped in to block an attack. Chen Ku gritted his teeth and charged at Sierra. The giant hammer slammed down, and the battle fully erupted. The red python sprayed poison gas, and the battlefield was instantly swallowed by green mist. The guards were steadily pushed back. Dusa watched coldly, as if just casually clearing the field. Inside the black SUV, Jiangyu had no way to retreat. In the rearview mirror, a black tiger with long wings pounced. A-class exotic beast, fire-winged black tiger king. She slammed on the accelerator. Yeah, I'll go stop it. You protect yourself. They're coming for us. You be careful too. Jiang Yu reminded. Step on the brake to slow down. All right. Qin Feng opened the car door and jumped out before the car even came to a full stop. He landed steadily. In midair, the Black Tiger King hovered. It was 5 meters tall, more than 10 meters long, with a tail over 2 meters. Its entire body was covered in black fur bristling. Its limbs were thick and powerful, and a pair of 4-meter-long wings spread out in the air, feathers burning with orange flames. The tiger was born with twin wings, almost without any weaknesses. It stared at Qin Feng with fiery red pupils, yet instinctively felt oppressed. How could a human have such an aura? Playing tricks. The Black Tiger King roared fiercely, its tiger roar shaking the forest. The forest echoed, with strange beasts and birds scattering in flight to save their lives. Qin Feng showed no expression. Stop shouting. It's useless. The Black Tiger King understood human speech and instantly became furious. It flapped its wings and shot out 6 fiery feathers, lunging downward fiercely. It is the king of the forest. How could it endure humiliation? The heat wave surged, and the grass and trees instantly caught fire. Black Tiger King opened his blood-stained mouth, and his tiger claws tore through the air, capable of crushing everything. The giant claw fell. Qin Feng raised his left hand to block hard. Black light flashed around his wrist, revealing layers of dragon scales. Ding! The impact exploded, shockwaves swept across, and the trees were uprooted and tossed away. The Black Tiger King was stunned. Is this a human? Even a 7th-rank expert wouldn't dare to take a claw strike from it head-on. Qin Feng remained unmoved, his right fist ignited with black flames, suddenly striking out. The black fire surged, engulfing the Black Tiger King. Its pupils contracted sharply. Boom! The enormous body was blasted 30 meters away, crashing heavily to the ground, creating a pit nearly 10 meters deep. Its sternum felt like it was about to shatter, struggling to breathe. Even if Qin Feng did not transform into a dragon, his physical body could still crush an A-level, with his abilities equally undiminished. He was engulfed in flames, leaping into mid-air. The Black Tiger King had just gotten up when he was grabbed by the tiger skin on his chest. The next second, black flames rained down with furious punches. Boom, boom, boom. The explosion roared like drums, sparks flying everywhere. Stop fighting, brave man. Spare my life. On the other side, a green toxic mist engulfed the battlefield. The golden-armored barbarian bull's eyes were bloodshot as it rampaged wildly, trampling everything. 3 peak-level A-grade strange beasts, along with 2 6th-rank strong fighters, firmly suppressed more than 40 people. After several rounds, the casualties were heavy. More than a dozen soldiers were swallowed up or knocked flying, killed on the spot. Dusha struck casually. 7 people fell to the ground. Weapons shattered, flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Ahow! Use your supernatural ability to trap it. Chun Kush shouted angrily, thrusting his spear repeatedly, the spear's shadow raining down, sparks bursting on the golden armor. 10 miles of ice. The blue-eyed man froze the ground, and the cold quickly spread to beneath the barbarian's feet. The barbarian's legs were frozen. He howled to the sky and stamped the ground fiercely. Crack! The ice layer shattered. The earth split open with a huge fissure that tore wider and wider. Fan Shueshue was mentally exhausted, her face pale, unable to stand steadily. A figure rushed over and grabbed her. Jiang Yu, she exclaimed. Step back. Jiang Yu pushed her away and drew her sword. Clang! Blood and light soared to the sky. The dragons roared deafening. The blade ignited with red flames. Jiang Yu's vitality fully unleashed, both hands gripping the knife to cleave straight at the savage bull. The bloody blade sweep swept across, causing a shock throughout the audience. The red jiao blade roared explosively, forcefully chopping open the savage bull's gold-scaled neck. Scales shattered, flesh splattered. A bull's head rolled off, blood soaking the ground. Everyone was dumbfounded. They combined their efforts but couldn't break the defense. Yet she decapitated with a single slash? Heaven-grade weapon? Fan Xinxue exclaimed. Jiang Yu is only 5th rank. How could she have such a divine weapon? Xia Nation only has 6 pieces. Only 1 barbarian bull remained, and the agonizing pain caused it to lose control completely. Golden horns flared. and two golden cones instantly pierced through two warriors. Chun Ku roared, "Hold it down. Give Captain Jiang a chance." The barbarian bull charged wildly, unleashing all its supernatural powers. 10 miles of ice. Purple wisteria vines, drawing the prison on the ground. Cold frost locks the feet, vines entwine the legs, and stone walls rise from the earth. At most 2 seconds. Enough. Jiang Yu's vitality flared up again, flames surging 2 zhong high. Slash. She fell like a blood moon, slashing down with a single cut. The blade met no resistance. The scales were like paper, and the bull's head fell with a thud. Both heads were severed, blood sprayed wildly, instantly pooling into a blood puddle. Boom! The armored barbarian bull fell to the ground. On the other side, the 6th Francier was also surrounded and killed. Chun Ke looked around. The 2 giant pythons blocking the path were nowhere to be seen. Escaped. Fan Xinxue pointed towards the distant forest. Over there. Chase after them. Wait for reinforcements. In the depths of the bushes, the Black Tiger King lay in a 10-meter-deep pit, bloodied and barely alive. 2 giant pythons raised their heads and flicked their tongues, their snake eyes cold and filled with murderous intent. Holding a purple snake staff, Dusa stared at Qin Feng with a cold laugh. "Are you really the Black Dragon of the East Sea?" She hadn't expected him to be younger and more handsome than in the records, yet his aura was so overwhelming it took her breath away. The snake woman on the red python purred coquettishly. "It's really rare for a strange beast to take human form." Dusa sneered. "Leaving the East Sea, how much strength will you have left? Even without those plans, I can still kill you." The green poisonous mist rapidly spread, poisonous water condensed on the grass leaves, making even the transcendent sluggish. Qin Feng was too lazy to waste words, his gaze cold and sharp. "Let's see how you handle this." Before the words fell, the sky suddenly changed, dark clouds rolling in. Dusa looked up in disbelief. He can actually control the celestial phenomena at will. Black light soared into the sky, and a 100-meter-long black shadow loomed in the clouds. The true form of the black dragon appeared. Chun Ku and the others looked up in awe. "The divine dragon has arrived. We are saved." Thunder clouds pressed down on the city, the dragon's body faintly visible, the oppressive atmosphere sending chills through the heart. Jiang Yu was firmly convinced that there was no suspense in this battle. As long as there were no S-level beasts, no one could threaten him. Fan Xinxue, however, looked pale. She had just used her supernatural ability to see images she shouldn't have, and felt uneasy. At this moment, the armored vehicle and helicopter arrived. The young team member exclaimed, "The dragon is here. Do we still need to provide support?" The middle-aged man patted him and said, "Less talk, save lives." The wild wind howled. Thunder and lightning tore through the sky. The dragon's roar shook the heavens. "Summon the wind and call forth the rain. Drive the thunder and seize the lightning." The torrential rain poured down. With the power of heaven and earth fully upon him, Qin Feng's dragon horns surged with thunderous light, purple lightning instantly enveloping the dragon body, as if donning a suit of thunderous armor. The torrential rain poured down, the toxic fog was whipped away by the fierce wind, and even 4th-grade martial artists struggled to stand firm. Qin Feng broke through the clouds, opening his mouth to spew dragon flame, directly attacking the 2 giant snakes. The red giant snake roared in anger, spitting out a slender bamboo-like stream of green venom, compressed to the extreme, stabbing straight forward. The black flame transformed into a fire dragon, colliding with the venom in midair and shattering it, burning it into nothingness with its high temperature. Du Sha waved her serpent staff, black mist swirling before her, countless black snakes darting out, opening their mouths wildly thrashing. The swarm of snakes surged into the sky. Qin Feng raised his paw to summon thunder, purple lightning transforming into a giant net, enveloping all the black snakes. Thunder is supremely young and rigid. Filth is obliterated upon contact. The electric light is dazzling, the thunderclap deafening, instantly paralyzing those struck. Boom! 2 bolts of purple lightning descended from the sky, striking the snake woman who was attempting a sneak attack. Lightning exploded, the spear in her hand shattered, and the thunderous power rampaged inside her body. Her long hair turned to ash, her eyes rolled back, saliva dripped from her mouth, her body stiffened and numb, unable to even hold her weapon. A golden chain flew out from the dragon horn, instantly thickening and lengthening, binding her tightly. The people stayed behind first, to be interrogated later. Qin Feng needed to find out whether they were coming for him or had other intentions. Seeing that the ambush had failed and the snake woman was captured, Duce's eyes turned cold, and she decided to fight desperately. She stood in midair, holding the snake staff high, with a ghostly figure of a snake-headed human appearing behind her. The figure's ears transformed into a dense cluster of snake heads, all flicking their tongues in unison, twisting eerily. Black mist spread, like dark clouds pressing down. The raindrops instantly turned into fine sand upon contact, hovering in midair, and even the space began to warp. Duce's pupils narrowed sharply, emitting a piercing whistle, while the faces of the spectators in the distance turned pale. Damn, she has summoned the phantom of the snake god. The black mist can petrify everything. Huang Qi's expression was grave. They couldn't intervene in this kind of battle at all. Is the Shenlong going to be okay? No. Everyone stared at the sky, letting the rainwater fall on them. The black mist condensed into a giant python,